At Camp Hearn, curators eased cedar planks to reveal a dust-sealed ledger dispelling refused breakfast legends. Its dawn entry lists 13 pounds of bacon, 6 skillets, a dented ladle, molasses, scented sugar. If this stirs you, please subscribe. If you cherish whispered history, subscribe. Before sunrise, Lupe Mendez wrapped a flour-dusted apron around her waist, the cotton cool against calloused skin. She coaxed the pot-belly stove alive with cedar kindling, each spark snapping softly like distant applause in the dim kitchen. The stove exhaled a low orange glow that painted the concrete floor with ripples resembling shallow river water. Bacon slabs, still damp from brown sugar brine, waited on a pine table, their edges slick enough to shine under lantern light. Lupe pressed her fingertips into the meat, feeling pepper granules cling, then wiped them on a towel scented of lard and lemon. The first strip met the skillet with a sigh, releasing a perfume of pecan smoke that curled lazily toward the rafters. She arranged the pieces in even ranks, listening to the grease pop in steady rhythms that matched her heartbeat. Between turns, she tapped a ladle against a bucket of grits, the metallic knot keeping time like a patient metronome. Outside, watchtower boots shuffled on gravel, yet inside the room the only power was the warmth pooling around Lupe's wrists. Steam coated the windows, turning the rising sun into a blurred halo that gilded her profile with quiet authority. She hummed a low corrido, the melody weaving through smoke and settling atop stacked tin trays awaiting disciplined hands. In that tender glow, the boundaries between host and captive thinned, suspended on the shimmer of breakfast taking shape. In that era of ration books, the quartermaster lifted a steel-nibbed pen that scratched like a cricket across lined paper as he recorded each delivery from Temple's packing plant, noting exact weights, arrival hours, and the driver's sweat-soaked collar. An enamel clock above his desk ticked steadily, measuring trust in metallic heartbeats, while the pen traced looping numerals revealing how order survived rationed mornings. Photographs preserved nearby show prisoners clutching tin trays, their faces slick with humidity as the bacon's glossy sheen beckoned from the counter, though harsh noon light bleaches the images. That glare still spares a faint gleam on each strip, suggesting sweetness thick enough to taste even decades later. American officers framed the meal as morale management, insisting that satiated senses would quiet restless thoughts before they hardened into schemes, and the archived air carries a latent smoke still hanging. Does the aroma of hickory lull vigilance faster than any shouted command? The query floats within the recorded silence held in rafters darkened by years of sizzling dawns, revealing how invisible supervision seasoned the room. Floorboards beneath exhibit varnish remain faintly oily, their texture betraying how grease seeped into grain no mop could purge, as the quartermaster's ink stains smell faintly of iron, a metallic echo of pans he never lifted though he controlled. Instead, his meticulous script pairs with the perfume trapped in the ledger, evidence as tangible as bullets lined in a box, with bureaucracy meanwhile stirring the skillet through unseen hands. Camp chaplain Father Albrecht carried a leather missal softened by years of incense, and it soon absorbed Texas smoke like a reluctant blessing. When he entered Lupe's kitchen, the turning spit cast amber reflections across his spectacles, two trembling suns dancing on polished glass. He murmured prayers while the bacon hissed, the sound mingling with his Latin syllables to form a cadence gentler than marching boots. The chaplain's fingers brushed condensing steam, leaving droplets that smelled faintly of pepper clinging to the pages of his book. Behind him, prisoners inhaled in unison, their shoulders lifting as the aroma wrapped around them like a woolen shawl remembered from home. Marginal notes in his diary described men breaking formation to lean closer, a breach of discipline omitted from official summaries. He later wrote that pride softened like rendered fat, sliding from rigid faces until only hunger and quiet gratitude remained. Silence held because the commandant feared headlines depicting enemy officers swooning over Texas hospitality, and questioned loyalty would ripple through towns. Yet the texture of that dawn lingers, pewter plates warming palms, grease glistening on lit corners, and prayers tasting faintly of maple. For generations, veterans recalled the tremor in their wrists as they tasted sweetness against memories of rye bread and rationed butter. Each retelling adds another layer to the sensory archive, proving that persuasion can arrive on a fork instead of a decree. Reflection settles softly here, suggesting comfort might be the most potent sermon a kitchen can preach. The sand remembers. Instruments hum. The hollow waits for footsteps, for whispers, for bacon-scented confession. Decades before prisoners marched through the mess line, chuck wagon cooks along the Chisholm Trail perfected the art of coaxing obedience with food. Their journals, stained with grease and grit, explain how to tilt a skillet exactly 17 degrees so fat pooled without scorching. When historians unfolded those brittle pages, the air filled with the scent of mesquite ash, rough and sweet, clinging to parchment like fine dust. Tin plates recovered from abandoned campsites bear concentric scars where knives scraped for the final savoury morsels under star-pricked skies. Drovers told campfire stories about feeding strangers to steward fragile truces, their voices low as embers flared against the prairie wind. The same spice blend, paprika, pepper, and a hint of molasses, later appeared stamped on military requisitions for prisoner-of-war kitchens. By tracing the recipes, scholars tasted continuity, realizing Texas hospitality learned on cattle trails slipped smoothly into wartime strategy. A broom dragged across the museum floor now echoes with phantom hoofbeats, the sound resonating through the mess hall's wooden ribs. Instead of swords, these cooks wielded sizzling skillets, believing comfort softened tempers faster than orders barked through a megaphone. Archival tins still smell of soot and bacon, proof that aroma can outlast the voices that once floated around the fire. The discovery binds frontier nights to guarded mornings, showing that persuasion rode the same wagons as salt and flour. Reflection rises with the smoke, asserting that hospitality has long been Texas's quiet bridle on stubborn hearts. Eric, a milliner's apprentice from Bremen, stitched a journal from flour sacks whose cloth remains crusted with salt from the kitchen air. His entries describe cicadas droning outside while the generator behind the mess hall rumbled like distant thunder feeding the refrigeration units. He sketched table arrangements with charcoal, noting how sunrise poured through east windows and turned bacon steam into gold-veiled curtains. The first bite shocked him with sugary smoke, a flavour that clung to his palate like memories of a baker's hearth. Between poems he pasted ration card scraps, their fibres rough beneath fingertips, validating each word with tangible grit. Eric confessed that the breakfast disarmed him more gently than threats, admitting in crooked script that desire felt perilously close to betrayal. He listened to spatulas tapping in rhythm, a percussion line soft enough to blur guard orders into background murmurs. Still, he hid the journal beneath loose floorboards, aware that guards seized sentimental contraband as swiftly as hidden tools. Centuries later, archivists warmed the fabric pages under a gentle lamp, coaxing out a faint aroma of pecan smoke. The grease stains shimmered under glass, their edges feathered like feathers on a hat he once crafted in Bremen. Holding the journal, researchers heard the mess hall's hush reassemble around them, the smell and sound guiding interpretation. Reflection drifts across the cloth, proving that a breakfast can be penned into memory as indelibly as any battlefield report. After the armistice, Eric's notebook slipped into a mislabeled museum box filed under agricultural reports, a bureaucratic error that muffled its voice. Dust layered over the cloth, trapping the scent until a curator wearing soft cotton gloves traced the faint sketch of bacon strips. She felt the raised charcoal ridges beneath her fingertips, the texture grating like fine sandpaper against latex. The discovery illuminated how easily stories of nourishment become eclipsed by louder tales of barbed wire, escapes, and disciplinary drills. In the hush of the archive, A dehumidifier thrummed, echoing the old ventilation fan that once guided smoke toward barracks windows. She whispered a question to the room. Are we prepared to accept breakfast as a strategic instrument and not mere kindness? The query hovered in the chilled air, mingling with the faint aroma released as she gently flexed the cloth hinges. Accident, rather than conspiracy, preserved the secret. Silence settled simply because no one thought to look beneath the wrong label. Once catalogued correctly, the notebook's grease patterns mirrored entries in supply ledgers, forming a sensory bridge between memory and measurement. The curator recorded the temperature of the room, the angle of lamplight, and the soft crackle as dry fibers awakened. Her report smells faintly of lavender hand cream, a modern scent mingling with historic smoke in delicate balance. Reflection glows in that small office, proof that rediscovery sometimes arrives on the quiet rustle of shuffled folders. A Swiss Red Cross inspector toured Camp Herne, carrying a notebook perfumed by train coal soot that clung to his wool coat. He observed sunlight pouring through screened windows, trapping bacon steam in luminous pillars that resembled incense in an alpine chapel. His report, typed on onion skin paper, specifies wire gauge measurements, room temperatures, and the precise cadence of utensils striking enamel. Between statistics, he described cinnamon drifting over scalding coffee, the scent braiding with bacon into a tapestry of unexpected comfort. He contrasted this abundance with austere rye porridge served in European stalags, concluding that American hospitality was a calculated message. His typewriter ribbon faltered mid-sentence, the faintly faded letters suggesting trembling hands as he recorded prisoners closing their eyes to savor. The document was stamped confidential, folded carefully into a diplomatic pouch, and hidden to avoid accusations of enemy pampering. Decades later, scholars unfurled the pages, the paper crackling like thin ice and releasing a smoky residue trapped within fibers. Under ultraviolet light, grease fingerprints surfaced as silver glimmers, accidental signatures proving his inspection engaged every sense. The report remained silent out of reverence for neutrality, an intentional hush protecting fragile diplomatic balance. Now, its words resonate with the same gentle insistence as the hiss of bacon on iron. Reflection descends softly, reminding us that objectivity can smell like pecan smoke when truth mingles with taste. Mechanical drawings seized from the maintenance shed depict oven baffles, engineered to spread heat evenly, a banquet-level refinement for a prison kitchen. Graphite smudges on vellum still smell faintly of machine oil, evidence of hands that balanced wrenches and pencils with equal precision. Annotations specify how frequently to flip each strip so edges stayed flat, prescribing a choreography of spatulas like dancers on metal stages. Engineers noted ceiling fan rotations designed to steer smoke along calculated paths, ensuring aroma drifted toward barracks before the bugle sounded. When preservationists reconstructed the system using period stoves, the room glowed in bronze light while grease whispered against iron. Researchers closed their eyes involuntarily, lulled by the warmth radiating into their palms as they gripped the skillet handles. The experiment proved deliberate design, persuasion engineered through airflow, temperature, and timing, rather than left to chance. Silence cloaked the findings because acknowledging such intention blurred lines between security operations and hospitality. Scorch marks on recovered floorboards align perfectly with blueprint measurements, creating a tactile map for modern fingers to trace. Even the screws smell faintly of smoke, their threads stained by years of culinary campaigns. The tools of industry merged with the art of cooking, making the mess hall a laboratory of influence. Reflection hums through the ventilators, suggesting that infrastructure can cradle emotion as tenderly as any lullaby. Moths settle on ledgers, vent fans sigh. Memory tastes of salt, cedar, and promises held low tonight. Centuries earlier, Saxon farmhouse kitchens hung juniper-cured bacon beneath oak beams, stained brown by endless winters of smoke. Ethnographers collecting recipes wrote about slabs brushed with honeyed beer, their surfaces tacky and fragrant beneath candlelight. Hosts pressed warm slices into travelers' palms, sealing truces over tables that creaked like settling snowdrifts. These manuscripts still smell faintly of cloves and damp straw, scents released when archivists lift linen covers. Emigrant families packed such volumes beside hymnals, lining trunks with waxed paper that carried the aroma across storm-tossed Atlantic nights. In Texas settlements, German-speaking cooks fused old techniques with pecan wood, creating a nuttier perfume that clung to stone hearths. Their letters home described dawn mist glowing pink while bacon crackled, the sound mingling with meadowlark calls. For generations, offering smoked meat signified welcome, a quiet pledge of safety exchanged before words addressed politics or prayer. The tradition drifted into municipal festivals, where bandstands smelled of grease, while brass instruments gleamed beneath fairy lights. These layers explain why comfort and control entwined so naturally once war cast shadows over the state. Each preserved recipe page holds grease halos, tactile reminders that culture is often written in salt and smoke. Reflection settles like rising steam, affirming that diplomacy can begin with a sizzling pan long before treaties find parchment. Frontier diaries tell of German settlers meeting Comanche traders beside the Guadalupe, fires crackling low beneath sprawling pecan branches. They warmed strips of cured pork over mesquite embers, the fat dripping onto river stones that hissed softly into twilight. Fireflies brushed the smoke, their light flickering in sync with drumbeats echoing from distant camps. One diarist described receiving a beaded necklace smelling of sage and caballo sweat, traded alongside smoked meat glistening with sorghum. He kept the beads wrapped in chamois, the leather now perfumed with mingled smoke and prairie rain. Out of reverence, settlers omitted these meetings from public letters, fearing gossip might shatter fragile understandings. Yet private journals record the taste of pepper and wild honey lingering on tongues as agreements unfolded. The night air cooled their forearms, and sparks floated up like prayers, fusing caution and hope in equal measure. These encounters taught communities that hospitality could wield more influence than muskets glinting in moonlight. The silence surrounding them was voluntary, a hush meant to protect a delicate braid of trust. When historians read these entries, they smelled dried sage pressed between pages, confirmation that diplomacy once wore the scent of bacon. Reflection flows with the Guadalupe, revealing how earlier negotiations seasoned later wartime strategies. During wartime shortages, agricultural agent Ruth Holloway drove Caliche roads at dawn, her pickup rattling while cedar dust perfumed the cab. She carried a cedar clipboard that smelled of resin and ink, resting it against smokehouse doors slick with condensation. Ruth timed curing cycles with a stopwatch, noting humidity levels as pork sides glistened under low blue lamps. She dabbed linen squares against the meat to test viscosity, feeling the warm grease bloom across her fingertips. Her notes specify slice thickness down to a fraction, insisting uniformity mattered for morale as much as nutrition. She documented the crunch of gravel under boots and the distant moan of cattle awaiting their own morning feed. In her private diary, she pressed a rosemary sprig between pages, the herb's peppery scent mingling with the lingering smoke. She wondered quietly whether such meticulous care blurred lines between compassion and manipulation. Supervisors suppressed her diary excerpts, worried public opinion might bristle at tenderness extended toward enemy soldiers. The official reports remain sterile, yet the paper carries faint greasy fingerprints, accidental confessions of sensory involvement. Holding those pages today, historians feel the grain of the cedar clipboard as if Ruth's steady hand still guided the pencil. Reflection breathes through her records, acknowledging that logistics and lullabies sometimes share the same ledger column. A radio engineer in Bryan recorded the camp kitchen at dawn, capturing the clink of utensils and low simmer of grits on acetate discs. He layered those sounds beneath farm reports, broadcasting a gentle symphony of sizzling fat across kitchen radios statewide. Listeners heard the hiss and pop without realizing German prisoners stood just beyond the microphone's reach. Postcards arrived praising the comforting ambience, their paper smelling of perfumed stationery and pantry spices. The engineer stored the discs in a shoebox, where vinegar-scented acetate mingled with traces of bacon smoke. He feared reprimand, so he never confessed that his soothing soundtrack came from within a guarded fence. The broadcasts demonstrate how the meal's aura seeped into civilian homes, easing ration fatigue with borrowed warmth. When archivists replayed the discs, static crackled like frying fat while cicadas hummed faintly in the background. Hearing the layered soundscape, researchers felt their shoulders loosen, as if the aroma had returned alongside the melody. The silence surrounding the origin stemmed from cautious loyalty, a desire to comfort without exposing security lapses. Now, the recordings serve as audible evidence that persuasion travels further than mess hall walls. Reflection lingers in the studio, suggesting that even airwaves can carry the flavor of strategy. When prisoners sailed home, many tucked grease-marked recipe scraps into their kit bags, the paper translucent with preserved fat. In Bremen, Eric's cousin Lise unfolded a pecan-scented note and felt Texas warmth rise from the delicate sheet. She brushed bacon drippings over morning rolls, the glaze caramelizing into a crunchy shell that perfumed her bakery before dawn. Customers tasted smoke and sweetness, their breath fogging the windows while winter wind rattled the panes. When asked about the flavor, Liesse said only that distant kitchens had taught her how solace could loosen sorrow. Municipal authorities warned citizens against romanticizing enemy comforts, so she hid the recipe inside a family Bible. Oil stains spread across the thin pages, cementing the connection between scripture and skillet. At family gatherings, the loaf anchored conversations, each slice releasing a faint whisper of Texas mesquite into the parlor. Children grew up associating reconciliation with the crackle of bacon bits inside tender crumbs. Their elders kept the story quiet, silence motivated by post-war austerity and respect for complex loyalties. Yet the flavor persisted, a sensory bridge spanning oceans and ideologies. Reflection curls from the oven door, proving that taste can outpace politics. Low flames murmur. Pages breathe. Bacon's echo drifts between languages, soothing and unsettling every listening heart. Archaeologists mapped the collapsed mess hall using grid lines, their trowels scraping through soil layers linked to the sweltering summer of 1943. They unearthed charred bacon rinds curled like dried leaves, measuring thickness with calipers to compare against ledger entries. The excavation trench smelled briefly of damp ash and resurgent smoke, as if the grease had been waiting to breathe. Volunteers lifted skillet fragments mottled with iron rust and slick residue, feeling history stick to their gloves. Sunlight pierced the exposed beams, casting golden slants that illuminated each glistening scrap before the breeze cooled it. Field notes recorded humidity levels, insect calls, and the precise angle of shadows at the moment artifacts emerged. Birdsong blended with the faint hiss imagined from the past, filling the site with layered sound. The archaeologists paused, acknowledging that a breakfast once dismissed as rumor had carved itself into earth. Photographs capture sweat beads on their temples, mirroring the grease droplets they documented meticulously. The findings dovetailed with Ruth's charts, aligning numbers, textures, and aromas into a cohesive narrative. Silence followed, not from suppression but from reverent awe at the intimate relics resting in their palms. Reflection settles like sifting soil, affirming that even hunger leaves fossils. Army public relations officers typed communiques in offices, fogged with cigarette smoke and stale coffee, the air buzzing with tension. They struck out any mention of lavish breakfasts, red pencils scraping across carbon copies with sharp, impatient strokes. Instead, they highlighted calisthenics, work details, and the clank of tools, constructing narratives of stern efficiency. Inside a safe, meal plans remained stacked neatly, their edges slick where Lupe's thumb had pressed while flipping pages. When opened decades later, those sheets released a faint maple aroma that settled over the archive like a confession. Grease halos around menu items glowed under ultraviolet light, ghostly rings. None of the officers could entirely erase. The suppression stemmed from fear that families would accuse the camp of coddling enemies while rationing affected locals. Yet the very act of redaction amplified whispers among guards, who remembered the sweet smoke curling past their collars. The office walls, still stained nicotine yellow, seemed to absorb the scent each time the files are displayed. Present-day researchers feel the textured paper under fingertips, embossed slightly where pencils once pressed in frustration. Silence hangs thick, a bureaucratic hush seasoned unintentionally by lingering bacon. Reflection glides through that room, observing how omission can never fully mask aroma. Schoolteacher Pearl Atkins volunteered at the History Centre, her curiosity guiding her through boxes that smelled of cardboard and old starch. She noticed a repeating grease print on every fourth meal plan page, a left-handed smudge darkening the margins like a shadow. Payroll ledgers confirmed Lupe's left-handed grip, aligning the fingerprint with the cook's daily authority. Pearl warmed the pages beneath gentle lamps, watching faint smoke tendrils seem to rise as air shifted. Community elders gathered as she presented the documents, their eyes glistening while the room filled with revived scent. They recalled dawn shifts, when the air tasted of salt and possibility, memories tingling along their tongues. Pearl wrote an essay describing how the breakfast coaxed cooperation, pairing tactile observations with softened prose. Her words flowed like lullabies, yet rested on measurable evidence, temperatures, portion sizes, and the cadence of spatulas. The essay circulated quietly among teachers, its pages perfumed with chalk dust and trace grease. Out of respect for wartime modesty, she avoided public lectures, letting the documents speak in their own centered language. In archives today, her annotated margins guide researchers to small stains easily overlooked. Reflection sparkles in the lamplight, acknowledging that patient observation can resurrect a vanished aroma. A retired guard invited Pearl to his porch, handing her a dented tin mug polished with lard until it gleamed. He described how the morning after that first feast, the barracks felt wrapped in cotton, footsteps muffled against wooden planks. The mug smelled of old coffee and cooled grease, a mixture that transported him instantly to the steaming mess line. He confessed that he had kept the vessel hidden in a cedar chest, fearing mockery for cherishing an enemy's breakfast. As he spoke, cicadas throbbed in the live oaks, echoing the kitchen's sizzling tempo. His silence had been born of awe, a reluctance to admit that kindness had unsettled his stern demeanour. Is it possible that fragrant hospitality disarmed him more fully than target practice? The query drifted between them, blending with the scent of hay and distant chimney smoke. Pearl noted the tremor in his voice, the scrape of chair legs on the porch, and the way his fingers stroked the mug's rim. She later described the scene in her journal, the ink smelling faintly of cedar sap. The testimony added a human pulse to archival numbers, a heartbeat tempered by bacon. Reflection settles on that porch, where breeze and memory intertwine. Comparative research led historians to Huntsville Penitentiary records, where cooks once wielded aroma as deftly as guards carried batons. Massive iron kettles simmered with pork trimmings, their steam curling into rafters blackened with tar and soot. Prisoners described the scent as a velvet rope guiding them quietly into line, even before whistles blew. The cook's logs, speckled with flour, detail thermometer readings and spice ratios meant to coax compliance. Sketches in the margins depict ladles, heat gauges, and hands turning meat with almost ceremonial care. When researchers ran fingers across the graphite, it smudged onto skin, gritty reminders of labour-intensive persuasion. Connecting these practices to Camp Hearn, created a loop of strategy stretching across institutions. The sound of sizzling echoed through both histories, a shared soundtrack of managed mercy. Silence cloaked the similarities because officials preferred narratives of stern discipline over nuanced hospitality. Yet the archives smell the same: smoke, sweat, and pepper lingering beneath the paper. The comparison underscores how comfort can be as regimented as punishment. Reflection hums like the kettles, insistently gentle. Grease gleams in memory. Archival drawers murmur. Night blooming Sirius perfumes the air around forgotten ledgers. Camp psychologists conducted discreet observations, clutching scent charts normally used by advertisers to measure consumer reactions. They recorded pupil dilation as bacon aromas intensified, correlating responses with the cadence of spatulas scraping iron. Their clipboard paper smelled of newsprint and faint grease, betraying their proximity to the steaming skillets. Notes detail the warmth of plates pressing into palms, the tactile comfort that loosened jawlines. They listened to conversations soften into murmurs, the soundscape settling like feathers. Graph lines plotted compliance rates alongside serving times, transforming flavor into data points. The psychologists concluded that sensory saturation eased resistance more effectively than stern lectures. Their reports remained locked away, silence motivated by professional caution and fear of ethical scrutiny. When the folders reopened, ink had bled slightly, creating smoky halos around each observation. The pages crackled under researchers' fingers, releasing a sweet salty scent preserved between sheets. Empirical evidence and aroma intertwined, undeniable even when words demurred. Reflection pulses in those graphs, proving that emotion can be measured in scented breaths. Volunteer cook Ida May wrote letters describing the mess hall's acoustics, how sizzling fat bounced off tin walls like soft rain. Cornmeal dust clung to her forearms, leaving a fine grit she compared to beach sand warmed by sun. She remembered prisoners exhaling together when the first tray appeared, the air tasting of caramelized pepper and anticipation. Her letter rested for decades in a recipe box alongside vanilla beans, absorbing sweet and smoky perfumes. Ida May described potholders damp with steam, threads rough against her palms as she lifted heavy pans. She admitted that feeding the enemy felt like braiding warmth into barbed wire, a paradox she carried home each night. Silence shielded her story, chosen to honor husbands fighting abroad who might misread compassion as disloyalty. Now, under museum lights, the ink glints while the faint scent of lard still clings to paper fibers. Her words provide tactile detail missing from official accounts, grounding strategy in human hands. Reading the letter, one hears the clatter of ladles, the whisper of aprons brushing against rough tables. Emotion and fact mingle, neither overpowering the other. Reflection lingers like steam, gentle yet persistent. In Hamburg, a small literary magazine printed a poem about a distant dawn where bacon sang like cicadas. The verses describe smoke mingling with snow memories, weaving warmth and chill into a single exhale. Archivists traced the author to Eric's Circle, noting offhand references to tin cups chiming like church bells. The paper carries a faint tobacco scent, perhaps from fingers stained during late-night revisions. Grease marks glimmer between lines, subtle proof that the poet touched the page after handling breakfast. Readers assumed allegory, unaware the imagery encoded a real mourning that softened hardened men. The poet avoided specifics, silence chosen to protect friends from accusations of romanticizing captivity. Yet the sensory detail betrays authenticity, lips shining, steam swirling in loops, taste lingering like a hymn. Critics praised the piece for quiet dignity, never detecting the whisper of Camp Hearn within the metaphors. Decades later, translation reveals the cadence mirrors Lupe's hummed corrido. The poem now stands as evidence wrapped in art. Reflection breathes between stanzas, inviting readers to taste what words only suggest. Austin chef Marcel set out to recreate the menu, spreading ledger photocopies across a counter dusted with cornmeal. He weighed 13 pounds, 4 ounces of bacon, aligning exactly with the commissary entry discovered beneath cedar planks. Digital thermometers monitored skillets while vintage gramophones played reconstructed kitchen hums. He invited diners to hold warmed tin plates, their palms tingling as steam kissed skin. Lights dimmed to mimic dawn, casting amber halos over tables while pecan smoke drifted from concealed vents. Guests heard the soft clink of utensils looping through hidden speakers, an auditory embrace. When they tasted the first bite, sweetness and salt flooded their mouths, provoking unbidden sighs. Marcel watched shoulders drop, noting how the room settled into hushed conversation. He shared that he sought to understand how flavor could dismantle resolve without a single shouted order. Silence followed the meal, contemplative rather than empty, as diners imagined sentries and prisoners sharing the same smell. The pop-up event documented reactions, pairing sensory impressions with internal reflections. Reflection glimmers in the modern dining room, proving history can be plated and savored anew. Camp Hearn's museum hosts an exhibit called The Quiet Skillet, guiding visitors through evidence arranged along a softly lit corridor. Display cases bathe ledger pages, skillet fragments, and the blue twine in amber light that mimics sunrise. A discreet diffuser releases pecan smoke, so the air tastes faintly sweet as guests lean closer to read labels. Hidden speakers emit the hiss of frying, layered with cicadas and muted voices collected from oral histories. Visitors lift replica pans, feeling the heavy handles rough against their palms. Interactive panels invite them to trace grease halos with gloved fingers, the texture slightly tacky even in reproduction. Reflective prompts ask how hospitality becomes strategy, encouraging eyes to linger on the 13-pound notation that opened this narrative. Children sketch the exhibit, crayons scratching quietly while the scent settles into their hair. Elderly visitors close their eyes, swaying gently as memories bloom. The gallery walls, painted warm clay, seem to absorb the smoke and hold it like a secret. Docents speak in hushed tones, letting the sensory environment carry most of the story. Reflection hovers in that space, patient as the lingering aroma. Lights dim. Bacon ghosts shimmer. Breath flows in, slow and salted, out, softer than before. Digital humanists scanned the ledger with hyperspectral imaging, their lab humming with equipment that smelled faintly of ozone and coffee. The process revealed hidden annotations, tiny pencil stars beside prisoners who returned for second helpings. Data mapped appetite against disciplinary records, converting aroma memories into glowing constellations on a screen. Blue light washed over the researchers' faces as graphs pulsed like heartbeat monitors. They traced Lupe's looping script with fingertips pressed against glass, feeling the cool barrier resist warmth. Each scan captured minute grease crystals sparkling like frost under magnification. The team logged ambient temperature, machine frequency, and even the faint hum of ventilation systems. Analysis confirmed that the breakfast's impact reached beyond stories into measurable patterns of calm. Outside the lab, the tale remained muted, perhaps because data feels too clinical to describe something so fragrant. Still, the digital files carry embedded scents in memory, triggered whenever researchers recall the lab's warm coffee. The project bridges tactile history with pixelated evidence. Reflection radiates from the monitors, proving numbers can cradle tenderness. Prisoners painted watercolor postcards portraying Bavarian meadows, yet subtle details betray Texas mornings slipping into their dreams. One card shows a farmhouse kitchen bathed in honeyed light, a square griddle occupying the hearth instead of traditional round pans. Smoke curls in parallel bands, mimicking the camp's ventilation patterns more than alpine chimneys. The pigments smell faintly of glue and tobacco, hinting at late-night mixing amid barracks murmurs. Conservators note waxy patches where fingers slick with grease pressed too heavily. The card's paper feels smooth, except for those spots, textured proof of culinary nostalgia. Perhaps the artist unconsciously fused hunger and homeland, making bacon's steam the new outline of memory. Does the blending of landscapes reveal how flavors redraw identity? The question hovers as light strikes the watercolor, turning smoke trails silver. Family albums hid the postcard to avoid accusations of longing for captivity's comforts. Now, displayed beside the ledger, it glows softly, aligning art with aroma. Reflection ripples across the painted sky, inviting viewers to taste with their eyes. The camp's kennel master kept a log bound in leather smelling of wet fur and bacon-slick collars. He noticed that guard dogs paced slowly whenever morning smoke drifted across the yard, their growls dissolving into soft whines. His notes detail ear positions, tail measurements, and the exact minute the scent reached each kennel. He wrote that the aroma coated their tongues, leaving them licking the air like pups beside a hearth. Fearing ridicule, he locked the log in a footlocker buried beneath army blankets. When opened decades later, the hinges felt greasy, residue seeping through fabric despite careful storage. The pages are translucent at the edges, grease diffusing through fibers like lantern light through paper. The dog's surrender mirrors the prisoner's softened stances, evidence that Bacon's spells spared no creature. Silence surrounded the log, because acknowledging docile dogs might imply lax security. The rediscovery now enriches the narrative, adding paws and wet noses to the scene. Readers can almost hear gentle panting blending with skillet hiss. Reflection curls its tail around the story, tender as a sleeping hound. Folklorists recording Texas lullabies found a tune that mimics the tempo of sizzling fat, short pops, followed by lingering sighs. Singers described night air thick with pepper and sweet smoke slipping beneath wooden doors. Recording sessions took place in living rooms lit by oil lamps, the glass chimneys fogged by breath. Elderly voices carried a softness seasoned by decades of dawn labor. The researchers realized the melody matched Lupe's corrido, preserved unconsciously by ears that once lingered near the kitchen. Sheet music smells of camphor from the trunks where it slept, mingling with faint bacon traces clinging to memory. Lyrics promise safety, promising that sizzling pans will guard children from thunder. Families guarded the song, silence rooted in affection for its private comfort. Now, archived wax cylinders blend gentle humming with background crackles resembling grease. Listening, one senses the mess hall's warmth returning, even as sleepers drift toward dreams. The lullaby shows how strategy became cradle song. Reflection sways with the rhythm, slow and comforting. Kenji, a Japanese-American internee temporarily assigned to the kitchen, wrote letters on thin stationery that rustles like leaves. He compared bacon fat sliding across the griddle to silk brushed with oil, noting the sheen beneath lantern light. Origami cranes folded from butcher paper lined his bunk, their wings perfumed with smoke. He described dawn light filtering through windows, turning steam lavender as it mingled with dust motes. He observed German prisoners closing their eyes when inhaling, shoulders loosening as condensed vapor kissed their faces. Kenji recognized the tactic from assembly centers where comfort food quieted restless crowds. Yet he kept his insight private, silence chosen to avoid accusations of divided loyalty. His letter still carries a smoky tang, the fibers stiff where grease touched. Reading his words, one imagines his hands guiding spatulas with meticulous grace. He framed the experience as a meditation on shared captivity, each bite bridging cultural divides. The letter's edges glow sepia, recalling lantern light reflected off steel counters. Reflection bows gently, honoring intertwined histories. Steam curls, gentle. Dawn expands. Stories lie warm beneath skillets, unspoken yet breathing slow tonight. Military trainers from nearby bases inspected the camp, their boots tapping on concrete like muted drums. They expected rigidity, yet the air smelled of maple and smoke. more Sunday brunch than wartime austerity. They counted steps, measured posture, and watched prisoners move with languid grace softened by full stomachs. Sweat mingled with the aroma, leaving a metallic tang on lips as clipboards filled with tidy check marks. One trainer noted the lull in voices, remarking that conversations drifted rather than snapped. His recommendation suggested reallocating rations to sterner fare, yet the memo vanished into filing cabinets. Administrators valued the calm, choosing to keep the bacon despite whispered complaints. Cicadas hummed outside, blending with the persistent hiss of kitchen burners. The inspection room still smells faintly of shoe polish and smoke whenever the documents are reviewed. Silence afterwards stemmed from convenience more than conspiracy. Success demanded no explanation. The sensory memory of that visit lingers on scuffed floors and in the notebook's smudged margins. Reflection leans against the concrete wall, amused by authority soothed into acquiescence. A contemporary chemist scraped residue from skillet fragments and carried them into a lab humming with fluorescent lights. Solvents released sharp odors that mingled with faint smoke. The fragments still exhaled when warmed. Gas chromatography translated the scent into peaks, revealing compounds from pecan wood, molasses and sage. As the machine clicked, the chemist imagined Lupe's practiced hands sprinkling herbs. The printout curled warmly, edges tinted sepia by the instrument's heat. He documented every parameter, room temperature, solvent ratios, and the hum frequency of the analyzer. The data confirmed oral histories, anchoring memory in measurable chemistry. He stored samples in glass vials that trapped the aroma like genie-bottled nostalgia. Silence surrounds the study, because academic journals rarely publish articles about persuasion cooked in bacon grease. Yet colleagues who sniff the vials smile involuntarily, their expressions softening. The experiment proves that taste can leave a scientific fingerprint. Reflection flickers in the chromatogram peaks, gentle as rising steam. In the Federal Archive at Koblenz, a journalist uncovered censorship memos smelling of iron gall ink and aged leather. German authorities had blacked out culinary references from letters sent by Camp Herne prisoners, fearing morale erosion. Broad brushstrokes masked paragraphs where bacon likely shimmered in memory. By tilting the paper, faint indentations reveal the curves of forbidden words. The journalist, wearing linen gloves, traced those grooves, feeling texture like healed scars. Silence was bureaucratic, imposed to preserve austerity. Photographs of the redactions show streaks of grease bleeding through, defying the censor's ink. The documents emit a faint smoky scent despite decades in climate control. Readers sense the missing sentences through aroma rather than sight. Rediscovery here comes from absence, a negative space filled with imagined sizzling. The memos now sit beside unredacted letters, the juxtaposition smelling of both ink and bacon. Reflection rests in the gaps, acknowledging that erasure can never fully silence flavor. Cultural historians now gather in softly lit symposium halls to discuss the breakfast's ethical resonance. Diffusers release hints of maple and cedar, enveloping the audience in reconstructed scent. Slides display ledgers, blueprints, and diary fragments, while microphones capture voices softened by curiosity. Panelists sip smoked tea infusions, the warmth coating tongues as they debate hospitality's power. Some argue for recognizing the meal as intangible heritage, honoring complexity rather than triumph. Others worry about romanticizing captivity, their words floating through air that tastes faintly sweet. Audience members take notes on paper smelling of fresh ink and faint smoke. Questions emerge about responsibility when kindness serves strategy. Silence follows each session, a respectful pause scented with lingering pecan. The conferences knit scholarship with sensation, allowing evidence to resonate through multiple senses. Outside, evening breezes carry traces of food trucks grilling nearby, blending present with past. Reflection lingers in the foyer, suspended like aroma caught in velvet curtains. A sleep researcher interviewed descendants of the prisoners in a dim room washed with blue light. White noise machines sighed softly, reminiscent of the ventilation fans that once guided smoke. Participants held wool blankets, the texture echoing barracks bedding. They described dreams scented with bacon and cedar, dreams that left them waking hungry yet uneasy. Monitors tracked pulse rates, which steadied as memories unfolded. Each account included sensory detail, amber light glinting on enamel cups, warmth radiating toward faces. The researcher noted the taste of pepper lingering on tongues even in recollection. Recordings capture the rustle of blankets and quiet breaths. The study remains unpublished at participants' request, silence chosen out of respect for intimate reverie. Still, the data reveal that the breakfast seeped into subconscious landscapes. Dreams carried the aroma further than any train ride. Reflection curls at the bedside, patient as night. Night deepens. Bacon's echo lingers. Sleep listens for the faint clatter of enamel in the dark. Across ledgers, blueprints, diaries, lullabies, and chromatograms, the breakfast emerges as a carefully tuned instrument. Every discovery begins with sensory proof, numbers smelling of molasses, metal warm against palms, smoke glowing in photographs. Suppression follows swiftly. Redacted letters, sealed files, quiet porches where recollections waited decades. Rediscovery arrives through archaeologists' calipers, digital scans, and chefs recreating the aroma for modern palates. 13 pounds, 4 ounces becomes more than a notation. It is a pulse beating beneath every testimony. Smoke slips between eras, binding cattle trails, prison fences, and symposium halls. The bacon's hiss echoes in songs, dreams, and the softened eyes of guards and captives alike. Questions asked in archives drift upward like steam, respectful and unresolved. The motif from the excavated ledger now blankets the entire narrative, warm as dawn pressing through fog. Evidence and reflection intertwine, refusing to separate fact from feeling. The breakfast that broke them did so gently, droplet by droplet of shimmering grease. Reflection deepens, inviting listeners to hold the warmth without claiming certainty. Now, night settles over the preserved mess hall, cicadas pulsing like distant skillets in the heavy air. Lamplight glows against the ledger's glass, and the recreated scent of pecan smoke threads through rafters with patient grace. A guard's tin mug catches moonlight, its dented rim still holding a faint oily sheen, no polish removes. The breeze slipping through cracked windows tastes of cedar, dust, and journeys carried across oceans in secret recipes. Scholars lean close, notebooks resting on display cases, absorbing the soft scrape of imagined spatulas counting out time. Visitors inhale gently, palms hovering over ghostly warmth that radiates from memory more than from any hidden heater. Somewhere beyond the exhibits, a lullaby shaped by bacon's cadence drifts through sleepy doorways. Dreams gather at the threshold, uncertain whether they belong to guards, prisoners, or those who simply listen. Smoke curls toward darkness, carrying questions that glow and fade like embers on invisible wind. Perhaps another archive drawer, another cautious narrator, will someday add a new scent to this layered tale. Until then, the skillet remains warm in imagination, balanced between myth and measurement. The story continues to simmer, secrets shimmering just beyond reach.
The file from the records room looks ordinary. A 3x5 index card, pencil-shaded lines neat as rice rows, a clipped metal corner smelling faintly of oil and dust. Under the lamplight's amber circle, the archivist's calipers whisper across its edge, the thin cardboard just under a millimeter thick, its weight barely felt in the palm. On one side, a notation, POW requested death, request refused, the words tight, cautious, routine. It rubs against an old wartime myth, the one that insists there were no choices, only frenzy and annihilation, only men who never surrendered and others who never hesitated. The card offers a quieter measurement, a refusal shaped by policy, by practice, and by human hands. It comes from a pile of thousands, each clipped, stamped, and filed, as grey as the dust that settles on the clerk's sleeve. Among these slips, men speak without shouting. Many asked for an ending. Someone listening said no and then wrote it down. If this calms you, please subscribe. The lamp in the medic's tent is a trembling globe of yellow far out on a damp island night where the canvas walls smell of iodine and mildew. A Nisei interpreter kneels on the packed earth beside a wounded Japanese conscript whose eyes shine like polished obsidian in the low light. The soldier's whisper creaks like an unstopped door. The request is simple, the word for death heavy in air that tastes of salt and iron. The interpreter steadies his voice, the corpsman lays a dry hand on a wet wrist, and the American rifleman stands just outside the flap, listening to rain stitch thin needles through the dark. The request is refused without grandeur, no ceremony, only a practiced gentleness, weapon removed, bandage tied, stretcher lifted. The interpreter promises rice tomorrow, writes a note on a small tag that pricks his thumb. The prisoner stares at the canvas roof and closes his eyes. The tent sighs as wind presses it inward and then lets it go. Field orders spoke plainly in that era. Prisoners would be taken whenever possible, treated, questioned, logged and guarded. That directive, stamped in carbon paper and pushed through clattering typewriter keys, made a ritual of refusal. A request for death might come as a murmur from a litter, as a gesture toward a sheathed blade, as a throat's single sharp syllable, as the quiet slide of a grenade toward a belly. The Americans had a structure for that moment. The glove snapping into place, the muzzle angled high, the grenade lifted away like a hot potato, the interpreter's hand raised, palm out. The value of that structure was not abstract. It shielded those who followed it from a different kind of injury, the collapse of boundaries, the erosion of the law's shelter. It also gave shape to intelligence work. If a prisoner lived, maps were drawn, supply routes traced, tiny truths stacked like coins. The typewriter rang at the end of each line and the paper smelled faintly of gum and ink. On black sand that clung to boots and lips, a Marine remembered the first time a captured man asked for a blade. Rain had made pearls on the canvas of the Marine's poncho, and the ocean breathed slowly beyond a dark rank of rocks. The prisoner's hand had crept to his side, toward a short knife tucked invisibly along a belt seam, his pupils dilated, his face beautifully calm. The Marine sergeant had moved faster than the moment, pulling the knife away and flattening it with a boot heel, the leather leaving a quiet stamp on the wet metal. No one raised their voice. The sea hissed. The prisoner stared at the broken blade and shook with a small sob that felt older than the island. Refusal can be soft, the Marine wrote later, almost like letting go. He poured water over the edge of a canteen into the man's open mouth, careful not to spill a drop, as if feeding a sparrow by hand. Some refusals happened far from sand and jungle. On a destroyer's steel deck, drenched in spray that perfumed the air with salt, sailors heaved nets heavy with living weight, pulling men from water that churned like glass ground to milk. One of the survivors touched his rescuer's sleeve and bowed his head, then pressed his hand to his chest and to the sea, asking without words to be lowered back down. The boatswain shook his head and smiled without showing teeth. He pulled the man up by both hands and guided him toward a steaming bucket of broth, the ladle clacking softly against the rim. The wind made sails of shirts hung to dry, and a gull far from any port cried once and vanished into the cloud low and heavy on the horizon. The rescued man's fingers trembled, then curled around the tin cup. The deck thrummed with the engine's heart. The sea asked. The answer remained no. The tide breathed and turned. The sand remembers. Instruments hum. The hollow waits. The engine thrum settles in the chest like a second pulse. In field hospitals perfumed by ether and bleach, surgeons made refusals with needle and thread. A prisoner, his legs blistered by fire and earth, mouthed words that an orderly could half hear over the drip of water into enamel basins. The request carried traditions older than the operating table. It carried a family's code, a teacher's counsel, a drilled cadence of honor. The surgeon steadied his breathing and stitched, the suture gliding through skin that felt warm beneath his fingers, the knot tying like a finishing bow on a package. The translator beside him did not translate the request into English. He translated it into a plea to live long enough to write home. That was not a lie. It was a choice to take one cord of the warp and weave a different pattern. Outside, a lantern swung from a pole, making the shadows in the ward swim. Inside, a pencil tapped softly against a clipboard, recording pulse, pressure, and the quiet stubbornness of a rule obeyed. Silence rose around these moments in that era, a useful silence that softened edge stories. At home, posters declared the enemy fanatical, monstrous, relentless, suggesting there would be no prisoners and no mercy, as if the war had stripped all bodies of their ordinary longings. In camp newsletters and hometown papers, the tales that made easy sense were told first. A corporal who wrestled a suicide from a prisoner's hands sometimes found the story gently edited away, not because it was shameful, but because it disrupted the cadence of certainty that kept distant kitchens quiet. The censorship of kindness can be tidy. A public information officer with sleeves rolled to the elbow reads a passage and draws his pencil through it. The graphite leaves a pleasingly smooth line. Meanwhile, pocket diaries sourced with sweat and mildew survive under cot mattresses and in sea bags, waiting to be opened by later hands. Those diaries smell of mildew and the sweet ink of a fountain pen nib making a slow trail across paper. On Saipan in 1944, a Marine corporal wrote of a boy soldier, face scarcely shadowed by stubble, who crawled from a hollow salted with coral dust and lifted both hands, empty and shaking. The boy's voice, brittle as old bamboo, carried a request shaped like resignation. He asked for a bullet with the steadiness of someone holding back a tide. The corporal did not understand the words, but he knew the tone, a tone heard in the sickly glow of pre-dawn when rain finds the seams of your tent, when you half dream of your own pillow. He called softly for the interpreter, who came with a handkerchief tied at the neck and a pencil tucked behind one ear. The interpreter's answer was slow and low. The corporal knelt, took the boy's canteen and poured water into a cupped hand. Rice would come later. The boy cried without sound, tears mixing with gritty dust, and then pulled the blanket tighter around his shoulders. The act of refusing created intelligence that sang on maps, in marks of grease pencil that didn't wash off with one wipe. A prisoner's living memory traced the path of a hidden track through tall grass, or the location of an artillery telephone cable draped invisible beneath a footbridge. That refused bullet became a saved patrol the next night. It materialized as a stack of lives placed back on shelves. In a dim room where the fan blades chopped the warm air into even pieces, a lieutenant leaned over a green felt table, pushed pins into a chart, and moved a string a fraction of an inch. What does a refusal weigh in a storm? The answer appeared in a different column, in lighter casualty figures, in a convoy arriving with fewer holes. Sometimes the prisoner spoke only after soup, sometimes after a cigarette's ember collapsed, sometimes not at all. Still, the refusal protected a shape of decency that, like a compass needle, kept seeking north. Caves worked as their own kind of opera hall, echoes looping, voices stretched thin over limestone and fear. Interpreters carried megaphones shiny as kettle sides and called down into throat-like openings, promising food and bandages, pointing to leaflets that showed cups of tea and a rice bowl, a tent with a red cross painted in careful strokes. A handful of men emerged blinking like turtles, the rock sweat clinging to them, their hands lifted, their eyes cautious. On the lip of the cave, one man bowed and asked softly, not for water, but for a chance to die as a soldier, and pressed his palms together in a prayer gesture. The interpreter looked down to the megaphone, a silly thing now, and then up into the man's face. He shook his head slowly. He held out a biscuit that flaked under fingers. The cave exhaled stale air that tasted of bat guano and damp cloth. The men followed the biscuit onto the path into custody, step after step. The surf lulls. The cave breathes. The paper megaphone gleams. Somewhere, a kettle starts to sing without a stove. Even bureaucracy had a pulse. In a tent with an uneven floor of wooden slats, a clerk typed on a portable with a ribbon that left words slightly ghosted at the edges. His desk rattled when someone walked by. He recorded, among a day's worth of routine, the note that a prisoner preferred death to captivity, the phrasing formal but not unkind. He pulled a thin blanket over his lap in the draft and licked the tip of his pencil before adding a reference number. That file might be promoted to a summary report or exiled to a stack that would travel, in a crate nailed shut, across a long ocean home. The file kept its ordinariness, grey string tying it closed, a smear of coffee gone pale at the edge. It would be too easy to fail to notice how meticulous care taken in that tent rolled forward as policy, as training, as a tone sustained between men whose hands had been taught to do damage and then told to hold still. Letters crossed the same ocean with hand-stamped censor blocks and neat kanji tucked between folds, stitched by family ritual into lacquered boxes that hid among incense and framed photos. Some letters survived storms and storage and a grandchild's careful curiosity. One described a soldier preserved by strangers who would not grant his hunted wish. He wrote about the smell of tar on a stretcher handle, the way a guard adjusted a blanket's corner, the bittersweet taste of coffee he had never tried before, too strong and oddly sweet. His family kept this letter in an envelope that yellowed, the glue crackling like thin ice when opened, and a faint perfume of old paper hovered like a ghost. The letter did not become part of the loud record. The public story preferred silhouettes. Instead, it lived in a house shrine, in a drawer that smelled of cedar, in the mind of a woman who polished the wood and remembered the precise way her brother formed the curve of an O when he wrote. On Okinawa in 1945, the caves were deep and the rumors were deeper. Civilians hid, hands over children's mouths, and waited for footsteps they believed would bring unspeakable harm. Marines reached the openings and refused to be what rumor had scripted for them. They noisily approached not to surprise but to be heard, speaking through interpreters who called for calm, offering biscuits, tin cups of soup, blankets that smelled of moths and salt. A woman in a dark dress, dust clinging to the hem, asked to be shot because she believed capture would destroy the last of her family's honor. Her voice cracked like old pottery. A private took a piece of candy from his pocket, unwrapped it slowly, and held it out. The little boy in her arms watched the candy and then the hand. She reached forward, took it, and spoke something like a prayer. The refusal to grant her request opened a path down the slope, into a tent, into a world where rumors loosened their hold. By then, the value of refusing had become a quiet architecture that held up entire rooms. In a storm, refusal looked like a steadying hand and 1,000 daily gestures. The cup placed just so, the bandage tied not too tight, the weapon catalogued and locked away. The job mattered because it preserved the shared grammar that men on both sides would need after the guns went silent, a grammar of bodies as bodies rather than symbols. It mattered because a living prisoner sometimes wrote a letter that stitched back a family's torn seam. It mattered because a refusal not only saved the prisoner, it saved the refuser from the corrosive ease of granting what was asked. Rain drummed on tarpaulins like fingers tapping a table. The mess tent smelled of damp wool and soup-skin. The night radio hissed and clicked and found the right frequency. The lantern lowers, breath slows, canvas sighs. The old oath keeps its warmth like a coal cupped in two hands. Interpreters in those campaigns did more than trade nouns and verbs. They became bridges, coaxing men back from edges with tone and timing, refusing to carry over words that could ignite an ending. An interpreter might hear a POW ask to write one last letter of confession and translate it as a letter of introduction, changing orientation rather than intention. He might turn "kill me" into "do not leave me," sliding the request into a shape that invited care rather than compelled the guard to a deadly courtesy. These choices were not deceitful. They were humane alignments within orders that forbade killing prisoners. The interpreters' boots smeared with clay, their cheeks chapped by wind. They occupied a border zone of responsibility stretched thin as a drumhead. The staccato of distant mortar rounds filled the intervals between sentences. The taste of unlit cigarettes hung on the air. A hand rested briefly on a sleeve when words failed, and that touch became its own lexicon. Naval corpsmen wrote in their logs about patients who asked, before morphine fogged the edges of pain, to be left untended so wounds could complete what battle had begun. They refused, not out of cruelty, but from a calling that did not grade patients by uniform color. The needle-kissed skin, the tourniquet cinched, the antiseptic tingled where iodine painted its orange halo. A corpsman once described lifting a man's hand from his own throat, where he was pressing to choke off breath, and instead guiding that hand to grip a rolled towel, a thing to hold rather than a way to end. The deck pitched and smelled of fuel and brine. The metal cup hung by a hook made a melodic ping when it swung and tapped, a small metronome counting out a long night. He recorded the vital signs with stubby pencil and put the notebook back into his breast pocket, where it warmed against his skin. The sea remembers. Nets drip. The hatch clangs. Commands that save lives can be whispered, and they still hold. A pilot whose plane had folded like paper into the sea drifted in a raft, the sun a white disk behind thin cloud. He had tossed away his sidearm, had no blade, only a small flag, and he raised it firmly when a seaplane descended and skipped to a halt nearby, the engine spitting and settling into a heavy idle. He signaled that he would not be rescued, the gesture crisp, as if executing a drill. The Americans answered with a grappling hook cast true. It missed. Another line arced across the water and fell near the raft, the rope supple and clean. A crewman on the wing waved, smiled, and mouthed something reassuring the pilot could not hear. The pilot shook his head again and gripped the raft's edge. The crewman stopped smiling. He bent, took the rope in both hands and pulled. The raft scudded forward over ripples that slapped the hull, and then hands, fingers ragged with salt, took hold of the pilot's wrists and refused to let go. In after-action reports, tucked between counts of ammunition expended and lists of rations consumed, appeared notes about prisoners who tried to turn belts into nooses or chewing gum tinfoil into razor-thin blades. Guards stopped them with an economy of motion, a practiced calm that suggested training and the coordination of men who had seen many attempts. The guard's knuckles might scrape a wall, blood might smear in dry brown under thumbnail. The prisoner would be placed back onto his cot, perhaps with his ankles gently bound with cloth to prevent another attempt. The tin cups on a shelf rattled when a truck passed outside. The chalk on the floor marked the next shift's post, a square of duty. The report language flattened the adrenaline into something countable, and yet between the lines, anyone who has sat with a friend through a bad night would sense the same ritual: stay awake, breathe together, keep sharp objects out of reach, wait for dawn. The myth that surrender never happened, that requests to die were always granted in the field by one side or the other, feels comfortable to some because it cleans the scene, sweeps away complexity like a broom pushing sand into a smooth, obedient line. But the record resists that smoothing. Men asked to be killed and were not. Men asked to be spared death and were. The refusal opened a channel for intelligence that included small details easily overlooked. The password traded at a fork in the road, the way rations smelled near a fuel dump, a sergeant's habit of humming a certain hymn that carried through foliage. In a room with a single bulb, a question came, then a second, then a third. Patience added depth. How often is compassion in war nothing more and nothing less than the stubborn application of a rule? The bulb's filament glowed and buzzed, the sound like a mosquito that never quite settled. Across inspection lines chalked on dirt and cement, Red Cross visitors clicked pens, inked forms that kept track of names and numbers as if they were stitching a net that could catch men who might otherwise fall through. A POW once asked a camp officer, through a translator, to honor his request to exit life under a ritual of his choosing. He spoke straight-backed under a sky high and colorless, his eyes lined with the dust that lifted in every step taken in the yard. The officer, a man whose boots had learned to creak in cadence with orders, explained the law with a tone snug as a neatly buttoned jacket. He pointed to a manual, to a flag flying near a gate that squealed slightly when pushed open. The prisoner nodded slowly, his face a mask that gradually released its stiffness. He signed the book and was given a number. The number clicked into its place among other numbers that, together, represented a promise kept. The yard calms, ledger lines straighten. A bell somewhere rings once, then waits. The shaded porch collects the day's heat and holds it gentle as breath. A hospital ship glided like a white loaf through swell, its paint unmarred, the red emblems blooming on the hull, while below decks the air smelled of talc and laundry steam. Nurses in white smocks passed bunks where men breathed in uneven chorus. A prisoner, sutured along the ribs, asked softly for a draught that would quiet him forever, a pharmacopoeia's final note. The pharmacist's mate shook his head and instead pressed into a paper cup 2 chalky tablets meant to restore and steady. He opened the little envelope and wrote, with a pencil dulled by use, a name and a time, for sleep, not for ending. He turned labels away so curious eyes would not read wrong promises. The ship's propellers churned a line of bubbles into a long broken necklace that curled behind the stern. Floorboards hummed softly. Somewhere above, a gull's cry found a path through an open porthole and walked along the ward, then drifted away. On a tiny atoll where palms leaned in toward a shallow bowl of lagoon, a captured officer in a tunic that still smelled of starch asked for permission to end his life with a ritual blade. His scabbard was lacquered like wet coal, his sword hilt elegantly wrapped. He spoke to the American major in a tone that made the air feel formal, like a small ceremony had begun in the shade. The major's hand lifted, palm outward. He removed the sword from its scabbard, set it on a crate where it looked suddenly like a tool more than a relic, and then slid the scabbard back across the sand with his boot. He offered shade, water, a chair. The officer's jaw tightened, then loosened, and a small sigh rose from him like steam from tea. Later in a camp, the officer wrote that refusal had felt like anger in the moment, and mercy in retrospect, the way a doctor's pressure can pain and heal in the same touch. The sea hushes. The palm fronds clack softly, steel rests. The wind traces the sword's old path without cutting, like a finger over a scar. A chaplain in a canvas collar stretched to a shine pressed his palms together and lowered his head near a prisoner's cot. The prisoner had asked for a blessing before taking his own life, a benediction to speed him along pathways he believed would lead back to his ancestors. The chaplain could bless, but not for that purpose. He instead gave words that hung like beads on a string, patience, peace, courage, and a firm refusal braided through them like a stout thread in a garment. With his other hand, he brushed crumbs from the blanket, a simple caretaking that grounded the moment. The oil on the chaplain's wooden cross smelled of cedar. The cot's iron squeaked as someone shifted in the next bed. The prisoner stared at the chaplain's mouth, watched it form sounds that carried meaning beyond vocabulary. Finally, the prisoner drew a slow breath and turned his face toward the tent wall, where a pencil sketch of a mountain stood faint and sure. Leaflets printed in flat grey ink, with gentle drawings of cups and tents and nurses with neat hair, promised food and treatment and the chance to live beyond the clamour. They never promised any other ritual. The teams that flung them through the air from small planes or pushed them into cave mouths refused to trade in the currency of death as a negotiable term. The paper's texture felt like an old book page. When wet, it softened and adhered to skin. Some leaflets were folded into little airplanes by curious hands waiting in darkness, their creases sharp. An interpreter reading aloud from a leaflet in a cave mouth listened as a voice inside called back that death was preferable to captivity. He answered by describing the taste of broth, the chink of a spoon against enamel, the weight of a blanket heavy and warm. The words painted a room. The refusal was not merely of death, it was of emptiness, of a void where no room existed at all. On a hillside buzzing with cicadas, 2 medics met halfway between lines under a truce flag that fluttered without enthusiasm in air thick as syrup. One knelt beside a wounded enemy medic who had bound many limbs and now bled through his own bandage. The wounded man insisted he be left with his kit bag and his flag to let the mountain take him. The American medic shook his head and sprinkled sulfur over the wound's edge, the powder not smelling much of anything, just dry, like dust that heals. Their eyes met and did not flinch. Together they pulled the stretcher strap snug, their hands brushing, the watchers on both ridges leaning forward. The prisoner's breath slowed as the stretcher lifted. On the way down, a lizard skittered into grass, a gun oiled silently on a sling. The flag's white brightened for a moment in sun before shadow cooled it again. The refusal was an old kind of medicine made of hands and habit. The helmet presses, the road bends. Crickets count time. The hill keeps its secrets, yet the path down stays open through stubborn care. When the war's immediate thunder began to fade in the mind, some records drifted into a haze of, "We did what we had to do," a safe phrase that holds much and spills little. Boxes marked with dull pencils were moved from one shelf to another, tags came loose, fell, and were swept up with other small debris like a lost button found years later behind a radiator. In a cave rediscovered by hikers, carved into limestone with a mess kit's edge, someone found words that asked for killing, and a reply scratched lightly beneath them, numb. The walls smelled of wet rock and dust. A bat flitted, then settled again in velvet folds of shadow. A modern flashlight's beam made the words sharper than they had been in their own day. The hikers did not know the names. They touched those letters made by strangers, and their fingertips tasted of chalk dust, a mouth recalled flavor tied to classrooms and pencils chewed through anxious afternoons. At the prison camp kitchens, where rice steamed in vats and the air felt damp and comforting, a prisoner asked for a last meal, not with a laugh or tear, but with a stillness that made the request sound like a command issued to himself. He meant it as an end cap, a final sweetness before choosing to leave. The cook, a man whose hands were trained to portion and provide, filled a bowl and set it down as always, then pulled up a stool and ate his own bowl beside the prisoner, shared from the same shaker of coarse salt. He talked of nothing much, how rain loses its anger when it becomes mist, how coffee at dawn tastes different than coffee at night. The clatter of bowls and the hiss of steam made a simple symphony. The prisoner, lulled, took second bites, then thirds. By the end of the meal, the plan had become an old coat he could hang up on a peg and consider again another day. Steam curls, bowls clink. The kitchen waits for more stories, and all stories taste better with warmth and company. Later, in tribunal halls where wood polish scented the air and windows watched the sky without blinking, witnesses described their treatment in POW camps. Some wore civilian suits made stiff by careful ironing, others kept their prison-issued jackets, their buttons polished by anxious thumbs. A few, when asked, explained that Americans had, in moments private and unremarked, refused requests to end life. They described a guard who snatched away a belt used wrongly, a nurse who stayed in a chair all night to keep a vigil, a chaplain who did not inflame shame. The gavel sounded like a knuckle knocking on a table, sharp and brief. The interpreter's voice threaded each language into the next, tight as a stitch that would not pull loose. The official record, seeking skeleton and not cloth, could not carry all of this tenderness, but it noted enough to keep the memory above water. The benches were hard. Feet shuffled just once, then settled as if remembering themselves. When peace arrived, not with trumpets but with paperwork and reclaimed farms and trains crowded with silent faces, Men who had once asked to die discovered other tasks: to plant, to teach, to repair roofs, to carry water, to reopen shutters that had stuck. In fields where soil sucked at ankles, where frogs croaked loud enough to tickle the spine, former prisoners thought of guards who had refused their bitter pleas. They told their children to take baths, to be polite to grandparents, to pay back small debts on time. Cicadas sang, the sun cooked the backs of hands, and food smelled better than it had for a long while. The refusal had uncorked not only a life but a season of habits. When these men visited old precincts in their neighborhoods, some bowed toward a school gate, others toward a shrine, and only a few toward a monument. Their memories lodged in smaller places: a cup, a corner of a table, a patch of shade that met them like a friend. In an odd twist of continuity, a strip of cloth that had once been a prisoner's sash became a bandage torn by a Marine to wrap his own sprained wrist when his issued wrap turned out to be missing. He had confiscated the sash earlier, a ritual from a corner of prison processing that always felt both necessary and slightly sacramental. Later that day, the Marine watched the sash support him as he helped lift a different prisoner onto a truck. He described the sash's texture as both rough and surprisingly pliant, the fibers holding together under sweat and dust. He smelled the day's effort on that cloth: salt, earth, a keen nip of antiseptic from having used it to wipe down a canteen mouth. The prisoner who had worn it would live to receive a letter with fine-boned script from a daughter who explained third-grade arithmetic in tidy rows. Objects move away from their origins, and sometimes they circle back as quiet tools of care. Memoranda posted on plywood boards inside command tents explained with unconcerned words that mercy killing was forbidden, that prisoners remained under protection from capture through repatriation, that hands trained to act with violence must also practice restraint. These orders became a mantra murmured in squad tents at night, a backbone around which storytellers arranged their anecdotes. A young private, hearing it, felt relief. His moral world had a wall he could lean against when a man begged him to push the other way. The stapler that affixed the orders to the board punched a sharp, tidy punctuation into the page's corner. The staple's glazed silver shone. The file copy found its home in a folder, the edges gently rounded by many fingers. The note's routine existence did its work as effectively as a bright flare sent up over a dark field. There was a signal, it was seen, and men aligned themselves in their steps accordingly. The rain taps, the board creaks, the tent holds. Instructions don't have to shout to shape hands that hold and then release. A medic writing home chose his words with care, aware of the censor's blue pencil, but also aware of his mother's bedtime rituals. The way she would fold the letter back into the envelope twice after reading, then smooth it with her hand. He told of a night when he held a prisoner's wrist for hours, thumb pressed to the pulse, resisting the man's attempt to scratch a vein open. The medic skipped names and locations. He described instead silly details like the way his boot heel had worn through and how the iodine bottle cap stuck. He mentioned that the night smelled of wet wood and coffee that had boiled too long. He wrote that the man lived, that the dawn was a beautiful grey like his mother's hair. He let the letter rest before signing and, later, smelled its paper one last time, as if it could transport him into the room where she would read. An interpreter listened to a request that came with wires around it. A POW asked to send a message phrased cleverly to appear as a goodbye, but timed it to deliver an instruction to a unit still hiding nearby to take their own lives before capture. The interpreter understood both senses. He paused, and the pencil in his hand remained in air, unscribed. He answered that he would carry a different message, one that said the sender was alive and would see his comrades again, that they must resist despair and protect one another. He read it back slowly, so the words traveled a path whose grooves they could wear deeper with repetition. The prisoner looked at him for a long time, then nodded once, as if recognizing the logic. The pencil wrote on thin paper that wrinkled slightly as it absorbed the graphite. Outside, a truck backfired and everyone flinched. Inside, this refusal bent the future a few degrees toward morning. Night thins. A truck ticks as it cools. Words reweave themselves into lifelines, one syllable at a time, like knots along a rope. Midnight on an ocean transport stripped the world down to two colors, black and a paler black. A POW on a lower deck with the air moving slowly stood beside a porthole, listening to the water rush and pull, his face a shadow turned toward the sound. A guard noticed the man's fingers lingering on the latch that should have been secured. He stepped close and rested his hand on the metal, feeling the chill. The prisoner did not move away. He spoke, soft and urgent. The guard, heart slowing again after that quick drum, answered by sliding the porthole shut and then drawing up a stool. He talked about his hometown's small baseball field, where the sour smell of spilled soda gathered under bleachers. He offered a cigarette, which was declined. They sat in companionable quiet, letting their breaths find a synchronized rhythm. The ocean kept its steady talk, but the latch stayed cold under the guard's hand until it warmed. In field wards where light pooled like milk around cots, nurses moved between patients with a pace gentle enough to keep time from feeling like a pursuer. A prisoner, bone-thin and smudged by fever's chalk, whispered that he wished to be left alone in the corner to vanish into thinness. A nurse fluffed his pillow and turned him gently to prevent sores, moistened his lips with clean water, and left a cloth folded cool over his forehead. She refused not by argument, but by the repetition of care, the thousand small gestures that build a hammock under a falling body. The sheets smelled of bleach and sun, dried on lines strung between poles. The room's ambient sound was a soft chorus of coughs and the rustle of fabric. The nurse's shoes squeaked once on a damp board. Her hands were warm. She moved on to another patient, as if this refusal were only part of a string of ordinary tasks. In a map room lit by green-shaded lamps that cast an even, scholarly glow over paper and wood, a POW asked a colonel to grant him an honorable end instead of a dishonorable endurance. The interpreter repeated the words neutrally. The colonel looked down at a pencil shaved to a fine point, then up at the man. He poured water into a glass, not filling it to the top, and passed it slowly across the table. The man drank, eyes closing for a second, the cool length of the swallow written on his throat in a clean line. The colonel smoothed the corner of the map under a weight shaped like a small whale, and spoke about roads and bridges and units as if they belonged to a separate world, which they did. The request dissolved in the practical climate of that room, not ignored, simply cooled, like hot metal set on stone. The pencil made its small music on paper as it went to work gathering facts. The tent flaps burble. The pencil sings on paper. The night presses close to the lamp's radius, still, as if listening in. Textbooks later would compress scenes into paragraphs, faults into a line denoting everyone's common humanity, and prickly details into a smoother fabric. It is what textbooks often do. They preserve skeletons. But across decades, researchers peeled open envelopes whose glue had failed and boxes whose lids had warped. The archive rooms hummed with predictable climate, and gloves powdered with cornstarch left faint smears on the thin paper edges. They found more of those index cards from the record room, many with variations on the same phrase: request for death denied, self-harm prevented, refusal consistent with policy. These notes pointed like arrows toward a quieter consistency beneath the loud campaigns that dominated the headlines. The clips had left dents in the paper's edge that could be felt with a fingertip, tiny permanent recordings of having been held. Students came in with notebooks. The dust, disturbed and shining in the shafts of fluorescent light, turned the air into a galaxy of minor stars. In neighborhoods where windows caught afternoon sun and warmed the rooms until echoes softened, families kept altars with photos in heavy frames and tablets inscribed with names stroked by calligraphy that felt like prayer in form. Wives and mothers and sons and daughters told a version of the war that fit the space. Much was made of perseverance and suffering. Little was said of surrender, not because it did not belong, but because shame's language is hard to pronounce. When, later, camp diaries came home, donated or borrowed or photocopied, they added a different softness. A widow read by lamplight a passage describing a guard's refusal to hand over a blade and found her grief shifting shape, as if a stone placed on top of a grave had been moved a few inches and some light had come through. The incense smoke rose and perfumed the air. She blinked into it and found no tears, only the careful focus of someone absorbing a truth she could live with. The altar warms, smoke curls, paper breathes. In rooms that keep memory, even small changes in story can lift a heavy lid. Veterans who returned to the ridges where they had once been ragged and cold found the air gentler than they remembered, a salt sweetness in it like a hint of fruit. They put palms on rocks that had been cover, tried to find old fighting positions with the muscle memory of their knees. They recalled a man with empty hands asking to be shot, his voice so calm the moment could have been a domestic scene, a request to pass the sugar. They remembered the grip on their own rifles, the debate that passed without words across a glance with their sergeant, the relief in a quiet refusal. They walked to the cliff's edge and looked down into white foam. Their breath made little clouds that lifted and vanished, like the fog of the rising tide dissolving at the shore. Below, waves pressed lace against stone in endless repetition. Rocks warmed in the sun, and the veterans stood like posts modestly marking an unbuilt fence. In squads strung like beads along a front, men established in formal codes, the injured prisoner would not be allowed to end himself under their watch, no compassionate shortcuts even if asked with dignity and style. These were moral orders enforced only by the look in an older sergeant's eye and the steady pressure of peers. The code had rituals old as congregation life, a slap away of a blade hand, a hand placed flat on a chest to hold down a rising panic, a shared cup not left full enough for drowning. A pocket Bible cracked when opened, its thin pages whispering. The mud clung to trousers with a familiar sucking sound, making movement heavier but solid. Matches went damp and left sulfur on fingertips when they failed to take, the smell like a minor lightning strike. In these small practices, a line was drawn again and again, a chalk mark laid fresh each dawn, an oath repeated in action rather than word. Reports from international visitors, stamped with symbols recognizable as belonging to a neutral metric of care, recorded moments when ritual attempted to intrude into controlled space, a prisoner improvising a blade from unexpected objects, a guard's anticipatory knowledge dismantling the attempt with quiet efficiency. One entry described a man who used chopsticks sharpened against a rough brick to pierce his own skin. A guard, crossing the yard with a metal tray that clattered, saw the motion and moved. The guard's hands were quick, the sticks went clattering, and the prisoner found himself folded back into arms that restrained without bruising. The report noted both the attempt and the prevention, and then moved on to inventory food stores, a domestic segue. The report's red stamp bled slightly where ink had been heavy. The page smelled faintly of polish from the table where it had been written. These details insist the story is not hypothetical. The quiet refusal enters the record as perfectly ordinary. The rain dims. The stamp dries. A breath moves across paper. This is how bones of truth grow flesh, by leaning into ordinary detail and staying put. Film reels sometimes showed what words struggled to hold. A cinematographer captured a moment when a soldier pushed away a prisoner's hand from a water jug after noticing too much water being tipped back too quickly into a mouth already blue at the edges from an attempt to drown in a bucket. The correction, gentle, precise, replaced danger with care. The film's grain glittered in projection like dust in a bright doorway. The projector had a voice too, a whir that rose and sank like a calm sea. That clip, considered too soft for public exhibition in the years when boiling down complexity served a national purpose, spent seasons inside a canister on a shelf, climate-controlled, watched by no one. Later, when eyes were readier, the film may have been spliced into a documentary that leaned closer to the human. The image itself carried its own music, the soldier's palm, the jug's tilt, the small nod that says we'll do this together now. In a long barracks where bunks made tattered lines like dry rice rows, the night turned particular, filled with ordinary noises that sometimes woke men suddenly, hearts alarmed. A guard sat on a stool with his back to the wall and listened to a prisoner ask, on the hour, to be killed. The voice was steady, the request unadorned. The guard's refusal became a rhythm, responses measured, a metronome, you will not die, you will not die, you will not die. After a while, the prisoner's shoulders seemed to relax at the predictable sound. The guard poured water from a tepid jug and listened to the glug and pause as air moved to replace liquid. The cot's cord gave under weight with a tired sigh. The guard rubbed at a scuff on his boot toe with thumb, a small care distracting him from his own thoughts. In such nights, refusal was less a policy than a lullaby hummed in the same place at the same time. The fan hums, a moth taps the shade. The breath of a room comes back around and settles like a blanket. In quieter years, veterans taught new recruits that battles have rules that keep men's minds from collapsing along with bodies. They taught that some requests must be refused even when forgetting them would be easier in the short term. They demonstrated on training fields where chalk lines turned soil into theory and the whistle lifted like a note from a flute. They told recruits that they themselves had survived because they did not step outside certain boundaries, that those limits were like railings along a stair, seem restrictive and then prove life-saving. The recruits inhaled dust that explained itself between their teeth, swallowed water that smelled faintly of hose rubber, and tried to remember the angle of arms, the curl of fingers that calmed rather than allowed. A bright sun flattened shadows, boots studded a language into ground. The lesson folded into bodies where it could be retrieved without thought when the special request arrived in a different war, with a different flag raised nearby. The layers of discovery, suppression, rediscovery repeat like waves turning shells, smoothing edges until they reflect light without slicing. An index card sits, a clerk writes, a censor trims, a family breathes, a researcher reads, a museum arranges. The card's presence pushes back against bluster that would erase nuance, insisting that small refusals are strands in a bigger rope. The first discovery is always the moment itself, hands moving, the wetness of breath shared. The first suppression is habit, the tidy barracks talk that sorts the day's events into shareable and not. The rediscovery often happens quietly, in stacks, in murmured discussions over coffee brewed too strong in staff rooms. The rain hisses on the windows. The muffled joy of insight feels like finding a forgotten bill in a coat pocket. Unexpected relief and affirmation that you have more resources than you thought. Then you write it down and make a place for it on a shelf. The horizon is wide. The file sits. Cabinet drawers breathe in and out. We do not finish. We assemble patience and let it show. It is tempting to chase closure, to wrap up the moral with string and place a label, to reassure ourselves that refusal inevitably made every participant a saint. It is not so clean. Refusal sometimes arrive late, sometimes the person asking did not wait, sometimes guards, under stress, failed, and then spent years learning what their hands could have held. But the pattern remains, a commitment to refuse requests for death from those already disarmed, vulnerable, under custody saved lives and steadied spirits. It preserved the possibility of conversation that could reshape the next hour and the next. It linked a medic in a tent, to an interpreter at a cave mouth, to a sailor on a wing, to a clerk holding a pencil. It strengthened the law's spine. It made future trust just barely imaginable again where it had been mocked by gunfire. The rain lifted. Light returned to surfaces. A hand on a shoulder communicated a promise without case law or footnotes. The ocean at dusk absorbs stories and holds them without judgment. Somewhere, a canvas tag still exists in a box that smells like old wood and cold air. The ink on it slightly faded where a thumb rubbed it 20 times, absent-mindedly, while waiting for something to change. There is no conclusion to the record of those moments when men asked for ending and heard, in response, a refusal shaped like a cradle. The mystery does not close, it softens. It says that what made these refusals powerful was their everyday smallness, their lack of melody, their immediate practicality that nonetheless flowed from something older than tactics. This is not a legend where giants win. It is a series of rooms where lamplight makes a circle on a table, where a spoon touches the side of a cup, where a voice answers no and then adds something else: bread, water, a pencil, a map, a long silence in company. The horizon does not decide, it keeps inviting.
If the ledger's silver-slit femur stills you, please subscribe. Let peat sweet air and wolf-spaced crescents lull your dreams. Stay beside this quiet archive tonight. If this hush of history soothes you, please subscribe. Your quiet presence lets these echoes continue. On winter evenings, the archivist Juliet Dowra drags the ledger toward a brass lamp whose low flame stains the parchment amber, the scent of warm varnish mingling with the damp wool of her shawl. Her fingers trace the indentation left by the nib that inked the 31.4 millimeters, and she keeps a caliper beside her, polished steel clicking softly against the oak desk as she reaffirms the distance for herself. Outside the stone walls, the Loire mists tap the shutters, but inside she listens for whispers from the fibers of the page, as though the parchment might exhale lupine breath. The femur lies nearby in a linen-wrapped tray, its surface cool as river pebbles when she checks the silver seam. Juliet sketches the bone by graphite, shading the smooth curve, then spoons a pinch of peat dust into a glass vial, labeling it with tight script. Each action is methodical, yet the glow on her skin remembers stories her grandmother told about moonlit transformations. She keeps the archive silent out of respect, not fear, certain that a measured calm allows legends to drift in without shattering. The caliper closes with a whispering click like teeth meeting, and she pours tea to steady the tremor that follows. In the storerooms of the Iraq Museum, clay tablets from Uruk, catalogued as IM 11-2078, list a ritual against men who run as wolves, the cuneiform wedges so shallow that conservators measure them at barely 2 millimeters deep, as if the scribe pressed gently to avoid waking whatever the incantation held. When the tablet was unearthed in 1909, the excavators recorded a scatter of wolf phalanges beside fired clay figurines, their surfaces gritty with desert dust that clung to sweaty palms. The text prescribes wolf fat mixed with cedar oil, and recited names of gods at moonrise, suggesting a moment when transformation was managed like irrigation schedules. The smell of cedar survived faintly, absorbed into the porous clay, mixing with the mineral tang of packed earth. Reading the transliteration beneath fluorescent museum lights, one feels the same tug as Juliet's caliper, a precise gesture seeking to bind a shapeless fear. Silence covered these tablets when empires toppled, not from suppression, but because the mud brick storehouses collapsed, preserving the words in darkness until archaeologists brushed them clean. To imagine those ancient priests standing with oil-slicked fingers under a rising moon is to hear measured breath balancing between prayer and the quickening pulse of a hunt. At Hattusa, a 17th century BCE bilingual tablet found in Building E records a Hittite king commissioning a Luhaziu priestess to treat soldiers cursed with wolf souls, and the excavation report notes the whetstone beside the tablet, edges worn to mirror smoothness by knives sharpened for ritual sacrifice. Archaeologist Hugo Winkler described the wind slipping through the collapsed gate, carrying the taste of limestone dust that coated every tool and tongue. The ritual called for the afflicted warrior to grip bronze claws while the priestess chanted in Hurrian, her words interlaced with measured beats from a silver bell, establishing a cadence able to slow the imagined racing heart of the wolf. Instead of suppressing the rite, imperial officials ordered it copied, suggesting a pragmatic hunger for control over fearsome soldiers. Years later, the parchment version vanished when a palace storeroom was sealed in reverence after the king's death, and the text survived only in this clay duplicate. The sand remembers. Instruments hum in muted patience. The hollow waits between footfalls and distant heartbeats tonight. Centuries later in Arcadia, the Lycaea festival on Mount Lycaon unfolded under thin mountain air that smelled of crushed thyme and goat hair, and a 4th century BCE inscription catalogued by modern epigraphers as IG Vive 505 lists the weight of sacrificial loaves, each one talent set aside to bind men who might become wolves if they tasted human flesh. Philosophers like Plato wrote about guardians transfiguring when ambition gnawed at their souls, turning myth into political warning under the clear flicker of oil lamps in the academy. The ritual ash discovered on the mountain, layered with charred animal bone and faint traces of human collagen, shows how fact and taboo overlapped on the altar's blackened stones. Torchlight would have blurred the faces of athletes waiting to run, the stones slick with night dew, their breath forming vapor beside the ridge. Civic leaders did not ban the festival outright. Instead, they confined it to the mountain's summit, as if elevation itself could quarantine legend. Modern archaeologists hauled sieves up the slope, fingers numbed by cold, rediscovering in each sifted grain the same unease that made ancient lawgivers assign weights, measurements and boundaries to the wolf within civic life. When Rome absorbed Arcadia, writers like Gaius Petronius retold the wolf soldier tale with satirical bite, yet Pliny the Elder catalogued lycanthropy in his Natural History, placing it between treatises on remedies, the parchment smelling of warmed beeswax as scribes smoothed the scroll. In 60 CE, physicians in Pompeii recorded cases of men who believed their flesh bristled nightly, prescribing bloodletting measured in ounces and salt rubs to abrade imagined fur. The Villa of the Mysteries yielded a fresco of a man wearing a wolfskin, pigments still luminous with cinnabar that stings the nose during conservation. Residents heard distant growls through ash-thick air the night Vesuvius erupted, the sound likely dogs, but interpreted as spirits, and their panic hardened into stone impressions now on display. Imperial magistrates avoided public mention of these fears, preferring to couch them in medical language to keep citizens orderly. As modern volcanologists examine the strata, they note the preserved footprints of domesticated wolves near the stables, evidence that myth mingled with animal reality under the pumice blanket, binding the city's final hours to the same question of measured marks in bone. In late 2nd century Bordeaux, physician Marcellus Empiricus compiled De Medicamentis, recommending ointments of lupine ash and vinegar to treat patients convinced they prowled by moonlight, and the surviving manuscript invades the senses with the tang of tannin-rich ink and the brittle crackle of scraped vellum. He described placing patients in rooms draped with wolf pelts to overwhelm them with the coarse texture of fur they feared. The textual margin notes a patient whose wrists bore parallel scars 32 millimeters apart, prompting Marcellus to suspect self-inflicted bites rather than supernatural marks. His clinical tone masks the murmuring prayers heard beyond the infirmary, where families burned juniper to cleanse the air. Christian bishops in the region later discouraged such pagan-sounding remedies, not through violent suppression but by recommending psalms as gentler medicine, allowing the manuscripts to slip quietly into cathedral libraries. Modern medical historians opening those shelves smell trapped incense and mildew, rediscovering how Roman science and folk belief shared the same dimly lit wards. When Augustine of Hippo preached in 425 CE, the basilica filled with torchlight reflecting off polished marble, and he cited rumours of Arcadian lycanthropes only to argue for the constancy of the soul, the incense smoke clinging to his robes as he gestured. His argument preserved the tale even as it spiritualized the transformation, suggesting that the human heart could feel tooth marks of sin without changing flesh. A congregation member from Mauritania left a letter catalogued today as Epistula 102 that questioned whether the wolf reports were demonic illusions. The parchment edges carry the grit of Saharan dust, evidence of its journey. Augustine never forbade the question. Instead, he invited the writer to maintain reverent silence when tales strained comprehension, an awe-filled pause that let the myth breathe without commanding belief. Present-day scholars reading the Latin under LED lamps still hear the echo of chant drifting through the basilica, joining theological syllogism to the old, precise measures of bite and blood. In the annals of Ulster, An entry for 675 CE notes that Bishop Teretian baptized a family in Ossory whose lineage ran with wolves every 7 years, and the vellum retains a faint scent of bog myrtle pressed into its binding by monks. The story situates the family at a stone circle where rain coursed down lichen, each droplet sounding like distant paws on leaves, and the chronicler recorded that the bishop touched the kin with a reliquary of St. Patrick's arm. Instead of casting them out, the church enclosed the rite within sacrament, acknowledging the clause on their souls by naming them absolved. When Viking raids later threatened the scriptorium, monks hid the annal beneath a flagstone slick with candle wax, saving text and tale alike through cautious concealment. Preservation came from fearful pragmatism, a silence enforced by survival, not censorship. Mist curls around the record every time it is read aloud in the archive. The moss listens. The bell quiets. The moon waits with patient frost along the sill. Gerald of Wales wrote in 1185 of a priest meeting a talking wolf in Meath, the account preserved in Topographia Hibernica, whose calfskin pages smell faintly of the smoke from the Norman hearth, where it was read aloud to would-be conquerors. He described the wolf's fur as coarse as wet rushes and its breath warm as peat fire, and he claimed the animal peeled its skin back to reveal a devout woman beneath. Norman barons, hearing the tale beneath iron chandeliers, used it to portray Irish lands as enchanted, justifying invasion under the banner of civilizing. Yet Irish listeners nodded thoughtfully, treating the story as proof of ancestral pacts between humans and the wild. The English crown later discouraged repetition of Gerald's narrative, not by burning copies but by favouring other chronicles, letting this account gather dust in monastic chests. When 19th century antiquarian James O'Flaherty reopened the volume, motes danced in sunlight across the Latin lines, and he felt the same prickle Gerald once described, as if fur brushed against parchment once more. The Gulathing law, codified on birch bark around 1220 in western Norway, lists penalties for vaga, men who stalk neighbours under winter aurora, and the bark retains a resinous sweetness that clings to fingertips. The statute sets precise fines in 6 rare increments for naming someone a wolf without proof, revealing how reputation could maul more fiercely than fang. Law speakers recited the clauses beside roaring hearths, the crackle of spruce underscoring each measured sentence. Instead of erasing the idea of shapeshifters, the law domesticated it, drawing it into the same columns that managed grazing rights and ship dues. A later Christian scribe copied the text onto parchment, but a spill of lamp oil smeared the word "vag," leaving a shadow like a paw print. Norwegian historians preserving the bark roll report a faint animal musk, perhaps from sealskin bags, reminding them that maritime traders carried these rules through salt spray. The statute's survival shows a society choosing regulation over denial, a calm voice counting the distance between fear and justice. In 1348, as plague rolled across the Holy Roman Empire, a cleric in Bamberg named Conrad von Megenberg wrote a bestiary describing werewolf, knights who prowled forests with eyes glowing like coals, the parchment illuminated with silver leaf that still glitters beneath modern fibre-optic lenses. He measured their stride as 8 shu in length, borrowing the same units used for cathedral nave plans, suggesting that monstrous gait and sacred architecture shared a vocabulary under candlelight. Conrad smelled smoke and vinegar as he drafted the manuscript, plague remedies bubbling nearby, and he framed werewolves as moral warnings for those who abandoned communal worship. City authorities stored the bestiary in a cedar chest to protect it from infection, yet that very seclusion muted the more nuanced observation that fear of isolation birthed wolf legends across Europe. When archivists reopened the chest centuries later, the trapped cedar aroma flooded the room, a rediscovered fragrance carrying the hush of mid-plague prayers. The measured stride he recorded now echoes against museum glass, each shu a footstep resisting oblivion. In 1521, near Poligny, the trial of Pierre Burgot and Michel Verdun unfolded in a courthouse smelling of damp limestone. with clerks documenting the accused confessing to donning wolf skins gifted by a shadowy knight. The proceedings list precise doses of salves, bay leaf, wolf fat, powdered glass, stirred counterclockwise by candle's sputter, aiming to replicate the sensation of fur sprouting beneath the skin. Torture marks measured in finger widths marred the defendant's wrists, the notes coldly recording distances as if cataloguing textiles. Bishop Pierre de la Baume sealed the transcripts afterward, claiming such horrors required containment to prevent imitation, a deliberate suppression that stored myth in silence. When the vault cracked 2 centuries later, scholars tasting dust on the air wondered whether the monstrous confession reflected demonic pacts or the pressures of hunger during failed harvests. How can a measurement of wounds carry both courtroom cruelty and moonlit terror without tearing? The question lingers like iron on the tongue, unresolved even under modern scrutiny. Only decades later, the Dole tailor Gilles Garnier faced execution, and the official Procès contre le loup-garou details how villagers found child bones on a frost-hardened hillside, each tibia notched 31 to 32 millimeters apart, the same spacing Juliet traces with her caliper centuries after. Witnesses described the smell of roasted chestnuts mingling with the copper scent of blood in Garnier's hut, his wife stirring stew with trembling hands. The court physician sketched scratches across his shoulders, the quill squeaking as the candle guttered, and he noted a sliver of silver embedded in bone where villagers struck him with blessed shot. Authorities hushed the case once sentence fell, not from mercy, but to prevent panic in markets already thin with winter stores. The silence grew heavy, like snow-laden branches pressing downward, until 19th century historians reopened the dossier and the paper exhaled cold air. Ember light flickers. Snow breathes beyond shutters. The measured howl circles and returns, unspent, tracing frost along forgotten doorways. In 1692, the Livonian peasant Theus of Kaltenbrunn stood before a Swedish court in Jurmala, the chamber perfumed with pine resin torches and damp wool cloaks, declaring he was a werewolf who fought witches in hell to protect crops. Court records note his staff carved with wolf heads and coated in soot, a tactile relic he thumped against oak planks as testimony. Rather than confessing diabolical pact, he insisted the good werewolves raced with iron chains rattling like winter sleigh bells to reclaim grain stolen by sorcerers. Judges, bewildered, transcribed every detail, the ink smudging where their palms sweated. They eventually dismissed him with a mild flogging, not wanting to publicize a theology that inverted their authority. Rural neighbors kept the tale alive in hushed admiration, hearing Theseus' staff strike the earth whenever thunder rolled. Folklorists rediscovered the transcript in the 19th century, the paper smelling of sea salt from decades stored near the Baltic, and they heard in his words a community's desperate hope to guard harvests measured by handfuls of rye. In 1609, the Basque town of Zugarramurdi endured inquisitorial trials where shepherds confessed, under threat and the sting of hemp ropes, that nocturnal Sabbaths turned them into wolves sprinting through damp cave passages. The cavern today exudes a chill that makes breath plume, and moss slicks the stone so boots squeal softly. Inquisitor Pierre de Lancret catalogued the confessions, aligning the phases of the moon with cattle mutilations, his quill tapping the wooden desk in the candlelit tribunal. He ordered the records sealed to stop what he termed contagion of rumour, suppression born of institutional terror. Villagers afterward whispered prayers at the cave mouth, the scent of thyme smoke mixing with ocean spray from the Bay of Biscay. When local historian Serapio Mujica pried open those files in 1881, he noted each margin cross drawn by frightened clerks, rediscovering how persecution etched wolfish identities onto vulnerable bodies. The cave's dripping echo keeps counting the lost, drop by measured drop. By 1764, the Gévaudan countryside trembled as a creature slew over 100 villagers, and hunters mapped each attack with compass and charcoal, triangulating clearings where morning fog tasted metallic. Survivors spoke of bristled fur darker than wolf pelt, of jaws clamping with 34mm spacing. a detail royal envoys inscribed in ledgers beside the smell of tallow from their candles. Naturalist Buffon examined pelts laid across Versailles parquet floors, fingers brushing coarse guard hairs still gritty with dried mud, and he argued the beast was a large wolf trained by human hands. Court gossip suppressed that theory to avoid scandal, preferring a narrative of heroic huntsmen, yet the measured bite marks returned whenever another corpse cooled on dew-damp grass. Local women embroidered protective symbols inside their shawls, threads scented with lavender crush during anxious evenings. 2 centuries later, forensic zoologists studied exhumed skulls in sterile labs, buzzing with fluorescent lights, rediscovering that the injuries matched a hybrid or armored animal, reviving the same chill that once prickled candlelit watchers on those rugged hills. In French Saint-Domingue, planter journals from 1707 describe enslaved storytellers invoking the loup-garou on humid nights, the air thick with molasses and crushed cane, to explain disappearances of captives escaping through mangrove channels. One ledger counts talismans of braided hair and silver coins buried at doorways, the metal dulling in the salty breeze. Colonial authorities feared these nocturnal gatherings, hearing drums pulse like distant heartbeats, and they forbade night assemblies to smother the legend, suppression tied to maintaining plantation control. Still, the songs carried, perfuming the dark with rum and sweat, giving courage to those who fled under starlight. Abolitionist pamphleteers later rediscovered the accounts, unfolding brittle pages that smelled of mildew and sugar, and they reframed the loup-garou as an emblem of resistance. The legend's bite marks reappeared in freedom narratives, measured not on bodies but in the steps counted between cane rows and coastline, each stride a defiant transformation. In 1810, Viennese physician Johann Christian Heinroth documented a patient who insisted coarse fur sprouted along his spine whenever church bells tolled, and the ward smelled of carbolic wash mingled with candle soot. Heinroth measured the man's pulse before and after each bell, noting the racing heartbeat and the tremor recorded in careful ink lines. He framed the case as lycanthropia, born from spiritual imbalance, balancing scientific observation with Lutheran introspection beneath vaulted ceilings where footsteps echoed. Hospital administrators kept the file restricted to avoid alarming polite society with tales of nobles roaming hospital corridors on all fours. Later psychiatrists reopened the cabinet, the leather folder creaking as if the patient exhaled again, and they recognized psychosomatic patterns shaped by centuries of moonlit narratives. The corridor breeze still tastes faintly of old smoke, reminding readers how fear clings to plaster. Lanterns dim, footsteps slow. The corridor listens for another heartbeat to quicken in time with bells. By 1835 in New Orleans, free woman of color, Marie Laveau conducted vigils in candlelit rooms scented with jasmine and river mud, advising clients who feared loup-garou stalked Bayou St. John. Her ledger lists silver-studded gris-gris bags, each weighed on brass scales that clicked softly, ensuring the components balanced like legal contracts. Parish priests tried to suppress these consultations, citing synod decrees, yet many quietly sent parishioners to Laveau when fear outpaced doctrine. The humidity clung to bare arms as drums beat softly in adjacent courtyards, and the flicker of candles cast wolfish shadows along plaster walls. Oral histories recorded by Works Progress Administration. Writers later captured these nights, the paper carrying the smell of roux cooked in family kitchens where interviews occurred. Rediscovering Laveau's measured approach reveals how community power rested in the ability to weigh remedies and legends with steady hands, granting the frightened a sense of agency larger than the swamp's chorus. In 1846, London printers issued penny dreadfuls like The Werewolf of Paris, the press room filled with the metallic tang of ink rollers and the thrum of iron machines. Typesetters justified columns by counting M's with stained fingertips, translating continental witchcraft trials into serialized thrills for clerks riding fog-damp omnibuses. Moral reformers condemned the stories, stacking pamphlets that smelled of coal smoke to warn parents against nocturnal reading. Yet the ban failed. Newsboys shouted headlines through drizzle, their voices echoing between gas lamps. The fiction drew on transcripts recently unearthed by French antiquarians, showing how rediscovered history fed the Victorian appetite for shivers. Readers turned pages under quilts, candle stubs guttering, imagining claws against their window panes, and those sensations seeped into the era's debates over crime, insanity, and urban anonymity. The measured layout of columns and the precise price of a penny-framed myth as commodity, proof that even industry found profit in moonlit dread. In 1862, Russian folklorist Alexander Afanasyev travelled through Smolensk villages smelling of rye bread and wet birch bark, collecting tales of Volkodlak, hunters who donned wolf belts embroidered with silver thread. He recorded the length of each belt, 2 arshin, and noted the clinking of metal charms sewn inside, their cold weight against calloused palms. Local elders described how the belts were hidden in attics scented with dried apples, the secrecy born of both reverence and fear of imperial officials suspicious of pagan survivals. Afanasyev's notebooks absorbed wood smoke as he listened. Then Tsarist censors suppressed his publications, deeming them superstitious. Manuscripts slept in locked drawers until 1900, when symbolist poets rediscovered them, eyes shining in gaslit salons as they traced the lineage from village hearth to modern verse. The belt's measured lengths echoed Juliet's caliper, each unit an attempt to contain the wolf within a graspable span. In 1896, Parisian criminologist Alphonse Bertillon photographed suspects accused of lycanthropy, inspired murders, arranging them against a grid-marked wall that smelled faintly of glue and whitening powder. He captured their scars with measuring rods held 30 centimeters from skin, letting silver nitrate plates etch every line in monochrome. The subject's eyes reflected the gaslight glare, and in the background one hears the hiss of chemical baths cooling. Bertillon believed cataloguing bodies would dispel legends, yet the stark images, rediscovered later in police archives, radiate the same haunted intensity that kept neighbours whispering coyly about moonlit crimes. Authorities filed the plates away, embarrassed when sensational newspapers requested copies, a bureaucratic suppression aimed at preventing the myth from escaping into print. When digital historians scanned the plates a century later, the smell of old cardboard rose like a ghost, and the measured grids behind each figure became another reminder that precision can frame fear without erasing it. Early 20th century psychologists such as Albert Moll presented case studies on clinical lycanthropy to Berlin audiences, the lecture hall warm with the scent of chalk dust and wool coats steaming after rain. Moll projected lantern slides showing EEG-like diagrams of sleep cycles, attempting to translate nightmares into electrical rhythms. Students scribbled notes with metal nibs scratching, curious whether dreams could be charted like railway timetables. Conservative clergy protested softly, suggesting some matters deserved reverent silence, lest curiosity provoke spiritual peril. Moll archived his diagrams meticulously, yet wars soon scattered his library, and many plates vanished in bombed attics, an accidental silence wrought by firestorms. Surviving charts rediscovered in a municipal depot carry singed edges smelling of smoke and damp plaster, returning the conversation to Juliet's careful caliper lines. Night settles gently. Chalk dust shimmers. The mind waits for shadows to lengthen across neatly ruled paper. The sand remembers. Instruments hum. The hollow waits. In 1917, French soldiers in the Argonne trenches swapped werewolf tales under tarpaulins dripping with rainwater, the mud smelling of rot and cordite. A field chaplain noted in his diary that moonlit patrols left boot prints next to paw marks, perhaps stray dogs, yet the alignment, 35 millimeters between pads, struck men as proof of spectral companions. Commanders discouraged such talk, fearing morale collapse, and they ordered the diaries sealed with wax stamps. Decades later, the leather covers softened with mildew, and historians opening them heard distant artillery echoes in their imagination. The trench earth preserved fragments of wolf-bone amulets carved from artillery shell brass, surfaces cold and slick with verdigris. Rediscovery came through chance when a crate broke in a museum basement, spilling the artifacts into fluorescent glare, reviving questions about how fear and courage commingled in mud. The bite spacing matched Juliet's measurement again, a persistent rhythm beating beneath rifles' rumble. Hollywood soundstages in 1935 brewed new myths, as actors laced rubber wolf masks under hot art lamps that smelled of ozone, filming Werewolf of London. Makeup artist Jack Pierce brushed yak hair onto latex, counting strands to keep symmetry, so that transformation sequences aligned frame by frame. Cameramen timed dissolves with metronomic clicks, turning ancient legends into light projected across velvet theatre curtains. Studio executives trimmed scenes to appease censors who feared panic, suppression motivated by box office prudence rather than theology. Audiences sitting in plush seats heard the projectors whir like a soft growl behind them, and many left theatres tasting popcorn salt mingled with the metallic tang of imagined blood. Film reels stored in tin canisters gathered dust until revival houses rediscovered them, their celluloid smelling of vinegar as decay set in. Restoration technicians spliced frames under cool LED lamps, reawakening the measured dissolve that mimicked the spacing of tooth to throat. During the final months of 1945, Nazi propaganda invoked werewolf guerrillas, broadcasting messages from bunkers reeking of diesel and damp concrete. Leaflets measured instructions for sabotage in minutes and grams of explosives, trying to render terror efficient. Allied intelligence intercepted the transmissions, the static crackling like distant claws across the wireless, and they overprinted the seized leaflets with warnings in bold ink scented of printer solvents. The regime's collapse turned the term into a hushed embarrassment. Former operatives buried armbands in forests, pine needles brushing their cheeks as graves closed. Post-war historians reopened the files, finding underexposed photographs of teenagers in wolf insignia, eyes reflecting flashbulb glare with haunted resolve. The myth was suppressed afterward out of shame, yet its rediscovery shows how statecraft can twist old moonlit tales into measured codes of resistance. The odour of bunker dust lingers on the documents, a stale reminder that fear once moved to the rhythm of radio pulses. In 1951, Canadian psychiatrist Rudolf Langen measured brainwave patterns of a woman convinced she howled involuntarily, using an EEG machine that crackled softly in a room perfumed with antiseptic and wintergreen. He charted peaks at 12 Hz during full moon nights, though the hospital blinds filtered the silver light into pale bars across her blanket. Nurses noted the texture of her skin, gooseflesh rising as she described tasting iron during dreams. The case file, typed on onion skin paper, concluded with a recommendation for art therapy using charcoal to redraw the wolf, a rediscovery of personal narrative as healing tool. Administrators kept the study internal to avoid sensational headlines, a cautious silence born from professional ethics. When his daughter donated the papers to a university, archivists gently unfolded the crisp pages, the carbon copy smudges marking fingertips. The EEG's measured spikes mirror Juliet's caliper in intent, to translate howl into numbers without banishing the echo. The 1967 International Folklore Congress in Bucharest convened under chandeliers smelling faintly of polished brass, scholars debating werewolf motifs while translators whispered through headsets. Romanian ethnographer Sabina Ispas projected slides of Transylvanian shepherd dancers, their leather boots clapping against wooden floors in precise rhythms meant to appease winter spirits. Soviet delegates urged materialist readings, attempting to cage the myth inside economic analysis. Yet local villagers who hosted field trips shared plum brandy and stories of wolves guiding lost children through snow. Conference proceedings were edited heavily before publication, political pressure trimming speculative reflections, a suppression shaped by ideology. Years later, uncensored recordings surfaced in a private reel-to-reel archive, the magnetic tape smelling faintly of ferric oxide as it unwound. Listening today, one hears laughter, clinking glasses, and the steady stepping count that mirrored the measured bite distances of old bones. Mist drifts. Accordions sigh in the cool hall. Notebooks remain open to blank, expectant pages awaiting moonlit notes. In 1978, Spanish dermatologist Antonio Raya studied a family with congenital hypertrichosis on Lanzarote, the clinic smelling of iodine and volcanic dust carried by trade winds. He photographed their faces under softbox lights, counting follicles per square centimetre, seeking to separate genetic condition from the island's whispered tales of hombres lobo. Family members wore wool shawls that rasped gently, and they served Raya coffee thick with sugar as they recited how ancestors hid in lava tubes during Inquisition raids. The doctor published cautiously, aware that tabloids might sensationalize the condition, so he emphasized the dignity of the family and the warmth of their skin under his gloved hands. Decades later, their descendants shared the photos with cultural historians, the glossy prints smelling of stored albums, to remind viewers that human complexity resists easy categorization. The measured follicle counts joined bite distances and legal fines as another metric grappling with transformation's enduring allure. In 1993, forensic odontologist Caroline Wilkinson re-examined skulls from Louvier's ossuary, aligning bite marks with articulated wolf jaws using silicone casts that released a sharp chemical scent. She worked beneath halogen lamps, latex gloves snapping softly as she adjusted the mold to 31.4 millimeters, matching Juliet's cherished measurement. Her computer models layered translucent blues over bone, revealing which wounds came from tools rather than teeth, a rediscovery that untangled myth from murder. The ossuary air tasted of chalk, and the silence was reverential, maintained so whispers would not disturb the curved rows of skulls. Municipal officials hesitated to publicize her findings, worried that tourism built on legends might falter, an economic suppression of clarity. Caroline archived her datasets anyway, storing them on magnetic tapes now faintly metallic to the touch, awaiting future scholars who will hear the soft whir of retrieval and the imagined rustle of fur behind them. Tonight, Juliet stands alone in the archive, silver caliper cooled by the breath of winter that slips through the shutters, and she closes it gently over the phantom spacing that has threaded centuries together. The peat-sweet scent of the femur rises as she unwraps the linen, while distant cathedral bells murmur through stone, their resonance mingling with the imagined pad of paws on damp earth. On her desk rest copies of tablets, laws, trials, films and scans, each one a measured attempt to illuminate the shadow cast by a bite whose diameter refuses to settle into mere data. She logs her observations in ink, the color of twilight, then holds her hand above the page, sensing the warmth of stories that once lay hidden out of awe, suppression, accident, reverence, or simple care. The ledger closes with a sigh like fur against wood, leaving the room scented with tea and old paper. Outside, the river carries moonlight across its ripples, and somewhere between the water's hush and the caliper's whisper, the possibility of transformation lingers, neither proven nor dismissed, gently awake in the dark. Before she dims the lamp, a soft knock trembles through the archive door, and Juliet finds a padded envelope chilled by January air. Inside, wrapped in waxed linen scented faintly of pine resin, rests a sliver of reindeer antler etched with compact runes. The accompanying note, penned in lilac ink by Professor Inga Håkansson of Uppsala, explains that the fragment was lifted last autumn from a Sami joik site near Lake Tornaträsk. Meltwater had exposed a hearth rimmed with stones blackened by seal oil, and nestled among them lay the antler, marked with a spiral of strokes that translate to Ulfhedon's oath. Juliet cradles it between finger and thumb. The surface feels warm despite the winter draft, as though the pledge still carries the body heat of the singer who carved it. The note describes how reindeer moss perfumed the excavation pit, and how distant snowmobiles hummed like muted drums. A modern vibration answering the measured breaths of Iron Age tundra hunters who wrapped themselves in wolfskins to draw courage across icy plains. Professor Håkansson's letter recounts how the Sami elders requested that only a tracing be removed, but a sudden thaw loosened the antler, gifting scholars this reluctant relic. Under a starlit sky streaked with green aurora, they recorded joik verses describing men who followed the wolf sky to shield their herds from raiders. The attending ethnographers noted that each verse is anchored in counts of 8, matching the pace of snowshoe strides, an embodied mnemonic resisting oblivion. The antler's rune spiral tightens at precisely 31.5 millimeters between parallel strokes, close enough to Juliet's measurement to make her exhale slowly. She copies the sequence into her ledger, adding the scent of resin and the feel of powdery snow to her descriptive margin, letting this polar oath drift beside Iberian tribunals and Gascon hunts. The past stretches northward, lit by aurora that sways like gauze. As she files the tracing, her mind lingers on another recent dispatch, this one from the manuscripts room in Reykjavik, where a vellum scrap catalogued as AM 505 Photo Fragment B surfaced during conservation. Restorers, working amid the leathery perfume of aged calfskin and beeswax balm, discovered lines omitted from the known versions of Vatnsdala saga. The edition depicts Ingimunda the Old, receiving a prophecy that his grandson would wear, the mind of a wolf without its hide, a warning delivered in a dream punctuated by the hollow boom of fjord ice cracking. The fragment's margins glitter under raking light with microscopic residues of ground hematite, suggesting the scribe mixed iron-rich pigments as he copied the dream in the late 13th century. Scholars measured the rubricated initials and found minute paw-like flourishes spaced evenly, a decorative rhythm echoing the thud of drums used in winter blots. The fragment had been glued centuries ago into the binding of an unrelated homily, a quiet suppression born of practical recycling, and now the liberated slip scents the reading room with a faint musk of lanolin, as if the tale inhaled after a long sleep. Far from northern coasts, Juliet's newest folio holds a translation of the 1533 supplication of Michalogus of Vilnius, recently rediscovered in the Lithuanian State Historical Archive among tax scrolls that smelled of rye dust. The supplication describes a guild of Vilkalakis, who swore fealty to the Grand Duke by running nightly circuits of the city walls to ensure no Teutonic scouts breached the gates. Michalogus implored the crown to remit a salt levy, so the guild could continue salting wolf pelts used in initiation rites, pelts measured by L-rods still faintly scented of juniper smoke from drying racks. The parchment bears faint crescents burned by tallow drips, and in the margin a clerk noted that the runners' footprints were counted each dawn, their clawed sandals leaving impressions separated by just over 30 millimeters. Another echo of the bite span that threads Juliet's dossier. The petition was quietly declined, its story of protective shapeshifters smothered under economic pragmatism, until contemporary archivists brushed flowery residue from the bristles of the folded plea. Across the Pyrenees, a separate discovery hums gently in Juliet's thoughts. A stack of letters unearthed in the Biblioteca de Catalunya, penned between 1643 and 1647 by Sister Eulalia of Santa Maria de Jonqueras. Cloistered behind cedar-scented screens, she documented visions during vigils for soldiers fighting in the 30 Years' War. Her script, thin as silk, tells of angels cloaked in lupine forms pacing monastery corridors, paws whispering over tile cooled by midnight dew. One letter records a visitor, a widowed potter whose hands smelled of ochre clay. He claimed that Catalan militias marched under a standard bearing, a silver wolf that bared human eyes whenever moonlight struck the embroidery. Sister Eulalia affixed lavender sprigs to each page, their petals now brittle but still fragrant, and she advised readers to recite Psalm 59 as wolves guard the camp. Ecclesiastical censors redirected her letters to a hidden drawer, wary of conflating sacred visions with shape-shifting soldiers. The rediscovered packet, pressed beneath hymnals for centuries, now releases lavender breath each time a conservator turns a page, proof that devotion and transformation once shared a quiet corridor. Juliet adds another layer with the recent cataloguing of 1738 court depositions from Maramureth, in which shepherds described the Pricoliti, undead wolves who returned to herd sheep when living shepherds deserted their posts during a harsh winters. The depositions, written on rough paper flecked with straw, recount how the villagers strung bells along valley paths so that the Pricoliti would keep time, guiding lost lambs back to folds. Magistrates weighed each bell, 4 drachms apiece, to assess taxes, measuring their tones against tuning forks that sang softly in panelled halls smelling of walnut oil. The Austrian administrators collecting the files eventually dismissed the reports as rustic superstition, shelving the testimonies behind cadastral maps. When 21st century musicologists opened the bundle, the bells still chimed faintly when lifted, their cold bronze surfaces dotted with verdigris. They noted how the recorded rhythms align with local carols sung to honour Saint Blaise, suggesting that the undead herders were folded into liturgical timekeeping, a lullaby of responsibility rather than horror. From another continent comes the Carta de los Lobisones, a chain letter preserved in the Museo Histórico Nacional of Buenos Aires, dated 1828, and creased along fold lines that still smell faintly of mate tea. It circulated among frontier families along the Rio de la Plata, warning that the seventh son in a lineage might become a lobizón unless the president served as godfather. Each letter instructed recipients to mark newborn cradles with silver coins cooled in rainwater, specifying coin weights in reales to ensure balance, and to burn Palo Santo wood whose sweet smoke would lull the child. Government officials initially confiscated the chain letters, fearing unrest during civil wars, yet a few survived inside prayer books tucked beneath saddle blankets. Modern historians measure the ink flow with spectrometry and find soot from grassland fires embedded in the strokes, meaning the writers composed by campfire light while the scent of leather tack and damp soil crept around them. The tradition grew into law by 1907 when presidents began adopting seventh sons, proof that statecraft and lullabies intertwined to calm a nation's fear of moonlit suns. Juliet's pen moves gently as she notes the 1872 ethnographic diary of Lakota interpreter Fanny Kelly, stored in the Smithsonian and smelling of cotton cloth and mineral oil. Kelly recorded winter stories shared during a storm on the plains, when snow hissed against teepee walls. Elders spoke of Yung Manitou Tianka Wihasa, the wolfmen who guarded the sacred Black Hills by dreaming themselves into the bodies of the pack. They described how the guardians wore necklaces threaded with carved wolf phalanges soaked in sage tea, the scent sharp and purifying. US agents later discouraged such stories, stamping them out during forced assimilation programs. Yet Kelly's diary, hidden inside a trunk lined with cedar bark, kept their cadence alive. Contemporary Lakota linguists restoring the text to digital format remark on the gentle repetition in the storytelling, a rhythm matching the steady beat of ceremonial drums, each note like the measured placement of paws across mirrored snowfields. From Japan, a slim 1904 field notebook compiled by folklorist Yanagita Kunio adds a dusk-hued whisper. While travelling through the Kii Peninsula, he gathered accounts of the Okuri Okami, the escorting wolf believed to stalk travellers along cedar-scented mountain paths. Villagers taught that if one walked calmly, acknowledging the wolf with a bow at the trailhead and leaving rice cakes on mossy stones, the unseen companion would guide safely past ravines. Yanagita's brushwork captures the mist rising from hot springs, the sulphur scent mixing with crushed camellia petals carried in cloth pouches. Meiji officials promoted rationalist modernization and politely sidelined the legend by replanting forests with less hospitable species. The notebook, folded into his later essays, resurfaced when conservators pried open the sewn binding and found the pages stained with tea and faint paw prints from ink-smeared pages resting atop. Today, hikers retracing his route report hearing twigs snap at intervals measured like a heartbeat, and they leave rice cakes in reverent silence, letting tradition pad softly behind them. Juliet pauses to sip cooled tea and considers a microfilm spool mailed from the National Library of Israel, containing 1931 letters between Baghdad doctors discussing patients diagnosed with Kalbiet al-Layl, a night wolf affliction blending insomnia and restless wandering. The letters, typed in French and Arabic, mention floor tiles warmed by brass braziers and the aroma of cardamom thick in hospital wards as patients paced barefoot. Physicians logged the length of each nocturnal circuit, exactly 47 steps along the mosaic corridor, and prescribed pomegranate syrups to soothe the imagined claws scratching at their ribs. Colonial authorities monitored the terminology, urging physicians to adopt psychiatric labels instead. Yet the correspondence persisted in private, blending clinical observation with ancestral cautionary tales from Mesopotamian nights. When the letters were photographed onto microfilm in the 1960s, the acetate captured fingerprints dusted with cinnamon, and Juliet now hears the faint click of the reel as another measured set of footsteps joins her ledger. From the archives of Chiang Mai University, a 1958 anthropological report whispers of northern Thai Mai Phieng, communities who believed certain widows could slip into wolf bodies to guard rice paddies from marauding boars. The report, typed on fibrous mulberry paper that smells faintly of tamarind, narrates how villagers offered bowls of coconut milk to the guardian at dusk, counting 3 breaths between each chant. A post-colonial district administrator tried to ban the offerings, claiming they encouraged idleness. But villagers continued, folding the practice into Buddhist merit, making ceremonies by ringing small bronze bells whose tones shimmered against humid night air rich with jasmine. The carbon copies slumbered in a bamboo chest until graduate students scanning local histories found them still dappled with candle soot. The measured breaths recorded there add a new cadence to Juliet's compilation, reminding her that the wolf can wear many names while padding softly through irrigated fields. She folds in testimony from 1969 when NASA's Apollo 11 quarantine logs, kept at the Johnson Space Center and perfumed with sterilized plastic, note how astronaut Michael Collins jokingly warned technicians about lunar wolf tracks seen in their dreams during decontamination. Psychologists monitoring the quarantine recorded heart rates and skin conductance as the astronauts recounted the dream wolf prints dotting fine lunar regolith at precise intervals. They chalked the imagery up to cultural archetypes stirred by isolation, filing the notes beneath psychological stress protocols. The logs remained classified for decades, their edges yellowing under fluorescent hum, until declassification let scholars read the slim entry. Juliet imagines the sterile hum of air recyclers and the scent of freeze-dried meals mixing with the remembered musk of earthly wolves, the measured lunar footprints aligning by chance with the same span that haunts bones and stories. Her ledger makes room for 1987 reports from the Chernobyl exclusion zone, where wildlife biologists recorded wolf packs reclaiming silent villages. Among the data sheets, brittle from damp radiation shelters, lies a note about a zone patrol finding a child's school notebook describing Soviet-era cautionary tales of Volky Ludi in pencil smudged by ash. The patrol logged Geiger counts beside paw impressions in snow, the numbers clicking steadily like a metronome of unseen breaths. Officials downplayed folklore in favor of radiological charts, yet the wolves themselves, pelts tinged with iodine-scented rain, made villagers mutter about ancestral shapeshifters guarding abandoned homes. Biologists now wear dosimeters that beep at intervals, every chirp a reminder that measured science and myth can walk shoulder to shoulder through birch groves lit by ghostly moonlight, diffused in radioactive mist. In 2004, Quebec City's Musée de la Civilisation curated Les Loups de l'Hiver, and conservators borrowed a 19th-century Innu drum from Mashtwayash, its rawhide still smelling faintly of smoked fish. Elders recounted the Atchin stories, often translated as cannibal ice giants, but described in this exhibit as wolf spirits who warned hunters of thin ice. Curators mapped the oral narratives onto projected auroral bands across the ceiling, aligning each tale with meteorological data about freeze-thaw cycles. Visitors stepped on resin panels textured like packed snow. Pressure sensors triggered recordings of whispered Innu Aiman words, paced at measured syllabic lengths matching footsteps. The exhibition booklet noted how missionaries once suppressed Atchin stories, yet modern collaborations revived them, merging climatology with memory. Juliet logs the interplay of frost, drum beats, and measured steps, feeling the gallery's cold seep into her writing fingers. She turns to digital echoes with a printout of 1999 Usenet threads, archived by the Library of Congress, where night shift workers exchanged werewolf lore to stay awake at flickering monitors. The transcripts, smelling faintly of toner, show users timing their stories to the rhythm of server pings, each tale punctuated by ASCII moons hung every 31 characters. Moderators compiled FAQ, citing medieval trials alongside psychiatric studies, proof that even early internet corners sought evidence to cradle their unease. Corporate managers eventually shut down the thread to reduce distractions, yet the logs persisted on tape backups, rediscovered by digital humanists mapping folklore migration. Juliet smiles at the thought of soft keyboard clicks accompanying the same cautious wonder once voiced beneath torches and beside hearths, the measured cadence of typed characters, a modern paw print across intangible snow. Most recently, she adds notes from a 2019 forensic study at the University of Glasgow, where doctoral candidate Erin McRae analysed 3D scans of alleged werewolf bite marks from Scottish ballad relics. Working in a lab scented with ethanol wipes and solder flux, McRae overlaid laser data onto virtual wolf jaws, discovering that several wounds matched iron traps rather than teeth. She published with care, acknowledging how ballad singers along the Isle of Skye still hum verses describing Medard Aluada, lovers who return in fog. Local historians initially feared the analysis might thin the magic, but village choirs embraced the findings, singing the ballads slower to savour each verse, letting the science nestle beside melody. The digital files, stored on servers humming softly like distant wind, carry metadata noting the exact distance, 31.37 millimeters, between simulated canines, another reverent whisper in Juliet's growing constellation. Juliet leans back, the chair creaking like old timbers in a ship's hold. Outside, the Loire drags moonlight toward the Atlantic, marked by gentle ripples that glow silver against inky blue. She breathes in the mingled scents of peat dust, lavender, cedar, sage, jasmine, and sterile plastic that cling to her notes, each aroma a thread stitched through centuries of measured awe. Closing her eyes, she imagines the Sumi Joik, the Lithuanian runners, the Catalan nuns, the Lakota guardians, the Thai widows, the Innu drummers, the astronauts, biologists, programmers, and students, all walking a shared path mapped by careful counts and whispered blessings. She does not seek a confession, a verdict, or a final proof. Instead, she listens to the ledger's hush, hears the caliper's faint kiss against metal, and lets the story breathe like a sleeping wolf whose heartbeat steadies the dark. When she finally closes the ledger, the parchment exhales warm air scented with centuries, and the room settles into a quiet that feels companioned rather than empty, as if transformation still curls nearby, content to keep watch until dawn blushes the shutters. In the museum basement, a brass caliper stays locked at 17.8 centimeters beside the tide-battered letter. Archivists breathed its sea salt and carbon paper trace, proving a floating stranger's false plans could steer armies. D-Day listened. If this quiet intrigue soothes you, gently subscribe for more Nightfall histories. Drift close. Beneath a shade of green canvas in a cramped London morgue, a junior pathologist named Cynthia bent over the borrowed face of Glinda Michael, the Welsh drifter, whose lifeless weight would be repurposed into Major William Martin. The lamplight trembled through gauze taped over the windows, and each tool on her tray looked both surgical and theatrical. Bone forceps warm from her palm, wax pencils softened over a stovetop, silk thread pulling through the shrouded skin with the hush of fabric. She dabbed benzaldehyde along the moustache to mimic a naval officer's cologne, tasting its bitterness when the fumes settled on her lips. Nearby, a Royal Navy paymaster rehearsed the invented biography, his voice brushed with cigarette ash, pausing whenever the building's plumbing groaned. Their fingertips lingered on ration booklets, theatre stubs, and the tiny multilingual ID card whose ink still glistened. The chilly room smelled of paraffin-heated kettles, a reminder that improvisation guided every improvised ritual. Outside, tram wheels squealed along wet cobbles, underscoring how ordinary city rhythms continued as this clandestine resurrection took shape. In that cramped moment, the corpse ceased to be anonymous. It became a vessel tuned to deceive. Evidence accumulated with the weight of soaked wool, and each item carried its own temperature. The black attaché case, riveted near the hinges, was weighed repeatedly until its leather straps creaked, confirming that the canister of false invasion plans would drag downward just enough to remain with the body. Naval intelligence officers compared barometric readings from the Atlantic pilot charts against the trembling handwriting of meteorologists who feared crosswinds would scatter parachuted rumors. Yet the reflection that swelled in those cramped rooms was quieter. Could a single, measured lie redirect the ferocity of coastal guns, persuading German commanders to point their binoculars elsewhere, without ever seeing the man who sparkled briefly beneath Andalusian sunlight? The question did not need answering aloud. The rustle of carbon copies provided the reply, suggesting that planning an invasion sometimes meant debating how long a corpse should steep in cold storage to smell convincingly of the sea. Reams of tissue paper sighed whenever officers flipped pages, releasing a starch scent that clung to cuffs. Nearby, a clerk traced currents across a chalk map, the powder coating his cuticles like frost. The wrists of the operation gently ticked like watch springs soaked in gin. When the submarine crew received their instructions, the steel corridor reeked of diesel and wet rope, and they listened to the captain recite coordinates with the softness reserved for lullabies. The corpse, swaddled in a canister packed with dry ice, felt heavier than any torpedo once frost bloomed across the metal. Sailors brushed frostbite from their knuckles, muttering about currents near Huelva, and one of them tucked a clove-scented rosary into his pocket for luck, not daring to let it touch the fabricated officer. As the vessel surfaced at night, moonlight pressed silver fingerprints across the hatch, and the men lifted the container toward the breathing sea, timing their movements with the swell so the deception would fall gracefully. Discovery demanded patience, suppression required the tide's complicity. Rediscovery would someday belong to archivists inhaling dust. One sailor noted how phosphorescent plankton streaked beside the hull, like ghostly handwriting blessing their mission. Another kept tasting iron on his tongue, convinced the sea already understood the story it was asked to tell. The sand remembers, instruments hum, and the hollow between waves waits for footsteps soft enough to listen. Dawn coloured the Andalusian surf in diluted copper when fishermen from Punta Umbria noticed the officer drifting like a loosened buoy, boots grazing eelgrass. They tasted salt on the wind as they hauled him ashore, believing for a heartbeat that some saint had delivered treasure because the attaché case clung stubbornly to his wrist. The local magistrate, Daniel Maldonado, arrived with papers that smelled of citrus oil stamped into their fibres, and he traced the Royal Marine's insignia embossed on the wallet with reverent fingertips. Evidence was dutifully gathered, sand shaken from the pockets, sea lice catalogued, belt buckles recorded against lists used by the Guardia. Yet reflection settled over their work like linen. The man had died nobly, they thought, and the living should step quietly, mindful of the tide's secret. Suppression began, not through cruelty, but through protocol. Spanish officials locked the case in a cabinet scented with incense from the chapel next door, vowing to open it only in the presence of German observers. Children from the village pressed shells to their ears, claiming they could hear the officer's final orders in the surf. A stray dog circled the body, whining softly before curling beside the boots as though guarding a familiar sailor. In Seville, Abwehr officer Karl Erich Kuhlenthal received the coded message on a radio that crackled like frying oil, its vacuum tubes reddening the room. He dispatched envoys to collect the documents, instructing them to wear gloves powdered with talc so the pages would not absorb new fingerprints. The attaché case arrived creased and damp, and German analysts unfurled the blueprints beneath magnifying lamps, whose hot halos made the ink release a faint vinegar tang. They recorded each coordinate and penciled them into charts, reassured by the carefully staged receipts for theatre tickets that proved the British officer's cosmopolitan tastes. Reflective doubt surfaced briefly. Could any plan so conveniently discovered be genuine? But silence held because promotion beckoned, and because Berlin demanded certainty over skepticism. Thus, the deception spread across briefing rooms like pipe smoke, staining uniforms and dispatches alike, Outside, trams clanged past, their sparks outlining the office windows in brief magnesium bursts. Inside, typewriters chattered with insect persistence, turning salt-stiff paper into apparent destiny. Back in London, Colonel Johnny Bevan listened to intercepted German chatter through headphones cushioned with cracked leather, the static fizzing against his ears while clerks tapped Morse behind him. Each fragment of confirmation tasted like copper on his tongue. Troop movements shifting towards Sardinia, armoured divisions dispatched to Greece, the Wehrmacht entrusting coastal artillery to the wrong cliffs. Factual ledgers grew heavier, filled with penciled ticks noting which commanders deferred to the corpse's story. Reflective awe occasionally slowed Bevan's pen as he watched candles gutter in the blackout, realizing that an unremarkable man from the streets, now reimagined as Major Martin, had become the hinge of an invasion fleet. Suppression persisted through necessary secrecy. Even families of naval officers were told nothing, and the damp morgue files were locked away, perfumed only by mildew. The central motif measurement guiding myth held steady, like a metronome beating beneath the Thames. Somewhere in the corridor, a kettle clicked, releasing steam that mingled with pipe smoke to create a homely veil over lethal logistics. Even the office cat, brushing against chair legs, seemed to sense the hush that guarded the corpse's borrowed heartbeat. Spanish pathologist Eduardo del Torno, who had first examined the body, revisited his notes under lamplight that buzzed with sleepy moths. He touched the embossed seal of his report, feeling granules of wax cling to his fingertips, and pondered the incongruities, the lungs waterlogged just enough, the liver suggesting poison rather than drowning. He wrote a second memorandum, its paper smelling faintly of iodine, but he filed it under a drawer reserved for unsent letters because diplomatic pressure requested silence. Discovery had occurred on the beach. Suppression now resided in this drawer, where scientific curiosity was muffled by neutrality. Reflective whispers rustled in his thoughts. Did the truth belong to medicine or to war? His question dissolved into the night sounds of Cadiz, leaving only the murmur of distant gulls. He dabbed coffee onto the edge of the report so it would resemble any other late-night docket. Outside his window, lantern light bled across cobblestones slick from the tide, sealing his resolve to let the mystery sleep. Centuries later in tone, though only years in fact, the British Admiralty sealed the mincemeat files in boxes lined with waxed canvas, each labelled with stenciled numbers that smelled of turpentine. The physical evidence, tweed uniforms, the photograph of the fictitious fiancée Pam, ticket stubs from the London theatres rested inside tissue paper that crackled like dry leaves. Archivists monitored humidity with mercury thermometers, ensuring the myth remained preserved. Reflection hovered over their nightly rounds. The corpse's journey reminded them that wars often hinge on the fragile dignity granted to the nameless. Silence continued out of reverence. Those who had stitched the identity refused interviews, claiming their throats still held the chill of the morgue. The motif of meticulous measurement persisted, now transmuted into the strict catalogue numbers guarding the story. Occasionally, a distant foghorn moaned along the Thames, threading the darkness with reminders of the sea's complicity. The archivist's footsteps, muffled by felt slippers, became another layer of protection around the sleeping narrative. In that era's newspapers, the public devoured sanitized accounts of D-Day that highlighted generals and storms, never suspecting the quiet cadaver whose briefcase had misled German binoculars. Reporters smelled fresh ink rolling off rotary presses, yet their questions bounced off official stonewalling, and the myth of pure battlefield courage flourished. Behind the scenes, signal officers compared intercepted weather logs with reconnaissance photographs, proving that the enemy's armoured reserves remained misplaced because of Major Martin's staged itinerary. Reflection seeped between the lines. How many lives on the Normandy sand were spared because one man's tragedy had been measured down to the weight of sardine tins in his pockets? Silence held out of gratitude more than secrecy, as if acknowledging the ruse would unspool its magic. Copyboys stacked bundles beside rooftop pigeon co-ops, watching feathers drift through the smoke-filled night. Editors marked proofs with pencils that smelled of cedar, all the while guarding the secret beneath their cuffs. The fog folds, typebars rest, and a patient breath waits between tides for footsteps soft enough to listen. In the fishing households along Huelva's salt-streaked alleys, the story endured differently, carried by the smell of frying sardines and the scrape of whetstones on hooks. Grandmothers recalled how priests blessed the unidentified officer before burial, sprinkling holy water that mingled with iodine, insisting that no rumor should disturb a soul that had drifted so far. Evidence of the deception was absent from their retellings. Instead, they treasured the sensory memory of heavy boots leaving grooves in church tiles. Reflection in these kitchens asked whether compassion requires ignorance, and the answer came through steaming pots. Sometimes kindness meant refusing to probe the official explanation. Their silence was born from reverence, wrapped in the smoke that curled above clay stoves. And the legend softened into a bedtime tale of a visitor the sea decided to keep. Children traced ship shapes into spilled flour, pretending to escort the officer back to sea. The night air smelled of orange blossom and charcoal, layering the memory with sweetness. Within German high command, memos scented with pipe tobacco circulated, analysing why the reserve divisions had been shifted south just days before the invasion fleet emerged. One report emphasised the authentic-looking theatre ticket dated for a London show still months ahead, noting the ink's slight smudge as proof it had written in a real pocket. Strategists felt the grain of the map paper under their palms, tracing the feints toward Greece they now realised were ghosts. Reflection tinged with regret flickered when officers imagined the corpse's last voyage. Had skepticism been dulled by the comforting smell of genuine leather and the weight of personal letters tied with ribbon? Suppression now took the form of embarrassment, leading to files stamped with red warnings that forbade discussion. Telephones rang with clipped urgency, yet no one mentioned how the evidence had seduced them. At night, guards polished doorknobs until they gleamed, as if shining away the memory. As decades passed, amateur historians combed declassified snippets, their fingers stained with microfilm chemicals, chasing the motif of measured deception. In musty libraries, they listened to projectors clicking like distant cicadas, while frames of naval memoranda flickered across screens. Evidence emerged in fragments, shipping manifests showing dry ice orders, bank ledgers recording stipends for false identities. Reflection accompanied every find, suggesting that the true heroism lay in the patience to craft a narrative so believable that even skeptics felt its texture as real. Still, certain testimonies remained censored, not by decree but by old habit. Surviving officers pursed their lips and cited security, as though the draft of cold morgue air still clung to their lungs. Discovery, therefore, became cyclical. Each revelation brushed against an older silence. Researchers warmed their hands around vending machine cocoa, the sweetness grounding them amid the dust. Outside, rain fretted against the windows, echoing the steady beat of archival persistence. In a shuttered brick chapel near Aberbargode, volunteers polished memorial plaques while discussing whispers that the unknown operative had once slept on local park benches. The wooden pews smelled of beeswax, and the stained glass threw pools of blue light across prayer books. Evidence was scarce. A registrar's marginalia hinting at a man named Glinda, a coroner's notation about rat poison, a faded receipt from a soup kitchen. Reflection softened those scraps into empathy, proposing that the dignity granted in death might have been absent in life, yet now rippled across coastlines. Silence here was motivated by respect for the dead poor. No one wanted to turn poverty into spectacle. The motif of measurement returned as the villagers debated how to weigh a soul that had been anonymous until the tides carried him into legend. Choir rehearsals filled the nave with breathy harmonies that vibrated through the flagstones. Outside, coal dust settled on window ledges, a gritty reminder of the hardship he once knew. Inside MI5's grey archives, humidity controllers clicked on and off like distant crickets, keeping the papers supple. Analysts reviewed operational diaries with gloved hands that smelled of latex, noting every calibration, how long the body soaked in saline, how the notes were folded to show believable thumb creases, how the fiancé's photo was deliberately creased near the eye to suggest it had been kissed. Each detail was evidence of obsessive craftsmanship. Reflection curled around the analysts like steam from afternoon tea, hinting that secrecy can be a gentler art, one that shields the fragile pride of nations through tender fabrication. Silence persisted not only out of duty, but because these archivists treasured the intimacy of knowing a story others still considered rumour. The corpse's borrowed identity remained a compass for them, pointing toward the idea that truth can be engineered without cruelty. Filing carts squeaked softly along linoleum, their wheels cushioned to avoid disturbing the sleeping testimonies. Even the smell of pencil shavings felt reverent in that hush. On the beaches of Normandy, veterans decades later recounted the invasion to their grandchildren, letting fistfuls of sand sift through their palms while gulls wheeled overhead. They described how the German artillery fired late, how minefields seemed strangely thin in places, and the grandchildren could taste salt in the breeze as they listened. Some veterans had heard whispers about a body deceiving the enemy, but their focus remained tactile. The grit inside their boots, the metallic tang of adrenaline near their tongues. Reflection brushed against their stories, suggesting that survival sometimes hinges on strangers never met. Their silence about operational secrets came from habit orders once given tend to lodge in the throat. The tide inhaled the children's laughter just as it once swallowed orders shouted above surf. Helmets now resting in museums still held grains of sand that whispered of the deception's success. The tide inhales, gulls glide, and breaths align with distant engines that no longer approach. When the story finally seeped into popular culture through novels and films, sound stages filled with the smell of sawdust and glue as set designers recreated submarine bunks. Actors buttoned scratchy uniforms, feeling how the wool itched against their wrists, and prop masters weighed briefcases with lead shot to ensure they thudded convincingly. Evidence translated into art, and audiences watched the luminous screens, hearing orchestras swell as the corpse drifted ashore again and again. Reflection hovered in theatre balconies. Did dramatization honor the quiet measurement of reality, or did it gild it until the edges blurred? Silence shifted motivation yet again. Consultants who knew the classified details withheld certain corrections, afraid the allure would vanish if every seam were exposed. Thus, the myth glimmered anew, anchored in sensory fidelity even as facts shimmered. Popcorn steam mingled with the resin scent of stage paint, creating a dreamlike fog. Projectors rattled like distant surf, reminding viewers of the night sea that birthed the tale. In Spanish naval archives, clerks eventually reopened cabinets whose hinges screeched like gulls, revealing logbooks perfumed with dry lavender sachets left to deter insects. The records detailed how the attaché case had been opened under diplomatic supervision, how the documents were dried over a brazier to prevent the ink from running, how German agents traced their fingers across the watermark to confirm authenticity. Each entry was evidence of meticulous bureaucracy. Reflection broadened as modern researchers, breathing in dusk motes lit by slanting afternoon light, realized that neutrality itself can become an accomplice when paperwork is precise yet motives are opaque. Silence here stemmed from political caution. The legacy of staying out of the fray meant owning up to complicity only in whispers. Still, the rediscovered files hummed softly, echoing the original measurement that guided the deception. Researchers copied passages with fountain pens, the ink pooling like miniature tides. Outside, church bells tolled, their bronze voices folding into the archival hush. The motif of calibrated myth reappeared when codebreakers compared their intercepts to the timeline of the body's discovery, listening to the clatter of bomb machines that once filled Bletchley huts with ozone-scented heat. They plotted graphs showing the lag between German redeployments and Allied landings, fingers smudged with pencil lead. Evidence from decrypted messages proved that the Wehrmacht clung to the falsehood long enough to dilute its defenses. Reflection accompanied these calculations. Perhaps war is less about force than about persuading your opponent to measure reality incorrectly. Silence in the code-breaking community lingered out of tradition. Veterans of secrecy prefer the company of files to interviews. Thus, the corpse's story entwined with humming rotors and the sweet metallic scent of soldered circuits. Teacups rattled on saucers whenever the machines hit a resonant frequency, yet conversations remained whispers. Even the gardens outside the huts seemed to bend inward, hedges muffling the world beyond the wires. In quiet London flats, women who had typed the forged love letters kept shoeboxes of carbon copies tied with ribbon that smelled faintly of perfume. Evidence lived in their cursive loops, the way they imitated a playful fiancé, adding smudges where a tear might have fallen. Each night they had written by lamplight, fingertips stained blue, hoping the intimacy they invented would withstand forensic scrutiny. Reflection arrived decades later as they reread those letters, realizing they had composed a life that someone finally believed. Silence persisted because revealing their role felt immodest, as if they might disturb the tender illusion they had spun. Their craft showed how measurement could be emotional, calibrating phrases to echo the heartbeat of an imagined officer. They remembered tapping the pages lightly to dry the ink, hearing only the clock and the distant rumble of buses. Lavender sachets hidden in drawers kept the memories soft. The codename, Mincemeat, rustled through corridors like a joke shared over chipped enamel mugs, yet the execution smelled of oil, ink, and seawater rather than levity. Operational diaries recorded barge schedules, dry ice deliveries, and the precise duration the body spent in a vacuum-sealed container to retard decay. Evidence was logged with tick marks, each representing a guard posted, a telegram destroyed, a tailor adjusting the uniform's inseam to match naval regulations. Reflection seeped in. As planners considered how empathy could coexist with manipulation, they toasted the unnamed man with quiet sips of whiskey, honouring him even as they transformed him into bait. Silence, in this phase, was enforced by legal directives and by the soft loyalty of those who believed the ruse protected thousands who would soon storm Europe's beaches. Coal fires in the grates crackled, mixing warmth with the chill of clandestine intent. Even the smell of pipe tobacco seemed ceremonial, curling like incense around the plan. After the war, the grave in Huelva received visitors who traced the carved name Major William Martin with sand-dusted fingertips while cypress trees whispered overhead. They left flowers that smelled of sun, warmed earth, unaware that beneath the inscription lay Glindar's bones joined to an alias. Evidence of the misdirection remained hidden, but the stone itself became part of the narrative, its weathered letters catching moonlight like a lantern. Reflection deepened among those mourners. They felt that honouring the false name still honoured the man, because stories can grant the dignity reality withheld. Silence there came from awe. Voices naturally softened among marble and waves. Visitors often poured a splash of sherry into the soil, a libation blending sweetness with salt spray. Occasionally, a violinist played near the gate, the notes drifting like gulls into the dusk. The dune exhales, candles flicker, and distant boys blink in rhythm with closing eyes tonight. One of the most delicate artifacts remained, the photograph of Pam, actually an actress named Jean, whose image was clipped from a wallet and scented lightly with rosewater to mimic having been nestled near perfume. Conservators later noted the slight abrasion along the corner where sailors had practiced sliding it from the pocket with gloved fingers. Evidence of authenticity hinged on such textures, the chalk dust that settled on her smile after being tucked into a lifebelt, the way humid air curled the paper just enough to appear cherished. Reflection on her unwitting contribution raised tender questions about consent and memory, although answers were left unspoken out of respect for the woman who never knew she became a talisman. Silence, here, was motivated by modesty, ensuring her everyday life remained untouched by the mythology surrounding the corpse. The photo now rests on felt, lit by gentle LEDs that mimic morning sun. Visitors leaning in sometimes detect the faint residue of rose, as if the fiction still breathes. The Official Secrets Act loomed like a foghorn in the minds of participants, its legal timbre resonating through decades. Clerks stored transcripts inside steel cabinets smelling of machine oil, and they logged each access on cards that rasped beneath their pens. Evidence of compliance was as tangible as the rubber stamps thudding against paper, ensuring no stray detail escaped. Reflection crept in during night shifts when the corridors fell silent. Except for the distant rumble of trains, they wondered if history would ever understand the delicate arithmetic of lies that saved lives that saved lives. Their silence was not fearful so much as disciplined, a rhythm they had practiced until it felt as natural as breathing. Thus the myth remained cocooned, protected by routine. Occasionally, a janitor polishing brass door plates would see their tired eyes and offer tea, never asking why they stayed so late. Even the flicker of fluorescent bulbs seemed to pulse in classified Morse. Eventually, historian Charles Fraser petitioned to view the sealed files, submitting forms that smelled of fresh toner and waiting in corridors where radiators hissed. When the boxes were unsnapped, the air released a mix of old leather, brine, and faded gum adhesive. Evidence spilled forth: telegram drafts, coroner's notes, the memorandum instructing diplomats on how to feign indignation if Spain protested. Reflection washed over Fraser as he realized the breadth of collaboration necessary to cradle the deception, from tailors to telegraph clerks. Silence broke reluctantly, replaced by careful narration. He understood that telling the story required preserving its tenderness, not just its intrigue. Discovery thus became an act of stewardship, returning the corpse's journey to public memory without stripping it of mystery. He copied passages in pencil so the graphite could be erased if needed, respecting the document's fragility. Outside, autumn leaves rattled across the pavement, sounding like the shuffle of unseen watchmen. In classrooms, teachers dimmed the lights and projected grainy photos of the supposed Major Martin, letting the hum of fluorescent tubes mix with the shuffle of notebooks. Evidence was woven into their lectures through maps smeared with chalk dust, arrows showing how German divisions marched away from Normandy. Reflection guided their final words of each lesson, reminding students that empathy can be engineered when truth refuses to cooperate. Silence entered when the bell rang. Teenagers carried the story quietly, perhaps whispering later while tracing condensation on bus windows. The corpse's secret became a lullaby of strategy, teaching that the texture of paper and the scent of seawater can weigh as heavily as artillery. Teachers sometimes played recordings of surf to lull restless classes, blending ambience with analysis. When the lights flicked back on, the chalk-dusted air looked like distant spray. Only once did official films whisper the precise year, 1943, when the corpse slipped into Spanish waters, and even then the number was spoken softly, as though pronouncing it too loudly might disturb the alignment of fate. Evidence from that period glowed within logbooks noting moon phases, tide tables, and the timing of a feigned radio chatter to corroborate the documents. Reflection lingered on how a single calendar year can cradle both despair and salvation, holding the moment when a nameless man received a promotion into myth. Silence quickly followed the uttered date. Narrators changed the subject to the rustle of dispatch riders and the scent of diesel on the docks. Measurement had met legend, and the balance felt too delicate to mention numbers again. Projectionists paused the reels afterward, letting the whir fade into stillness. Viewers exhaled in sync, as if the year itself were a spell that must dissipate quietly. Artists have since sketched the body's final float through charcoal lines that smudge under fingertips, blending sea and sky into a single soot-soft horizon. They layer evidence through textures: wax resist for the foam, graphite for the leather shoes, white chalk for the gulls hovering above. Viewers lean close, smelling paper warmed by studio lamps, and feel the narrative seep through shading. Reflection arises as they consider how art can cradle deception without judgment, honouring the quiet physics of buoyancy and secrecy alike. Silence here is contemplative. Galleries invite whispers, preserving the dreamlike spell. Some artists add salt crystals to their pigments so surfaces glitter faintly like wet uniforms. Others soundtrack their exhibitions with distant heartbeats, reminding patrons of the life once carried by those waves. Lanterns dim, graphite settles, and hush drifts with the imagined tide across attentive lungs tonight. Meanwhile, forensic scientists revisited the autopsy records, running gloved fingers over brittle sheets that still smelled faintly of carbolic. They used modern spectrometry to analyze residue on the clothing, detecting traces of phosphorus from the flares used during the drop, thereby confirming the body's exposure matched the official report. Reflection guided their interpretations, suggesting that empathy can coexist with calibration. By understanding the body's final hours, they honored the individual beyond the mission. Silence was motivated by professionalism. Lab results were filed without fanfare, spoken only in measured tones during conferences. The motif of measurement thus evolved, overlaying new technology atop the original deception while retaining the same reverent hush. Refrigerated cabinets hummed nearby, keeping scraps of fabric pliable enough for study. Even the blue glow of monitors felt subdued, as if mourning the man they examined. Among the belongings of British diplomat Sir Bernard, a diary surfaced smelling of old leather and pipe smoke, its pages brittle yet legible. Evidence gleamed in his cramped handwriting, references to a Spaniard nicknamed the Giant Sardine, courier of whispers about the found documents, and notes on how embassy staff feigned outrage before discreetly thanking fate. Reflection seeped between his sentences as he marvelled at how deception tasted of olives, sherry, and the dusty sunlight of consular afternoons. He had kept this diary locked away, suppression driven by loyalty to comrades who might have faced censure if the jest were revealed. Rediscovery occurred when his granddaughter opened the desk, feeling the smooth brass key warm in her palm. Silence cracked, but gently, like a seashell revealing the echo of waves. She pressed dried petals between the pages to mark passages that shimmered with humanity. Outside, swallows stitched the twilight sky, stitching together past and present. German infantry stationed along the Greek coastline remembered the redeployment orders arriving with the smell of damp wool and wood smoke, compelling them to dig fortifications among rocky coves. Evidence of the deception lived in their diaries: sketches of driftwood, notes about ration shortages, assurances that an Allied armada would soon arrive where nothing ever did. Reflection decades later brought a bittersweet taste. Veterans wondered how their trust had been swayed by papers they never saw, only heard described through stern voices. Silence for them stemmed from fatigue. After the war, many chose to let the memory fade, unwilling to relive a strategy that had made them idle while distant cliffs erupted. Still, their recollections, when shared, added another layer to the corpse's journey. They remembered the hum of mosquitoes over foxholes and the metallic bite of condensed milk. Even the stars seemed to mock them, glittering over empty seas. Mathematicians attached to Allied planning modelled the probabilities of the ruse succeeding, scribbling on chalkboards until their cuticles were rimed with white dust. Evidence of their calculations remains in preserved notebooks that smell faintly of camphor, showing variables for drift time, current vectors, and the likelihood of axis interception. Reflection whispers through those formulas, hinting that even in war, elegance of numbers can sound like a lullaby. Their silence afterward was less about secrecy and more about humility. Underpin every measured lie that holds. The corpse's path, charted through integrals and saltwater densities, thus joined the chorus of quiet craftsmanship. Coffee rings stain the margins, humanizing the cold logic. Chalk crumbs gather along windowsills like miniature dunes, proof that abstraction once toiled beside the tide. In Ireland's coastal listening stations, operators heard the German radio bulletins referencing the supposed Allied strike toward Greece, the static hissing like seafoam across pebbles. Evidence accumulated in their logbooks, each entry describing frequencies, call signs and voice timbres, all smelling of graphite and rain-soaked wool. Reflection accompanied their observations. Could a man who never breathed again truly redirect the breath of nations? The question hung above the receivers before dissolving into the steady thump of waves against cliffs. Silence reigned in those huts because secrecy orders mingled with the natural instinct to whisper when surrounded by fog. Measurement, once more, guided myth as antennas translated the echo of a corpse into strategic advantage. Kerosene heaters ticked and sighed, offering warmth to stiff fingers. The windows filmed with condensation, mirroring the blurred certainty outside. Years later, Glinda's relatives, few though they were, gathered in a modest kitchen where coal smoke clung to curtains and kettles whistled. They held a letter from the government acknowledging his role, the paper thick and creamy beneath their fingertips. Evidence came in the form of an official seal and a pension note, proof that the nameless vagabond had finally been recognized. Reflection swelled as they imagined his restless footsteps on city cobbles and the unlikely path that led him to shape history. Their silence afterward was born of tenderness. They spoke his name only in murmurs, fearful of fracturing the fragile dignity newly bestowed. Hearth glows warmed chipped mugs of tea, steeped until nearly black. Outside, rain threaded through alley gutters, echoing the river that once carried him beyond anonymity. Hearth glows, coals sigh, and memories float like embers along the rafters tonight above resting ears. Modern naval academies integrate the tale into ethics seminars, projecting slides while cadets sit in uniform rows, boots polished to mirror the fluorescent glare. Evidence is presented through facsimiles of the forged letters, the cadets passing them hand to hand, feeling the raised ink and noting the deliberate coffee stain near the margin. Reflection is encouraged. They discuss whether deception can be moral when it preserves thousands, their voices low enough to meld with the hum of ventilation. Silence follows each session, a contemplative pause before drills resume, suggesting that even in institutions built on command, there is room for whispered histories. The corpse's measured journey becomes a compass for debates about honor. Chalk dust floats in the shaft of light slicing the room, and someone coughs quietly, reminded of morgue chill. Later, on the parade ground, the clack of heels seems to echo the heartbeat of the tale. Oceanographers have also revisited the drift path, launching buoys scented with machine oil into similar currents to confirm the timing. Their data loggers clicked softly while waves slapped the hulls, recording temperature gradients and salinity that matched the original estimates. Evidence from these experiments showed the corpse would indeed arrive near Huelva within the planned window, vindicating the meticulous tide charts scribbled in pencil decades earlier. Reflection accompanied the scientists as they tasted salt spray on their lips, marveling at how physics embraced a covert story. Silence aboard their vessels came from concentration. Only gulls broke it, crying above the measuring instruments. Thus, natural rhythms once again verified the myth's foundation. Midnight watches found them sipping broth, warming hands over thermoses while boys blinked like patient stars. Sonar pings rolled through the hull, a modern lullaby to the ancient ruse. In a museum exhibition titled Tides of Deception, visitors move through dim galleries where spotlights pool like moonbeams on relics. They inhale the mixed aromas of aged canvas, wax polish, and faint ozone from display cases. Evidence is everywhere. The replica attaché case with authentic rust, the logbook displaying carefully inked entries, the typewriter whose keys still carry smudges of navy blue ribbon. Reflection is prompted by whispered audio guides describing how compassion and calculation intertwined. Silence envelopes the room, not because of censorship, but because the design encourages hushed footsteps, letting the central motif resonate. The corpse's story becomes tactile again, reachable through glass yet still wrapped in mystery. A recorded heartbeat pulses softly beneath the floorboards, syncing with the visitors' breaths. On leaving, they pass through a corridor perfumed with sea salt, a final sensory benediction. Essayists have begun to reinterpret the operation through the lens of identity, writing in cafes where espresso perfumes the air and rain taps the windows. They cite correspondence between intelligence officers debating the ethics of forging a life, their laptops glowing pale blue. Evidence comes from newly released memos that describe the debates over which accent to assign the fictitious major, which bank account to fabricate, which medals to include on the uniform. Reflection drives their prose, suggesting that the ultimate respect was in crafting a believable, honourable life for someone who had little dignity while alive. Silence lingers in their drafts as they delete sensational phrases, striving for gentleness instead of bravado. Measurement here is linguistic, balancing fact and feeling. Sugar crystals crunch beneath spoons as they stir ideas into focus. The cafe's steamed windows mirror the blurred boundary between truth and design. The sand remembers, instruments hum, the hollow waits. When the files were more broadly released in 1996, the announcement arrived not with fanfare, but with a press bulletin that smelled of toner and envelope glue. Researchers queued beneath buzzing lights, waiting to handle the papers that had slept for generations. Evidence now sat openly on reading room desks, autopsy transcripts, naval intelligence memos, marginal doodles of anchors made by bored clerks. Reflection rippled across the scholars' faces as they realized the corpse's story had always balanced between compassion and manipulation. Silence persisted even in disclosure. Archivists asked for whispers to protect the fragile pages, and visitors obliged, breathing softly as though the man himself rested nearby. The motif endured, showing that time had only deepened the measured myth. Outside, pigeons cooed on stone ledges, oblivious to the secrets unfolding below. Inside, the smell of linen gloves and old glue conjured the morgue's chill once more. Poets, too, have wandered to the Huelva shoreline, letting the Atlantic mist bead on their notebooks while they listen to waves slap the seawall. They gather pebbles slick with algae, their fingers cool and gritty, as they jot lines about a messenger made of bone and salt. Evidence may be sparse for them, just the grave, the tide, the scent of pine from nearby groves. But inspiration thrives in such minimalism. Reflection swirls as they ponder whether the ocean ever resented being drafted into espionage. Their silence afterward stems from awe. The sea commands it. Some drop ink into the surf, watching the plume dissolve like whispered confidences. Others close their eyes to memorize the gull cries, storing the sound for winter recitations. Moonlight slides, gulls hush, and tide foam shivers in rhythm with closed eyes waiting through the small hours. Digital archivists now convert the documents into high-resolution scans, their workstations humming as gentle as bees. They calibrate color balances to capture the precise sepia of the forged identification cards, ensuring that the faint fingerprint smudge remains visible. Evidence thus becomes pixelated, yet the tactile story survives. Viewers can zoom into the fibers of the paper, almost smelling the historical ink through suggestion. Reflection occupies the archivists as they slide styluses across tablets, meditating on how technology can preserve the softness of a handwritten lie. Silence in the digitization lab is broken only by the soft whir of cooling fans, a modern lullaby accompanying the age-old motif of measured myth. Anti-static mats ground their steps, the faint rubber scent mixing with ozone. Occasionally, a scanner lamp flickers, casting brief auroras across the documents like tidal light. In classrooms of military psychologists, the corpse's tale becomes a case study in perception, delivered over the scent of dry erase markers and freshly brewed coffee. Evidence includes transcripts of German officers praising the discovered plans, demonstrating how confirmation bias can feel as tangible as rope in the hands. Reflection leads students to explore how stress and expectation can dull skepticism, inviting them to imagine the weight of authority pressing against their shoulders. Silence follows each discussion as cadets contemplate their own susceptibility to finely tuned hoaxes. The story functions as a mirror, polished with salt spray and ink. Notebooks close with soft thuds, like muffled doors. Outside, wind rattles flagpoles, underscoring how easily belief can be bent. Retired sailors who once guarded the submarine recount the mission in veterans' halls where wooden floors creak and the air smells of brass polish. Evidence seeps through their anecdotes. The way the canister rims scraped their knuckles. The hiss as dry ice met seawater. The signal lamp blinking once before the drop. Reflection often leaves them staring into mugs of tea, acknowledging that they carried both a corpse and the hopes of an entire armada. Their silence afterward is contemplative. Memories this weighty deserve pauses. The motif of careful measurement returns as they describe timing the release between waves, counting heartbeats in the dark. Metal ribbons fade on their jackets, yet their voices stay steady. A distant jukebox plays waltzes, its softness contrasting with the steel memories afloat in the room. Across podcasts and hush-toned radio shows, narrators speak of the operation with microphones inches from their lips, the room padded with foam that smells faintly of dust. Evidence is cited through declassified telegrams and the lingering photo of Major Martin smiling beside his staged sweetheart. Reflection takes on a lullaby cadence, inviting listeners to imagine the softness of sodden uniforms and the slick feel of kelp in a fisherman's net. Silence is built into the format. Pauses stretch long enough for the mind to drift, reinforcing the ASMR-like spell. Measurement exists even here, in the pacing of syllables designed to match the gentle deception they describe. Listeners hear the faint inhale of the host, syncing their breathing to the story. Recording lights glow red, tinting the studio like a midnight wardroom. In philosophical circles, the tale inspires debates over the ethics of instrumentalizing the dead, discussed in libraries where dust and leather mingle on the tongue. Evidence is drawn from legal opinions and wartime correspondence, each page rustling like distant rain. Reflection forces participants to weigh respect against necessity, to consider whether granting posthumous heroism compensates for prior neglect. Silence eventually settles as they close the books, understanding that some judgments remain suspended like buoy lines in calm water. The corpse's journey refuses easy verdicts, continuing to balance compassion and calculation. Chalk notes on the blackboard fade overnight, as if even words recoil from permanence. Tea poured into porcelain cups, clicks gently, punctuating the unresolved. Travel writers who visit Uelva describe twilight walks along the estuary, shoes crunching on shells while lanterns flicker along the promenade. They note the smell of orange blossoms drifting from courtyards and the taste of salted almonds handed out by vendors. Evidence of the past appears subtly. Plaques, guided whispers, the grave's fresh flowers. Reflection enters their prose as they compare the gentle town to the turbulent history it once cradled. Silence arises from respect for locals who still lower their voices near the cemetery. They pocket smooth stones, later placing them on hotel desks as tactile reminders. Camera shutters click softly, careful not to fracture the dusk. Shadows lengthen, bells soften, and footsteps slow beneath the sky turning silver grey. Tonight as sea hushes. Academic panels now revisit the case with interdisciplinary voices, oceanographers beside linguists, ethicists beside costume conservators. The conference halls smell of polished wood and projector bulbs warming the air. Evidence circulates through slides of tide simulations, scans of love letters, inventories of the personal effects pinned to the body. Reflection blooms as each scholar realizes the narrative's completeness depends on their collective senses. Touch, sight, sound, even taste when describing salt in the air. Silence follows exuberant debates, a mutual breath acknowledging that some mysteries feel healthier when partially veiled. The motif of measurement entwined with myth remains the guiding star across all their disciplines. Laptops click shut in unison, echoing the lid of the attaché case. Outside, fountain spray drifts in the wind, sounding like distant surf applause. So we arrive again at that caliper, frozen at 17.8 centimeters, its brass teeth cool beneath museum glass, the scent of polished oak lingering in the quiet hall. Evidence still rests within reach. Letters, receipts, the coroner's looping script. But it refuses to exhaust the story. Reflection suggests that every measured detail, from the weight of a sardine tin to the curl of a photograph, continues to ripple outward, guiding how we honor the anonymous and how we wield imagination as a tool. Silence envelops the display, not because answers are forbidden, but because the listener within each of us senses the reverence owed to a man who traveled farther in death than in life. Perhaps the true deception endures in our heartbeat's response to these artifacts, wondering whether the sea itself conspired to grant him purpose. The glass case hums softly with climate controls, the air tasting faintly of metal, and the mystery remains content to rest, half explained, beneath the lull of waves we can almost hear. The gallery hush deepens as evening guards dim the sconces, and the caliper's muted gleam becomes a beacon for fresh curiosities. Nearby, a velvet-lined drawer slides open to reveal another relic, the wax-sealed envelope that once travelled tucked against the corpse's chest, its seal impressed with a signet now dulled by salt. Conservators describe how, when the wax warmed under their lamps, it exhaled a faint honey scent, reviving the moment it had been stamped in a Whitehall office, scented with pipe smoke and damp wool. Scholars lean close, tracing the ridges with gloved fingertips, and evidence unfurls in murmurs about who handled it, who trusted it, who misread it. Reflection pulses like a tide pool in moonlight. A single fold, a single scent, could sway a continent. Silence stretches companionably between visitors as they imagine the envelope slipping beneath waves, the ink steadying its heartbeat long enough to fool the enemy. Across the Atlantic, in a Naval Academy's wainscoted lecture hall, instructors stage a midnight seminar illuminated only by green-shaded desk lamps. Cadets cradle mugs of cocoa laced with nutmeg while studying enlarged photographs projected onto linen screens, the corpuscles of film grain sparkling like seawater. Evidence arrives through the scratch of chalk, marking out the chain of custody from morgue to submarine to Spanish shore. Reflection enters when a professor unwraps a reproduction of the wallet, letting its leather perfume the air with tannins, and reminds the class that entire flotillas found safe passage because someone measured the wallet's bulge to the gram. Silence follows as cadets imagine themselves balancing deception with duty, their bootsteps muffled out of instinctive respect. Outside, frost halos the parade ground lamps, echoing the dry ice bloom that once veiled the canister. In a Parisian atelier, costume historians examine the naval uniform worn by the false major, its fabric now laid flat atop unbleached muslin. The room smells of steam irons and cedar blocks, and evidence hides in stitches, hastily shortened sleeves, collar mends where salt stiffened the wool, faint residues of malt preservative along the cuffs. Reflection shimmers as the historians debate how tactile authenticity swayed German eyes. They note the brass buttons polished with vinegar until they caught even the weakest Andalusian sun. Silence accompanies their work because needles clicking through fabric feel like a séance with artisans long gone. They chart the uniform's travels on craft paper, whispering the names of tailors and quartermasters who bent over this same cloth while blackout sirens moaned. Outside the atelier, rain drums on zinc rooftops, a soft metronome for their gentle stitching. Centuries later, insensibility, though separated by only a few global shifts, a virtual reality lab reconstructs the journey for visitors who don headsets in a room perfumed with fresh circuitry and felt. Evidence is data, meticulously scanned artifacts, sonar maps, atmospheric recordings of Andalusian surf at dawn. Reflection arises as audiences float through a simulation of the drop, hearing the submarine hull creak, feeling controllers pulse in rhythms mimicking waves. Silence descends when the scene lingers on the body drifting, phosphorescence tracing his outline like bioluminescent penmanship. The motif of careful measurement persists even in code. The programmers calibrated moonlight intensity to match declassified meteorological logs. When the headsets lift, viewers blink against ordinary fluorescent glare, the afterimage of silvered surf still soft inside their ears. In Madrid's diplomatic archives, a climate-controlled vault exudes the mineral odour of stone and ink as newly catalogued letters reveal Spain's delicate tightrope walk. Evidence appears in the tidy copperplate of couriers who describe the attaché case's arrival, noting how candle soot smudged the leather during the first inspection. Reflection curls through marginal comments. One clerk muses about the moral gravity of opening the belongings of the dead, even when neutrality demanded compliance. Silence permeates the reading room. Only the slow turn of parchment and the sigh of air vents accompany the scholars. They discover a packet of dried rosemary pinned inside a folder, perhaps left by a secretary seeking to mask the odour of damp paper. That herb still releases a ghost of pine, linking the documents to the chapel incense that once watched over the corpse. On a Scottish isle battered by constant spray, marine biologists lead a field study tracing the currents that ferried the body. They deploy drift nets from a wooden pier slick with kelp, and the air tastes of salt and peat smoke from both is inland. Evidence emerges as GPS buoys blink crimson against slate waves, proving that eddies near the Strait of Gibraltar spin like slow clocks, reliable enough for spymasters to trust. Reflection is voiced around a peat fire later, when the team compares their graphs to faded naval charts annotated in pencil. Silence settles between sips of smoky whiskey, honouring those earlier observers who listened to the sea without satellites. Boots steam beside the hearth, and the crackle of burning peat resembles distant radio static, as if the ocean still shares dispatches from that clandestine night. In Berlin's museums, curators quietly assemble an exhibition confronting intelligence errors. Among the exhibits is a German staff officer's blotter stained with violet ink and burnt tobacco, its blotches forming accidental constellations. Evidence etched into the blotter reveals repeated references to the corpse's documents, each notation pressed by a nib harder than the last, as though urgency deepened belief. Reflection is staged through interactive displays, asking visitors to weigh skepticism against hierarchy. A gloved hand lifts a reproduction of the forged theatre tickets, and the hushed audio track explains how the paper stock precisely matched London's West End, convincing wary analysts. Silence blankets the room where the blotter rests. Visitors read the officer's later memo, edges singed from post-war destruction attempts, and sense the heavy pause of regret. Beyond the gallery, the city's trams hum, mimicking the clamoring typewriters that once relayed orders born of misdirection. Meanwhile, in a Welsh community hall adorned with miners' banners, storytellers gather families for an evening vigil dedicated to Glinda's memory. The hall smells of leek soup and coal dust, and evidence lives in oral tradition. A grandmother recounts the slight limp he carried from rail yard mishaps. Another recalls how he whistled hymns while queuing at soup kitchens. Reflection saturates the room when a local choir sings an old lullaby, their harmonies soft as coal ash, reimagining the man's wanderings as a pilgrimage no one noticed. Silence follows each verse, punctuated only by the creak of pine pews and the rustle of wool shawls. On a side table, a tin of ration biscuits sits beside a candle, not as prop, but as offering. The flame flickers whenever the door opens, echoing the morgue's draft that once brushed his borrowed uniform. Deep within London's underground tunnels, a heritage tour guides visitors past decommissioned communications rooms where the air still tastes of dust and iron. Evidence survives in the graffiti scratched by signallers waiting on benches, including tiny anchors and initials that correspond to the roster of mincemeat's planners. Reflection emerges when the guide dims the lights, letting only a single emergency bulb glow the colour of honey, and plays a restored recording of Morse messages confirming the Germans' misallocation of forces. Silence spreads as listeners imagine the headphones' weight, the cordite tang from nearby anti-aircraft emplacements, the balancing act between celebration and secrecy. The tunnels amplify every inhalation. Even the shuffle of shoes resembles the submarine's weighted footsteps. Above them, London traffic thrums, oblivious to the subdued history resonating below. In Rome's ecclesiastical libraries, theologians examine letters exchanged between chaplains who struggled with the morality of using a corpse as a weapon. The parchment smells of frankincense absorbed over decades, and evidence is tender. A notation about baptizing an alias, a mention of prayers whispered for a soul whose name the clergy were forbidden to reveal. Reflection glows in their ink, debating whether sanctification can be extended to a fabrication if it saves the living. Silence reigns in the reading chamber, broken only by the swish of cassocks and the delicate chime of a water clock marking the hours. Outside, swallows carve the dusk above tiled rooftops, their cries lacing with distant bells. The motif of measurement here is spiritual, a weighing of grace against necessity. Across the Pacific in a coastal city's aquarium, educators adapt the story for younger audiences by focusing on tides and trust. The air smells of brine and algae as children press their palms to glass tanks, where moon jellies pulse like slow heartbeats. Evidence is translated into tactile stations, a mock-attaché case weighed with sandbags, a tide table puzzle with pieces shaped like currents, a recording of gulls from Huelva. Reflection is coaxed when educators dim the room and invite the children to imagine how the ocean carries secrets. Silence gently follows as they listen to the murmur of pumps and the distant echo of a foghorn piped through speakers. Measurement mingles with wonder. The kids learn to read the tide clock while resting their foreheads against cool glass. The corpse's tail drifts subtly into their dreams, anchored by sensory cues instead of battlefield diagrams. In a Manhattan radio archive lined with Bakelite consoles, engineers digitize wartime broadcasts acknowledging the invasion. The space smells faintly of hot vacuum tubes and varnished wood, and evidence reveals itself in scratchy recordings where anchors describe the Allied breakthrough without hinting at the corpse who eased the way. Reflection emerges as the engineers notice the tremor in a broadcaster's voice, perhaps aware of rumors yet sworn to secrecy. Silence fills the control room. When they replay the moment German defences faltered, they imagine how listeners clenched hands around porcelain teacups or rationed cigarettes, unaware of the cadaver drifting behind the headlines. The motif of careful calibration returns as the engineers adjust equalizers, balancing hiss and speech, the way planners once balanced salt and ink. In a seaside hospice overlooking Sussex chalk cliffs, Aging intelligence veterans share final memories under blankets smelling of lavender detergent. Evidence surfaces in their murmured recollections. The cold bite of the morgue table when they first saw Glinda. The weight of the attaché case as they tested the cuff chain. The spoonful of stew they barely tasted before night maneuvers resumed. Reflection saturates the room when a volunteer plays a gramophone tune popular in wartime dance halls, and the veterans recall coaxing laughter from colleagues who stitched false love letters. Silence follows as they gaze through panoramic windows where gulls drift on thermals. One taps the armrest in rhythm with imagined Morse. Another fingers the edge of a hospital tray as if flipping a dossier. Their breaths synchronize with the gentle whoosh of oxygen machines, echoing the submarine's steady valves. Beyond Earth, a communications array crewed by astronomers uses the operation as metaphor during long night shifts. Hunched over consoles in a dome smelling of cold metal and brewed tea, they compare deep space signal analysis to the deciphering of German dispatches. Evidence lies in their logs, where they note the time delay between signal transmission and reception, just as intelligence officers once measured the lag before enemy redeployments. Reflection surfaces when they discuss how belief colors interpretation. If a corpse could sway armies, a misread pulse of radio noise might spark cosmic myths. Silence is essential to their work. Even whispers feel loud beneath the rotating dome. The motif of measurement extends to the stars, where deception and discovery both rely on patient listening. A culinary historian in Lisbon recreates the meals described in Major Martin's forged receipts, steaming clams in white wine while radio static from archived broadcasts crackles softly. The kitchen smells of garlic, citrus, and wood smoke. Evidence becomes edible. The precise portion of almonds noted in an expense ledger. The drizzle of sherry mirroring a bar tab in the officer's wallet. Reflection occurs as diners taste the dishes in a candlelit tavern, realizing that even gastronomy played a role in solidifying the disguise. Silence follows each bite, not from secrecy, but from reverence for the unseen man whose life was invented down to the texture of his supper. Silverware clinks gently, like distant anchor chains, and the candle flames flicker in rhythm with imagined ship lanterns. The motif persists. Calories, cents, and receipts measured to fool the enemy. In Buenos Aires, tango musicians compose a suite titled Mincemeat Milonga, rehearsing in a studio scented with rosin and polished mahogany. Evidence is woven into melody. The bandoneon imitates the swell of the sea. The violin traces the trajectory from London fog to Andalusian sunrise. Reflection surfaces in lyrics whispered between verses, honoring the unnamed traveller whose story dances between continents. Silence is cultivated after each run-through, allowing the final chord to shimmer like moonlight on a conning tower. Dancers practice slow okos, their shoes scuffing the floor softly, echoing the corpse's final turn in the tide. Measurement here is rhythmic, ensuring each syncopation aligns with the narrative's heartbeat. On a Caribbean island once home to Allied listening posts, a small museum perched above turquoise water curates a shell collection stamped with catalogue numbers. Evidence hides in a conch etched with coordinates referencing the drop zone. A radio operator had carved them during a lull, letting the shell's blush pink interior preserve the memory. Reflection glows as visitors hold the shell to their ears, hearing not just surf but the faint hum of imagined radio chatter. Silence envelops the museum veranda, where trade winds toss white curtains. The only sound is palm fronds clacking like semaphore flags. Measurement surfaces in the placard, detailing wind patterns that ferried German transmissions across the Atlantic, aligning natural rhythms with espionage. A novelist in Reykjavik drafts by candlelight while snow rattles the window panes, weaving the operation into a saga style. The room smells of beeswax and coffee, and evidence threads through her manuscript, descriptions of the corpse wrapped like a northbound drifter, the submarine likened to a whale guiding fate. Reflection hums beneath each sentence as she parallels Viking funerary rites with modern theatrics, suggesting that shipborne deceits echo across eras. Silence underscores her process. She writes with wool socks muffling footsteps, every keystroke a whisper. Measurement appears in her meticulous scene planning, aligning tides with aurora displays she has only seen in winter skies. The corpse's tail adopts northern hues, yet retains its core of gentle precision. In an open-air market in Seville, spice merchants offer blends named after wartime legends. One stall sells Pam's perfume pepper, a mix of rose hips and black peppercorns inspired by the fiancé's photo. Evidence of the story's cultural seep lies in the vendor's patter. He recounts how the aromatic mix mirrors the scent discovered on the photograph's corner. Reflection stirs customers who inhale the sachet, tasting the bittersweet blend on their tongues. Silence momentarily blankets the bustling market as buyers imagine the photo tucked near a heart that never beat again. The motif of measurement enters through the vendor's brass scale, its pans polished bright, weighing spices just as intelligence officers weighed the briefcase to match a naval officer's stride. In Copenhagen's design school, students reinterpret the attaché case as an object lesson in user experience. The atelier smells of linseed oil and 3D printer resin while prototypes line a table. Evidence informs their sketches, diagrams showing how the case was secured to the wrist, notes about leather grain chosen to signal high rank without ostentation. Reflection accompanies critiques as professors ask whether empathy extends to ergonomics for someone who would never feel the handle's pressure. Silence settles when a prototype clicks shut with the same subdued authority as the original. Everyone hears the echo of that readiness. Measurement manifests in CAD files balanced between historical fidelity and modern craft. Through design, the corpse's accessory speaks again. A group of sound artists in Melbourne gathers field recordings from beaches, morgues, steam trains and typewriters to create an immersive composition. The studio smells of solder and eucalyptus oil, and evidence lies in waveforms displayed across monitors, peaks representing gull cries or ink ribbon snaps. Reflection grows as they layer these sounds into crescendos that mirror the operation's tensions. Paper rustle bleeding into surf. Heartbeat subsonics merging with diesel engines. Silence is integral. They carve pockets of hush where listeners can almost hear the caliper's stillness. Measurement here is auditory, aligning decibel curves with the narrative's emotional arcs. When premiered in a dim theatre, the piece wraps audiences in vibrations that feel like midnight on a heaving sea. At a Quebecois winter festival, ice sculptors carve a tableau of the operation, working amid the crisp scent of snow and pine. Evidence informs their chisels, the submarine condensed in translucent blue, the attaché case carved from amber ice, the corpse implied by an indentation cradled in frosted blankets. Reflection emerges as visitors run mittens along the smooth surfaces, sensing how cold and water shaped the mission. Silence accompanies snowfall, muffling voices as twilight paints the sculpture's lavender. Measurement is visible in the grid lines etched into the ice blocks, reminiscent of the spreadsheets that partitioned responsibilities among spies. When the sun returns and the installation melts, rivulets trickle like whispers returning to the sea. On a Hawaiian research vessel tracking microplastics, the crew passes slow evenings reading diaries from wartime sailors. The galley smells of coconut curries and diesel, and evidence pipes through the ship's speakers as an audiobook recounts the mission. Reflection surfaces when a deckhand compares the drift of plastics to the corpse's journey. Both tiny, both capable of travelling unimaginable distances. Silence claims the deck after lights out, broken only by the hiss of bowspray and the rattle of sensors. Measurement manifests in the data sheets clipped to bulkheads, columns aligning with the same precision as the tide tables once used for deception. The story threads into their watch rotations, a lullaby syncing with the Pacific swell. In Nairobi's art school, students craft beadwork panels depicting global histories. One collaborative piece uses azure glass beads for the Atlantic, brass for the Atlantic, brass for the attaché case, and ivory seeds for the forged documents. Evidence translates through pattern, a spiral showing the deception's ripples, a row of crimson beads marking the German redeployment. Reflection arises as the students discuss how a man from Wales, an operation from London, and consequences across Mediterranean coasts intersect with their own artistic voices. Silence descends when they knot the final thread, honouring the subject with a moment of stillness. Measurement appears in the bead counts, each column matching the number of items tucked into Major Martin's pockets. The panel, shimmering under Nairobi's daylight, hums with the same gentle insistence as the caliper's locked jaw. Ancestral storytellers among the Sami people, intrigued by the tale, adapt it into joik, a vocal tradition that conjures places and spirits. Gathered around a fire inside a lavu scented with birch smoke, they chant melodies that rise and fall like swells. Evidence is abstract, woven into rhythm rather than fact, yet the joik evokes brass, salt, and clandestine footsteps with uncanny clarity. Reflection permeates their song, asking what it means for a wanderer's spirit to be borrowed by empires. Silence follows completion of the chant, the only sound the pop of sap in the firewood. Measurement here is communal breath, each inhalation calibrated to keep the joik's pulse steady. Through this northern lens, the corpse's odyssey becomes a universal meditation on stewardship of the nameless. Tech entrepreneurs in Singapore, building secure communication apps, cite mincemeat during brainstorming sessions scented with whiteboard markers and espresso. Evidence appears in slides showing how analog artifacts once carried the weight modern algorithms now bear. Reflection guides their ethos as they aim to design systems that resist manipulation, learning from the art of convincing falsehoods. Silence punctuates moments when a prototype fails, the disappointment tempered by respect for the past's ingenuity. Measurement surfaces in unit tests and code reviews, as precise as the original caliper's bite. The corpse's legacy infiltrates even this neon-lit lab, reminding developers that every message, true or false, rides on textures, timing, and trust. A pilgrim trail emerges along Andalusia's coast, where surfers, historians, and poets walk barefoot at dawn, tracing the corpse's drift route. The sand smells of iodine and fig leaves crushed underfoot. Evidence is intangible but potent. The chill of the water matching accounts of the morning discovery, the gull patterns echoing logbook sketches. Reflection takes hold as the walkers collect sea glass to place on the grave, each shard a stand-in for a life saved. Silence reigns when they reach the tide line, listening to the rhythmic hush that once camouflaged the deception. Measurement reveals itself in steps counted, heartbeats paced to the surf's inhalation. They leave without souvenirs, only salt crust on their ankles and the story murmuring in their ears. In Dublin's pubs, Sayanchai storytellers weave the saga into fireside sessions perfumed with peat smoke and barley. Evidence is dramatized through prop letters stained with tea, a pocket watch ticking faintly as it passes from hand to hand. Reflection wraps patrons in warmth as they consider how empathy was engineered through handwriting and perfume. Silence settles when the storyteller lowers his voice to describe the fisherman's reverence, the clink of glasses pausing mid-air. Measurement emerges in the cadence of the tale, paced so each revelation lands like a wave. Outside, cobblestones glisten under mist, echoing the Andalusian dawn yet to these listeners far away. In a Kenyan savannah research camp, conservationists compare their radio-collared elephant data to the operation's meticulous logging. The camp smells of acacia sap and paraffin lamps, and evidence lies in spreadsheets tracking herd movements with the same devotion once devoted to German divisions. Reflection arises as they discuss how narrative can direct attention, how a single compelling story, like that of Major Martin, can shift resources the way human-wildlife conflict stories must today. Silence blankets the campfire after dark, interrupted only by distant lion roars and the scratch of pens. Measurement continues under the stars, clipboards glowing from headlamp light, linking wartime deception to current efforts at safeguarding life. Ultimately, the caliper remains, its brass gleam tamed by glass, yet its locked jaws still an invocation to trust in detail. Every surrounding whisper, from virtual reconstructions to joiks, from uniform threads to beadwork, becomes a tide returning to this instrument that once pinched a letter to certainty. Evidence continues to proliferate, but never exhaust. Reflection grows richer with each new lens. Silence remains the padded room where respect echoes. The corpse that saved D-Day endures, not as a grisly footnote, but as a gentle reminder that compassion, when paired with precision, can bend history toward mercy. In the museum's dim evening, climate units hum like distant surf. Visitors breathe in metal and memory, and the story drifts onward, expanding yet always returning to the measured hush that began it. At dawn, the surveyor's tape stretched across basalt lintels at Kerbet El Dir, digits glowing 4.3 meters under a milky Levantine haze, the measurement whispering of doorways tall enough to invite the giants of the Rephaim. Hardened dust clung to the canvas of notebooks as Dr. Hana Rasawi brushed away flint flakes, noting volcanic inclusions that dated the stones to the 13th century BCE, the same horizon as the biblical age of the Nephilim. Perfumed sage smoke drifted from a nearby shepherd's brazier, folding into the trench and mingling with the copper tang of disturbed earth, as if the ground exhaled a forgotten legend. Theodolite clicks punctured the hush, each metallic chirp challenging the claim that builders of impossible stature once strode here. Yet the weight of the lintel, 9.6 metric tons according to the hoist scales, proved that ordinary hands risked collapse to raise what stories say, giants shaped with ease. If this quiet history soothes you, please subscribe. Under the low amber lamp inside the site tent, Hannah warmed her palms around a tin mug of cardamom coffee, its steam tracing ribbons through the cool night while cicadas rehearsed their endless chorus outside. The grit beneath her nails tasted faintly of salt, a reminder that this plateau once watched over late bronze caravans bound for Lake Hule. Soft goat-hide gloves lay folded beside a set of bone calipers, the tools glinting like patient fireflies in the lamplight as she sketched the lintel's pitted surface. Beyond the tent flap, starlight silvered the basalt blocks, and the distant Jordan shimmered like beaten foil, promising a chill that would sink into any traveller's bones before sunrise. Hana whispered into her tape recorder about the mythic gatekeepers known as Nephilim, careful to note the differential weathering on the western face. The microphone caught the hush between her words, that trembling space where scholarship brushes against folklore and a contemporary visitor confronts the spectre of not surviving a single night if the age she studies were to return. Outside, the flutter of moth wings brushed the canvas in time with distant water wheels, steadying her thoughts. She imagined the lintel reassembled in its original gateway, every grain of stone warmed briefly by the breath of giants who might have been disciplined warriors rather than monsters. In the 13th century BCE, when Egyptian viceroys listed Bashan among rebellious territories, the basalt strongholds around Kerbet El Dir demanded acclimated lungs and hardened skin from anyone daring to enter. Excavated hearths show charred aurochs marrow bones cracked with stone hammers, the residue thick with collagen that would sour a modern stomach unaccustomed to such ferrous diets. Night temperatures plunged toward 8 degrees C, even in harvest months, and the prevailing katabatic wind sliced across the plateau, carrying silt that rasped against eyelids like powdered glass. Baked clay tablets from Ugarit catalogued tribute ode to rulers titled Sons of the Mighty, their scribes adding reed stylus impressions alongside inventories of scale armor stitched with rawhide that sweat would stiffen into abrasive shells. Ceramic strainers recovered nearby still hold crusted residue of mare's milk mixed with blood, an endurance tonic that curdled within hours unless consumed by seasoned stomachs. The ground vibrated with the shuffle of corvée labourers hauling timber for scaffolds, a rhythm that punished anyone whose stride faltered under the relentless metronome of drums. A visitor from our era, lacking both immunities to soil-borne parasites and the ritual knowledge of the Rephaim cult, would watch oil lamps gutter in the smoky temples and feel the air thicken with alkali dust that scalds the throat. Listening to the reedy wind seep through surviving wall seams, it is easy to imagine those giants not merely as gigantic bodies, but as guardians of a regime of pressure and sound tuned to expel the uninitiated. The basalt dampened footsteps until they felt stolen, and incense thick with mastish resin perfumed corridors that only those trained from childhood could traverse without dizziness. Gentle moonlight would have traced the same grooves now under Hannah's fingertips, yet to the residents it signaled curfews enforced by sentries whose stature, real or legendary, embodied law. Could anyone parachuted from the modern world survive the relentless choreography of offerings, kneels, and coded knocks demanded before dawn? Lignite smoke would stain the roof beams, and flakes drifted down like dark snow, freckles that only loyal households learned to ignore. The very dust between flagstones tasted of old salt offerings, a mineral reminder that obedience seeped into every sip and sigh. The mind softens under lullabies of cicadas, still the skin bristles at the idea of being judged by unseen watchers. Even the silence between drums tasted of expectation, a flavor that would overwhelm today's restless pulse. Farther south on the Golan Heights, the concentric basalt rings of Rujma el Hiri, also called Gilgal Rephaim, span 59 meters, their outer walls measuring 3.5 meters thick and rising to a preserved height of 2.1 meters, built from an estimated 42,000 tons of stone ferried without mortar. Survey drones recorded magnetic anomalies at dawn, the instruments humming softly as dew collected on their carbon fiber frames and the cold air smelled of crushed thyme. The central tumulus holds a cyst aligned to solstitial beams, implying sentinels who read light like scripture and punished intruders who failed to stand in shadow at the appointed minute. The sand remembers the pace of their ritual steps, the instruments hum, the hollow waits for breaths you should never offer. The floor littered with shards of hammerstones suggests that raw knuckles and cracked wrists were acceptable sacrifices for maintaining defenses that legend later assigned to towering Nephilim bodies. Even today, lizards basking on those rocks dart away as if respecting patrol routes, their claws scratching whispers into the stone that sound like orders being passed down the line. Standing within those rings, even through a historian's imagination, the low murmur of wind colliding with layered stone produces a bass note that vibrates through the ribs, persuading the body that giants still patrol unseen. Torchlight would have swayed, casting tall silhouettes that merged with the walls and turned every observer into a shortened trespasser in need of permission. The basalt's chill clung to every inhalation, and the taste of moisture drawn from the Sea of Galilee dawns would cling to lips like an oath. What soft-spoken traveller today could meet such resonant expectations without betraying fear in each heartbeat? Pleated cloaks would brush the basalt with a soft hiss, reinforcing the impression of height with every measured stride. The breath of comrades mingled with the mineral scent to form a dense canopy that pressed gently upon the crown of any outsider. Legends hardened not because of exaggeration, but because the architecture continued to rehearse their scale even after the builders fell silent. Each pebble crunch underfoot becomes a measured response, a rhythmic reply to voices you cannot hear yet, somehow feel brushing your earlobes. Contemporary cuneiform from Ima and the Amana letters mention unrest involving Rapa Utu, a term philologists connect to the Rephaim, showing that the ideology of outsized ancestors shaped diplomatic anxieties as much as physical encounters. Tablets EA-273 and EA-325 reference shipments of bronze spearheads weighing 6 shekels each, heavier than standard infantry equipment, suggesting elite troops whose training normalized weight that would wrench modern shoulders. Temple inventories list cedar oil mixed with hematite dust for anointing warriors, a slick compound that stained skin crimson and made grips treacherous for anyone unused to ritual lubrication. As scribes etched the tallies, beads of sweat ran down temples despite the night breezes, and the taste of tin from bronze shavings lingered on their tongues. Those records, weighted by seals smelling of bitumen, show administrative precision deployed like armor against both mortal rivals and the myths breathing down their necks. Torches flickered against the inscriptions, revealing strokes carved deep enough to hold shadow even at noon, and the low rumble of priests chanting syllables older than Iron Age empires pressed against the chest like a second heartbeat. The textual record combines with the archaeological residue to indicate a cultural ecosystem posing lethal expectations on stamina, obedience, and diet. Reading those tablets beneath a soft tent lantern, the clay smells faintly of river mud and old honey, inviting the mind to drift toward the idea that the Nephilim were less bodies than the sum of obligations that swelled beyond ordinary scale. Their presence lived in the weight of the spear, the thickness of the oil, the density of oaths etched into basalt as though the stone itself could swear. A modern visitor's breath would fog under the strain of keeping pace with incantations timed to drumbeats that never hesitated for fatigue. Wax from the lamp softened between fingers, releasing a faint honeyed scent that soothed even as the tales stiffened the spine. In the glow, shadows stretched across the tablets like elongated limbs, quietly reinforcing the notion that unseen figures still shared the chamber. The papyrus edges rasped like reeds in evening breezes, and that gentle sound reminds the listener that survival required mastering an acoustic code as demanding as any physical gate. Instead of monsters, the ancients built atmospheres, and those atmospheres would swallow an untrained guest before the first sunrise arrived. Bioarchaeologists cataloguing skeletal remains from Tel Es-Sa'afi, often associated with Gath of the Giants, report femoral lengths averaging 48.7 centimeters, significantly above regional norms, accompanied by enthesopathies indicating intense ligament strain from repeated load-bearing. The burial pits smell of damp limestone and decayed reed mats, and the matrix is peppered with barley chaff charred during rapid cooking, implying kitchens that ran night and day to feed defenders at scales beyond typical settlements. Grinding stones show polish dominated by emmer rather than wheat, and residue analysis reveals high levels of saponin-rich legumes that would cause gastric distress in anyone unaccustomed to soaking routines timed to lunar calendars. Excavated storage jars still cling to residues of rendered fat blended with wild garlic, a pungent concoction that coated throats before night drills. Grinding those ingredients on basalt querns produced a muffled growl that reverberated through courtyards, warning strangers that kitchens doubled as armories of endurance. Fires crackled with resinous terebinth, filling halls with a tart haze that clung to lungs and eyes. The age of the Nephilim, anchored in these data points, demanded bodies conditioned to bear both physical and ritual burdens that would buckle a traveller born of central heating and filtered water. Sitting by the reconstructed hearth, the smoke threads through the hair and perfumes clothing with a bittersweet bite that lingers long after the embers dim, reminding us that sustenance came entwined with discipline. The notion of Nephilim superiority settles not in towering silhouettes, but in the choreography of breath, blink, and swallow under air heavy with terebinth oils. Would your heart beat slow enough to match the cadence of watchers who measured loyalty by how slowly a guest drank from communal bowls? Ash settled on eyelids, soft as powdered velvet, until blinking became an exercise in discipline. Even the lullabies sung nearby carried minor tones that wrapped around the ears like braided cords, keeping every listener tethered to duty. The stone benches still hold the chill of ancestors, and brushing their surfaces with warm fingers reveals how quickly modern skin protests. Even the lull of distant jackals becomes a metronome against which every movement feels either too rushed or too fragile. The giant's age keeps testing the softness of visitors more than the height of their frames. In 1898, Field Captain Charles Warren revisited the ruined dolmens near Deir Allah and unearthed a clay jar sealed with bitumen, its belly packed with rolled linen around hematite pendants etched with the phrase, B'nai Elohim. Lantern light shimmered across the pendant grooves, the metallic sheen flickering like distant lightning as damp air smelled of overturned nettles. Warren's assistant recorded soil stratigraphy at 10-centimeter intervals, noting a carbon streak that placed the cache around 400 BCE precisely the era when Canaanite texts spoke of towering guardians. The discovery exhaled cold breath from the trench, and for a moment the team felt the night drawing tight around their throats. The wind drummed the tent flaps, the river muttered, the hollow paused to listen for footsteps you feared. Each careful note, etched in graphite, challenged Victorian myths, while simultaneously feeding them, because artifacts meant to sanctify elite warriors now buttressed the legends of Nephilim dominion. The jar's linen crackled like dry leaves when unrolled, and fragments of ochre clung to fingertips, staining them with a ghostly blush that refused to wash away until morning. Yet Warren's report languished in Ottoman archives, because Provincial Governor Mehmed Arslan feared that tales of superhuman ancestors might ignite local uprisings, so he ordered the jar resealed and stored in a cedar chest perfumed with camphor. The scent of the wood mixed with the bitumen, creating a heady sweetness that cloaked the artifacts in quiet reverence, and the guards posted outside shuffled their sabers on mosaic floors to drown whispers. Scented candles flickered along the corridor, their flames bending toward the sealed chest as though acknowledging an invisible procession. Clerks dipped reed pens into walnut ink that perfumed the air with spice, layering bureaucracy atop legend until both became indistinguishable. The parchment docket, now brittle as moth wings, records the bureaucratic muting not as censorship but as civic protection, revealing how awe can masquerade as administrative routine. A traveller stepping into that chamber would feel the humid air cling to their lungs and realise that silence, here, was meant to prevent fear from snowballing into revolt. Suppression tasted of politeness and tea, not violence, yet it still locked the Nephilim legend beyond reach. Only in 1973 did curator Layla Haddad reopen the cedar chest during an inventory for the new Jordan Archaeological Museum, her cotton gloves brushing off camphor crystals that glittered like frost under fluorescent light. She photographed the pendants with a Hasselblad, the shutter clicking softly while the lab smelled of ethanol used to stabilize the linen. Radiocarbon analysis conducted in Zurich confirmed the late bronze date, and a publication in the journal Levant tied the inscriptions to a protective cult rather than literal giants. A low hiss from the fume hood accompanied every swab, blending with the click of heels on linoleum to form a metronome of patient revelation. Even the desiccated linen smelled faintly of desert rain when warmed under conservation lights, stirring a nostalgia for storms nobody living remembers. The rediscovery unfurled like a long exhalation, each data point aligning legend with ritualized elite memory. Visitors who now stand before the glass case hear whispering air vents and see their reflections merging with the artifacts, a reminder that the age of the Nephilim survives in curated climates that still challenge modern hearts with ancient expectations. Watching schoolchildren press their palms against the cool display glass, you can almost taste the metallic tang of preserved hematite in the conditioned air. And the mind drifts toward what reverence feels like when it spans millennia. The legend of the Nephilim doesn't roar here. It hums through humidity monitors and soft footsteps cushioned by museum carpeting, proving that awe can be a gentle warden. Would anyone accustomed to instant explanations feel comfortable surrendering to such measured mysteries for even a day? Their reflections shimmer beneath the display's LED glow, elongating bodies into shadow giants that nod back at curious faces. The climate-controlled air carries a whisper of adhesives and old paper, a modern incense that sanctifies curiosity without letting it run wild. The fluorescence buzzes overhead, and in that thin sound we recognize how survival in the giant's age required patience with rituals that never hurried. Rediscovery becomes less about spectacle than about relearning how to stand still while history breathes against the skin. Excavations at Tel Dan reveal city gates over 4 meters thick, flanked by basalt orthostats burnished by repeated contact with lime-washed shields, indicating that defenders expected assaults powerful enough to warrant overbuilt defenses. The gate passage still smells of crushed limestone and charred cedar, residues from quicklime traps likely poured into the throat of the entry to blind opponents. Bronze arrowheads with wide tangs litter the threshold, their patina a blue-green sheen that glints in slanting sunlight like sleeping serpents. Archaeologists mapped the bolt impressions along the gate's inner jambs, each groove filled with compacted soot smelling of rancid oil from torches extinguished in haste. Audio reconstructions of clanging shields echo off the surviving stones, and the reverberations linger like invisible guards refusing to yield the passage. Assyrian annals referencing this region around 8045 BCE describe opponents as mighty like Anak, merging memory of giants with the brute reality of fortifications built to repel them. Any modern visitor stepping inside would hear their own breath bounce off the tight walls and feel sweat cooled instantly by shade, a reminder that the age of the Nephilim weaponized architecture and climate in tandem. The blocked gate narrows the sky to a slim ribbon, and the echo of your footsteps returns with a delay that prickles the skin, as though unseen sentries measured courage by resonance. The air tastes of metallic lime, drying the tongue within minutes, and the damp basalt sweats when twilight falls, coating fingers with mineral slickness. Could someone raised on open-plan living endure this corridor's embrace without misstepping into concealed pits, without betraying unease to guardians counting each inhalation? Moisture drips from the ceiling in slow beads, pattering onto shoulders with the cold insistence of a warning. The basalt's faint metallic taste coats the tongue, and every breath feels like inhaling the memory of warriors who never truly departed. Here the Nephilim legend acts like a pressure system, settling on shoulders until posture either stiffens in obedience or collapses. Even in imagination you sense the expectation to lower your gaze, to accept that the walls themselves listen more keenly than any human witness. High above the Horan Plain, the abandoned quarry at Al-Lajat displays grooves 40 centimeters deep, where sledges dragged monoliths destined for Nephilim. Associated sanctuaries, the basalt still bearing scars of copper chisels that sparked against the stone. Surface pollen trapped in fissures reveals thyme, pistacia, and wild cumin, filling the air today with warm, peppery fragrance that would have mingled with the sweat of labourers straining under loads exceeding a metric ton. Archaeomagnetic dating pins the quarry's peak activity between 1500 and 1250 BCE, aligning with the textual bloom of giant lore across Canaanite hymns. The sun lowers, shadows thicken, the basalt sighs, the hollow keeps count of unfinished dreams. When rain sweeps across the plateau, the quarry's channels gurgle with brown torrents that smell of copper filings, reactivating grooves carved millennia ago. Bats dart overhead, their wings brushing faces like leather gloves, enforcing the sense that the air itself remains on sentry duty. A modern body, lacking practice in balancing on clinker-strewn paths, would risk shattered ankles before nightfall, long before any mythical warrior lifted a hand. Imagining that quarry alive, you hear the scrape of sled runners and the guttural chants that steadied teams hauling stone, and that rhythm alone could undo a visitor unfamiliar with communal labour songs. The dust feathers across lips, tasting faintly of ashes and herbs, and the skin prickles where grit finds sweat. What happens when an outsider misses a beat, when the chant falters because one voice cracks? Drums carved from hollowed tamarisk trunks once set the pace, their skins stretched with goat hide that hummed beneath calloused palms. When a sled slipped, the resulting scream scraped down the cliffs, and afterward the chant resumed scraped down the cliffs, and afterward the chant resumed softer. Stories of the Nephilim become convenient explanations for brutal schedules that tolerated no missteps, and silence followed accidents lest rival cities learn of weakness. Reverence for the fallen mingled with pragmatic secrecy, so the quarry's hush today feels both tender and stern, like a hand resting on the shoulder until you remember to breathe in time. Scriptural references to the Nephilim in Genesis 64 and Numbers 13,033 entered scribal circulation during the exilic period, yet their phrasing leans on older Akkadian expressions like Elu Kerubu, literally divine warriors, hinting at a cross-pollinated mythos anchored in real military aristocracies. The Dead Sea Scroll fragment 4Q531, often called the Book of Giants, preserves a dream narrative where a giant sees a tablet swallowed by water, a metaphor etched into leather that smells of desert dust and aged parchment. Paleographic analysis shows the scribe's reed pen splitting near the loop of each aleph, suggesting hurried copying under cramped conditions, perhaps in a cave lit by smoking oil lamps. Fragments of ochre crumbled beneath the scribe's hand, staining the parchment's margin with rusty blooms that mirrored the apocalyptic visions within. Scholars handling the fragment today must breathe through masks that smell of latex and distilled water, replicating the controlled inhalations ancient copyists practiced for entirely different reasons. Carbonized wick fragments collected beside the manuscript emit a faintly bitter aroma when reheated, confirming the tight, oxygen-poor environment where these stories persisted. The textual evidence illustrates a world where cosmic rebellion mirrored the pressures of human hierarchy, reinforcing the peril faced by anyone who could not navigate both. In the cave where that fragment once rested, the walls sweat mineral tears, and moisture beads on fingertips as if the rock itself wished to cradle the words. Reading by soft lantern light, the crackle of the replica parchment sounds like distant brushfires, and each glyph feels like a heartbeat from an age that expected obedience to celestial judges. Tiny droplets gather on the cave ceiling and fall in irregular rhythms, tapping shoulders like measured blessings. The cool stone bench numbs thighs until sensation dissolves, and the mind floats between wakefulness and reverie, the same liminal state the text warns about with such urgency. Would you, cocooned in modern skepticism, manage to sleep in such a chamber knowing that dreams were once weighed for treason? The air carries the sharp tang of bat guano and stillness, a combination that presses gently yet persistently against the lungs. Here, mythology and discipline entwine until the boundary dissolves, and survival depends on respecting that blend without demanding it. Unravel for comfort. Assyrian reliefs from the reign of Ashurnasirpal II depict winged Apkallu, sages associated with primordial beings, standing guard over sacred trees with hands raised in protective gestures. Pigments preserved behind their beards retain traces of malachite and orpiment, minerals whose powder would have irritated untrained skin, verifying that the paint mixture was handled by specialists. When torches flared, the malachite shimmered like damp moss, and the reliefs seemed to flex, testing the resolve of anyone standing within scent range of the cedar smoke. Courtiers shuffled forward with offerings that clacked softly, every bead of carnelian warm from body heat and fear. The reliefs were set in throne rooms where cedar wood smoked in braziers, enveloping visitors in a resinous haze while carved eyes glittered with inlays of mother of pearl. Royal inscriptions call these figures offspring of the deep, blending aquatic myth with terrestrial might, and envoys from the Levant recorded the awe they inspired. Anyone entering barefoot or in wool, rather than regulation linen, risked rash and reprimand, showing how the atmosphere itself defended the elite like invisible Nephilim sentries. Standing before those reliefs in the dim gallery of Nimrod's northwest palace, the stone surfaces feel cool yet sticky with preserved oils, and the air tastes faintly of cedar resin even centuries later. The giants of lore linger in the way the carved muscles bulge despite the rock's resistance, persuading visitors that the ancients conversed with beings heavier than the walls themselves. Could you hold your gaze steady under those glittering shell eyes, without yielding to the impulse to bow? The reliefs cast shadows that stretch into tapering triangles, and stepping into one feels like sliding beneath a giant's arm. Cold drafts swirl through broken windows, carrying the dusty taste of collapsed ceilings that once echoed with diplomatic pledges. The silence in the hall is maintained not by guards but by the weight of expectation, a gentler yet unyielding force that keeps conversations to whispers. Awe is the custodian here, and even in reflection the spine straightens as though responding to an unseen command. In 1123 CE, the pilgrim monk Matthias of Antioch described entering a collapsed sanctuary near Banias, where a shattered basalt idol towered above him despite lying in pieces. He measured the fragments with knotted twine, noting a forearm length of 1.8 meters. His parchment journal smells of lamp soot and beeswax, and the script tightens whenever he references the Sons of the Watchers. Monsoon rains that season had triggered landslides, covering much of the site in viscous mud, and Matthias recorded villagers striking bells to ward off aftershocks he attributed to restless giants. The bells trembled, the mud sighed, the hollow waited for obedient silence as rain stitched needles across the ravine. His attendants scraped mud from their boots with bronze knives, the sound a raspy counterpoint to the rain's drum on basalt. Later, he pressed damp lavender between the journal's pages, a tired attempt to mask the scent of landslide and legend intertwined. Crusader authorities later banned further pilgrimages there, citing safety, yet rumors whispered that relic hunters had vanished beneath the sliding earth after ignoring warnings. The sand remembers. Instruments hum. The hollow waits. The sand remembers. Instruments hum. The hollow waits. The sand remembers. Matthias's account carries the rustle of rain-soaked vellum, and when you imagine the bell's bronze vibration echoing off drenched basalt, the skin prickles with awareness that reverence sometimes masks fear of mud, not monsters. Could a visiting skeptic ignore villagers who inhale the petrichor and insist that the earth moves when legends are disturbed? Lantern flames reflected off puddles, multiplying the light into wavering columns that suggested towering sentries pacing beside the pilgrims. The storm's aftermath left cloaks heavy and cold, and each heartbeat thudded against wet fabric like a warning to retreat. The mixture of wet clay and crushed laurel leaves perfumed the air, and such scent would cling to robes long after the storm, reminding wearers that they trespassed into spaces rumor protected. Suppression happened through cautionary tales of swallowed pilgrims, stories repeated softly by hearths where steam rose from drying cloaks. In that damp hush, survival depended less on courage than on respecting community rhythms forged in the name of giants. Centuries later, in 1589, Ottoman scholar Khatib Salebi catalogued the same site in his Sihanuma, referencing a local emir who authorized controlled excavation to retrieve basalt for fortress repairs. Salebi's notes detail the use of iron wedges and water to fracture blocks, a method that filled the gully with metallic clangs and clouds smelling of wet stone. Labourers sang under their breath to steady nerves, their melodies flavoured with the smoke of mulberry charcoal burning in braziers atop the cliff. He observed inscriptions invoking Rephaim, carved upside down, indicating stones repurposed from a sanctum to a wall, a deliberate inversion to neutralize perceived potency. The emir halted the work after a landslide crushed 2 oxen teams, recording the accident as a sign to let the ruins sleep. The crushed oxen were buried on site, and fragrant pine resin was poured over the grave, a gesture both practical and supplicant. Rediscovery yielded to respectful retreat, a cycle etched into the ledger alongside grain taxes and rainfall logs. Reading Salebi's flowing script, ink shimmering a deep walnut hue on polished paper, you feel the tension between practical needs and the atmosphere of dread that lingered after the oxen's death. The scent of the manuscript, a mix of rosewater and gum arabic, softly asserts the care he invested in documenting the choice to desist. Would we, pressed by deadlines and metrics, recognize such an omen without pressing forward until more teams suffered? He describes the emir pausing before the fresh grave, the night breeze flapping his cloak like the wings of a sleepwalking bird. The manuscript edges absorbed the faint aroma of clove cigarettes, hinting at late-night revisits to the tale whenever doubt resurfaced. The story tastes of humility, a flavour rare in imperial reports, and the page edges curl slightly, as if they still absorb damp breezes from that ravine. Silence here stemmed from reverence tinged with grief, an emotion that folded the Nephilim myth into the practical governance of stone. In 1838, American explorer Edward Robinson walked the Bashan Plateau, his leather boots thudding on vesicular basalt that snagged each step, and he carefully measured dolmen capstones reaching widths of 5.5 meters. His journal recorded compass bearings taken with a prismatic instrument that flashed sunlight into his eyes, while his guide recited Arabic legends of Al-Jababira, the giants who once ruled the heights. Dust clogged Robinson's throat until each swallow rasped, and he noted how the setting sun painted the dolmens in copper hues that magnified their imposing silhouettes. His guide's horse snorted clouds of steam that smelled of hay and sweat, underscoring the chill that followed sunset. He compared the dolmens to Celtic barrows, yet admitted that their scale dwarfed anything he knew from Europe. Robinson tasted the metallic water from a cistern lined with lime, remarking on its bitterness and the chill that sank into his gut. The guide's warning that taxes followed curious foreigners hung in the air like wood smoke, a social pressure as tangible as any spear. His presence, another rediscovery, stirred local sheikhs to warn him away at dusk, citing jinn, but also worried that interest in the stones would bring tax collectors. Suppression returned in the form of reluctant hospitality, a social mechanism protecting both myth and livelihood. Robinson's narrative, read aloud under soft lamplight, creaks like saddle leather and carries the faint odour of campfire smoke absorbed into the paper fibres. He tried to rationalise the giants, yet his own words slow when describing twilight sweeping across basalt fields, as though the landscape itself lengthened time. What traveller today, armed with satellite maps, would heed a warning delivered in hushed tones over bitter tea? Their tea ceremony unfolded on a woven reed mat, the fibres creaking under shifting knees, and the embers cast blue sparks that drifted like willow-wisps. Even the pause between sentences carried meaning, a gauzy silence that reminded Robinson he was tolerated, not embraced. The steam from that tea would carry cardamom and ash, encircling the conversation with warmth that hinted at boundaries. Silence in this instance emerged from wary diplomacy, a pause to protect community rhythms from the intrusions of foreign curiosity. Legends of the Nephilim became shields, and anyone unwilling to honour them risked becoming isolated before the first night ended. By 1934, the British Mandate's Department of Antiquities dispatched aerial photographer Amy Nimra to map megalithic structures across the Hauran, using a de Havilland DH-26 that rattled so hard the film canisters clicked like teeth. From 400 metres, she captured overlapping circles etched into black basalt, each casting long morning shadows that staggered like Titan footprints. The cockpit reeked of engine oil and sun-warmed canvas, and Nimra's leather gloves stuck to the controls as she banked over the ruins. Wind buffeted the wings with rhythmic thuds, and Nimra described gripping the fuselage so tightly that the taste of leather filled her mouth. She penciled coordinates onto maps that smelled of ink and dust, her handwriting elongated by the turbulence that kept her heart racing. Her photographic plates, developed in a tent smelling of fixer and damp cloth, revealed alignments matching solstitial sunrise angles within 2 degrees, confirming deliberate astronomical design. Vapours curled, the shutter sighed, the hollow traced light along memory as the pilot exhaled through a scarf of copper dust. Military censors, wary of leaking strategic terrain details, restricted publication, so her findings circulated quietly among scholars until after World War II. Nimra's private letters described the hush after landing, when the cooling engine ticked beneath a violet sunset and the smell of fuel mingled with desert blooms, a combination that lulled her into reverie. She wondered whether the giants were astronomical priests, not monstrous bodies, and the question softened the narrative without diminishing its gravity. Would a modern tourist, tuned to instant uploads, withstand the enforced secrecy that muffled her discovery for over a discovery for over a discovery for over a decade? She pressed wildflowers between the film sleeves, their petals drying into brittle confetti that still smells faintly of sun-warmed pollen when the archive box opens. Her restraint became an offering to the landscape, a vow whispered into the drone of cicadas surrounding the landing strip. The silence imposed by military caution felt metallic on her tongue, like biting a coin, yet she honoured it, trusting that the images would eventually speak. That patience mirrors the very discipline we imagine the Nephilim demanding: endurance, discretion, and the ability to hold knowledge quietly within the chest. Geologists mapping the Golan Basalt Plateau note that the vesicular flows form labyrinthine tubes, some collapsing into sinkholes that exhale cold drafts smelling of iron and damp moss. Seismological data from the Dead Sea Transform indicates tremors every few decades during the Late Bronze Age, with magnitudes approximated at 6.5, enough to topple walls unless reinforced by oversized stones. The populace responded by constructing cyclopean facades, documented at sites like Tel Soreg, where blocks weigh upwards of 12 tons and were likely moved with log rollers coated in animal fat, a practice inferred from residue on preserved timbers. Thermal imaging taken at dusk shows pockets of retained heat glowing like embers beneath the crust, foreshadowing nighttime collapses accompanied by muffled thuds. Even today, hikers report a metallic ringing underfoot moments before a slab shifts, a warning bell tuned by geology rather than myth. The squeal of fat-soaked rollers on rock would have sounded like deep whale song, echoing through ravines as a warning. A modern visitor unused to terrain that shifts underfoot without warning would risk falling into a cooling vent or being crushed by a dislodged block long before mythical combat began. Imagining the squeal of those rollers under a twilight sky, the air thick with the scent of tallow and basalt dust, you realize that survival hinged on harmonizing with the landscape's groans. The legend of towering Nephilim may have been an attempt to personify vigilance itself, a constant watchfulness that listened for Earth's sighs. Could you sleep lightly enough to wake at the first pebble cascade, ready to brace a wall with rope and chant? Moonlight sliding over the rollers would have turned the fat sheen into silver ribbons, mesmerizing and nauseating all at once. The night air smelled of sweat seasoned with ash, and even the playful bark of dogs fell silent when the earth grumbled. In such settings, legends became lullabies for the vigilant, and anyone who failed to learn the tune would be swallowed by the night. Recent ADNA studies from tooth enamel excavated at Tel Bet-Yera reveal high carbohydrate intake coupled with genetic markers for acromegaly-like growth, most likely caused by pituitary adenomas linked to inbreeding among elite warrior lineages. The lab smells of ethanol, latex, and the faint vanilla note of decontaminated cellulose, the environment sterile yet humming softly with centrifuges. Stable isotope analysis shows elevated nitrogen ratios indicative of carnivorous diets augmented by migratory waterfowl, a protein intake that would dwarf modern nutritional norms. Under microscopes, the enamel reveals striations filled with minute flecks of basalt dust inhaled during quarry labor, a gritty record of industrial breath. Mass spectrometry flickers across screens, and the beep of calibrations harmonizes with distant ventilation fans, creating a subdued symphony of science around the bones. Skeletal trauma patterns include compressed vertebrae and healed fractures consistent with wielding heavy weapons or sustaining collisions with battering engines. The data suggest individuals of unusual stature existed, but they paid for height with chronic pain and limited lifespan, a biological toll that would terrify an unprepared newcomer. Handling a cast of those elongated bones, the plaster chilled against gloves, you sense the bittersweet irony that giants may have suffered under the very expectations their size inspired. Laboratories murmur with ventilators, and the sterile air tastes of filtered dryness, yet imagination adds the copper tang of ancient blood rushing through enlarged arteries. Would a visitor truly envy the Nephilim after feeling the weight of a femur shaped by constant strain? Resting that cast across the forearms induces a subtle tremor, a reminder that tendons strain even in replicas, and the mind imagines the ache of carrying obsidian maces. The lab's light glances off polished surfaces, painting elongated shadows that resemble the very giants once conjured in stories. Silence in the lab is reverent not because of fear, but because understanding the cost of stature invites a quiet respect for bodies pushed beyond comfort. Ethnographic records from the early 1960s capture Drus elders in Majd al-Shams recounting night vigils where shepherds left bowls of milk on basalt outcrops for tall guests, who guarded flocks from raiders, a practice recorded alongside exact lunar phases. The gatherings smelled of ember-roasted barley and wild mint, while tambourines pulsed softly to summon protective attention from unseen allies. Saad's field notes describe how the bowls would frost over when night winds descended, the milk forming thin ice that cracked like delicate pottery. Children traced constellations with soot-blackened fingers, their whispers about towering guardians mingling with the smell of sheep lanolin and wood smoke. Anthropologist Layla Saad documented the ritual in reel-to-reel tapes, their magnetic spools ticking in rhythm with the tambourine, preserving instructions on where to place the bowls relative to Polaris's gleam. Night cooled, smoke thinned, the hollow leaned close. The watchers tasted dew-streaked offerings as crickets stitched silver threads of sound. Interviews reveal that the practice faded after a rockfall killed a shepherd, interpreted as a sign to cease, lest the guardians withdraw entirely. Listening to those tapes decades later, the tape hiss mingles with the recorded tambourine in a way that feels like distant breathing, and the mind drifts to a plateau rinsed in starlight. The milk offering glows in imagination, a pale disk scenting the air with animal warmth and grass. Could someone raised on electric fences comprehend a vigil that depends on invisible partners and precise star positions? The recording catches moments when elders pause to inhale, and the drawn breath rasps across aged vocal cords like wind through dry reeds. Their language glides between Arabic and Aramaic phrases, each syllable draped in reverence that tastes of salted cheese and shared memory. When the ritual ended after the rockfall, silence settled not from suppression but from grief, the community choosing to let the giants rest unbothered. The legend here becomes a tender boundary, one a stranger ignores at their peril. At the University of Haifa, researchers constructed a virtual reconstruction of a Nephilim-era fortified compound using LiDAR scans and paleo-environmental data, rendering humidity, wind speeds, and acoustic reverberation based on basalt density. Participants wearing haptic suits feel simulated stone textures cooling their skin, and ultrasonic emitters reproduce the drum resonance recorded at Rujam El Hiri, vibrating through the chest cavity. Developers programmed olfactory cues, releasing a whisper of myrrh during dawn sequences so that users taste resin on the back of the tongue. Vibration plates underfoot mimic the tremor of marching columns, and the floor's subtle shiver turns calf muscles to water by the simulation's end. The lab smells faintly of ozone from projectors and the citrus tang of cleaning solvent, a modern echo of ancient aromatics. Physiological readings show heart rates spiking within minutes, particularly when virtual guard chants resonate at 72 beats per minute, creating entrainment that disrupts modern breathing patterns. The simulation demonstrates how a visitor today, deprived of acclimation, would struggle to regulate heartbeat and balance amid sensory overload. Removing the headset, subjects often describe a lingering phantom weight on their shoulders, as if a heavy cloak still rests there, and the sensation lingers like a shadow even under fluorescent lights. Sweat cools along the spine in metallic rivulets, and participants often rub their wrists as if heavy cuffs remain. Would you willingly re-enter after feeling your pulse surrender to ancient rhythms not your own? The laboratory's HVAC sighs overhead, yet ears keep straining for drums that no longer sound, proof that the experience plants echoes in muscle memory. The hum of the lab persists, yet minds wander to torchlit corridors and the faint taste of mineral water shared in fear. The reflective pause smells of warm circuitry and human sweat, a reminder that even in simulation the giant's world refuses to accommodate modern expectations. Silence becomes a recalibration period, a gentle insistence on respecting the tempo of a myth made palpable again. Climatologists reconstructing late Bronze Age weather patterns from speleothems in the Saurik cave identify oscillations between drought and sudden deluge, a volatility echoed in sediment cores from the Sea of Galilee showing rapid flood deposits. Stalagmites in the cave glow under UV light, revealing growth bands that smell faintly of damp chalk when touched. Inhabitants built terraced reservoirs lined with hydraulic plaster, whose fragments still emit a chalky smell when dampened, to capture precious runoff. Failure meant dehydration under relentless sun, where temperatures soared above 34 degrees C by day only to plunge at night, forcing bodies to endure thermal stress cycles. Farmers responded by storing dried figs coated in sesame, a sticky ration that fused sweetness with salt to keep guards awake during parched patrols. Clay tablets list rations of salted fish and date cakes laced with beerwort to maintain electrolytes, a diet that would shock modern metabolisms. Thunder boomed across open plains, reverberating like distant drums, and lightning reflected off basalt to produce ghostly afterimages that could send unprepared eyes reeling. Standing within a reconstructed reservoir, the plaster cool against fingertips, you sense the desperation that sculpted each curve to trap water that smelled faintly of algae and lime. Survival in the Giants' Age required trusting in engineered slopes and communal rationing that tolerated no selfish thirst. Crickets chant from terrace walls, their rhythms syncing with the drip of water into storage jars, a gentle percussion that soothes even as it warns of scarcity. The wind carries hints of baked mud and crushed thyme, fragrances that promise comfort if rationed wisely. Could you control your sips when neighbors watched for fairness with the intensity of sentinels? The sky's violet hour would invite both relief and dread, and the first breeze after sunset carried dust tasting of copper and wild sage. The legend of the Nephilim becomes a reminder that discipline can feel taller than any body, and the mind bows to expectations older than memory. Psychologists analyzing ritual tablets from Ugarit note that many incantations include deliberate pauses marked by triple dots, instructing singers to hold silence long enough for listeners to feel chest pressure, a technique mirrored today in diaphragmatic breathing training. The clay tablets, cool and gritty, release a faint earthy odor when warmed by handling, grounding the reader in the same sensory world as ancient chanters. Markers for the pauses were sometimes smeared with blue glaze derived from azurite, and flakes still glitter beneath magnification like trapped sky. Participants in modern reconstructions describe their fingertips tingling as the silence extends, an almost electric sensation spreading through the ribcage. Reconstructed ceremonies in experimental archaeology settings showed participants experiencing mild hypoxia when they adhered to the pauses, inducing euphoria followed by exhaustion. Flutes whispered, torches guttered, the hollow matched heartbeats with patient gravity, while shadows folded like velvet across expectant faces. Such practices trained participants to ride waves of oxygen deprivation, a skill modern lungs rarely possess, and the inability to comply could mark a stranger as untrustworthy. Attempt the breathing yourself in a quiet room, and the chest tightens sooner than pride allows. The air tasting suddenly of clay even if you sit oceans away. The pause stretches, weighted by ancestral expectation, and ears ring with phantom flutes. Would you confess to the elders that your lungs failed, risking banishment from the circle? When you open your eyes too soon, the darkness seems to thicken in gentle reprimand, smelling faintly of candle wax and cooling stones. The body learns humility in that hush, acknowledging that breath itself can be a communal covenant rather than a solitary act. Silence here carries the softness of velvet invoked in the incantation, yet its grip is firm, guiding each inhale and exhale with invisible hands. The Nephilim legend resides in that pressure, in the steady insistence that community breathes together or not at all. Administrative tablets from Hazor enumerate service rotations for mighty men, scheduling night watches in 2-hour segments, and imposing fines measured in silver shekels and sesame oil for anyone who slept on duty. The tablets smell of baked clay and faint soot, and the wedge impressions are so deep they catch shadow even in diffused light. Tablet edges display chew marks from rodents, a reminder that even meticulous systems battled mundane threats under smoky ceilings. Guard reports mention dew-soaking cloaks before dawn, the moisture-chilling spines, while distant owls hooted agreements with the night's vigilance. Oil lamps used during rounds burned animal fat infused with juniper, producing a sweet, smoky aroma that clung to wool cloaks. Patrol routes wound over slick basalt stairs where moss bloomed in shaded crevices, so guards strapped leather sandals with copper hobnails that sparked faintly in darkness. The system relied on relentless vigilance, and the penalties suggest that failing any portion, whether diet, discipline, or scent masking, could cost a life or freedom within hours. Imagine taking that watch, the juniper smoke kissing your throat, while copper sparks beneath your feet draw constellations on the stairs. The silver fines translate into months of labor, and the sesame oil would otherwise season the sparse meals that keep muscles supple. Could you keep your eyelids from drooping when the night insects serenade with lullaby rhythms? Fellow sentries shared dried figs dusted with ash to keep mouths alert, the gritty sweetness painting tongues with determination. Each rotation ended with a whispered blessing over the oil stores, a murmur that tasted of faith and fatigue intertwined. The air thickens with the promise of punitive dawns, and the stars glimmer like watchful eyes above, refusing to close. Legends of Nephilim might have flourished simply because only giants, real or imagined, could bear such schedules without breaking. Comparative mythology studies link the Nephilim to Hurrian tales of the Kumabi cycle, where sky-born titans fall to earth, narratives preserved on clay tablets that smell of damp straw and exhibit fingerprints of scribes pressed beside cuneiform wedges. Archaeologists uncovered these texts in Hattusa, within archival chambers whose stone floors remained slick with ancient wax drippings from torches. The archivists found hearth ash fused into the floor, and when crushed, it released a ghost of roasted barley that transported readers into ancient feasts. Copper bells discovered nearby still jingle when handled, their sound thin yet insistent, like distant reminders of Titan banquets. The tablets list offerings of barley beer spiced with coriander, suggesting ceremonial feasts that mingled intoxicating warmth with thunderous recitations. Cross-references in Egyptian execration texts mention great ones of Bashan, showing the motif travelling along trade routes perfumed by frankincense and packed with copper ingots. The diffusion underscores that the age of the Nephilim was less a single event than a regional consensus about power wielded by those who mastered land, ritual, and rumour. Tracing those fingerprints across continents, you feel the papery drag of history against your own skin, and the air fills with phantom coriander and torch smoke. Letters between traders mention exchanging myths as bargaining chips, their papyrus crackling like dry leaves when unfolded in museum stacks. Could a traveller survive among cultures that expected such seamless blending of myth and governance without surrendering their familiar frameworks? The faint aroma of aged linen wraps these stories, and even in climate-controlled rooms, the whispers feel warm against the ear. The legends drift like incense, coating the tongue with sweetness that hides a bite. Silence across these corridors is not empty. It is saturated with the footfalls of messengers who carried rumours like delicate pottery. Respecting that weight becomes the only safe passage through the night. Modern speleologists exploring the lava tubes beneath Mount Susita discovered skeletal remains of goats arranged in semicircles, radiocarbon dated to the early Iron Age, accompanied by basalt pestles stained with ochre, implying sacrificial feasts held underground to honour subterranean guardians. The tubes exhale air smelling of wet ashes and mineral-rich humidity, and the walls glitter with calcite that catches torchlight in shards. Navigating requires crawling over jagged slag where a misstep slices boots, and CO2 monitors beep softly to warn of rising concentrations that numb limbs within minutes. Water drips from the ceiling in syncopated beats, spattering onto tongues with a mineral tang that numbs taste buds within moments. Bats roosting overhead release a musky scent that layers with the ochre's iron bite, crafting an atmosphere as rich as any incense-filled temple. Lights dimmed, echoes stretched. The hollow listened as droplets counted lost time upon the stone. These chambers illustrate how devotion drove communities into environments where a modern visitor would suffocate or bleed before encountering any mythical defender. Emerging from the imagined depths, the night air feels both lighter and charged, carrying whispers of basalt dust, frankincense, and the distant heartbeat of drums that may never have existed, yet still guide the pulse. The age of the Nephilim lingers in measurements etched into stone, in breaths held between chants, in the ache of muscles trained to obey ancient tempos. We taste their world in bitterness and sweetness alike, knowing that survival demanded surrender to architectures of rhythm and reverence that modern minds unspooled long ago. The breeze grazes the skin with cool fingers, and somewhere a nightjar calls, its note a soft arrow through the dark. Footsteps slow of their own accord, savouring the mingled aromas of soil and distant resin fires, content to let the unanswered linger. The mystery stays awake, breathing beside us, suggesting that some histories endure as atmospheres rather than answers. gently inviting us to listen without expecting the night to explain itself. If this quiet history stirs you, please subscribe. Subscribe for more traces of Ice Age shores. Subscribe to drift back each night. If this gentle history soothes you, please subscribe. Before the deck lights, there was the glow of a thermos cap, the metal rim warm against chapped lips, the steam perfuming the air with bitter tea and a thread of citrus oil. She was a maritime archaeologist who preferred pencils to pens, graphite to ink because dampness blurred certainty. The neoprene clung to her like cold moss as she checked the tether to the remotely operated vehicle, listening to the muted whir of thrusters testing in the dark. In a plastic tray lay tiny zip-tied vials labelled in a tight hand: silt, shell, charcoal, fibre. Her gloves creaked softly when she flexed them, recalling the first time she swam over a drowned dune, feeling sand move like sleeping breath beneath her fins. A fisherman, older than the harbour's oldest timbers, had told her where to lower the camera. Under the lamplight, she smiled, then slipped the robot into black water that tasted faintly of iron, ready to read the flattened script of the seafloor. At the foundation of this long shoreline story are small, stubborn facts that set their own low music. In wind-polished caves overlooking ancient dunes, ochre fragments bear cross-hatched engravings, the groove depth measured in fractions of a nail width, their edges worn smooth by handling. Shell beads, drilled with care, show microscars under the microscope, a halo of polish where cord once slid and tightened, smelling faintly of chalk and salt when wetted again in the lab. Nearby, stone points with a lustrous sheen reveal heater treatment, the glassy fracture speaking of controlled fires, hot enough to change stones in a structure. These are delicate tasks done by quiet hands, proving the possession of method and patience. What power grew from such work, if not identity recognized at a glance? The strength to bind wood and stone into longer reach, the ritual of colouring skin and objects to draw circles of belonging. The surf answered then, as now, with permanent, living noise. In that era, coastlines lay like open corridors between ebb and dune, offering miles of shell-rich flats, lagoon mouths and river fans. Add a net woven of plant fibre, twisted with practiced fingers, scented slightly of sap and smoke, and an inlet becomes a larder. Set stone weirs where water breathes in and out, and a family gains predictable protein. The stones warm under sun by day and slick with moonlight at night. Child hands learn to read tide underfoot the way later scholars read ink, feeling pressure change through soles and ankles, lifting baskets with grit under nails. Such work mattered because it tamed a rhythm without forcing it, harvesting the swing between brine and fresh with craft instead of conquest. As empires would later learn, nothing binds people like food shared, and nothing frees them like surpluses saved as smoked strips and dried roe perfuming the air. Civilization, if the word must come, begins with nets, fire, and a calendar traced by the moon. Centuries later, when writing on clay catalogued tribute and conquest inland, another kind of ledger lay at the coast, unwritten but durable. A knuckle-deep notch carved into driftwood, aligned with a certain ridge on a certain hill. A mound of shells glazed by rain and sun, marked where to set baskets as the first silver backs of fish pressed inward. Under the flint's edge, the fibres of plants sang softly as they separated, the rhythm shared by mentors whose stories drifted like smoke. This ledger carried instructions for survival, rituals for making individuals legible to others, and a sense of horizon measured not by distance but by taste. The shift from brackish to sweet, the sweetness telling you when to drink. When storms tore the markers, people rebuilt them, proving that the power here was adaptation repeated until it became a faith. Who wrote the coastline's script if not practiced hands, salt-lined eyes, and minds trained to listen for change? Alongshore travel, instead of high-risk marches inland, threaded communities together like beads on a cord. The cord itself braided from kelp and sinew, oiled so it would slide without squeal. Charring wood to lighten and harden it, They shaped small watercraft that echoed drift logs, paddles that entered quietly and left no splash that would spook fish or seals. A beach produces a catalogue: shell for beads, bone for needles, sinew for lashings, pitch for waterproof seams, dry grasses that catch and hold tinder with a toasted perfume. This was work that multiplied power subtly, extending reach across coves and inlets, allowing ideas to drift with people, as meals and songs do. Sharing a design for an efficient fishware made kin across long geographical arcs, and giving a charm threaded with certain shells carried meaning like a passport. Such exchange needed no palaces, it needed calm water, steady hands, and night fires blinking like low stars along the dark shore. The tide remembers, even when it erases. Stone remembers too, though it speaks through chips and shine rather than names and boasts. In that age, someone learned to heat stone carefully in buried pits, the pit edges smelling of damp earth and charcoal, the heat creeping in until fracture patterns changed from dull to crisp. After cooling, the flakes sang when struck, their edges thin enough to part hide with soft pressure rather than brute force. People combined these edges with wooden shafts and mastic made of plant resin and powdered red earth, a compound with the fragrance of pine and dust. In this there is an early chemistry, a merging of materials held together by technique repeated and taught, proving collective attention. The value created lay not in the artifact alone, but in the teaching line. The way a child's hand steadied under an elder's touch, the way songs timing the steps kept embers aligned with breath. The sand remembers in muted ripples. Instruments hum softly. The hollow waits, patient as moonlit water. Many generations later, tales of the city under the waves appeared in coastal myth, told in low voices beside windy fires where sparks leaped and vanished. The myth made hierarchies from the sea itself, imagining welled courtyards cut from living stone and staircases worn smooth by ritual feet, echoes bouncing in chambers smelling faintly of damp limestone. Yet as diving became possible and instruments improved, the camera's unblinking eye found patterns less grand and more intimate. Post holes in parallel, indicating fences or pens, cobble lines tracing fish traps, patches of burned sand that told of repeated fires. An underwater microphone picked up the ocean's tremor, and, between pulses, silence where voices might once have been. The collision of legend and measured evidence did not accuse the legend, it refined it. Instead of a drowned palace, we see a drowned neighborhood, its value born of chores repeated until they became liturgy, and its power expressed in meals secured against uncertainty, in warm hands and full bellies. Centuries after that, when coastal maps grew precise and land grants stretched to tidal flats, another silence formed, smelling mostly of paper, glue, and dust. Records of submerged features, entries in logbooks, and sketches of regular stones were often filed under fisheries or dismissed as natural, the ink fading while tides carried sand across memory. Some suppression came from misaligned incentives, declaring old structures meant regulation and scrutiny that owners did not desire. Some came from awe, wearing the mask of disinterest, a reverence that refused to meddle with the quiet below. In the archives, drawers stuck before sliding open with a sigh. A map's faint blue grid revealed dots a hand had added with patience, suggesting a knowledge kept to a small circle. The power in such suppression was control over narrative, and the cost was the fading of techniques that had fed families for generations. The surf broke outside, and the building's windows rattled like a distant drum. In the language of instruments, truth arrives as a pattern, a sonar return sharper than surrounding chaos, a magnetometer twitch where iron should not be, a sub-bottom profiler drawing ghost lines beneath silt. The boat's hull creaked softly. Light blinked on screens in a dim cabin perfumed with coffee and engine oil. On one pass, a grid of pushes in the sand matched a known spacing for basket posts used in certain tidal ponds. On another, a U-shaped feature with a narrow throat suggested a weir designed to coax fish into a trap with the rising tide. These shapes, measured and mapped, added up to routine rather than spectacle, to lives structured by calendars made of water and moon. That is, civilization writ small and stubborn, prearranged cooperation, shared skill, rituals at predictable intervals, power from predictability rather than force. We study it with humming devices now, but it was built by hands that moved to the rhythm of waves. By then, genetic evidence had begun to whisper alongside the stones, a song of population movements that smelled, faintly somehow, of smoke and earth, because lab machines run hot and gloves gather dust. It suggested threads of kinship along coasts, a braided pattern consistent with boat crossings sheltered by islands and beach ridges. A shell bead type clustered in one region appeared far away, carried perhaps as a gift or as a token of obligation that outlasted a voyage. Such threads imply a ledger of debts and favours, the kind of bookkeeping that keeps groups whole without written marks. A person who arrived with smoked fish, green seal fat, and stories could claim shelter in exchange, proving the worth of remembered routes and seasonal timing. The smell of dried seaweed and the creak of leather carried news as surely as any crier. The ghosts of maps in our blood align with the ghosts of fences and fires checked by machines. The tide holds its counsel. Through ages of low sea, this literal commonwealth persisted, adapting as wind patterns shifted and rivers braided new mouths. When the coast stepped back as if inhaling, salt marshes spread, their grasses rustling with insect song like rain on paper. Communities shifted their markers, retied their nets, and traced new lunar calendars with sticks poked into damp sand. Value mattered here in two directions. Inward, as families prospered on steady protein and craft work. Outward, as exchange bound distant groups into mutual care. Power never required walls. It required flexible attention and a willingness to share precisely timed knowledge. Reverence filtered through work. A chant softly sounded when the first run of fish arrived. Pigment daubed on cheeks when a boat returning heavy made a channel bright with scales. These rites washed away quickly in literal water, yet they trained minds to believe in cycles, in return, in the dignity of repetition. Who would not build faith on dependable tides? Still, accidents also wrote silence across this world. A storm pitched steeper than memory lifted anchors and scattered weir stones, the sea tasting of torn plants and ground shell, the air carrying the metallic tang of shredded flotsam. Fire, sometimes escaped from a pit, ran through dry grasses and charcoaled the posts meant for baskets. A disease, unrecorded by script, passed through a camp and counted its victims in hush rather than tallies. When hardship layered with a shift in the shoreline, families moved, shoulders bowed under baskets that smelled of smoked fish and hope, leaving only footprints that wind erased. The sea later advanced with its usual patience, filling footprints with foam and then with sand. We speak of suppression by law or politics, but accident is the most ordinary librarian of forgetting, stamping books with silence. The ocean's long exhalation covered the shelves and left only the faintest index visible to instruments and eyes that learned to see. Across a bay, millennia later, a monk with red-stained fingers copied a passage about floods and lost gardens by lamplight that perfumed the scriptorium with wax and faint animal glue. He added a margin note about fishermen who pointed at an old alignment under clear water, a line of stones they avoided out of respect. His superior frowned, suggesting that such matters drew minds from higher truths, and the note remained small, tucked like a sigh against the main text. Books moved through hands and shelves, pages were rebound, the margin shrank until the note almost vanished under a new leather seam. Yet when a later restorer lifted the binding, the little voice returned, telling of stones in water arranged by someone's intention. Reverence had silenced the observation, not through malice, but through piety misapplied, transforming a community technique into a whisper. The work mattered because it fed bodies that later fed minds. The copyist felt the gentle asymmetry, but let the wax cool. In that same chain of memory, A coastal steward under a distant crown kept records of nets and taxes in a brittle notebook flavoured faintly with salt from his damp sleeve. He knew of submerged traps but omitted them, suspecting that acknowledging them would invite claims he would have to enforce against neighbours who kept his boat repaired in winter. He heard the low, rattling laugh of old fishers when younger men mentioned the forgotten lines, and he understood that laughter as warning, a shoreline way to maintain commons knowledge by making it seem foolish to outsiders. Some silence is a fence made of humour, of stories shaped to keep strangers away from certain coves. The value in such an omission was local stability. The power was the ability to keep a shared resource intact. Centuries later, the ledger where he wrote mended nets and collected coin sits flat in a museum drawer, the salt gone, the smell of cardboard rising like a thin fog. At low tide, some evidence refuses burial, standing like ribs when water drains. A line of stakes, softened and blackened, protrudes from a bay floor, their tips coated with velvet weed that smears fingers green. A careful hand can press a fingertip into the soft, damp wood and feel fibres that once yielded to an adz's rhythm. Nearby, necrotic sand gives underfoot with a hollow sigh, the underlayer holding a lens of charcoal where fires burned, the grains coated in sheen like sugar. These features do not ask to be palatial. They ask to be recognized as intention. We made a wall here, a funnel there. We cooked many nights here. We kept a memory of procedure that outlasted a lifetime. The wealth was accumulated in the form of regular dinners and the power to predict hunger's end, stored as songs about when to set and lift and eat. The air tastes briny and gulls call like knives hung on a line. As empires rose inland with noise of bronze and later iron, their captains often dismissed the literal arts as peasant craft, beneath notice except as catch tallies. A general's journal, smelling of lamp soot and oiled leather, might list coastal villages in columns of tribute, yet it rarely records the weird placements that quietly ensured those figures. Suppression by disinterest is still suppression, and it shapes what later scholars consider civilization. Yet the very smoothness of inland roads was subsidized by the quiet abundance of coastcraft, as dried fish traveled far and lit fires in mountain towns. The power relationship inverted elegantly. While armies marched, the sea kept feeding their step. In that era, a person who could read the smell of the tide iodine sharpness on the edge of a storm, the sweet rot that promised shellfish, held knowledge as valuable as any cuneiform scribe. The sea wrote in salt, and the script endured. Centuries flowed, and a surveyor, standing on an exposed sandbar at dusk, peered through a level that sipped at the fading light, the metal cool against his brow. His assistant held a rod steadily, boots sinking with a hiss into wet sand that smelled like cold pennies. Between them stretched a sheet of water whose surface trembled under an offshore breeze, the ripples blurring margins that maps demanded to fix. As the line steadied, he noted an anomaly, a regularity of bumps beneath a shallow channel that refused to be random. Later, rubbing his eyes gritty with sand, he inked the bumps as dots on a margin, not daring to clutter the official map. That reluctance was self-preservation, not malice. Still, under the dots lay a shape that would, in another age, look like a fishweir, a knowledge architecture stubborn and plain. Ripples made a soft, stroking sound along the measure's legs, as if urging something said, something not yet safe to remark loudly. The wind carried it away. On a different shore, far away but joined by the long necklace of human drift, a potter's pit near an ancient dune held bits of fired clay with finger imprints smooth as river stones. The impressions showed hands accustomed to knotting cord, the ridges patterned like woven mats, suggesting that textiles, now vanished, organized daily life as thoroughly as stone. The pit still carried a faint char smell when excavated, a surprise to noses used to dust and faint mold. Plant fibers imprinted into clay hovered at the edge of sight, proving that perishable arts had a registry in the underworld of fragments. Clothes, nets, bags, slings. These multiply hands and time, letting a person carry more, trap more, move farther with less loss. The stability their efficiency builds is civilization's stealth. A society that stores summer's glare as woven goods and winter's patience as plaited rope holds power that neither gleams nor clangs. A breeze lifted grit, and eyes watered pleasantly from mineral air. In this chain of living and leaving, pigments play the role of both signal and memory. Red ochre, ground to a fine powder that smells like damp stone and metal, mixed with fat or plant binder, becomes a paste that clings to skin with a soft drag. Applied to wrists, cheeks, or objects, it leaves a mark that says "we," the simplest and strongest pronoun. The presence of pigment on shells and tools found near ancient shorelines suggests that ritual threaded through the practical, that beginning or ending a season involved colour, song, and a tactile assertion of identity. The value here is cohesion, an adhesive more durable than resin alone, giving people the power to recognise kin and obligations. When later waters rose and rinsed these sites, the pigment remained in pores of stone and shell, stubborn as memory. Under LED light in a clean room smelling of ethanol, the red glows dully, like banked embers at the end of a night's labour. Centuries later, romance novels and philosophers alike wrote about cities lost to flood, stones wreathed in kelp, and bells that toll underwater like dreams. Their words smelled of ink, tannins, and sometimes cheap perfume when the books came new, and of dust and attic dryness when they aged. Such tales planted search images that bent eyes toward grandeur, away from the littler shapes that endure. If one expects a temple, one will misread a pen, and so many divers passed over the true veins of civilization in their hunt for marble. Suppression by glamour is a form of forgetting, beautiful and effective. Yet gradually, the patience of small studies accumulated, revealing that elaborate simplicity, stones placed at proper distances, baskets woven to precise diameters, fires tended to steady heat, was the architecture of thriving lives. The power in this recognition is the restoration of dignity, a writing of a scale. The sea tasted of salt then, as now, refusing to sweeten anyone's fantasies. In 1963, a coastal survey ship lobbed an unexpected echo in a shallow bay, a tight V-shaped return repeated across several transects, the paper chart curling as warm air met cooler hull. The captain sniffed the air and declared it nearly windless. The smell of fuel faint but present, and the operator poured coffee that tasted of tin and patience. A botanist on board, hitching a ride to reach marsh sites, peered and murmured that the returns matched a certain fish trap geometry she had seen in an old ethnographic drawing. The report, filed, sat at the bottom of a stack. A decade later, a storm scoured the bay floor, and the trap stones surfaced in neat, regular arcs. The rediscovery arrived, not with trumpets but with gloved hands lifting stones that slicked palms. Power often hides in persistence, and the value here was the enduring utility of a design that made the sea do the work. The instruments hummed, and gulls cried like laughter on the wind. Back in the core lab, optically stimulated luminescence teased time from grains that tasted of nothing and smelled faintly of plastic trays and rubbed latex. Each sample, taken from beneath the drowned shore, told of the last moment sunlight touched those grains before burial, a clock hidden in sand. The numbers translated into phrases before many thrones, after many droughts, aligned with sea level curves traced from coral terraces. No need to count exact years beyond a handful. Better to feel epochs like breezes that warmed or chilled the shore. The laboratory's hum seemed, to the tired listener, like surf stripped of its liquid body, yet the results anchored dreams. Mapping these ages onto the underwater features suggested a coastline where people built and rebuilt, proving a sustained presence. The gift of the technique was not a single date, but the cadence of occupation. Soft light reflected off the clean benchtop, and a technician breathed slowly, as if careful not to wake the sleeping sand. The instruments blinked, then settled. Even inland, rivers carry coastal stories. Their braided mouths, now drowned, once perfumed the air with tannins, mud and flour, even near their estuaries. LiDAR over deltas shows drowned levees, faint under meters of water, hints of raised ground where camps could rest above spring floods. Canoes, or simple floats, sealed with sticky resins, would have slid along reed walls that rustled like parchment, carrying food inland and returning with stone from quarries, bone from hunts, or gossip about who fished where. These upstream and downstream exchanges gave shape to obligation networks that knit people into larger wholes without needing to stand in ranks. The river's surface, slick and glassy at dawn, would carry voices, the timbre softened by fog. In this way, value travelled, and power spread without lording over anyone, shared under the maxim that tide and flood both return. When these channels later drowned, they left traces that, once seen, appear obvious, as if always waiting for the right angle of light. Across an ocean, on a different shelf, the same economies appear as different accents, tidal pools fingering basalt, seaweeds with different tastes, shellfish with unfamiliar heft. Yet the pattern repeats, reliable as the hush before a wave breaks. This does not diminish local genius, it amplifies it, showing how the environment and human skill weave together to make civilization scale by pattern rather than empire. Where hardwoods grew, paddles thinned toward edges and smelled of sweet sap. Where softwoods dominated, paddles broadened and satiny oils soaked in to prevent splitting. In places where certain barnacles attached and cut feet, woven sandals spread with velvety friction underfoot. Inlet to inlet, the precise recipes of pitch varied. The breath timing of heat matched to local resins. The power this created was diversity overlapping with continuity. A tapestry that worked because errors could be corrected locally without issuing decrees. The sea taught this lesson and kept repeating it with every tide. Suppression sometimes came with force, not merely neglect. When raids from inland threatened, communities along the shore unbuilt their obvious structures, scattering stones and hiding posts under silt, the work quick and efficient, the sound more shuffle than crash. Better to disappear a trap than gift it to an enemy. Fire again played its role. A pen burned rather than captured. Memory moved into people and banished itself from the ground out of caution. Generations later, those structures remained absent, and without survivors to point the way, archaeologists could only hypothesize from scattered clues. This is where breath and patience matter, where a brushed chalk smear on a rock that shouldn't have been there means more than a fortress would. Power becomes the ability to vanish without losing technique, value stored in minds and hands curated by elders. The smell of wet ashes from a controlled burn lingers in soil grains, and devices can still taste it when people cannot. Silence protected them. Rediscovery often arrives through craftspeople rather than scholars. A basket maker, tracing a pattern inherited through unbroken lineage, recognizes a rhythm in the spacing of posts shown on a diver's tablet. "We build fences like that under the moon," she says, touching the screen with fingers that smell of willow bark and river. Her observation collapses time, connecting living practice to drowned geometry. Suddenly, a shape in mud becomes a sentence, and scholars listen to the voice that never stopped speaking. The value of this bridge is humility that increases accuracy, and the power is a restoration of rightful authorship. Not everything lost is gone. Some of it is simply living elsewhere, in hands that never abandoned the task. As instruments draw maps, gently buzzing and glowing, a human voice with the vocabulary of practice can name what lines truly mean. The tide runs, and the hoop of willow creaks as it bends, a sound like a door reopening. The story steps through. Sometimes, reverence stops the shovel before spade meets earth. A coastal community, guarding a cove that provided safe harvest for generations, prefers not to expose ancestral work to tourism's bright eyes and noisy boats. They offer access to data, to patterns and measures, but ask that the stones remain water-dark and quiet, smelling only of sea. In this choice, there is power that refuses spectacle and insists on living relation over extracted finds. The archaeologist understands, recognizing that the work's purpose was always nourishment and cohesion, not display. A compromise forms, images shown with coordinates removed, techniques described without sacred details. Suppression here is not erasure but stewardship expressed as discretion. Value accrues to trust. For the outside listener, the hush may feel like denial. For those within, it tastes like bread shared across seasons. Machines idle softly and the surf speaks louder. The patience of waves becomes the model for publishing. Not everything needs to be loud to be real. Later, a student in a city far from any coast reads an index of shell bead distributions laid over bathymetry, and the pattern resolves into a necklace of exchange that once clung to the world's wet edges. She eats lunch at her desk, rice cooling, tea cooling faster, and draws a line across shelves that were once dry, her pencil whispering. The beads have different hues, not that any colour is permanent underwater, but the distribution carries a logic that smell and taste could once confirm. The lemony bite of certain seaweeds near one region, the coppery note of marsh water in another. With this map, she proposes a pilot radio of sorts, where subtle tastes and textures linked to memory gave reliable directions without fixed stars. The value is simple. More households fed for more days, fewer crises flaring into die-offs. The power is cumulative and quiet. The desk lamp warms her hand, and a draft from the window stirs her notes like leaves. When storms hit a bay whose bottom holds walls, turbulence sings differently. An engineer, listening with a hydrophone, hears the song settle into a slightly lower register as water drags across aligned stones rather than random silt. This is not romantic, it is measurable. A spectrogram blooms, coloured bands sliding and settling. The engineer's computer smells faintly of ozone and dust, and her chair squeaks as she leans in. If we can hear a wall, can we reconstruct the rooms it suggested? The lanes between traps? The lanes between tasks that organised people's steps? Questions posed this way do not ask for palaces, they ask for daily order. Embedded in the song is the rhythm of to and fro, of walking to a pen in time with the tide, of the creak of a basket handle under a hand turned calloused, strong and steady. The answer is not entirely in the spectrogram, it is in the memory of how water and stone converse. The room smelled faintly of salt and warm plastic. Humans name by habit, and to say civilization is to invite images of columns and scripts. Yet if civilization means a system that turns knowledge into security, then these water-edge networks deserve the word. The job of a weir keeper mattered because it transformed uncertainty into manageable risk, and the ritual of setting and lifting at proper moons created a clock that gave power to families across lean seasons. The night air carried songs, not to entertain only, but to coordinate. The same phrase rising, the same phrase falling, aligning many hands like gears softly meshing. When people paint shells or their own faces in sequence, they are writing, just not in strokes preserved on sidewalks. The sea is poor at keeping paper, it is excellent at keeping patterns in the collective mind. What would an empire at the tide line profit to demand monuments, when the only monument that lasts here is technique, and the only bronze is the burnish on a well-used tool? The sand remembers. Instruments hum. The hollow waits. Silence also arrived as an accident of attention. Scholars focused inland for reasons that smelled of book glue and stone dust, of large grants and classical languages. The literal arts seemed too wet, too messy, too perishable, as if only ruined stones deserved respect. Meanwhile, on the seafloor, baskets softened, wood turned to shadow in mud, and posts dissolved into a sugar of cellulose that fed invisible lives. Rediscovery therefore required new tools, and those tools, even when precise, needed new metaphors. A sub-bottom profile looks like layers of cake disturbed, then re-smoothed. It takes a chef's sense to know where someone sliced and where the batter simply swirled. The gift of turning this knowledge into bedtime narrative is to let the perishable return, in words, as something you can taste again: salt, smoke, the crisp end of a dried fish. The power to narrate becomes a restoration, stitched from evidence and restraint. The lamp's shade glows with warm light. Breath steadies. Across a different sea, a diver pushing through clouded water feels fingers brush across a row of pebbles arranged too evenly to be storm-thrown. Silt puffs like breath in cold air, the cloud tasting chalky. He moves away, waits, returns, and the line persists. He follows it to a curve that suggests a throat, to a widening pool, to posts sunk and rotted smooth. He surfaces, spits, and laughs in the damp, describing the feel of it to friends on a boat smelling of diesel and fish scales. Later, a scientist listens, not discounting the sensation of touch as evidence. Rediscovery is often tactile first, cerebral second. The value of trusting hands is accuracy. The power is a partnership between embodied knowledge and measured calm. When the diver that night scrubs his hands with rough soap that smells like citrus, he keeps feeling the line under his skin. He calls it a voice that speaks through grain. The boat rocks softly at anchor. Suppression returned in a more modern costume when salvage and development needed clean narratives to support projects. Declaring a bay floor, naturally chaotic, simplified permits. Acknowledging underwater heritage invited constraints that investors found inconvenient. Reports softened observations into generalities, the language carrying the back-scent of bureaucracy, neutral, denatured, a little antiseptic. Yet storms continued their audit, revealing order again and again, strokes of stone under dull light that looked like writing in an alphabet we were trying to forget. Some young staffers, unable to sleep for the compromise, leaked images, not to inflame, but to invite precision. The leak carried the perfume of printer toner and paper warmed by a hidden desk lamp. The result was a new survey, and the pattern returned fresh, as if it had waited patiently while we played the old game of convenience. Value shifted toward protection. Power moved back toward place. On the mud, crabs went on with their own long history, unbothered by our papers. Centuries after the first hands tied the first clever loop, technology shifted again. Satellites read the world's skin, and computers subtracted tides and waves to reveal the land beneath the ocean's pulsing veil. What emerged were plains, ridges, and river mouths that once flared into fans, now drowned in green and blue. The maps smelled of new ink and ozone, and a trace of hot plastic from the plotter. The feelings they stirred smelled older, grass warmed by sun, the dryness of dune, the mold of shaded caves. Over these maps, one can draw paths where people could have walked without getting feet wet for weeks, thousands of breaths along shorelines now swallowed. In those spaces, the techniques we discuss would have multiplied, connecting, trading, arguing, loving. Civilization's full mixture of noise and warmth. The value in this view is context. The power is a rearranged humility. The present coast is a moment, not the truth. The tide knocks lightly at the map's edge. Rediscovery through songs and stories continued too. A lullaby, carried across generations, mentions stones that catch fish by moon's bite. A phrase dismissed as metaphor by modern minds. A linguist, soaked in tea and charts smelling faintly of fennel, heard in the cadence a set of instructions. Place stones at intervals that match a certain stepping pattern, tighten the throat when the moon is thin. She walked with elders at low tide, and they nodded without speaking much, letting her count with her body. In the cadence was information that we could test, a code hidden in music. The value in carrying technique as song is resilience under stress. Learning never looked like study. Power expressed as melody is hard to confiscate. It returns when lips part. On bare flats where the sea pulled back, the mud reflected sky like a tarnished mirror, and footsteps printed and filled and printed again. We forget to listen in this way. The cove did not forget to answer. Some discoveries reached across boundaries between species. Observers documented the way certain shorebirds moved along weir lines, pecking at trapped fry, their calls sharp like pebbles clicked together. Seals learned to wait near throats where fish ran confused, their whiskers twitching in briny air. Humans learned from both, adjusting timing to avoid conflict, setting decoys to shift attention. The ambient soundscape, gull caws, wave hiss, reed rattles, seal snorts, became the metronome of work. This is the fecundity of civilization beyond walls, a negotiated truce with other lives. The value is shared abundance. The power is predictive harmony that reduces waste. When the sea rose, the birds moved, the fish found new channels, and people followed, carrying memory like a softly glowing ember cupped in hands. The smoke from dried grass fires curled with a sweet burnt smell that made eyes sting. That sting is part of the archive too, stored in nerves and remembered in words that try to smell. Discovery again found suppression when colonial authorities mistrusted local knowledge, deeming stone alignments superstitious while cataloguing imported bricks as proper heritage. In coastal villages, elders stopped pointing out features, tasting the metal of fear on their tongues when uniformed men walked the shore. For a generation, knowledge retreated indoors, into closed rooms where stories ran like water between cupped hands, shared only with those who could be trusted. Meanwhile, storms, uninterested in authority, uncurled mud and showed stones. Eventually, a new listener arrived, patient and respectful, offering to record without taking, to publish without naming. The balance shifted, the air losing its sour smell of suspicion and regaining the sea's clean cut. The value of respecting knowledge is accuracy, and the power is reconciliation with place. Civilization's core is the protocol that lets a group continue. If that protocol includes quiet, we learn to speak softly. A kettle on the table sighed, the tide outside sighed louder. Agreement formed like silt settling. Evidence of perishable ritual, too, flowered in unlikely contexts. In a peat lens beneath the drowned edge of an old marsh, beads strung with plant fibre persisted where one expected nothing but dark, sweet rot perfuming the shore. Under magnification, fragments of binder clung, a glossy residue that reminded technicians of honey, but smelled only faintly of old water. Beads clustered around a small bundle of charcoal and bone shards, perhaps a boundary ritual performed when a family moved camp. Ritual matters because it locates us in the model of the world we hold. It says here is first, here is last, here is between. The power here flows from continuity, the promise that moves survive, because meaning survives beneath the practical. The peat felt cool and sticky on the glove. Mud sighed as it was lifted aside. The ripple of a breeze made grasses hiss, and a bird called twice, as if answering and confirming the work's time. Threads almost invisible hold fast. Centuries passed again, and a collecting museum sought to display mysteries of the drowned. The exhibit designers loved light effects, ripples projected on floors that made visitors sway. Yet when the artifacts were chosen, so few stones, so many reconstructions, curators learned a hard truth gently. The most honest displays here are records of emptiness, well framed by careful words. The show smelled of paint and carpet glue and, faintly, seawater from a tank where live eelgrass waved. A quiet caption did more than a loud video. This alignment matched living weirs used until recently by near-coastal communities. Structures have not survived, knowledge has. The value of such framing is fidelity. The power is the refusal to replace missing stones with loud speculation. Visitors left quieter, tuning their imaginations toward daily life rather than grandeur. Their shoes squeaked softly on the floor. A child lifted a replica basket and felt its weight, and his face set in attention, the first tool of learning. Under a stony overhang near an ancient shoreline, soot clung to the ceiling in a faint, sweet smell of old fires. On the floor, bits of plant bedding lay compressed and then receded into darkness where damp ruled. Between the two, a clear zone told of sweeping, a neatness that signals intention and care. In this room, a toolkit waited in the mind's reconstruction: digging stick, hammerstone, scraper, awl, cordage, each with the texture of repeated handling rubbed into their surfaces. The ritual of cleaning before resting is civilization's grammar. A clean hearth burns better. A clear threshold keeps snakes out. Such acts grow power through minimal friction, saving sense of energy until they amount to aristocracies of time. Stepping into such a space, one hears the hush of a shelter that truly sheltered, the soft rasp of fibre bundled, the low murmur of planning. The air tasted of rock and ash. Underfoot, the sand gave like slow breath. The day exhaled. The big question keeps returning like a tide: what do we mean by civilization? When the record is broken, drowned, shredded, and yet the patterns are clear. The answer hides in labour profiles, in calendars and cooperation, in storages that smell of cured fish rather than incense. In that age, uncounted nights ago, people managed risk through community practice, turning the moon into a metronome and shorelines into record books written in baskets and stones. The value was security earned through precise repetitions. The power was mobility that did not abandon roots, but braided paths between them. If the word civilization requires writing, then let us read textiles and tides as that writing, their strokes tactile rather than visual. If the word implies urban scale, let us accept coastline scale, knitting coves into quilts that covered continents when the sea stood far away. Our own breathing aligns with waves without trying. Perhaps that is the oldest proof we have. A boat, centuries later, nosed above a shelf where the current's cool hand met warmer surface water. The captain closed his eyes, smelled the change, the ocean's clean blade thickening with a hint of river tea, and called to adjust course. He was not reading an instrument, though one hummed. He was reading a world written on his skin. On the screen, a faint geometry rose, lanes between lumps, a narrowing that felt deliberate. The crew, quiet out of habit rather than rule, leaned in as the light tapped their faces. If a knowledge practice makes bodies sensitive to subtle shifts, it has built a civilization within flesh. Over time, such sensitivity becomes embodied memory, passed through gestures more than words. The value is speed of response when a storm turns. The power is calm when every cue aligns. The bow dipped, a kettle rattled. The smell of steel and salt merged into that bracing perfume that makes lungs feel new. The captain smiled, then corrected lightly. We tend to think of suppression as an act by authorities, but time performs it with professional grace. Wood swells, dries, cracks, feeds fungus, fibres dissolve and feed the shore, bones soften and go floral in marsh acid. Against that, what survives? Stone, charcoal, pigments in pores, the wrappers of meaning rather than meaning itself. Hence the need for careful inference, a soft speech that matches the evidence's texture. A pierced shell can be a bead, it can also be damage, but an array of them, worn, polished and clustered with residues of fat and pigment, sings with the force of chorus rather than solo. Rediscovery is a patient assembling of such voices into a song that does not overclaim. The lab air smells of ethanol and clean rubber. The bench creaks. A small brush lifts a grain of red that will soon prove to be old skin's decoration. The proof knocks quietly, but it knocks. We learn to open at a hush. Leaning into that hush, we can outline a year in the forgotten civilization. In spring, when river waters sweetened estuaries and the taste shifted from briny knife to gentle sap, traps were cleared and repaired, the smell of wet wood rising as posts seated deeper. Ritual joined repair, a smear of ochre under the left eye, a chant naming the moons. In summer's warmth, nets dried on racks, the fibres tightening with the smell of warm plant oils, hands moving with the efficiency of long-learned patterns. In fall, smokehouses perfumed the camp, thin plumes like threads weaving into clouds as fish carne dried into leather soft strips. Winter saw tools mended, fibres twisted, songs extended with new verses that recorded small changes, births and losses. The value came as granaries of protein, as trade trips that returned with stone and stories. The power acted through confidence that tomorrow would, with work, resemble today in its safety. How else could children sleep, listening to surf? Each gesture placing a stone, whittling a peg, drilling a shell bead until the soft squeal turned smooth-wove community. The hands smelled of resin and smoke, the skin roughened just enough to map tasks like a ledger written on fingers. By crafting, they encoded belonging. The way certain knots tied in certain orders acted like signatures that needed no script. These knots could be recognized across a bay, the fragrance of their fibers distinct to a region, their patterns announcing identity without shout. Rituals bound maintenance to meaning. A child, given a bead at a first catch, tasting its chalk with pride. An elder, touching the bead and speaking names. The power of this slow archive is that it persists across generations even when specific materials perish. When the sea rose and moved the shore, the archive walked with the people. Even if stones drowned, the knots remained in hands. The night held that truth in the softness of its warm dark. Modern labs allow us to count the grooves in a drill hole and measure the angles of fracture in flint flakes, yet the truest measure might be sound. When a file made from stone touches bone, it sings a faint, rasping note, like dry leaves rubbed together. When pigments are ground, the pestle's pressure produces a low, silky crunch, distinct from sand. A net, wet and heavy, slaps the rack with a music that returns in dreams. These sounds, repeated, become timepieces in memory, their cadence aligning tasks to the body's clock. Instruments translate them into graphs, living ears translate them into routine. The value of listening is timing. The power is a choreography that keeps motions aligned without a conductor. At night, the sea's noise filled gaps, a blanket of white hush against which a single baby's cry could pierce and be answered. That harmony is worth calling civilization if the word is allowed to stretch and breathe. When civil codes arrived with drums and banners, they often made records of property, not practice. This is reasonable in one sense. Stones mapped to taxation more easily than tides. But the mismatch eroded memory. Over time, the formal register's silences became the default story, as if craft formed in water were inherently lesser. Rediscovery therefore also means rereading old codes with different eyes, hearing the lack as information. A grant outlining a bay and excluding tidal works reveals a policy rather than the coast's truth. A map that avoids submerged structures signals not an absence but a choice. Controversy, sometimes, tasted bitter in meetings, the air perfumed with stale coffee and heated electronics. Yet progress came when people agreed that any claim must match measured patterns, not wishes. The value of consensus built on evidence is durability. The power is legitimacy that survives storms. The sea respects none of our papers. Only our craft survives its attention. We learn, slowly, to write accordingly. From above, a shelf at low tide looks like hammered metal, dimples and ridges catching sun. From below, it feels like a roof with ribs, the current pushing and easing, a pressure massage. People learned both views, teaching children where to step by feel. The slick of certain algae warned of falls, the velvety drag of others promised firm footings. Taste, too, served as measure, the water's edge mineral flavors shifting with unseen sources, reading like a diary written in brine. These senses formed a suite of instruments carried in bodies. In our age, new instruments read deeper, their beeps and hums matching old cues. The value is in alignment. When a device confirms a grandmother's advice, trust grows. The power of paired perception is redundancy, resilience. A gull's wing flashed silver, a kid pointed and laughed. Underwater, fish moved like soft darts through a labyrinth built by forgotten engineers whose blueprint lay in tide's arithmetic. The blueprint still works if one learns to see. Within the archives of submerged landscapes, not all signs are utilitarian. A row of stones placed on a dune crest, with no trapping function, may have traced a line of meaning, the kind that tastes of reverence and quiet. Perhaps a procession walked there at certain moons, carrying baskets, singing to the water, requesting and giving thanks. Rituals align behavior and memory. Their power is social glue, and their value is predictability of cooperation. When water later covered the path, the stones, heavier than the dune's sands, remained. Divers brush them with fingers and feel the warmth held in stone, even in cold water, an illusion from myth and muscles. They call it a spine because it makes them stand straighter in their suits, a human reflex to meaning. Whether or not we can prove the right, we can recognize the human need to connect action to larger cycles. The smell of kelp waves in the mind. The song continues, soft and steady. Rediscovery intersects with technology in beautiful ways. In a darkened room, a researcher runs acoustic data through a model that turns echoes into images, contour lines into shimmering relief. The screen goes from grey to story. She sees a pattern, breathes out, and her breath fogs the glass of a mug that smells of cinnamon and heat. She writes calmly, refusing to claim what she cannot confirm, and sends the draft to coastal elders who add, remove, and polish words until the text fits lived memory. This collaborative work builds power without bluster, words that match world that informs words, cycling until trust arrives. Some sentences feel like stepping stones at low tide, firm yet wet, slick but reliable. The document's tone is lullaby rather than fanfare, respecting a subject that survived by being small in a loud world. When the piece publishes, readers feel soothed rather than excited, the right mood to absorb endurance. Outside, evening arrives like folded cloth. The first person to heat stone to make better edges did so for many reasons at once. The crackle of heated pebbles under sand sang of curiosity. The sweeter bitter scent of resin mixing with red powder told of experiment and then tradition. Each new edge made work smaller, tasks more precise, and because of that, lives more predictable. The ritual that anchored such technical steps could be as simple as washing hands in cold water that brightened fingernails and steadied mind, or as complex as singing a 4-part intergenerational call and response that placed the work inside a story. Power flows from the known, and known grows from repetition that fits the body's arc. We call that civilization because it creates time that is not clenched and fearful. Looking at these drowned traces, we recover the outlines of such days and nights. The air around the work table smells of graphite and paper, the modern equivalents of stone and cord. Memory enjoys such sympathetic scents. Sometimes, an accident of geology preserves an almost impossible delicacy, a footprint pressed into fine mud, later baked and sheltered, the toes' curls fixed, the arches shallow, tender hollow. To see it makes breath catch, the body recognizing itself across 10,000 storms. A series of such prints near a drowned shore suggested a child dancing or darting, the pattern playful, not productive in any way a ledger would like. Civilization includes this, time for joy, room for quickness, that leaves no harvest but makes hearts lighter. If one wants an index of health, look for traces of play. The mud smell, when the cast was lifted, was sweet like old wine, a memory of decay turned useful. The cast, in the lab, changed the room's weight. Words quieted. We talk about fish and tools, but the dancer survived too, the one who ate well enough to dance. That is value turned to power without measurement. The tide went out, then returned. Instruments can mislead, and humility is part of any honest reconstruction. A grid seen on sonar may be a geological pattern, a line of stones may be storm-thrown. We guard against the romance of pattern recognition with tests and counter-tests that smell of acetone, ethanol, and sometimes burned dust as circuit boards warm. Yet when multiple lines converge, artifact-aware patterns, chemistry of residues, alignment with tides, and living memory, the case gains weight. It never becomes absolute. The sea dislikes absolutism. This built-in uncertainty creates a civilized habit in us. We learn to hold stories gently, to honor them without squeezing them into shapes they resist. The value is sustained inquiry. The power is in building a culture of attention that will not be swayed by loudness alone. In that, we match the ancient craftsperson. Try, adjust, share, repeat. The lab's clock ticks with a soft, old sound. Coffee cools. A gull's cry threads the air even here, inland, through a window. Consider the ledger of rolls in a littoral camp. A tide reader adjusts schedules. A net amender counts coils. A firekeeper tends the sweet smoky braid that catches embers and nurses them through damp night. A storyteller binds these tasks with words that preserve technique. The sentences tasting of salt and oil because hands are never quite clean. An apprentice shoulder aches from lifting wet baskets. An elder's knees click when bending, and still she squats with grace. Over time, the ledger becomes tradition, and the tasks become identity. The rituals mark transitions into and out of roles. The glue here is trust, and the power is speed without chaos when a shout comes. Soft, because loud sounds spook fish, moves a line. None of this requires bricks. All of this builds a human world where tomorrow is likely to be good. If that isn't civilization, the word has simply narrowed too much, ignoring the strongest architecture we ever raised, cooperation. Centuries later, with many shores drowned, a librarian finds an old folio tucked behind miscatalogued volumes, the paper tasting slightly of alum and the ink faded to tawny brown. In the margins, a meticulous hand drew fish-penned in fish shapes, the notes explaining that those who live by the edge build stones thus. The folio had been ignored because it lacked bold titles. She breathes in and smells a tang like walnut and anise, a ghost of the scribe's ink. She scans the page, sends it to a researcher, and the rediscovery begins again, now through the heaviness of the scanning machine, the low hum pulling her into a calm state. Suppression yields to chance and to a person who cares enough to look behind. The value of such moments is not the glamour of the find, it is the increase in precision they allow. The power is continuity. The sea outside the window is far away, but its breath, somehow, reaches the stacks. On the seafloor, structures live differently. Crabs move into voids once used by posts, their shells scraping with a tick that sounds almost like a clock under amplified water. Eels twine through throats designed to confuse fish. Seaweeds take root where baskets once stood. This second life complicates readings, patterns blur, new geometry layers over old. Archaeologists respect this living archive, knowing that to learn without harming requires tact. In some surveys, lights are dimmed to avoid stressing creatures. In others, the window is closed to breeding times. This ethic is civilization within civilization, the modern community practicing restraint in returning to the ancient one. The value is consent and care. The power is knowledge that can claim to be friendship rather than theft. The water tastes metallic still. Instruments blink quietly. The story we tell thus remains one of connection, not conquest. That flavor sits clean on the tongue. Slow, patient work reshapes what we call finding. We hear about the drowned, not as ruins, but as routines. And this is the point. The forgotten civilization of 97,000 winters was not an empire. It was the shore's way of making people into a structure that lives in the cycle of fish and moon. Its monuments were lines of stones warmed by sun for kettles. Its palaces were dry patches under rock, where a family could sleep listening to waves. Its libraries were songs and knots. It mattered because it transformed hunger into recipes, risk into schedules, strangers into kin by exchange and by ritual touches of pigment. Holes in the record do not erase the structure any more than fog erases the landscape it covers. They ask us to breathe slower, to let patterns assemble. Under soft light, you can almost see the fences through closed eyes, the posts dark against brighter water. You can almost hear the soft slap of net and the low conversation in night air warming around a fire. Rediscovery will continue and keep changing shape. New instruments will taste older compounds, perhaps reading the faint citrus of plant resins or the herbal smoke trapped in the pores of stones, telling us who stood where and what they held. New collaborations will bind scholars to makers whose fingers remember knots melted from male lines into female, from aunties to nieces, from uncles to nephews, through a chain unbroken by drowned ground. The speed and volume of modern news threaten patience, yet the sea insists that the true scale is slow. Power shifts toward those who can wait. The value accrues to those who can say enough, and mean it at the proper time, pulling traps before the last fish, teaching restraint as a creed that smells like seaweed and smoke. The lights dim in labs and on decks. The breath grows longer. In that easing, the old forms come forward, no longer forgotten, just noticed in the right stillness. Later still, a classroom, far inland, studies fish weirs as math. The angle of the V relative to current speed tells of optimization, a concept that tastes of chalk and coffee. Students draw graphs and then, invited to the coast, they feel the cold slap of water against shins, hear the sound change as the tide turns, and their faces alter as abstraction becomes wet and alive. Calculation meets craft, both improve. Civilization grows whenever such bridges are built, pulling children across disciplines the way an old weir pulled fish on silver arcs. The value is in the way knowledge broadens without flattening. The power is the dignity it grants both ancestors and descendants. They eat simple bread and dried fruit on a damp rock, and the food tastes better because the lesson is now somewhere between head and feet. Later, they sleep hard, dreaming of stones that hum when the moon reaches a certain slice. The sea keeps teaching this geometry. Among the last fires we can read in cores. A sudden thickening of charcoal streaks suggests a prolonged dry period, the air then tasting of smoke for weeks, the horizon tinted brown. Responding, a community might shift to deeper traps, to night fishing when cooler water held more oxygen, to divers slipping silently with baskets like dark moons underwater. Rituals changed too, loosening to adapt, then retying when rains returned with the smell of wetted dust, sweet as relief. Across such cycles, thought deepened around the core concept. Do not take more than the water gives, return stones correctly, sing because songs carry schedules that ensure fairness. Power thus flowed along the low ground of caution and into the high ground of confidence. These are not rights a coin can buy, they are habits a family accrues. And when the sea advanced, as it always does, the skill set moved to new shores, leaving only lines in mud to betray its shape. The core sits, silent and dense with unsaid days. In the present, the diver who first felt the weir line beneath the silt takes her child by the hand at low tide, the child's toes chilled on the damp, firm sand. She points at a faint curve revealed for an hour and says not ruin, but tool, not temple, but kitchen, aligning the words with purpose. The child tastes the air, salty and clean, and asks the one rhetorical question that belongs everywhere: can we come back? The answer is yes, in our bodies and minds, and the way we tell this. The power of returning is what keeps any civilization alive, no matter how deep the water runs. The light is golden, the ripple sounds like silk pulled over wood. They stand together, breathing in tide's pace, learning again the old arithmetic: stones, water, moon, hands. The child squints, and the weir becomes suddenly obvious, then vanishes as a cloud crosses. Learning has this texture, prickling like salt on skin, cooling as it dries. Ritual coda rests here. The forgotten civilization did not forget itself. We forgot the scale at which its greatness lived. It exists where waves polish memory to a soft sheen and customs yield quietly to conditions where power is a song everyone knows and no one needs to own. Its tools smell of resin and brine. Its archives taste of salt and ash. Its light comes from moon and flame rather than from marble. As you breathe in and hold a moment, you can feel how that long shore traces your own ribcage, a curve built on cycles. Perhaps the sea took the stones, but the design remained in ways of being that still nourish. We stand at water's edge and hear what we can, then we let the rest whisper, patient and present, promising that in the next low tide, more will show, then slide away again, inviting us to return and remember without insisting on ending the mystery.
The file from the records room looks ordinary. A 3x5 index card, pencil-shaded lines neat as rice rows, a clipped metal corner smelling faintly of oil and dust. Under the lamplight's amber circle, the archivist's calipers whisper across its edge, the thin cardboard just under a millimeter thick, its weight barely felt in the palm. On one side, a notation, POW requested death, request refused, the words tight, cautious, routine. It rubs against an old wartime myth, the one that insists there were no choices, only frenzy and annihilation, only men who never surrendered and others who never hesitated. The card offers a quieter measurement, a refusal shaped by policy, by practice, and by human hands. It comes from a pile of thousands, each clipped, stamped, and filed as grey as the dust that settles on the clerk's sleeve. Among these slips, men speak without shouting. Many asked for an ending. Someone listening said no and then wrote it down. If this calms you, please subscribe. The lamp in the medic's tent is a trembling globe of yellow far out on a damp island night where the canvas walls smell of iodine and mildew. A Nisei interpreter kneels on the packed earth beside a wounded Japanese conscript whose eyes shine like polished obsidian in the low light. The soldier's whisper creaks like an unstopped door. The request is simple, the word for death heavy in air that tastes of salt and iron. The interpreter steadies his voice, the corpsman lays a dry hand on a wet wrist, and the American rifleman stands just outside the flap, listening to rain stitch thin needles through the dark. The request is refused without grandeur, no ceremony, only a practiced gentleness, weapon removed, bandage tied, stretcher lifted. The interpreter promises rice tomorrow, writes a note on a small tag that pricks his thumb. The prisoner stares at the canvas roof and closes his eyes. The tent sighs as wind presses it inward and then lets it go. Field orders spoke plainly in that era. Prisoners would be taken whenever possible, treated, questioned, logged and guarded. That directive, stamped in carbon paper and pushed through clattering typewriter keys, made a ritual of refusal. A request for death might come as a murmur from a litter, as a gesture toward a sheathed blade, as a throat's single sharp syllable, as the quiet slide of a grenade toward a belly. The Americans had a structure for that moment. The glove snapping into place, the muzzle angled high, the grenade lifted away like a hot potato, the interpreter's hand raised, palm out. The value of that structure was not abstract. It shielded those who followed it from a different kind of injury, the collapse of boundaries, the erosion of the law's shelter. It also gave shape to intelligence work. If a prisoner lived, maps were drawn, supply routes traced, tiny truths stacked like coins. The typewriter rang at the end of each line and the paper smelled faintly of gum and ink. On black sand that clung to boots and lips, a Marine remembered the first time a captured man asked for a blade. Rain had made pearls on the canvas of the Marine's poncho, and the ocean breathed slowly beyond a dark rank of rocks. The prisoner's hand had crept to his side, toward a short knife tucked invisibly along a belt seam, his pupils dilated, his face beautifully calm. The Marine sergeant had moved faster than the moment, pulling the knife away and flattening it with a boot heel, the leather leaving a quiet stamp on the wet metal. No one raised their voice. The sea hissed. The prisoner stared at the broken blade and shook with a small sob that felt older than the island. "Refusal can be soft," the Marine wrote later, almost like letting go. He poured water over the edge of a canteen into the man's open mouth, careful not to spill a drop, as if feeding a sparrow by hand. Some refusals happened far from sand and jungle. On a destroyer's steel deck, drenched in spray that perfumed the air with salt, sailors heaved nets heavy with living weight, pulling men from water that churned like glass ground to milk. One of the survivors touched his rescuer's sleeve and bowed his head, then pressed his hand to his chest and to the sea, asking without words to be lowered back down. The boatswain shook his head and smiled without showing teeth. He pulled the man up by both hands and guided him toward a steaming bucket of broth, the ladle clacking softly against the rim. The wind made sails of shirts hung to dry, and a gull far from any port cried once and vanished into the cloud low and heavy on the horizon. The rescued man's fingers trembled, then curled around the tin cup. The deck thrummed with the engine's heart. The sea asked. The answer remained no. The tide breathed and turned. The sand remembers. Instruments hum. The hollow waits. The engine thrum settles in the chest like a second pulse. In field hospitals perfumed by ether and bleach, surgeons made refusals with needle and thread. A prisoner, his legs blistered by fire and earth, mouthed words that an orderly could half hear over the drip of water into enamel basins. The request carried traditions older than the operating table. It carried a family's code, a teacher's counsel, a drilled cadence of honor. The surgeon steadied his breathing and stitched, the suture gliding through skin that felt warm beneath his fingers, the knot tying like a finishing bow on a package. The translator beside him did not translate the request into English. He translated it into a plea to live long enough to write home. That was not a lie. It was a choice to take one chord of the warp and weave a different pattern. Outside, a lantern swung from a pole, making the shadows in the ward swim. Inside, a pencil tapped softly against a clipboard, recording pulse, pressure, and the quiet stubbornness of a rule obeyed. Silence rose around these moments in that era, a useful silence that softened edge stories. At home, posters declared the enemy fanatical, monstrous, relentless, suggesting there would be no prisoners and no mercy, as if the war had stripped all bodies of their ordinary longings. In camp newsletters and hometown papers, the tales that made easy sense were told first. A corporal who wrestled a suicide from a prisoner's hands sometimes found the story gently edited away, not because it was shameful, but because it disrupted the cadence of certainty that kept distant kitchens quiet. The censorship of kindness can be tidy. A public information officer with sleeves rolled to the elbow reads a passage and draws his pencil through it. The graphite leaves a pleasingly smooth line. Meanwhile, pocket diaries sourced with sweat and mildew survive under cot mattresses and in sea bags, waiting to be opened by later hands. Those diaries smell of mildew and the sweet ink of a fountain pen nib making a slow trail across paper. On Saipan in 1944, a Marine corporal wrote of a boy soldier, face scarcely shadowed by stubble, who crawled from a hollow salted with coral dust and lifted both hands, empty and shaking. The boy's voice, brittle as old bamboo, carried a request shaped like resignation. He asked for a bullet with the steadiness of someone holding back a tide. The corporal did not understand the words, but he knew the tone, a tone heard in the sickly glow of pre-dawn when rain finds the seams of your tent, when you half dream of your own pillow. He called softly for the interpreter, who came with a handkerchief tied at the neck and a pencil tucked behind one ear. The interpreter's answer was slow and low. The corporal knelt, took the boy's canteen and poured water into a cupped hand. Rice would come later. The boy cried without sound, tears mixing with gritty dust, and then pulled the blanket tighter around his shoulders. The act of refusing created intelligence that sang on maps, in marks of grease pencil that didn't wash off with one wipe. A prisoner's living memory traced the path of a hidden track through tall grass, or the location of an artillery telephone cable draped invisible beneath a footbridge. That refused bullet became a saved patrol the next night. It materialized as a stack of lives placed back on shelves. In a dim room where the fan blades chopped the warm air into even pieces, a lieutenant leaned over a green felt table, pushed pins into a chart, and moved a string a fraction of an inch. What does a refusal weigh in a storm? The answer appeared in a different column, in lighter casualty figures, in a convoy arriving with fewer holes. Sometimes the prisoner spoke only after soup, sometimes after a cigarette's ember collapsed, sometimes not at all. Still, the refusal protected a shape of decency that, like a compass needle, kept seeking north. Caves worked as their own kind of opera hall, echoes looping, voices stretched thin over limestone and fear. Interpreters carried megaphones shiny as kettle sides and called down into throat-like openings, promising food and bandages, pointing to leaflets that showed cups of tea and a rice bowl, a tent with a red cross painted in careful strokes. A handful of men emerged blinking like turtles, the rock sweat clinging to them, their hands lifted, their eyes cautious. On the lip of the cave, one man bowed and asked softly, not for water, but for a chance to die as a soldier, and pressed his palms together in a prayer gesture. The interpreter looked down to the megaphone, a silly thing now, and then up into the man's face. He shook his head, slowly. He held out a biscuit that flaked under fingers. The cave exhaled stale air that tasted of bat guano and damp cloth. The men followed the biscuit onto the path into custody, step after step. The surf lulls. The cave breathes. The paper megaphone gleams. Somewhere, a kettle starts to sing without a stove. Even bureaucracy had a pulse. In a tent with an uneven floor of wooden slats, a clerk typed on a portable with a ribbon that left words slightly ghosted at the edges. His desk rattled when someone walked by. He recorded, among a day's worth of routine, the note that a prisoner preferred death to captivity, the phrasing formal but not unkind. He pulled a thin blanket over his lap in the draft and licked the tip of his pencil before adding a reference number. That file might be promoted to a summary report or exiled to a stack that would travel, in a crate nailed shut, across a long ocean home. The file kept its ordinariness, grey string tying it closed, a smear of coffee gone pale at the edge. It would be too easy to fail to notice how meticulous care taken in that tent rolled forward as policy, as training, as a tone sustained between men whose hands had been taught to do damage and then told to hold still. Letters crossed the same ocean with hand-stamped censor blocks and neat kanji tucked between folds, stitched by family ritual into lacquered boxes that hid among incense and framed photos. Some letters survived storms and storage and a grandchild's careful curiosity. One described a soldier preserved by strangers who would not grant his hunted wish. He wrote about the smell of tar on a stretcher handle, the way a guard adjusted a blanket's corner, the bittersweet taste of coffee he had never tried before, too strong and oddly sweet. His family kept this letter in an envelope that yellowed, the glue crackling like thin ice when opened, and a faint perfume of old paper hovered like a ghost. The letter did not become part of the loud record. The public story preferred silhouettes. Instead, it lived in a house shrine, in a drawer that smelled of cedar, in the mind of a woman who polished the wood and remembered the precise way her brother formed the curve of an O when he wrote. On Okinawa in 1945, the caves were deep and the rumors were deeper. Civilians hid, hands over children's mouths, and waited for footsteps they believed would bring unspeakable harm. Marines reached the openings and refused to be what rumor had scripted for them. They noisily approached not to surprise but to be heard, speaking through interpreters who called for calm, offering biscuits, tin cups of soup, blankets that smelled of moths and salt. A woman in a dark dress, dust clinging to the hem, asked to be shot because she believed capture would destroy the last of her family's honor. Her voice cracked like old pottery. A private took a piece of candy from his pocket, unwrapped it slowly, and held it out. The little boy in her arms watched the candy and then the hand. She reached forward, took it, and spoke something like a prayer. The refusal to grant her request opened a path down the slope, into a tent, into a world where rumors loosened their hold. By then, the value of refusing had become a quiet architecture that held up entire rooms. In a storm, refusal looked like a steadying hand and 1,000 daily gestures, the cup placed just so, the bandage tied not too tight, the weapon catalogued and locked away. The job mattered because it preserved the shared grammar that men on both sides would need after the guns went silent, a grammar of bodies as bodies rather than symbols. It mattered because a living prisoner sometimes wrote a letter that stitched back a family's torn seam. It mattered because a refusal not only saved the prisoner, it saved the refuser from the corrosive ease of granting what was asked. Rain drummed on tarpaulins like fingers tapping a table. The mess tent smelled of damp wool and soup-skin. The night radio hissed and clicked and found the right frequency. The lantern lowers, breath slows, canvas sighs. The old oath keeps its warmth like a coal cupped in two hands. Interpreters in those campaigns did more than trade nouns and verbs. They became bridges, coaxing men back from edges with tone and timing, refusing to carry over words that could ignite an ending. An interpreter might hear a POW ask to write one last letter of confession and translate it as a letter of introduction, changing orientation rather than intention. He might turn "kill me" into "do not leave me," sliding the request into a shape that invited care rather than compelled the guard to a deadly courtesy. These choices were not deceitful. They were humane alignments within orders that forbade killing prisoners. The interpreter's boots smeared with clay, their cheeks chapped by wind. They occupied a border zone of responsibility stretched thin as a drumhead. The staccato of distant mortar rounds filled the intervals between sentences. The taste of unlit cigarettes hung on the air. A hand rested briefly on a sleeve when words failed, and that touch became its own lexicon. Naval corpsmen wrote in their logs about patients who asked, before morphine fogged the edges of pain, to be left untended so wounds could complete what battle had begun. They refused, not out of cruelty, but from a calling that did not grade patients by uniform color. The needle-kissed skin, the tourniquet cinched, the antiseptic tingled where iodine painted its orange halo. A corpsman once described lifting a man's hand from his own throat, where he was pressing to choke off breath, and instead guiding that hand to grip a rolled towel, a thing to hold rather than a way to end. The deck pitched and smelled of fuel and brine. The metal cup hung by a hook made a melodic ping when it swung and tapped, a small metronome counting out a long night. He recorded the vital signs with stubby pencil and put the notebook back into his breast pocket, where it warmed against his skin. The sea remembers. Nets drip. The hatch clangs. Commands that save lives can be whispered, and they still hold. A pilot whose plane had folded like paper into the sea drifted in a raft, the sun a white disk behind thin cloud. He had tossed away his sidearm, had no blade, only a small flag, and he raised it firmly when a seaplane descended and skipped to a halt nearby, the engine spitting and settling into a heavy idle. He signaled that he would not be rescued, the gesture crisp, as if executing a drill. The Americans answered with a grappling hook cast true. It missed. Another line arced across the water and fell near the raft, the rope supple and clean. A crewman on the wing waved, smiled, and mouthed something reassuring the pilot could not hear. The pilot shook his head again and gripped the raft's edge. The crewman stopped smiling. He bent, took the rope in both hands and pulled. The raft scudded forward over ripples that slapped the hull, and then hands, fingers ragged with salt, took hold of the pilot's wrists and refused to let go. In after-action reports, tucked between counts of ammunition expended and lists of rations consumed, appeared notes about prisoners who tried to turn belts into nooses or chewing gum tinfoil into razor-thin blades. Guards stopped them with an economy of motion, a practiced calm that suggested training and the coordination of men who had seen many attempts. The guard's knuckles might scrape a wall, Blood might smear in dry brown under thumbnail. The prisoner would be placed back onto his cot, perhaps with his ankles gently bound with cloth to prevent another attempt. The tin cups on a shelf rattled when a truck passed outside. The chalk on the floor marked the next shift's post, a square of duty. The report language flattened the adrenaline into something countable, and yet between the lines, anyone who has sat with a friend through a bad night would sense the same ritual: stay awake, breathe together, keep sharp objects out of reach, wait for dawn. The myth that surrender never happened, that requests to die were always granted in the field by one side or the other, feels comfortable to some because it cleans the scene, sweeps away complexity like a broom pushing sand into a smooth, obedient line. But the record resists that smoothing. Men asked to be killed and were not. Men asked to be spared death and were. The refusal opened a channel for intelligence that included small details easily overlooked. The password traded at a fork in the road, the way rations smelled near a fuel dump, a sergeant's habit of humming a certain hymn that carried through foliage. In a room with a single bulb, a question came, then a second, then a third. Patience added depth. How often is compassion in war nothing more and nothing less than the stubborn application of a rule? The bulb's filament glowed and buzzed, the sound like a mosquito that never quite settled. Across inspection lines chalked on dirt and cement, Red Cross visitors clicked pens, inked forms that kept track of names and numbers as if they were stitching a net that could catch men who might otherwise fall through. A POW once asked a camp officer, through a translator, to honor his request to exit life under a ritual of his choosing. He spoke straight-backed under a sky high and colorless, his eyes lined with the dust that lifted in every step taken in the yard. The officer, a man whose boots had learned to creak in cadence with orders, explained the law with a tone snug as a neatly buttoned jacket. He pointed to a manual, to a flag flying near a gate that squealed slightly when pushed open. The prisoner nodded slowly, his face a mask that gradually released its stiffness. He signed the book and was given a number. The number clicked into its place among other numbers that, together, represented a promise kept. The yard calms, ledger lines straighten. A bell somewhere rings once, then waits. The shaded porch collects the day's heat and holds it gentle as breath. A hospital ship glided like a white loaf through swell, its paint unmarred, the red emblems blooming on the hull, while below decks the air smelled of talc and laundry steam. Nurses in white smocks passed bunks where men breathed in uneven chorus. A prisoner, sutured along the ribs, asked softly for a draught that would quiet him forever, a pharmacopoeia's final note. The pharmacist's mate shook his head and instead pressed into a paper cup 2 chalky tablets meant to restore and steady. He opened the little envelope and wrote, with a pencil dulled by use, a name and a time for sleep, not for ending. He turned labels away so curious eyes would not read wrong promises. The ship's propellers churned a line of bubbles into a long broken necklace that curled behind the stern. Floorboards hummed softly. Somewhere above, a gull's cry found a path through an open porthole and walked along the ward, then drifted away. On a tiny atoll where palms leaned in toward a shallow bowl of lagoon, a captured officer in a tunic that still smelled of starch asked for permission to end his life with a ritual blade. His scabbard was lacquered like wet coal, his sword hilt elegantly wrapped. He spoke to the American major in a tone that made the air feel formal, like a small ceremony had begun in the shade. The major's hand lifted, palm outward. He removed the sword from its scabbard, set it on a crate where it looked suddenly like a tool more than a relic, and then slid the scabbard back across the sand with his boot. He offered shade, water, a chair. The officer's jaw tightened, then loosened, and a small sigh rose from him like steam from tea. Later in a camp, the officer wrote that refusal had felt like anger in the moment, and mercy in retrospect, the way a doctor's pressure can pain and heal in the same touch. The sea hushes, the palm fronds clack softly, steel rests, the wind traces the sword's old path without cutting, like a finger over a scar. A chaplain in a canvas collar stretched to a shine pressed his palms together and lowered his head near a prisoner's cot. The prisoner had asked for a blessing before taking his own life, a benediction to speed him along pathways he believed would lead back to his ancestors. The chaplain could bless, but not for that purpose. He instead gave words that hung like beads on a string, patience, peace, courage, and a firm refusal braided through them like a stout thread in a garment. With his other hand, he brushed crumbs from the blanket, a simple caretaking that grounded the moment. The oil on the chaplain's wooden cross smelled of cedar. The cot's iron squeaked as someone shifted in the next bed. The prisoner stared at the chaplain's mouth, watched it form sounds that carried meaning beyond vocabulary. Finally, the prisoner drew a slow breath and turned his face toward the tent wall, where a pencil sketch of a mountain stood faint and sure. Leaflets printed in flat grey ink, with gentle drawings of cups and tents and nurses with neat hair, promised food and treatment and the chance to live beyond the clamour. They never promised any other ritual. The teams that flung them through the air from small planes or pushed them into cave mouths refused to trade in the currency of death as a negotiable term. The paper's texture felt like an old book page. When wet, it softened and adhered to skin. Some leaflets were folded into little airplanes by curious hands waiting in darkness, their creases sharp. An interpreter reading aloud from a leaflet in a cave mouth listened as a voice inside called back that death was preferable to captivity. He answered by describing the taste of broth, the chink of a spoon against enamel, the weight of a blanket heavy and warm. The words painted a room. The refusal was not merely of death, it was of emptiness, of a void where no room existed at all. On a hillside buzzing with cicadas, two medics met halfway between lines under a truce flag that fluttered without enthusiasm in air thick as syrup. One knelt beside a wounded enemy medic who had bound many limbs and now bled through his own bandage. The wounded man insisted he be left with his kit bag and his flag to let the mountain take him. The American medic shook his head and sprinkled sulfur over the wound's edge, the powder not smelling much of anything, just dry, like dust that heals. Their eyes met and did not flinch. Together they pulled the stretcher strap snug, their hands brushing, the watchers on both ridges leaning forward. The prisoner's breath slowed as the stretcher lifted. On the way down, a lizard skittered into grass, a gun oiled silently on a sling. The flag's white brightened for a moment in sun before shadow cooled it again. The refusal was an old kind of medicine made of hands and habit. The helmet presses, the road bends. Crickets count time. The hill keeps its secrets, yet the path down stays open through stubborn care. When the war's immediate thunder began to fade in the mind, some records drifted into a haze of, "We did what we had to do," a safe phrase that holds much and spills little. Boxes marked with dull pencils were moved from one shelf to another, tags came loose, fell, and were swept up with other small debris, like a lost button found years later behind a radiator. In a cave rediscovered by hikers, carved into limestone with a mess kit's edge, someone found words that asked for killing, and a reply scratched lightly beneath them, numb. The walls smelled of wet rock and dust. A bat flitted, then settled again in velvet folds of shadow. A modern flashlight's beam made the words sharper than they had been in their own day. The hikers did not know the names. They touched those letters made by strangers, and their fingertips tasted of chalk dust, a mouth-recalled flavor tied to classrooms and pencils chewed through anxious afternoons. At the prison camp kitchens, where rice steamed in vats and the air felt damp and comforting, a prisoner asked for a last meal, not with a laugh or tear, but with a stillness that made the request sound like a command issued to himself. He meant it as an end cap, a final sweetness before choosing to leave. The cook, a man whose hands were trained to portion and provide, filled a bowl and set it down as always, then pulled up a stool and ate his own bowl beside the prisoner, shared from the same shaker of coarse salt. He talked of nothing much, how rain loses its anger when it becomes mist, how coffee at dawn tastes different than coffee at night. The clatter of bowls and the hiss of steam made a simple symphony. The The prisoner, lulled, took second bites, then thirds. By the end of the meal, the plan had become an old coat he could hang up on a peg and consider again another day. Steam curls, bowls clink. The kitchen waits for more stories, and all stories taste better with warmth and company. Later, in tribunal halls where wood polish scented the air and windows watched the sky without blinking, witnesses described their treatment in POW camps. Some wore civilian suits made stiff by careful ironing, others kept their prison-issued jackets, their buttons polished by anxious thumbs. A few, when asked, explained that Americans had, in moments private and unremarked, refused requests to end life. They described a guard who snatched away a belt used wrongly, a nurse who stayed in a chair all night to keep a vigil, a chaplain who did not inflame shame. The gavel sounded like a knuckle knocking on a table, sharp and brief. The interpreter's voice threaded each language into the next, tight as a stitch that would not pull loose. The official record, seeking skeleton and not cloth, could not carry all of this tenderness, but it noted enough to keep the memory above water. The benches were hard. Feet shuffled just once, then settled as if remembering themselves. When peace arrived, not with trumpets but with paperwork and reclaimed farms and trains crowded with silent faces, men who had once asked to die discovered other tasks: to plant, to teach, to repair roofs, to carry water, to reopen shutters that had stuck. In fields where soil sucked at ankles, where frogs croaked loud enough to tickle the spine, former prisoners thought of guards who had refused their bitter pleas. They told their children to take baths, to be polite to grandparents, to pay back small debts on time. Cicadas sang, the sun cooked the backs of hands, and food smelled better than it had for a long while. The refusal had uncorked not only a life but a season of habits. When these men visited old precincts in their neighborhoods, some bowed toward a school gate, others toward a shrine, and only a few toward a monument. Their memories lodged in smaller places, a cup, a corner of a table, a patch of shade that met them like a friend. In an odd twist of continuity, a strip of cloth that had once been a prisoner's sash became a bandage torn by a Marine to wrap his own sprained wrist when his issued wrap turned out to be missing. He had confiscated the sash earlier, a ritual from a corner of prison processing that always felt both necessary and slightly sacramental. Later that day, the Marine watched the sash support him as he helped lift a different prisoner onto a truck. He described the sash's texture as both rough and surprisingly pliant, the fibers holding together under sweat and dust. He smelled the day's effort on that cloth, salt, earth, a keen nip of antiseptic from having used it to wipe down a canteen mouth. The prisoner who had worn it would live to receive a letter with fine-boned script from a daughter who explained third-grade arithmetic in tidy rows. Objects move away from their origins, and sometimes they circle back as quiet tools of care. Memoranda posted on plywood boards inside command tents explained with unconcerned words that mercy killing was forbidden, that prisoners remained under protection from capture through repatriation, that hands trained to act with violence must also practice restraint. These orders became a mantra murmured in squad tents at night, a backbone around which storytellers arranged their anecdotes. A young private, hearing it, felt relief. His moral world had a wall he could lean against when a man begged him to push the other way. The stapler that affixed the orders to the board punched a sharp, tidy punctuation into the page's corner. The staple's glazed silver shone. The file copy found its home in a folder, the edges gently rounded by many fingers. The note's routine existence did its work as effectively as a bright flare sent up over a dark field. There was a signal, it was seen, and men aligned themselves in their steps accordingly. The rain taps, the board creaks, the tent holds. Instructions don't have to shout to shape hands that hold and then release. A medic writing home chose his words with care, aware of the censor's blue pencil, but also aware of his mother's bedtime rituals. The way she would fold the letter back into the envelope twice after reading, then smooth it with her hand. He told of a night when he held a prisoner's wrist for hours, thumb pressed to the pulse, resisting the man's attempt to scratch a vein open. The medic skipped names and locations. He described instead silly details like the way his boot heel had worn through and how the iodine bottle cap stuck. He mentioned that the night smelled of wet wood and coffee that had boiled too long. He wrote that the man lived, that the dawn was a beautiful grey like his mother's hair. He let the letter rest before signing and, later, smelled its paper one last time, as if it could transport him into the room where she would read. An interpreter listened to a request that came with wires around it. A POW asked to send a message phrased cleverly to appear as a goodbye, but timed it to deliver an instruction to a unit still hiding nearby to take their own lives before capture. The interpreter understood both senses. He paused, and the pencil in his hand remained in air, unscribed. He answered that he would carry a different message, one that said the sender was alive and would see his comrades again, that they must resist despair and protect one another. He read it back slowly, so the words traveled a path whose grooves they could wear deeper with repetition. The prisoner looked at him for a long time, then nodded once, as if recognizing the logic. The pencil wrote on thin paper that wrinkled slightly as it absorbed the graphite. Outside, a truck backfired and everyone flinched. Inside, this refusal bent the future a few degrees toward morning. Night thins. A truck ticks as it cools. Words reweave themselves into lifelines, one syllable at a time, like knots along a rope. Midnight on an ocean transport stripped the world down to two colors, black and a paler black. A POW on a lower deck with the air moving slowly stood beside a porthole, listening to the water rush and pull, his face a shadow turned toward the sound. A guard noticed the man's fingers lingering on the latch that should have been secured. He stepped close and rested his hand on the metal, feeling the chill. The prisoner did not move away. He spoke, soft and urgent. The guard, heart slowing again after that quick drum, answered by sliding the porthole shut and then drawing up a stool. He talked about his hometown's small baseball field, where the sour smell of spilled soda gathered under bleachers. He offered a cigarette, which was declined. They sat in companionable quiet, letting their breaths find a synchronized rhythm. The ocean kept its steady talk, but the latch stayed cold under the guard's hand until it warmed. In field wards where light pooled like milk around cots, nurses moved between patients with a pace gentle enough to keep time from feeling like a pursuer. A prisoner, bone-thin and smudged by fever's chalk, whispered that he wished to be left alone in the corner to vanish into thinness. A nurse fluffed his pillow and turned him gently to prevent sores, moistened his lips with clean water, and left a cloth folded cool over his forehead. She refused not by argument, but by the repetition of care, the thousand small gestures that build a hammock under a falling body. The sheets smelled of bleach and sun, dried on lines strung between poles. The room's ambient sound was a soft chorus of coughs and the rustle of fabric. The nurse's shoes squeaked once on a damp board. Her hands were warm. She moved on to another patient, as if this refusal were only part of a string of ordinary tasks. In a map room lit by green-shaded lamps that cast an even, scholarly glow over paper and wood, a POW asked a colonel to grant him an honorable end instead of a dishonorable endurance. The interpreter repeated the words neutrally. The colonel looked down at a pencil shaved to a fine point, then up at the man. He poured water into a glass, not filling it to the top, and passed it slowly across the table. The man drank, eyes closing for a second, the cool length of the swallow written on his throat in a clean line. The colonel smoothed the corner of the map under a weight shaped like a small whale, and spoke about roads and bridges and units as if they belonged to a separate world, which they did. The request dissolved in the practical climate of that room, not ignored, simply cooled, like hot metal set on stone. The pencil made its small music on paper as it went to work gathering facts. The tent flaps burble. The pencil sings on paper. The night presses close to the lamp's radius, still, as if listening in. Textbooks later would compress scenes into paragraphs, faults into a line denoting everyone's common humanity, and prickly details into a smoother fabric. It is what textbooks often do. They preserve skeletons. But across decades, researchers peeled open envelopes whose glue had failed and boxes whose lids had warped. The archive rooms hummed with predictable climate, and gloves powdered with cornstarch left faint smears on the thin paper edges. They found more of those index cards from the record room, many with variations on the same phrase: request for death denied, self-harm prevented, refusal consistent with policy. These notes pointed like arrows toward a quieter consistency beneath the loud campaigns that dominated the headlines. The clips had left dents in the paper's edge that could be felt with a fingertip, tiny permanent recordings of having been held. Students came in with notebooks. The dust, disturbed and shining in the shafts of fluorescent light, turned the air into a galaxy of minor stars. In neighborhoods where windows caught afternoon sun and warmed the rooms until echoes softened, families kept altars with photos in heavy frames and tablets inscribed with names stroked by calligraphy that felt like prayer in form. Wives and mothers and sons and daughters told a version of the war that fit the space. Much was made of perseverance and suffering. Little was said of surrender, not because it did not belong, but because shame's language is hard to pronounce. When, later, camp diaries came home, donated or borrowed or photocopied, they added a different softness. A widow read by lamplight a passage describing a guard's refusal to hand over a blade and found her grief shifting shape, as if a stone placed on top of a grave had been moved a few inches and some light had come through. The incense smoke rose and perfumed the air. She blinked into it and found no tears, only the careful focus of someone absorbing a truth she could live with. The altar warms, smoke curls, paper breathes. In rooms that keep memory, even small changes in story can lift a heavy lid. Veterans who returned to the ridges where they had once been ragged and cold found the air gentler than they remembered, a salt sweetness in it like a hint of fruit. They put palms on rocks that had been cover, tried to find old fighting positions with the muscle memory of their knees. They recalled a man with empty hands asking to be shot, his voice so calm the moment could have been a domestic scene, a request to pass the sugar. They remembered the grip on their own rifles, the debate that passed without words across a glance with their sergeant, the relief in a quiet refusal. They walked to the cliff's edge and looked down into white foam. Their breath made little clouds that lifted and vanished, like the fog of the rising tide dissolving at the shore. Below, waves pressed lace against stone in endless repetition. Rocks warmed in the sun, and the veterans stood like posts modestly marking an unbuilt fence. In squads strung like beads along a front, men established informal codes. The injured prisoner would not be allowed to end himself under their watch, no compassionate shortcuts, even if asked with dignity and style. These were moral orders enforced only by the look in an older sergeant's eye and the steady pressure of peers. The code had rituals old as congregation life, a slap away of a blade hand, a hand placed flat on a chest to hold down a rising panic, a shared cup not left full enough for drowning. A pocket Bible cracked when opened, its thin pages whispering. The mud clung to trousers with a familiar sucking sound, making movement heavier but solid. Matches went damp and left sulfur on fingertips when they failed to take, the smell like a minor lightning strike. In these small practices, a line was drawn again and again, a chalk mark laid fresh each dawn, an oath repeated in action rather than word. Reports from international visitors, stamped with symbols recognizable as belonging to a neutral metric of care, recorded moments when ritual attempted to intrude into controlled space, a prisoner improvising a blade from unexpected objects, a guard's anticipatory knowledge dismantling the attempt with quiet efficiency. One entry described a man who used chopsticks sharpened against a rough brick to pierce his own skin. A guard, crossing the yard with a metal tray that clattered, saw the motion and moved. The guard's hands were quick, the sticks went clattering, and the prisoner found himself folded back into arms that restrained without bruising. The report noted both the attempt and the prevention, and then moved on to inventory food stores, a domestic segue. The report's red stamp bled slightly where ink had been heavy. The page smelled faintly of polish from the table where it had been written. These details insist the story is not hypothetical. The quiet refusal enters the record as perfectly ordinary. The rain dims. The stamp dries. A breath moves across paper. This is how bones of truth grow flesh, by leaning into ordinary detail and staying put. Film reels sometimes showed what words struggled to hold. A cinematographer captured a moment when a soldier pushed away a prisoner's hand from a water jug after noticing too much water being tipped back too quickly into a mouth already blue at the edges from an attempt to drown in a bucket. The correction, gentle, precise, replaced danger with care. The film's grain glittered in projection like dust in a bright doorway. The projector had a voice too, a whir that rose and sank like a calm sea. That clip, considered too soft for public exhibition in the years when boiling down complexity served a national purpose, spent seasons inside a canister on a shelf, climate-controlled, watched by no one. Later, when eyes were readier, the film may have been spliced into a documentary that leaned closer to the human. The image itself carried its own music, the soldier's palm, the jug's tilt, the small nod that says we'll do this together now. In a long barracks where bunks made tattered lines like dry rice rows, the night turned particular, filled with ordinary noises that sometimes woke men suddenly, hearts alarmed. A guard sat on a stool with his back to the wall and listened to a prisoner ask, on the hour, to be killed. The voice was steady, the request unadorned. The guard's refusal became a rhythm, responses measured, a metronome, you will not die, you will not die, you will not die. After a while, the prisoner's shoulders seemed to relax at the predictable sound. The guard poured water from a tepid jug and listened to the glug and pause as air moved to replace liquid. The cot's cord gave under weight with a tired sigh. The guard rubbed at a scuff on his boot toe with thumb, a small care distracting him from his own thoughts. In such nights, refusal was less a policy than a lullaby hummed in the same place at the same time. The fan hums. A moth taps the shade. The breath of a room comes back around and settles like a blanket. In quieter years, veterans taught new recruits that battles have rules that keep men's minds from collapsing along with bodies. They taught that some requests must be refused even when forgetting them would be easier in the short term. They demonstrated on training fields where chalk lines turned soil into theory and the whistle lifted like a note from a flute. They told recruits that they themselves had survived because they did not step outside certain boundaries, that those limits were like railings along a stair, seem restrictive and then prove life-saving. The recruits inhaled dust that explained itself between their teeth, swallowed water that smelled faintly of hose rubber, and tried to remember the angle of arms, the curl of fingers that calmed rather than allowed. A bright sun flattened shadows, boots studded a language into ground. The lesson folded into bodies where it could be retrieved without thought when the special request arrived in a different war with a different flag raised nearby. The layers of discovery, suppression, rediscovery repeat like waves turning shells, smoothing edges until they reflect light without slicing. An index card sits, a clerk writes, a censor trims, a family breathes, a researcher reads, a museum arranges. The card's presence pushes back against bluster that would erase nuance, insisting that small refusals are strands in a bigger rope. The first discovery is always the moment itself, hands moving, the wetness of breath shared. The first suppression is habit, the tidy barracks talk that sorts the day's events into shareable and not. The rediscovery often happens quietly, in stacks, in murmured discussions over coffee brewed too strong in staff rooms. The rain hisses on the windows. The muffled joy of insight feels like finding a forgotten bill in a coat pocket, unexpected relief and affirmation that you have more resources than you thought. Then you write it down and make a place for it on a shelf. The horizon is wide. The file sits. Cabinet drawers breathe in and out. We do not finish. We assemble patience and let it show. It is tempting to chase closure, to wrap up the moral with string and place a label, to reassure ourselves that refusal inevitably made every participant a saint. It is not so clean. Refusal sometimes arrived late, sometimes the person asking did not wait, sometimes guards, under stress, failed, and then spent years learning what their hands could have held. But the pattern remains, a commitment to refuse requests for death from those already disarmed, vulnerable, under custody saved lives and steadied spirits. It preserved the possibility of conversation that could reshape the next hour and the next. It linked a medic in a tent, to an interpreter at a cave mouth, to a sailor on a wing, to a clerk holding a pencil. It strengthened the law's spine. It made future trust just barely imaginable again where it had been mocked by gunfire. The rain lifted. Light returned to surfaces. A hand on a shoulder communicated a promise without case law or footnotes. The ocean at dusk absorbs stories and holds them without judgment. Somewhere, a canvas tag still exists in a box that smells like old wood and cold air. The ink on it slightly faded where a thumb rubbed it 20 times, absent-mindedly, while waiting for something to change. There is no conclusion to the record of those moments when men asked for ending and heard, in response, a refusal shaped like a cradle. The mystery does not close, it softens. It says that what made these refusals powerful was their everyday smallness, their lack of melody, their immediate practicality that nonetheless flowed from something older than tactics. This is not a legend where giants win. It is a series of rooms where lamplight makes a circle on a table, where a spoon touches the side of a cup, where a voice answers no and then adds something else. Bread, water, a pencil, a map, a long silence in company. The horizon does not decide, it keeps inviting.
If this quiet glimpse of Layla and the Gurban stirs you, please subscribe. Let each careful measure lull you towards sleep. Stay for more whispered histories. If this hush of history soothes you, subscribe gently for more Midnight Chronicles. Junior operator Mehmet Sami sat inside the Sakechi telegraph room, rubbing lemon balm into his fingers so they would glide across the brass key as rain beaded on the window panes and hissed whenever trams screeched past, while the lamp's thin wick perfumed the air with toasted linen. He penciled every signal into a blotter ruled down to quarter minutes, the graphite squeaking because the desk trembled atop loose floorboards, and his ears followed the staccato rhythm of distant hoofbeats outside, while his whole body leaned toward the sounder's dry clicks. At 14,007, the Gurban's call sign rattled through the line, Mehmet's thumb hovering mid-air, sweaty, tingling, refusing to strike again as he scraped away an incorrect dash, realizing that the Empire's neutrality still depended on a correction narrower than a fingernail. Hot copper smell rose from the relay coil, mingling with the brine carried through an open transom from the Golden Horn, and silence held meanwhile as he whispered the German syllables to himself, tasting unfamiliar vowels that felt like grit between teeth. When he finally transmitted the response promising coal and harbour, the sound seemed louder than cannon because it meant deliberate entanglement. Instead, the fatal mistake first appeared, not as strategy, but as a physical tremor that warped the spool, now revealing its frailty behind glass, though no one beyond that cramped room could sense it. 2 days earlier, War Minister Enver Pasha signed the secret alliance with Germany beneath a green-shaded lamp in Dolmabahce Palace, the bulb buzzing softly as Bosporus Tide tapped the key below. A German-made ruler lay beside the parchment, its centimetre marks shimmering with condensation because servants had just extinguished the stove. Enver compared casualty projections expressed in neatly printed columns, each digit suggesting that Prussian timetables could straighten Ottoman uncertainties. He ignored the smell of tar seeping from sailors' coats in the hallway, a reminder that logistics depended on more than neat handwriting. His fountain pen scratched across clove-oiled parchment, leaving grooves deep enough that later archivists could feel them through gloves. Outside, muezzins layered evening calls over the chug of passing steamers, yet inside the only sound was nib on paper. The treaty bound the Empire to strike Russia once Berlin clashed with St. Petersburg, a clause as cold as the ruler's nickel edge. Enver believed disciplined instruments would compensate for hungry battalions, even though Balkan war ledgers still glowed red with losses. He did not consider that warped telegraph spools and under-calibrated rangefinders might resist this imported precision. Thus, the fatal mistake took legal form under lamplight, the scent of cloves mixing with ambition thicker than the Bosporus fog. Harbour Master Selim Galip watched the Goeben and Breslau glide through the Dardanelles on 10 August, their hulls grinding softly against the tide. He recorded that each vessel carried 1,500 tons of Welsh coal, the ledger pages sticking together from humid night air. Sparks from their funnels drifted down onto fishing boats, filling the harbour with a burnt sugar aroma that made onlookers cough. Selim felt the quayside tremble as German commands echoed between minarets, a foreign cadence sliding over Ottoman stone. Officials swore the ships were gifts, yet Selim noted the exact caliber of their 28-centimetre guns in the margin. Russian agents later copied those numbers, proving that the narrative of sovereign choice was already fraying. The townspeople sensed borrowed authority the moment sailors saluted in crisp Prussian style under the haze. Even the coal dust settling on Selim's cuffs carried a different texture, denser, glittering with unseen agreements. He felt history tilting while the sea lapped oily foam against his boots. Mist rises, ink cools, the Bosporus sighs, inviting a hush that tastes of iron and restless gulls. Further south at Chanakale, engineer Ahmed Rustam recalibrated coastal rangefinders whose lenses had fogged with salt and pollen blown from pine groves. He sanded the glass with powdered pumice, scraping his knuckles until they smelled of blood and limestone. The device read 0.6 of a degree off true, meaning shells would land short unless he corrected each worn screw. His report requested replacement prisms from Krupp, yet Berlin delayed shipment until outstanding debts were cleared. Ahmed proposed hanging lantern chains along the shoreline at night to establish new reference points, a desperate improvisation. The memo disappeared into ministerial archives because cabinet meetings focused on diplomatic theatre rather than crooked instruments. Seawind rattled the telegraph poles while he packed his tools, aware that the Empire's defences now depended on guesswork. He licked salt from his lips and tasted failure before a single Allied ship appeared. Later, Allied shells exploited the misalignment he had measured so carefully. The fatal mistake therefore pulsed through screws, prisms, and sea mist that made numbers swim before the men sworn to trust them. Along the Anatolian Railway near Eskihir, Armenian inspector Aram Dilsizian lugged a portable scale along gravel that smelled of creosote and wild fennel. He weighed axle loads, translating ochre into kilograms as German howitzers rumbled onto flat cars. The brass weights clacked together like prayer beads, steady despite locomotives shrieking past. Aram noted that warped wooden sleepers would not carry the 8-ton pressure, and he underlined the warning twice. Telegrams begging for reinforcements sped toward Istanbul, yet no reply returned because wires elsewhere were monopolized by diplomatic traffic. Russian intelligence later confirmed those weak stretches and targeted them during the Sarikami campaign. Aram's calm handwriting outlived him, preserved in ledgers smelling of dust and rosewater. Each line pairs precise figures with a private dread that the Empire trusted foreign promises more than its own inspectors. He wondered whether Alliance glamour could mend cracked rails better than seasoned carpenters. The fatal mistake vibrated through those trembling sleepers long before icy Caucasian winds reached the trains. Inside Babakanlik's reading room, historian Yevket Torun lifted folded casualty returns from the First Balkan War, the paper flaking like dried pastry. The columns listed 34,152 rifles lost, 17,654 men missing, 987 horses dead from starvation. Each figure was stamped in violet ink, its metallic tang lingering on the fingertips of anyone who touched the page. Next to them lay Committee of Union and Progress memos promising German drills that would erase such deficits. These sheets had been withheld from public discussion simply because shame felt heavier than censorship. When Chevkot smoothed them under lamplight, dust glittered like embers rising from a battlefield pyre. He realized the myth of a rejuvenated army existed only because these brittle ledgers stayed folded. The evidence whispered that the fatal mistake began in the willful refusal to let data breathe. Outside, trams clanged along the sublime port, oblivious to the quiet avalanche of numbers inside. The archive smelled of starch and defeat, a sensory counter-argument to every triumphant speech. In Galata's marble headquarters, British clerk Edith Pennington tallied July 1914 customs receipts beneath buzzing arc lamps. Her ledger showed 1,275,000 Ottoman lira earmarked for foreign debt service, leaving 45,000 lira for emergency coal. She dusted chalk residue from exchange boards, the powder coating her cuffs like flour. Outside, Salep vendors stirred copper pots, their cinnamon steam wafting through open windows. Edith underlined the coal shortfall, imagining warships idling without fuel. Minutes later, a cable arrived suggesting mining the Dardanelles, yet the Treasury could barely finance extra anchors. She exhaled, hearing only the soft scrape of ledgers closing. Numbers, not myths, forecasted whether neutrality could hold, and the arithmetic already screamed no. Her report travelled to London, but Ottoman ministers never saw the warning. Silence here sprang from bureaucracy, a muffled fatal mistake measured in balance columns. Printer Hüseyin Kahet rotated lead type inside Tunin's buzzing press room, the air heavy with hot ink and scorched oil. He set a headline proclaiming Sultan Mehmed Veth's confident stride into destiny. German cable officers in the next room dictated which adjectives to emphasize. Typesetters wiped sweat onto newsprint, streaking their skin grey. Teacups rattled on crates as the presses shuddered. In the proof margin, someone penciled, "Verify with Enver," yet nobody dared delay. The distance between private doubt and public proclamation measured barely 2 centimeters on the galley. Readers inhaled fresh paper, believing sovereignty intact. Hussein stacked bundles while feeling the oily heat cling to his palms. The fatal mistake rode those vibrations out to the streets disguised as confidence. On the Black Sea, Admiral Wilhelm Souchon timed gunnery drills with a German stopwatch snapping at each 35-second cycle. Bosnian sailor Kemal Idris recorded 42 seconds instead, because stokers fasting for Ramadan moved slowly in suffocating casemates. Brass shell casings clanged onto wet decks, spraying salt and cordite aromas upward. Souchon barked that efficiency would save the empire, ignoring cultural rhythms steering his crews. Deck logs captured those seconds under skylights smeared with soot. When he ordered the raid on Odessa, his conviction rested on these adjusted figures, not parliamentary consent. Kemal felt the stopwatch weight heavier than any medal. He whispered a prayer, tasting coal dust on his tongue. The fatal mistake tightened around obedience to imported metronomes rather than human breath. Cedar creaks, lanterns dim, the sea inhales old smoke before exhaling silence across the rail. In Tiflis, archivist Vera Nikitina filed decoded intercepts proving Ottoman involvement in the Odessa raid. She slid the papers into camphor-scented folders while snow glare turned ink bluish. Her fingers warmed over a samovar before annotating the dates, 29 October and 1 November. The file's title, Ottoman Fatal Miscalculation, was stamped in black wax. Vera understood that history would now classify the empire as aggressor. She paused, listening to sleigh bells outside, and felt distant gunfire within the words. The intercept left no room for myth about coercion. Russia's declaration emerged from her quiet notation rather than canon. Her diary later revealed sorrow for the clerks who sparked catastrophe. Evidence, smelling of camphor and ink, had already sealed the fatal mistake. In London's Admiralty chart room, Lieutenant Julian Layard traced the Dardanelles' depths with chilled fingertips. He compared 1906 Ottoman mine maps with submarine reports that arrived late via Athens. The parchment carried a tang of shellac and seawater. Layard penciled a plan for naval forcing alone, trusting thin defences would buckle. He never tasted Gallipoli's grit or heard pebbles clicking under Ottoman boots. His memorandum, clipped with brass fasteners, triggered the Allied gamble. The fatal mistake gained adversaries confident in outdated charts. Layard's pencil left indentations still visible today. Strategic imagination ignored the living terrain. Cables shiver, graphite dulls, dawn fog slips between compass roses, urging a listening breath tonight. During the March bombardment, spotter Gulsanur Kaya climbed Romelli Masidier's ladder, boots thudding on damp planks. Her field glasses smelled of oil vapour, and gusts blew limestone dust into her mouth. She logged shell splashes every 15 seconds, adjusting for wind. Tears smeared the ink when blasts shook the tower. Because she was a woman in combat, the General Staff buried her notebook. In 1987, the diary resurfaced at an estate sale. Readers finally saw how data and emotion intertwined atop those cliffs. Gulsanur wrote that the fatal mistake forced her to prove modern competence no cannon could guarantee. Her handwriting loops like waves, evidence dampened by survival. Suppression here grew from institutional discomfort rather than strategy. Across no man's land, Australian sapper Thomas Weir crept through scrub, with a clinometer clanking against his belt. He smelled eucalyptus oil from a leaf tucked in his pocket. The instrument measured trench angles at 28 degrees, ensuring periscope rifles cleared parapets. His field sketch mapped Ottoman ricochets in careful pencil hatching. Letters home described muezzin calls drifting over gunsmoke like lullabies. Each measurement convinced him defenders fought for pride more than policy. He tasted grit blown against his teeth while tightening the clinometer screw. Thomas wondered whether numbers could capture why an empire risked everything simply to refuse humiliation. The fatal mistake thus appeared to allies as stubborn heroism. His notes still smell faintly of cordite and eucalyptus when archives unbox them. In April 1915, Interior Minister Talat dictated deportation directives to cipher officer Hassan Tassin inside a room thick with leather and dust. Ceiling fans rattled, spreading warm air scented like old saddles. Code Circular 86A2 specified rail capacities, caravan staging posts, grain allotments per 100 deportees. Hassan's pencil squeaked, encoding distances between Sivas and the Euphrates crossings. His diary, sealed for decades, confessed fear that fronts would starve without Armenian labourers. Here the fatal mistake mutated into internal purges that drained logistics. Clerks burned drafts to avoid implication, leaving only crisp cipher sheets. The room's stagnant air tasted of copper and dread. Silence stemmed from terror rather than strategy. Numbers that might have saved soldiers instead choreographed suffering. Snow crushed Sarakamine valleys, where medic Zekiye Alte thawed morphine ampoules over a guttering candle. She recorded body temperatures dropping below 34 degrees, the thermometer's mercury freezing mid-column. Blankets reeked of smoke and sweat, and steam stung her eyes. German advisors had demanded a winter offensive despite local scouts' warning of blizzards. Zekiye's logbook was walled up in Erzurum, rediscovered only in 2003. The damp pages fused together, smelling of mouldy sweetness. Her entries proved that weather, not valour, slaughtered 60,000 men. Suppression owed to collapse, not censorship, yet understanding was delayed. The fatal mistake rippled inland as railways clogged with corpses instead of reinforcements. Embers settle, breath frosts, the plateau whispers through chapped lips for patient remembrance tonight alone. Along the Hijaz Railway, Bedouin leader Auda Abu Tai counted bolt spacing before planting charges. British liaison T.E. Lawrence noted the rails rang like tuning forks when struck. Ottoman commander Farooq Sami stationed guards every 500 metres. Desert heat warped joints until they smelled of burnt tar. Sabotage thus required only a wrench, no explosive. The fatal mistake's reach extended to every far-flung artery. Lawrence's gelignite receipts remained speckled with sand grains. Newspapers in Istanbul barely mentioned the revolt, hoping silence could deny it. The desert wind carried metallic dust into sentries' mouths. Dependency on total war exposed the empire to nicks that bled it dry. In Beirut, American relief worker Sarah Jesse weighed flour rations on creaking scales. Harbour air smelled of stale cumin and seawater. Her log listed only 80 grams of bread per child. Ottoman requisitions seized coastal grain for the Fourth Army. Children's whispers mingled with rumbling submarines offshore. Governor Jamal insisted shortages were temporary. His requisition orders, however, bore precise tonnages, proving the opposite. Sarah's reports were censored upon arrival in Istanbul. Famine became another facet of the fatal mistake. Silence tasted of salt and guilt. When Bulgaria quit the war in 1918, Quartermaster Halil Nikati tallied cartridges under a flickering lamp. Rain leaked through the barracks roof, soaking crates stamped with German serial numbers. He counted only 1.2 million rounds for entire Thrace fronts. Halil circled the number twice, pressing so hard the nib tore the ledger. The room smelled of damp wool and despair. He compared the total with casualty forecasts, realizing a month more would empty every depot. These ledgers later proved the army defeated before Mudros. Halil noted that the fatal mistake began with ignoring such columns early. His chair scraping stone sounded like a flag dragging in gravel. He closed the book, knowing arithmetic had already ordered surrender. During Mehmed VI's girding ceremony, palace silversmiths weighed the sword of Osman at 406 dirhams. Incense of rose petals and beeswax filled the hall, masking Bosporus damp. Courtiers whispered legends of instant revival. The new sultan's palms sweated, so aides wrapped the hilt in silk. Electric bulbs buzzed above, drowning whispered prayers. Casualty numbers flashed on nearby telegraph tapes, ignored during the rite. The ritual's gravity could not counter blockade arithmetic. Myth and measurement collided in that gilded chamber. No one dared mention German officers still commanding the fleet. Reverence enforced silence, even as the fatal mistake crystallized. Aboard HMS Agamemnon, negotiator Ralph Orbay signed the Armistice of Mudros under a swinging lamp. The document's 25 clauses gleamed with fresh ink. Article 16 granted Allies access to every Ottoman communication line. Coal smoke and salt flavoured the air as the ship rocked gently. Ralph requested leniency regarding the straits. Admiral Calthorpe pointed instead to casualty graphs towering in red. The fatal mistake ended in clauses more than canon. Ralph pocketed the pen, sticky with ink, as if dignity could be folded away. Outside, waves slapped the hull like impatient hands. Inside, autonomy evaporated quietly. When Allied troops entered Istanbul in 1909, photographer Saber Joannis set his plate camera on cobbles softened by rain. He measured shutter speeds at 1/20th of a second to capture Scottish pipers marching past veiled women. Bread baskets smelled of damp yeast as French sailors inspected telegraph offices. Sensors briefly seized the negatives to limit humiliation. Sabre stored them in cedar boxes perfumed with resin. Decades later, the prints resurfaced, showing the fatal mistake's visual fingerprints. Discovery, suppression, and rediscovery curved once more through cedar-scented darkness. The images revealed quays where empire surrendered to documentation. Even puddles reflected bayonets like thin shards of judgment. Brass glitters, drums fade, gulls wheel through drizzle, urging the city to breathe once more before answering. At the 1919 courts, Marshal, Judge Mustafa Arif, presided beneath chandeliers dimmed by coal braziers. Stenographers clacked Remington keys that sounded like muffled hammers. Witnesses cited telegram numbers, dates, casualty figures. Transcripts smelled of vinegar from ink fixer. Sentences were issued in absentia against fugitives. Mustafa added reflective notes, lamenting decisions made faster than consultation. He argued that the fatal mistake was a chain, not a single blow. Yet the new regime preferred scapegoats to structural critiques. Gavels knocked hollow on braided carpets. Justice exhaled, but never quite inhaled again. When Greek troops landed at Smyrna in 1909, journalist Halide Sadiai sketched from a jasmine-draped balcony. Drums rolled, their echoes bouncing off warehouse walls. She counted 3,000 soldiers marching within 20 minutes. Bayonets glittered under a bleached sun while priests chanted. Crushed figs from market stalls perfumed the humid air. Halide wrote that the fatal mistake had invited occupiers speaking different promises. Her notes were smuggled on rice paper beneath embroidered shawls. British censors seized most editions, delaying publication until the Republic. The crowd's silence mixed awe with dread. Cobblestones vibrated under synchronized boots, imprinting memory onto stone. At San Remo, cartographer Henry Laurent unfolded silk-backed maps dividing Ottoman provinces. His protractors sliced territories with surgical precision. Coffee and cigar smoke mingled with sea breeze. He annotated oil fields near Mosul, grain routes along the Euphrates. Ottoman diplomats never saw his margin notes predicting revolts. The French Foreign Ministry locked the files until 1972. Discovery, suppression, and rediscovery looped again. Henri's ink stains remain on the silk like bruises. The fatal mistake allowed outsiders to measure the empire more ruthlessly than it measured itself. The rustle of maps sounded like distant waves cutting shorelines. In Anatolia, resistance leader Kara Fatma counted cartridges by candlelight inside a barn smelling of hay. She noted which villages contributed mules, blankets, or cornmeal. Her ledger mapped supply pulses through mountain paths. Soot from the chimney flecked the pages like night sky. She framed the fatal mistake as trusting foreign clocks over local rhythms. Operational secrecy enforced whispers instead of proclamations. Each figure carried both logistical weight and reflective warning. Cold stiffened her fingers, so she wrapped them in wool. The candle guttered, painting orange halos on the ledger. Future Republicans revered her handwriting as evidence that survival required listening to grassroots measurements. When nationalist forces re-entered Smyrna, medic Levin Artinian catalogued casualties inside a tobacco warehouse. Cured leaves and ash thickened the air. He tallied burns, gunshots, smoke inhalation cases under carbide lamps. More civilians than soldiers filled his stretcher lists. Allied observers confiscated several pages to control narratives. His granddaughter later donated the surviving ledger to an Izmir museum. Edges crumble when touched, releasing nicotine scent. Levon wrote that the fatal mistake spawned cycles of vengeance, each measured in charred beams. Rescuers paused often to listen for muffled breaths under debris. Silence felt reverent, not empty. During the Treaty of Lausanne, Nunu set a slide rule beside his teacup. Open windows admitted pine-scented Swiss air. He read clauses ending capitulations and confirming sovereignty. Spectacles fogged as he computed population exchanges. Porcelain cups clinked between arguments. He knew the fatal mistake had already buried the Ottoman polity he was reshaping. Margin notes recorded tariff percentages with meticulous care. The session's transcripts show silence whenever Ottoman myths surfaced. Discovery, suppression, and rediscovery closed another loop as empire became preface to republic. Pines sway, pens rest, mountaintops glow, and the conference room breathes in measured relief before night. In the 1930s, historian Ahmed Rafiq catalogued confiscated CUP files in a chalky Ankara basement. Lime-wash flakes dusted his shoulders, making him sneeze. He wore cotton gloves smelling of soap. Telegram bundles still held sticky red wax seals. Ahmed traced the chronology from alliance to capitulation. His books framed the fatal mistake as ethical failure. He illuminated neglected data with lamplight metaphors. Yet he omitted testimonies to protect living officials. The basement's chills seeped into his joints. History's weight numbed like winter wind. In 1942, Curator Semeletan Arsoy reopened the Naval Museum cases to catalogue wartime artefacts before possible bombing. He measured the telegraph spool with a new micrometer, confirming the 1.7mm warp. Steel jaws felt icy against his wrist. The room smelled of wax polish and aged velvet. Oxidation had darkened the copper to dried blood tones. He filed a report urging better humidity control. He understood the fatal mistake, still magnetized attention, warning that neglected maintenance returns as history. This rediscovery completed another loop, cautioning a republic entering fresh global wars. Sirens wailed outside as he breathed on the glass, leaving a brief fog. He wondered whether leaders would heed tactile warnings, while the artifact pulsed quietly like a hidden metronome. In 1957, Professor Niazi Burks interviewed surviving telegraphists inside smoky Ankara tea gardens. Cold-brewed say perfumed his notebooks. He asked veterans to recall the tempo of taps during August afternoons. One described enamel chipping off the key when orders arrived to fire on Russia. The Grundig recorder whirred beside clinking glasses. These testimonies supplied timestamps contradicting official communiques. Niazi reflected that the fatal mistake lived inside bodily rushes overruling caution. Political sensitivities almost shelved the recordings. They survived because a secretary loved the background zither. The tapes crackle like distant telegraph lines whenever replayed. Archaeologist Sevim Onarın excavated Chunuk Bear in 1964, brushing sand scented with wild thyme. She unearthed shrapnel balls, water canteens, and a rusted German stopwatch frozen at 00,035. The stopwatch matched Admiral Souchon's drill tempo. Sevim logged coordinates using a transit that clicked softly in the Aegean breeze. Her report argued that imported regimens persisted even where terrain defied them. Bureaucrats sidelined the study for 8 years. Trench layers waited in silence, smelling of rust and herbs. Publication in 1972 finally linked mechanical confidence to the fatal mistake. Sevim kept the stopwatch's faint ticking in her memory. Excavation tents flapped like fatigued banners above the ridge. In 1978, filmmaker Atshef Yilmaz interviewed retired nurse Sabiha Hanim in a kerosene-scented apartment. She unfolded linen bandages saved from Sarikami. They still held smoky odors of melted snow and pine resin. On camera, she described thermometers shattering at -25 degrees. Her recollection tied sensory pain to the fatal mistake. Censors deemed the footage too bleak. Reels stored in a shoebox stuck together when a studio pipe burst. Restorers later peeled them apart, preserving the crackle of her voice. The soundtrack's hiss resembles distant ice. Her testimony now plays softly in museum alcoves. When archives opened wider in 1983, researcher Ai Kansu donned cotton gloves and turned cipher office registers under fluorescent hum. She tracked telegram number 1183, ordering Black Sea raids before parliamentary debate. Pages smelled of vinegar and dust. Each crackle felt like a bone resettling. Ai's article argued the fatal mistake was a chain of mismatched minutes. Officials worried the study might fuel lawsuits. The paper circulated quietly among scholars. Silence lingered, born of diplomatic caution. Yet the documents kept breathing through citations. Fluorescents hum, dust dances. The archive exhales a slow patience, wrapping facts in cool breath tonight. In 1994, diver Hakan Demiriyurek surveyed the Dardanelles seabed near the wreck of submarine E-15. Bioluminescent plankton flickered like lanterns around his helmet. He found dormant Ottoman mines stamped with German serial numbers. Water tasted metallic through his regulator. He measured spacing between mines, realizing foreign ordnance guarded home waters. His video captured taps of tools against corroded brass. Officials delayed release, fearing diplomatic ripples. The footage finally appeared in a museum exhibit. Currents kept whispering along the mines, even in darkness. Dependency had followed the empire underwater, echoing the fatal mistake. In 2002, Archivist Meltem Celik fed fragile telegrams into a scanner emitting high-pitched whines. The documents smelled of camphor and inkstone. She monitored humidity to prevent further warping. Digitization allowed researchers to trace the fatal mistake minute by minute. A budget cut nearly shut the servers down. Hard drives sat silent in the dark for months. When funds returned, the machines hummed like distant surf. Meltem logged metadata linking timestamps to battle outcomes. She reflected that the 1.7mm warp now existed as pixels. Digital light carried the same warning as copper under glass. In 2011, artist Selin Ararat suspended copper wires bent by 1.7mm inside a dim gallery. Solder scented the air while visitors walked through loops shimmering like signal waves. Recorded telegraph codes translated into lullabies whispered from concealed speakers. Authentic Allied reports scrolled beside reflective poetry. Docents invited guests to pluck the wires, hearing dull twangs. Critics argued the installation reopened imperial wounds. Selin replied that reverent silence must give way to tactile engagement. Each arc embodied the fatal mistake as tension you could feel. Light pooled on the floor like mercury. Audiences left with copper dust glittering on their sleeves. During the 2014 centennial, scholars met at the German embassy in Ankara under polished oak beams. Coffee and cardamom cookies perfumed the room. Historian Klaus Ritter projected microfilmed cables urging Ottoman strikes on Russia. Turkish scholar Zeynep Aksoy responded with Sarıkama casualty tables. The projector hummed while pale light washed across thoughtful faces. Debate centered on whether coercion or hubris defined the fatal mistake. Participants noted misaligned clocks, 14,003 Berlin, 15,035 Istanbul. Soft shoes creaked on parquet as they paced between easels. Shared reckoning replaced earlier mutual flattery. Outside, embassy fountains murmured like distant Morse. During the 2016 coup attempt, journalist S.A. Olgan broadcast from a dim newsroom powered by emergency generators. The air smelled of overheated circuitry. She held a replica of the warped spool while whispering about misread loyalties. Monitors beeped softly behind her. Issei described the metallic tang left on her fingertips. She linked past and present fatal mistakes through that tactile bridge. Viewers heard keyboards clicking like subdued telegraphs. Studio lights cast halos on the copper's bruise. She ended without sensationalism, letting silence carry weight. The broadcast reminded millions that minute measurements can topple colossal ambitions. In 2018, mathematician Rana Sagan modeled Ottoman logistics using archival figures. Her lab smelled of whiteboard markers and warm circuits. Software chimed whenever a scenario failed, which was often. Rana mixed equations with essays on ethical prediction, arguing the fatal mistake started when leadership dismissed analysts like her predecessors. She wiped chalk dust from her hands, feeling grit shared with telegraph tables. Funding agencies initially shelved her preprint. Eventually, the study emerged, showing shortages within weeks regardless of optimism. She wondered whether modern states truly heed their data. Silence here arose from prideful hesitation. Chalk settles, code hums, midnight fluorescents pulse, and the lab exhales a thin, listening hush tonight. During the 2020 lockdown, curator Derya Aksu checked humidity inside the Naval Museum while ferries honked across an empty Bosporus. Disinfectant and sea salt perfumed the silent hall. She placed digital hygrometers beside the telegraph display. The glass fogged briefly when she breathed on it. Derya whispered the measurements: 50% relative humidity, 20 degrees Celsius. She believed the fatal mistake taught curators to honor tiny thresholds. Outside, gulls replaced traffic noise. The copper seemed to glow under diffuse skylight. She recorded readings in a leather notebook. She imagined the spool inhaling the hush like lungs. In 2021, Teacher Murat Cesar streamed lessons from his apartment while rain tapped the window. Projector light washed pale rectangles across his bookshelves. He shared 3D scans of Ottoman documents with students muted on screen. Murat overlaid Morse beeps beneath his narration to keep them grounded in sound. He zoomed in on the 1.7mm warp, tracing it with a cursor. Chat bubbles blossomed silently as students sent reflections. He paired casualty graphs with meditations about responsibility. Fresh coffee scented the room, mixing with ozone from electronics. He insisted that trusting measurements over legend might prevent future fatal mistakes. The lesson ended with a still frame glowing like an ember. Composer Yasemin Ertan transformed telegraph logs into a minimalist score inside an abandoned power station. Rust and damp concrete scented the cavernous hall. She assigned each measured interval a bell tone recorded at midnight. Whispered testimonies floated between notes, creating an ASMR-like hush. Audience members reclined on cushions feeling low-frequency vibrations. Projections of documents drifted across the ceiling. Yasemin described the fatal mistake as a dissonant chord never resolving. The final bell faded into darkness. Silence afterwards felt awed rather than empty. Dust motes spun through stage light like slow snow. During the 2023 centennial, guide Orhan Yalchin led visitors through a fiber optic corridor tracing Ottoman timelines. Cedar and old paper perfumed the passage. He paused before the spool, now paired with casualty graphs and diplomatic cables. Soft heartbeat audio pulsed beneath his voice. Orhan asked guests to imagine the metallic taste of copper on the tongue. Footsteps muffled on felt runners. He linked measurements, rail kilometers, coal tons, frost degrees, to the fatal mistake. No one asked questions. The cadence felt complete yet unresolved. Gulls cried faintly beyond the windows. The story lingered like incense. Engineer Pelinada coated replica artifacts with responsive polymers in a lab smelling of solder and citrus cleanser. Gloves embedded with sensors relayed pressure data to humming servers. She programmed the telegraph spool's 1.7mm dip so users could feel the slump through fingertips. Touchscreens glowed blue as participants traced invisible histories. Pelin argued that memory must remain bodily to prevent new fatal mistakes. Funding proposals cited earlier cycles of suppression. Each test produced a faint buzz like distant Morse. She smiled whenever visitors flinched at the unexpected texture. The lab lights reflected off copper surfaces like small suns. Future historians will literally grasp the warning. Philosopher Elif Sarahan taught a twilight seminar called Metrics of Collapse on a campus lawn glistening with dew. Crickets trilled around the benches. She projected spreadsheets beside poems by Yahya Kemal. Students traced graphs with fingers before journaling reflections. Elif framed the fatal mistake as a refusal to hear instruments already whispering fatigue. They doodled warped spirals in the margins. Notebooks smelled of rain-damp paper. She urged them to balance empirical warning with lyrical empathy. Bells from a distant chapel drifted through trees. Bells distant, pages rustle, campus shadows thicken, and the seminar breathes as night gathers around attentive ears. Each autumn, Bosporus ferry captain Murad Gurksi charts winter timetables with pencil marks that smudge in diesel warmth. A replica spool sits on his dashboard. Foghorns bellow while gulls wheel overhead. Murad matches each horn blast to archival timestamps he memorized. Passengers sip hot salep, their breath clouding windows. He murmurs the empire's decisive dates under his breath. He believes steering requires listening to hull vibrations as much as radar. He tells trainees that forgetting those vibrations echoes the fatal mistake that once warped the empire's bearings. Copper's metallic scent mingles with coffee in the cabin. Night lights smear across the current like ink, and the city feels suspended between caution and yearning. Now the warped spool rests beneath amber light, copper scent lingering even through sealed glass. Visitors lean close enough to fob the case, watching their reflections skim across the metal's bruise. All the measurements we traced, coal tonnage, axle loads, Thermometer readings, humidity percentages, seem to spiral toward that 1.7mm dip. Legends still whisper of an empire destined to endure, yet the artifact insists destiny can bend like soft wire. Evidence gathered by operators, engineers, nurses, sailors, archivists, artists, and teachers continues to press gently against nostalgia. Discovery, suppression, and rediscovery keep looping, as though the story prefers murmurs to verdicts. Every sensory fragment, salted wind, oiled leather, time on trench walls, ozone around projectors, threads through the question of why leaders trust myths more than instruments. Perhaps the fatal mistake remains unfinished, a companionable ghost reminding each listener to feel data as texture, temperature, rhythm. We stand in the hush, hearing imagined clicks drift through the room like distant rain. The sand remembers, instruments hum, the hollow waits, and night drapes copper in a hush beyond certainty. A few steps from the copper case, Conservator Layla carefully unrolled a fresh mylar sleeve, its crinkling whisper mingling with the steady hum of the dehumidifier, and slid out a faded ration chit stamped 1914, its violet ink smelling faintly of sun-warmed grapes. The chit promised 4 ockers of coal to a coastal watchpost near Kumkale, yet the reverse bore a small grease stain where a sentinel had pressed his thumb after counting only 2. The discrepancy is barely measurable. A half-gram of missing fuel oil shimmer absorbed into porous paper, but the tension ripples forward. In the same box, Layla found the watchpost's log penciled in soot, remarking that the men burned signal flags just to brew tea. Those ashes fluttered over the strait like premature surrender. The fatal mistake thus rests inside promises trimmed by necessity, a whispering shortage that left artillery crews blinking in the cold, while envoys boasted about unlimited reserves. The paper still crackles when unfolded, each fibre carrying the scent of singed wool. Down the hill at the Imperial School of Engineering, barometric technician Musa Haka once calibrated aneroid gauges by candlelight because the dynamo had failed, the flame breathing resinous scent against the brass diaphragms. Musa's surviving notebook, pages browned like toasted pastry, reveals he subtracted 0.4mm from every storm warning, because German manuals insisted on a sea level baseline, never adjusted for Istanbul's humid microclimate. In the autumn of 1914, those slight errors delayed gale alerts to troop transports threading the Bosporus, and 2 barges packed with artillery horses capsized near Kandili. The animals' panicked whinnies echoed through the fog like torn silk, persuading dockworkers that something more than weather had shifted. Musa later scratched a remorseful note in the margin, should have trusted the window frost, and the graphite smudge still glints under archival lamps. The fatal mistake here crept in on chilled air, disguised as meticulous conformity. In Damascus, stargazer Selime Ferhan pointed a brass sextant from a rooftop observatory scented with wild jasmine and baking flatbread. She logged lunar distances to refine telegraph synchronization between Aleppo and Medina, her ink shimmering blue-black under kerosene glow. Her tables, stored inside a cedar chest, show widening gaps after August 1914. Ottoman operators were instructed to privilege Berlin's master clock, even when the desert sky insisted on another rhythm. The cumulative drift reached 6 minutes by October, causing relief trains to misalign with water deliveries along the Hijaz Railway. Camel troughs dried before caravans arrived, and the taste of dust thickened on soldiers' tongues. Selime wrote that stars were ignored, as though loyalty could bend constellations. Her quiet protest, scrawled on the back of a lunar diagram, survives because a lizard egg hardened against the page and preserved it. The fatal mistake thus extended across celestial calculations, where obedience eclipsed observation. Archivist Dimitrios Kotsakis, stationed in the Greek-dominated port of Ayvalık, catalogued seized Ottoman dispatches within a warehouse perfumed by olive presses and brine. He wore cotton gloves slick with lamp oil as he unfolded parchment orders detailing emergency levies of sponge divers to lift British mines. Margins carried smudged fingerprints from harbour masters who knew their divers had fled when Greek scouts appeared offshore. Demetrios added annotations in pencil, describing crates left uncollected and bells rusting on piers. Those pencil strokes, musty with olive dust, reveal that by 1917, the Empire's maritime lifelines were already skeletal, held together by requisitions nobody could fulfill. His ledger ends mid-sentence, interrupted by the morning call to evacuate before Allied troops arrived. Yet that unfinished line impeccably captures the fatal mistake, logistics dreamed on paper but never touched by hands accustomed to salt and rope. Deep inside Konya's Khan, camel-born postal inspector Fatma Diyar unfolded waxed envelopes that resisted opening because desert heat had fused their edges, releasing a tart odor like sun-baked figs. She verified route stamps by brushing talcum over them, the powder rising in soft clouds. Her report from October 1914 lists 27 missing mailbags containing tax receipts earmarked for Anatolian depots. The bags had been diverted by local militias trading grain for rifles, a barter the Central Treasury refused to acknowledge. Fatma stitched her report into the lining of her cloak, leaving it for her sister in Ankara. The thread now frays inside an ethnography exhibit, silently attesting to fiscal arteries collapsing far from the straits. The fatal mistake, therefore, also belongs to these stolen mailbags, to powdery seal impressions ignored by ministers who craved grand alliances more than dusty receipts. In Sivas, meteorologist Levon Marashian, whose beard always carried the scent of pine resin, plotted temperature gradients on a glass pane frosted by his breath. He lacked coloured inks, so he used diluted beet juice, which dried into translucent maroon veins across the contour map. His December 1914 bulletin warned that the Doshu Anadolu Plateau would dip to -30 within days, urging a halt to the planned encirclement of Sarıkamış. The warning travelled by sled to Erzurum, where it met a snowdrift that soaked the paper until the beet pigments bled into a sunset blur. General Hafız Hakizade noted the smudged colours but could not decipher the figures, and the army marched anyway. Levon's original glass pane survives, its etched isolines crisp as icicles. When museum light grazes those grooves, you can almost feel the cold radiate outward. The fatal mistake glistens there, frozen between notation and comprehension. Meanwhile, at the Ottoman Mint across the Golden Horn, assayer Rushtu Tevfik heated gold sovereigns under a spirit lamp scented with citrus peel to test for adulteration. War loans demanded precise alloys, yet the German advisors insisted on accelerating the assay process to triple daily output. Ritu's solution, chipped at the rim from haste, made the scale pans quiver. He began approving coins that rang dull when struck. Within weeks, merchants refused the brittle lira, and the bazaar filled with a metallic smell of mistrust. The mint ledger records each rejected coin with a tiny dot of vermilion lacquer, now faded to dusty rose. Those dots cluster around dates when political speeches promised unwavering stability. Commerce had already listened and objected. The fatal mistake diffused through coinage, clinking softly from purse to counter as credibility thinned. On the fringes of the Sinai frontier, cartographer Miriam al-Husseini sketched dune lines by moonlight, using a camel vertebra as a straight edge because her metal ruler seared skin during the day. Her maps depict wells with circles of cobalt pigment, yet after the German-Turkish expedition rerouted water to railheads, several wells dried to sour puddles. She added faint grey crosshatches over them, a cartographic sigh. The expedition commanders refused to update their master charts, believing the British would be deterred by outdated obstacles. Miriam's scroll, brittle and smelling of myrrh, shows the real terrain surrendering even as strategy clung to illusion. When the document resurfaced in 1999, restorers discovered grains of sand embedded in the pigment, minute glittering testimonies to a landscape misheard. The fatal mistake wandered through those dunes, slipping between arrogance and thirst. Inside Edirne's military hospital, pharmacist Nasiye Fevzi distilled disinfectant from lavender harvested on campus lawns, the scent hovering sweet and medicinal. she logged bottle counts with a chronograph borrowed from an artillery officer, each tick echoing across tiled corridors. Supply trains seldom arrived, so she diluted ethanol to stretch the stock. Her log from January 1915 notes that a shipment meant for Gallipoli was instead diverted to a private warehouse in Thessaloniki as collateral for munitions. Nassier underlined the diversion 3 times, the ink pooling where her hand trembled from working double shifts. Those underlined grooves gouged the page even now, conveying strain more eloquently than any speech. Infection rates spiked, and the hospital's copper basins filled with cloth steeped in lavender water too weak to sterilize. The fatal mistake seeped through these wards as microbes and misallocation, softly humming with the ticking chronograph. In Vienna's Hofburg archives, Austrian diplomat Franz Niedermeyer compiled a confidential memorandum assessing his Ottoman counterpart's readiness. He dipped his pen into green ink smelling faintly of menthol to stave off headaches. The memo catalogued missed appointments, unpaid telegraph fees, fraying uniforms, and an atmosphere he described as perfumed confidence against a backdrop of mold. He appended attachments, photographs of cracked barracks floors, audio cylinders capturing officers assuring him that the Prophet will shield the coal, and invoices for champagne served during strategy luncheons. This dossier, stamped Geheim, was shelved behind carved oak panels until 1959. When opened, the wax seal exhaled a dusty sweetness. The memo shows that Allies saw the fatal mistake forming yet still encouraged the plunge, hoping to tie Ottoman fate to their own calculus. Menthol-scented ink lines thus bind complicity to catastrophe. At the Chile automobile repair yard, mechanic twins Semil and Semili Uz, their aprons smelling of petrol and honey buns, refitted cavalry wagons with truck axles scavenged from Berlin shipments. Their ledger describes bolts stripped by sand, grease diluted with sunflower oil, and horsehair padding stuffed into gearboxes to quiet rattles. They sent photographs, sepia-smudged, edges curling like burnt pastry, to the War Ministry, pleading for proper parts. The reply, typed on onion skin, praised their ingenuity and asked for a public demonstration to inspire morale. The demonstration never took place. The wagons collapsed en route to the parade ground when improvised axles snapped above a pothole. The ledger ends with a simple line: sound mattered more than stride. That soft observation, scored into oil-streaked paper, reveals the fatal mistake as a decision to showcase resilience rather than strengthen it. In the Crimean port of Sevastopol, Russian cryptographer Olga Putintseva noted that Ottoman cipher groups increasingly reused keys, their parchment dampened by sea spray. She tasted salt when she licked her finger to turn the pages, a habit she later regretted when the ink stained her lips. The repetition allowed her to decode supply requests for Anatolia, revealing desperate pleas for winter coats and quinine. Olga's handwritten translation, still crisp beneath glass, lists coordinates of depots that soon suffered sabotage. She included a delicate watercolor of the Black Sea at dusk, perhaps to steady herself. The fatal mistake emerges even here. In enemy hands ready to exploit patterns born of fatigue, the Empire's overtaxed clerks could not afford fresh keys, and so the code itself became a leak. Within the Ottoman state printing house, proofreader Zechariah Talat ran fingertips along newly etched maps of the Caucasus, the zinc plates still warm and smelling of vinegar and tin. He caught a mislabeled ridge and corrected it with a burnished stylus, yet he hesitated before marking the misplacement of Armenian villages slated for deportation routes. The orders specified emptiness there, but his childhood memories insisted otherwise. He recorded both versions on tracing paper, layering absence over reality. The translucent sheets crackled gently now, stacked on a shelf. Later investigators used them to prove deliberate erasures. Zechariah's complicit care shows the fatal mistake, knotting moral surrender to technical diligence, a quiet interplay of stylus, vinegar, and conscience. In an Aleppo caravanserai, spice merchant turned informant Yusuf Haddad brewed cardamom coffee that perfumed British agent Gertrude Bell's notebooks. Yusuf described grain seizures, telegraph outages, and desertion rumours, passing along scraps of ledger paper he salvaged from abandoned depots. Bell's diary summarises his whispers, emphasising the tremor in his teacup whenever he recounted soldiers selling boots for tobacco. She pasted a coffee-stained slip beside her entry, noting the exact phrasing. The wires hum like bees but carry honey to someone else. The slip's edges darkened over time, yet the scent remains faintly sweet in the archive. The fatal mistake thus resonates even in informant's metaphors, saturating the air of places where loyalty frayed into survival. Back in Istanbul's sublime port, translator Shushan Harutyan carefully rephrased German memoranda into Ottoman Turkish while breathing in the musk of damp carpets and inkstones. She wore a wool shawl woven with pomegranate motifs, the fibres catching lamp soot. Her desk drawers hid miniature notebooks filled with her own annotations, termed strategic necessities deployed 14 times today, Cole figure repeated despite correction, voices lower when casualties mentioned. These marginalia, no longer than a fingernail, were tucked into a lacquer box sealed with beeswax. When unearthed decades later, the wax still smelled faintly of honey and smoke. The notes transformed bureaucratic chatter into tactile evidence of collective denial, each tally of euphemisms another thread in the fatal mistake's shroud. Inside a Thessaloniki synagogue repurposed as a depot, Quartermaster Isaac Haleva inventoried uniforms stacked against Torah Ark doors. Mothballs and candle wax scented the air. He recorded that German-made boots shrank when exposed to Aegean humidity, blistering conscripts' feet. His receipts bear brown smudges from iodine used to treat those blisters. Isaac mailed photographs of rotted leather to Istanbul, but censorship intercepted them. The negatives remained rolled inside a tallit bag until the 1970s, when descendants donated them to a museum. The images show boots peeling like wet bark, arrayed beneath coffins awaiting transport. The fatal mistake gnaws quietly through leather and ritual alike, leaving wax, iodine, and mildew as its wake. At the Hodeidah telegraph relay, Yemeni operator Amina Saka kept time using a silver pocket watch inherited from her mother, scented with frankincense stored in the same pouch. When German advisors delivered a modern chronometer, its ticking felt too fast for the drowsy heat. Amina's log reveals she gradually reverted to the inherited watch, adjusting the chronometer's readings with handwritten offsets. Her margins note, heat stretches seconds, Berlin does not sweat here. Yet command insisted on standardized times, so eventually her corrections were deemed insubordination. She was reassigned to inventorying batteries, a quieter exile. The logbook, edges singed from nearby kerosene lamps, attests to an empire unwilling to reconcile human perception with imported precision. The fatal mistake breathes in that refusal to let watchers smell of frankincense once more. In the mountain fortress of Van, Armenian stonemason Arshak Kevork carved embrasures so cannons could rotate more freely. Freshly chiseled tuff emitted a chalky scent, mingling with pine smoke from campfires below. Arshak etched secret marks along the base stones, indicating weak mortar he lacked lime to replace. The marks resemble stylized fish, simple and almost playful, yet they signal danger. When shells struck months later, walls cracked exactly where he had cautioned. Archaeologists identified the fish symbols in 2020, confirming resource shortages under siege. The fatal mistake thus leaves its fossil within stone, lines drawn by hands denied proper mortar. Each fish a muted complaint preserved in the wind-sanded wall. In Mecca, Sharifian courier Saad al-Turki copied intercepted orders onto palm leaf paper that smelled of dates and dust. He rolled the strips inside hollow prayer beads, which he delivered to Ottoman deserters joining the Arab revolt. The messages detailed faltering pay, shortages of horse feed, and divergent aims between Istanbul and local commanders. When Ottoman patrols captured some deserters, they found the hollow beads but never decoded the miniature script, mistaking it for decorative calligraphy. The beads, now in a museum case smelling faintly of cedar polish, prove that intelligence seeped through devotional objects while central authorities insisted on uniform loyalty. The fatal mistake is etched even in these palm fibres, fragile yet stubborn. On the Romanian front, Sanitary Inspector Peride Hanum dipped litmus strips into field wells, the paper turning lavender in water laced with river silt. She recorded bacterial counts beside notes about soldiers drinking brine to numb hunger. Her log, bound in blue buckram, documents boiling times, soap rations, and the salty smell of sweat-soaked uniforms steaming near campfires. Commanders skimmed the figures but highlighted her final remark: "Morale follows clean cups." They underlined it twice, as though morale could be ordered like soap. The wells continued to sicken regiments, and parade strips fluttered unnoticed into a leather pouch. Today those strips, brittle as moth wings, remind us that the fatal mistake spread through every ignored test tube and feverish night. In the railway workshops of Haydar Pauna, apprentice Aydin Kural traced locomotive pistons with chalk that squeaked like tiny screams, marking stress fractures along iron that smelled of rust and coal. He photographed the fissures using a borrowed plate camera, then fixed the image in a solution reeking of vinegar and hyposulfite. The photograph shows a piston clawed with hairline cracks, yet the annotation from headquarters reads simply, "Continue service, no spare available." The piston later shattered near Adapazar, derailing a train carrying winter coats toward the Caucasus front. Survivors described a shower of sparks smelling of burnt sesame as the carriage overturned. Aydin's photograph, corners curled, stares silently from the workshop wall. The fatal mistake can be touched here, a fracture line chalked and ignored. In Paris, exiled Ottoman feminist Nezihe Muhiddin composed essays on onion skin paper, thin enough to show the veins in her wrist when held to light. The pages smelled of lilac ink. She argued that dismissing women's logistical expertise, nurses, educators, clerks, had accelerated collapse. She cited letters from schoolmistresses who rationed lamp oil to keep classes open, only to see their budgets reassigned to ceremonial uniforms. French publishers declined to print her essays until 1925, but manuscripts circulated hand to hand, rustling softly in salons scented with Gauloise smoke. The fatal mistake thus includes silenced warnings from those expected to bandage wounds without questioning their cause. During the armistice occupation, Italian naval officer Carlo Maffei toured Ottoman depots, his leather gloves smelling of tar and cologne. He noted in his diary that the lathes were coated in fine coal dust untouched for months, and that the presses still held unfinished shells stamped with half-formed crescents. Carlo pocketed a brass shavings handful, writing that it felt warm, as if the machine still believed in orders. Those shavings, stored in a glass vial, glimmer under museum lights. They speak of inertia halted mid-spin, the fatal mistake lingering like static in idle machinery. Even the silence after surrender has texture, oily, metallic, patient. Meanwhile, in the Anatolian hinterland, Pastor Shak Demir recorded sermons delivered in barns smelling of straw and kerosene. His leather-bound journal intertwined scripture with inventory, jars of quince jam traded for rifle parts, bolts of linen exchanged for cartridges. He chronicled how villagers debated whether the fatal mistake was spiritual pride or material neglect. Under one winter entry, he glued a feather from a migrating crane, brittle now, symbolizing a wish to carry burdens elsewhere. British patrols seized parts of the journal, yet the section about crane feathers survived because it stuck to the cover and resisted prying fingers. The fatal mistake hovers in these barns, in prayers muttered over ration tallies. At the League of Nations in Geneva, translator Fatih Rami ensured Ottoman debt negotiations were rendered into French without losing nuance. He filed each session's transcript in folders scented with Swiss pine, labeling them with fountain pen strokes that loop gracefully. He inserted footnotes referencing Ottoman parliamentary debates long suppressed, thereby slipping rediscovery into diplomatic files. When the minutes were declassified in 1988, scholars found his annotations carrying the faint aroma of pine and ink. They show how the fatal mistake kept echoing through financial restructuring. Debts settled in whispers rather than drums. Fatty's elegant loops remind readers that even in exile, bureaucrats tried to balance ledgers of memory. Back in Istanbul, 1932, radio technician Suat Uzbey calibrated transmitters on the third floor of the new broadcasting house, the room smelling of hot tubes and beeswax polish. He built a late-night program titled Soundings of the Straits, overlaying boat horns with readings from newly published diaries of telegraphists. Static crackled like distant rain as he recited casualty tables in a lullaby cadence. Government censors initially frowned, but audience letters folded crisply, scented with attar or tobacco, arrived pleading for more. Swat kept a scrapbook, now faded, of those letters, each referencing the fatal mistake as though it were a relative needing gentle acknowledgement. The broadcast's tapes hissed softly when replayed, carrying both warning and comfort. During World War II, neutral Turkey stored wartime volumes in underground vaults, ventilated by ducts that exhaled air smelling of iron. Librarian WWII Alton scrubbed mildew off Ottoman files using a paste of lemon juice and rice flour. The paste dried into a chalky crust she brushed away with goat hair brushes. One folder contained Enver Pasha's penciled calculations for Caucasus offensives, complete with doodles of cavalry plumes. WWII noticed the eraser crumbs still trapped along the fold, as though indecision clung there. She wrote a secret note to future researchers: even in pencil, ambition leaves residue. The fatal mistake lingers within these crumbs, stubborn and grey, refusing to be entirely brushed off. In 1960s Berlin, Turkish guest workers formed a history circle called Sessi's Telgraph, meeting in a laundry room perfumed with detergents. They brought photocopies of Ottoman dispatches and retold family stories over clinking tea glasses. A reel-to-reel recorder captured their discussions in soft Turkish punctuated by German exclamations. They debated whether the fatal mistake warned migrants about trusting distant promises. The tapes, stored in a biscuit tin, were rediscovered by a granddaughter who digitized the hiss and hum. Listening today, one hears machines rumbling in the background like muted artillery, bridging past and present through the rhythm of washers and whispers. In 1987, photographer Gönül Tan overlapped negatives of the telegraph spool with shots of modern Istanbul traffic, developing the composite in trays that smelled of fixer and seaweed. Light trails from cars formed luminous Morse codes cascading over the copper bruise. Her exhibit, displayed in a darkened warehouse, flooded the floor with recorded harbour sounds. Visitors walked barefoot on warmed metal plates to feel conduction through their soles. Reviews praised the piece's tenderness, noting that the fatal mistake's texture could now be sensed, not just seen. Several days later, municipal inspectors nearly shut the exhibit for lacking permits, but public support kept it open. The gallery still reverberates with soft clicks when empty. As the Cold War thawed, diplomat Sevgi Baydar opened sealed Ottoman dossiers at the Foreign Ministry, using a bone folder that smelled of beeswax and old leather. She discovered correspondence between Enver Pasha and American envoy Henry Morgenthau, margins filled with hurried pencil sketches of troop positions. Sevgi copied the sketches onto tracing paper, observing that Enver's lines jittered during moments of stress. She correlated hand tremors with dates of telegraph spikes, building an unusual neurological portrait of the fatal mistake. Her report suggested that policy might be read through calligraphic nerves. The bone folder, smoothed from years of use, rests beside the file, quietly paying homage to hands that shook. In 2008, satellite analyst Okan Sawyer overlaid modern elevation data onto century-old reconnaissance maps. His workstation smelled of plastic and burnt dust from cooling fans. The software emitted gentle bells each time misalignments appeared. Okan color-coded supply routes that modern algorithms deemed impossible given terrain, painting them in translucent hues like auroras draped across Anatolia. He realized that commanders had drawn arrows unconstrained by ridges and ravines. He published a digital atlas showing the fatal mistake as a geography of wishful thinking, every unfeasible gradient glowing softly on screen. Users reported feeling seasick watching the animation. The land itself seemed to mourn the forces forced upon it. During 2015 commemorations at Chinook Bear, Maori percussionists shared the stage with Turkish knee players, their instruments releasing scents of polished wood and flax oil. Historian Piri Teirangi read from Ottoman diaries translated into Te Reo Maori, blending syllables like woven mats. Audiences sat on cushions brushed with eucalyptus mist, inhaling a hybrid memory. The dual narratives emphasized that the fatal mistake rippled outward, binding communities through shared loss and respect. Later, droplets from a passing shower dotting the stage resembled Morse dots, tiny wet testimonies clinging to drumheads. The collaboration recorded new memories that hum like low tide. In a Gorim cave hotel converted into a conference space, geologists and historians convened to analyze lead isotopes in Ottoman bullets. The room smelled of damp stone and breakfast simmet. Microdrills whined softly as they sampled projectiles excavated from Gallipoli trenches. Results showed alloy ratios consistent with emergency smelting of church bells and household goods. Historians matched these findings with requisition orders scribbled in frantic script. The fatal mistake thus protrudes even from metallurgical signatures, audible in microdrill vibrations, and the faint ring once sounded by bells that now rest silent, recast into desperate munitions. In 2022, poet Rana Dhiran hosted a midnight poetry vigil at Haydarpasa station, candles perfuming the platform with beeswax and clove. Participants whispered verses derived from archival footnotes, transforming casualty tallies into rhythmic laments. A projection mapped the 1.7mm warp onto the station's vaulted ceiling, the curve expanding until it resembled a crescent moon. Train wheels clacked distantly, echoing heartbeats. Attendees traced the projection with fingertips against cool marble, feeling history's curvature under their skin. Rana's program booklet, printed on translucent rice paper, warned that the fatal mistake persists whenever numbers lose their humanity. Wind lifted the pages in gentle waves, making the text flutter like breath. Finally, in the present hush of the Naval Museum's sub-basement, a small device rests beside the copper spool, a haptic pad programmed to replay archival pressure data whenever fingertips hover above its surface. When activated, the pad warms slightly, releasing a faint aroma of solder and lemon oil. Users feel a subtle dip, precisely 1.7mm, accompanied by a whispered overlay of telegraph clicks, heartbeat samples, and ocean swells. The program cycles through sensory fragments gathered from all the documents, instruments, and testimonies we have traced. Lavender wards, frankincense watches, beet-stained weather charts, olive-dusted ledgers, jasmine observatories, petrol-soaked repair yards. Each vibration insists that the fatal mistake is not a single thunderclap, but a collage of overlooked textures. As palms hover above the pad, the museum lights dim, and the compressor's sigh blends with imagined surf. The copper spool, the ration chit, the mylar sleeve, the haptic pad all listen together, inviting us to breathe slowly, to honour data as sensation, and to let the night cradle. Archaeologists kneeling in the damp soil outside Szeged lowered a caliper against a 118cm ellipse pressed into the subsoil, mapping the arched contour of a dismantled chariot axle that glinted with flakes of scorched bronze. The scent of wet clay and horsetail grass clung to their gloves as they compared the curvature to descriptions from Priscus, the diplomat who swore Attila's war car was plated with hammered gold. Under the soft shade of a tarpaulin lamp, their measurements unsettled. The campfire tale that the scourge of God rode a chariot conjured by dragons, because here lay burnt ash, iron rivets, and a smear of pine pitch. The myth had promised a tomb guarded by rivers diverted at sword point. Yet the leveled earth whispered of craftsmen practicing balance and weighted drag. The hush of the evening field asked whether the echo of a wheel rut could ever replace the fevered legend of a warlord who vanished without a grave. If this gentle history soothes you, please subscribe softly tonight. The first tactile glimpse of Attila arrives through Priscus of Panium, who sat beneath oiled lamps in 449 CE, dining on wooden trenchers while translating his diplomatic mission into hurried wax tablet notes that smelled faintly of beeswax and smoke. He recorded the linen cloths arranged over polished wooden benches, the silver cup offered, then withdrawn, revealing that the Hun king preferred rough-hewn goblets banded with iron. Priscus heard the low thud of drums outside the hall and watched the lamplit shimmer on Attila's simple sword, a weapon described as minimal, yet heavy enough to dent the reed mats under his feet. What was the diplomat to make of a ruler whose restraint felt theatrical? Attila's court shimmered because of craftsmen labouring at the edges of the great Hungarian plain, hammering composite bows while the night air tasted of glue boiled from bone. Recovered bow tips from the Tisa River, carbon dated to the mid-5th century, bend around horn cores just as Ammianus Marcellinus feared. Elastic limbs that could punch arrows through layered Roman scale. Blacksmiths quenched narrow blades in troughs that hissed, shaping small sea axes used to slit tasseled belts, an intimacy of leather and steel absent from Roman catalogues. The reflective hush of the workshop, interrupted only by the rasp of files, invites us to wonder if empire truly quakes at the sound of tools brushing rawhide. The breath of the steppe carried ritual stakes as Attila consults a carved sword believed to be the blade of Mars, yet the object Julius Firmicus recounts was likely a 92-centimetre single-edged sabre recovered near Szeged in 1926, its grip smelling of earth after centuries underground. The iron spine bears striations that match Sarmatian smithing patterns, revealing alliances rather than divine inheritance. Instead of thunder, the weapon's story is a dry scrape of rust beneath a conservator's scalpel. Still, the myth persists because the dim tent and flickering lamplight made it easier to believe that iron could glow with godly warning. The silence held because respect feels safer than demystifying sacred metal. The sand remembers tonight. Instruments hum softly. The hollow waits for a whisper carried by starlit frost. The horse herds that thundered along the Hungarian lowlands left behind bones scarred by repetitive archery posture, and zooarchaeologists at Debrecen University traced muscle attachments that thickened from hours of riding without saddles. Teeth patterns show grain feeding reserved for prized mares, proving logistical precision, while the smell of dried dung still clings to surviving corrals uncovered near Sentes. These animals hauled not just warriors, but the weight of tribute negotiated in soft, deliberate tones by Attila's envoys. The reflective question lingers. Was the empire threatened more by the hooves' vibration or by the negotiation tents perfumed with steppe milk? We slip to the western Roman frontier, where Bishop Leo met Attila near the Po River in 452, under a slate sky that tasted of rain and fear. Later mosaics show the Pope in shimmering gold, yet the only reliable note is Prosper of Aquitaine's chronicle, written in ink that soaked into vellum like a heartbeat. His lines mention hunger ravaging the Hun camp more than swordplay, a detail that rustles like damp linen. Stillness settled because famine speaks more softly than war trumpets. Could the real deterrent have been the smell of sickness wafting from stalled wagons rather than angelic apparitions? In Ravenna's archives, scribes copied treaties onto purple-dyed parchment that smelled faintly of shellfish dye, details proving that Attila demanded pounds of gold measured with scales calibrated against Roman standards. A bronze counterweight preserved in Milan weighs precisely 3 Roman pounds, its surface smoothed by countless fingers, and it witnessed the negotiation of £700 annual payments. Such tangible math undermines later legends that Attila wanted only destruction. Still, the reflective hum says numbers can reverberate like bells. Is the dread of tribute simply the arithmetic of submission? The quiet after the Catalonian Plains battle in 451 tasted of churned dirt and Mithridate liniment, as Roman and Visigothic field surgeons bound wounds beneath oil lamps sputtering in night rain. Jourdains later called the clash a salvation for Europe. Yet the battlefield archaeology around Chalon-sur-Marne has yielded more horsetack than human remains, suggesting dispersal rather than apocalyptic slaughter. A lone iron spur recovered in 1994, etched with simple cross-hatching, proves cavalry skirmishes but not decisive victory. Silence lingered because fog swallowed the cries, leaving chroniclers to fill the void with triumphant hymns. The reed beds murmur, dew cool on the tongue, anticipation suspended between breaths. Crossing eastward, we follow the courier Orestes, who negotiated prisoner exchanges while the smell of ink and tallow candles filled the carved wooden cabin of an administrative wagon. A single letter preserved in Vienna, though copied later, details weight allowances for grain sacks measured in modii, instructing quartermasters to verify moisture by rubbing kernels between their wrists. Evidence of this bureaucracy contradicts the idea of an unstoppable horde. Still, the reflection suggests that paperwork can be as frightening as arrows when it maps the reach of a ruler. Attila's diplomacy with the Eastern Roman court emerges through the Margus Treaty of 435, whose surviving fragment, written on papyrus that crackles like dry leaves, specifies the return of fugitives within 30 days. The parchment, held in the library of the Patriarchate under dry cedar scents, reveals an administrative mind counting days and border stones. Yet the reflective murmur wonders why later storytellers preferred to recall rivers turned to torrents of blood instead of the methodical tapping of styluses on tablets. When the Huns overran Nisus, historians describe flames licking marble, yet the archaeological layer from the late 430s shows collapsed roofs baked red by intense heat alongside grain storage jars still half full, smelling faintly of scorched wheat even today. A coin hoard unearthed near the Forum contains solidi minted in Constantinople, their edges smooth from circulation, proving the city's wealth persisted after the raid. The reflection surfaces gently, perhaps resilience grows in the taste of grit between teeth, not in heroic verses. The night wind hushes, barley dust drifts, breath waits in the rafters. In the remote sanctuary on the Alfold Plain, diviners listened for omens by running their hands over horse skulls hung from linden branches, a ritual recorded by the chronicler Sirmiensis, in a text now only preserved in a 12th century copy that smells of aged parchment and resin. The skulls bore cut marks aligning with sacrificial practices observed among sedentary Sarmatians, suggesting cultural exchange. Suppression followed. Byzantine writers later omitted these ceremonies to paint the Huns as ungodly. Yet the reflective question lingers: what wisdom was silenced when rituals sounded more like dialogue than menace? A layer of ash in Aquileia carries traces of cedar resin, hinting that refugees burned stored timbers to deny shelter to the invaders, an accident of resistance that let soot settle like fine powder on bronze hinges. Ammianus describes walls melting under Hun assault, but chemical analysis of mortar reveals collapse caused by weakened joints, not mystical fire. The reflective tone wonders why the image of supernatural flame hypnotizes more than the truth of crumbling engineering. Silence rises because humiliation prefers shadows to daylight. Jumping to the 6th century, Cassiodorus, writing from Ravenna, compiled the Getica, blending Hun tales into Gothic lineage while the smell of sea salt invaded his scriptorium. He merged fragmentary reports into a lineage myth, proving that memory can be forged like metal. The act of compilation muffled individual voices because politics required a grand narrative. Does the smooth vellum cool under the fingertips hold more sway than the voices lost in the redaction? The lamps flicker, wax drips, time sways in the draft. In the 8th century, a monk at Saint-Denis copied the frightening phrase "flagellum Dei," while a storm rattled the abbey shutters, the damp scent of stone mixing with candle soot. He inserted Attila into Christian eschatology, turning the warlord into divine chastisement, effectively suppressing the nuance of diplomacy that earlier sources preserved. The reflective whisper admits that awe can be a cage. Once sanctified fear crystallizes, who dares to erase it? The cloister sighs, echoing with distant footsteps like waves on stone. The 12th century Nibelungenlied reimagines Attila as Etzel, hosting feasts where wine splashes and torches twist smoky patterns across timbered halls. This poetic retelling thickened the legend with tactile excess, gold-threaded tapestries emitting faint scents of lanolin, benches polished by countless hands. Yet the poem's drama served courtly entertainment, not archival fidelity. Why did the singer's harp drown the quieter rustle of ledgers and treaties? Silence held because performance dazzled, and memory surrendered to applause. Frost clings to the strings, breath curls in verse, the hall glows in embers. Renaissance cartographers, mapping the Danube, annotated sections as Old Camp of Attila, while ink bled slightly on vellum that smelled of gallnuts. Their compass scratches etched ovals reminiscent of the 118-centimetre chariot trench, unknowingly echoing the measured artifact. Humanist scholars attempted to reconcile new findings with classical myths, proving the persistence of the motif. Still, political censorship in Buda under Matthias Corvinus suppressed accounts that questioned national heroic narratives, preferring Attila as ancestor rather than nuanced conqueror. The reflection drifts. Is cartography a confession or a dream? When the Ottoman chronicler Tursun Beg described the Huns in the 15th century, he sat beneath a silk awning where incense perfumed the air, drawing parallels between nomadic glory and Ottoman expansion. His ink strokes extended the legend eastward, suggesting continuity of imperial destiny. Yet his narrative downplayed Attila's fragile logistics, allowing silence to veil the hunger and mud recorded by earlier eyewitnesses. The reflective murmur asks if admiration can unintentionally erase the smell of sweat-soaked felt tents that once defined survival. 17th century Jesuit missionary Antonio Posavino travelled through Transylvania, noting villagers who still pointed to earthen mounds called Attila's graves, their fingers roughened by soil. He documented a ritual of leaving breadcrumbs on the mound's crest, a reverent silence born of awe rather than fear. His diary, preserved in Rome under the scent of aging leather bindings, gives tactile detail that contrasts with the roaring myth. Could reverence be as heavy a veil as suppression? The orchard breeze carries damp moss, twilight hums with insects, words settle gently. Enlightenment scholars, working in Vienna's bright salons, compared Priscus's Greek with Jordanes' Latin while sipping thick coffee whose bitter scent mingled with ink. They catalogued variants, marking margins with neat copperplate script that still catches light like tiny mirrors. These philologists chase the oval motif of authority, recognizing patterns of negotiation recurring like the measured chariot trench. Yet their reflective hush shows that even reasoned critique can feel like a lullaby when the world outside demands clearer villains. In 1756, Slovak naturalist Matej Bel trekked the Great Hungarian Plain, his boots coated in clay, measuring tumuli with a wooden rod marked in cubits. He recorded an earthwork's diameter close to 200 feet, and heard locals whisper that Attila slept beneath. His notes, smelling of sweat and crushed time, reveal how empirical observation brushed against legend, proving that fieldwork can destabilize inherited fear. Still, accidents like collapsing burrows claimed explorers, and the resulting caution prolonged silence. Morning mists cling to his cloak, birdsong trembles, distances blur softly. The 19th century Hungarian national revival embraced Attila as ancestral patriarch, reciting epic poems under gaslight that hissed with a metallic tang. Historian Mihaly Horváth presented him as a unifying symbol, even as archival documents in Vienna contradicted the heroic portrayal. This romantic surge suppressed less flattering accounts through peer pressure rather than decree. The reflective question emerges quietly. How does patriotism taste when seasoned with selective memory? Curtains rustle, violins vibrate, the audience holds its breath. In 1847, archaeologist Floris Roma inspected a grave field near Szeged, his fingertips tracing corroded bridle bits that smelled of iron oxide and damp grass. He documented the bridle's cheek pieces, noting wear consistent with constant travel, grounding the legend in migratory logistics. His journals describe the crunch of soil beneath boots and the chill of dawn dew, embedding sensory detail. Yet bureaucratic hesitation in Budapest delayed publication, an institutional silence born of caution. Does the echo of withheld findings resemble a distant hoofbeat? Prussian scholar Theodor Mommsen in 1851 wrote beneath gas lamps that flickered against sandstone walls, asserting that Attila's power stemmed from tributary systems more than battle genius. His crisp Latin prose annotated the weight of gold per Roman soldier, referencing ledgers that smelled faintly of mould and linden. The reflective murmur notes that by casting the Huns as administrators, he stripped away the exotic dread but invited accusations of cold reductionism. The parchment crackled, pens scratched, and the night settled like velvet. Mid-century, Bavarian painter Johann Nepomuk Geiger depicted Attila riding through flames, applying layers of oil paint that smelled of linseed, while the studio floor collected grit. His canvas, glowing with ember tones, revived the apocalyptic myth, circulating widely in illustrated magazines. The vivid imagery partially eclipsed textual reassessments, proving that visual drama can drown out archival whispers. How many viewers tasted smoke in their imagination instead of considering tribute ledgers? Silence glimmered because spectacle outshone the measured ellipse buried in the soil. The river breathes, willows tremble, pigment dries in patience. By 1870, ethnographer Armin van Berry wandered steppe encampments, recording folk songs under the shimmer of starry nights, the air perfumed with kumis and wood smoke. He captured verses where Attila's name blended with shepherd laments, suggesting memory as melody. Ottoman censors, wary of nationalist stirrings, confiscated some notebooks, an act of suppression born of politics. The reflective hush asks whether confiscated melodies echo louder in absence. The grasses sway, strings pluck softly, whispers travel with the dew. Austro-Hungarian census officials in 1900 compiled data in offices smelling of sealing wax, listing villages named after Attila across the plain, proving how legend anchored identity. They tabulated population percentages while outside. Typewriters clacked like distant hooves. Statistical reports seem bloodless, yet they reveal the extent of cultural adoption. Still, accidents, like a flood-destroying county archives in Szeged erased primary documents, an unintentional silence that complicates the narrative. Can data hum like a lullaby? Columns shimmer, ink dries, the page cools under fingertips. In 1902, French archaeologist A. Salomon excavated at Kouros River, unearthing composite bow fragments preserved in peat that smelled of tannins and bog water. He measured sinew lengths, noting elasticity matching Scythian designs, proving cross-cultural transmission. His reflective notes suggest that the true power lay in trade networks rather than raw ferocity. However, publication delays in Paris, caused by prioritizing Egyptian finds, left his Hun work languishing, another silence born of institutional priorities. The lantern sways, peat drips, patience stretches across the marsh. During World War I, trench soldiers on the Eastern Front nicknamed machine gun nests. Attilas, the metallic chatter mixing with mud and cordite smells. Propaganda posters revived the scourge myth to depict enemy savagery, showing how memory can be weaponized. The reflective whisper wonders how legends adapt to new artillery rhythms. Silence lingered between barrages because fear demanded storied names to grasp. Frost clung to barbed wire, breaths crystallized, history shivered in uniform. In 1921, Hungarian poet Mihaly Babits recited Attila József Alma under gaslight, his voice soft, the room perfumed with tobacco and old paper. He layered psychological nuance onto the warlord, revealing inner landscapes rather than battlefields. Literary critics embraced the vulnerability, yet political factions derided such tenderness, pressuring publishers into limited distribution, suppression through ridicule. Does empathy taste like honey or ash when poured over a notorious name? The piano lid vibrates, smoke curls, words settle like dust motes. Meanwhile, Soviet historian Nikolai Derzhavin, writing in 1936 within a Leningrad office, smelling of coal dust, framed Attila as a class leader representing nomadic proletariats. He cited archaeological evidence from Ukrainian dig sites, detailing half patterns and grain residue proving semi-settled life. His reflective tone insisted that material conditions shaped conquest more than charisma. Party editors trimmed passages that hinted at transnational identities, a political silence tightening like winter frost. The radiator clanks, ink thickens, breath fogs the window. The interwar discovery of the Nagy Harsany treasure in 1938, golden cups and silverware exuding a faint metallic scent, sparked debates about whether these were spoils or diplomatic gifts. Museums in Budapest polished them under soft electric light, revealing wear patterns indicating daily use rather than ceremonial display. Reflectively, the cups suggest a network of hospitality rather than mere plunder. Still, wartime evacuations hid the hoard in damp cellars, protective secrecy born from reverence and fear of theft. The corridor whispers, crates creak, shadows guard the gleam. World War II saw Nazi propagandists claim Attila as Proto-Aryan, printing pamphlets on rough paper that smelled of cheap pulp. They ignored the ethno-linguistic mosaic proved by grave goods and cranial metrics. Hungarian scholars who protested faced professional exile, silence enforced by threat. The reflective question surfaces: can truth breathe under jackboots? The night train rattles, rain taps on metal roofs, parcels of confiscated notes lie cold in crates. The embers fade, yet the earth remembers. After the war, in 1947, Hungarian archaeologist Gyula Laszlo catalogued graves at Kecskemét, recording the stratigraphy with pencils that squeaked over damp graph paper, the air heavy with clay and sweat. He noted bronze belt fittings etched with geometric motifs, linking them to Hellenic craftsmen. His reflective commentary emphasized cultural hybridity. However, Soviet oversight insisted on collective narratives, trimming nuance from publications, a suppression driven by ideological alignment. The tent flap rustles, lanterns swing, catalogue cards flutter softly. Breath condenses, patience hums. In 1953, Romanian historian Nicolae Stoicscu translated Priscus while listening to folk fiddles in Bucharest cafes, the aroma of plum brandy thick. He highlighted the diplomat's admiration for Hun discipline, challenging Western demonization. Still, state censors, wary of glorifying conquerors amid nation building, appended disclaimers. Reflection wonders whether admiration muttered under cafe lamps carries enough force to reshape sleeping myths. The violin sighs, glasses clink. The manuscript grows warm under his palm. The 1960s witnessed the Hungarian Academy of Sciences hosting symposia in marble halls, smelling of polish and chalk, where researchers displayed slides of the 118-centimetre chariot trench, aligning it with the original measurement first noted by Roma. They discussed soil compaction curves, proving repeated use rather than ceremonial burial. Yet the public preferred heroic murals at tourism fairs, illustrating suppression by distraction. A reflective murmur questions whether data projected on a screen can compete with painted flames. The slides whir, shoes echo on stone, whispers gather like dust. In 1972, Turkish scholar Halami Durmoy visited Mongolian archives under the scent of yak butter lamps, tracing Hun lineages back to Xiongnu inscriptions. He documented script carved into weathered stone, surfaces cold to the touch, revealing administrative continuity. His reflective stance suggested that Attila belonged to a broader Eurasian tapestry. Still, academic rivalries led to intentional silence as colleagues downplayed his findings in Western journals. The steppe wind moans, paper rustles, tea steam mingles with icy breath. The horizon exhales, stars sharpen, hoofbeats merge with heartbeat. By 1980, Soviet anthropologist Tatyana Polyakova analyzed skeletal remains from the Lower Volga, identifying isotopic signatures of varied diets tasting of millet and wild herbs. Her lab smelled of formaldehyde and cold metal. She concluded that Hun elites consumed diverse food sources, reflecting economic flexibility. Publication in English lagged due to translation delays and accidental quiet. Reflectively, nourishment data softens the image of relentless raiders. Monitors buzz, pipettes clatter, the cold room hums like distant wind. Hungarian filmmaker Gabor Body's 1984 experimental film Attila 74 projected grainy images over ambient hums, mixing archival texts with whispers recorded in reverberant churches that smelled of beeswax. The film suggested memory as palimpsest. Yet state studios curtailed distribution, fearing avant-garde interpretations. Reflection asks, can cinematic shadows revive the tactile weight of a bronze bit? The projector whirs, church bells linger, incense swirls with celluloid dust. In 1989, as the Iron Curtain parted, archivists in Budapest opened sealed boxes filled with decades of censored correspondence, paper infused with the odor of aged cardboard. Letters from scholars like Vambury revealed suppressed field notes describing felt textures, horsehair ropes, and the cool heft of iron pots. The reflective sigh acknowledges that political thaw lets tactile truths breathe again. Still, the flood of information overwhelmed, leaving some reports unread, a silence born from sheer abundance. The corridor drafts, folders rustle, typewriters rest quietly. The 1990s brought environmental archaeologists who sampled pollen from the Great Plain, extracting cores that smelled of peat and distant storms. They discovered layers indicating cyclical droughts aligning with Hun migrations, proving environmental pressures shaped campaigns. Reflectively, climate becomes a soft metronome ticking beneath legend. Yet media coverage, chasing dramatic tales, largely ignored the subtle data. Why does the scent of peat fail to entice headlines? The lab freezer hums, cores thaw slowly, earth aromas rise in patient curls. In 1996, DNA analysis of remains at Sisongrad revealed mixed maternal lineages, the sterile tang of ethanol filling the lab. Geneticists found markers linking to Sarmatian, Germanic, and East Asian populations, proving ethnic fluidity. Reflectively, identity dissolves into shared breath. Still, nationalist groups dismiss the results, promoting purist myths, suppression via denial. The centrifuge spins, monitors blink, gloves snap against wrists. The night outside holds frost, stars watch silently. Entering the 21st century, a Hungarian-Romanian joint dig at Pijuria Negra uncovered iron cauldrons with soot layers smelling of charred garlic and venison, evidence of communal feasts. Radiocarbon dating placed them in Attila's era. The reflective whisper sees hospitality as power, warmth binding followers more than fear, yet an accident, a trench collapse, halted excavation, an imposed pause echoing earlier lost chances. Rain pattered on tarps, medics murmured, the site slept in enforced calm. The soil cools, breath slows, patience weaves with drizzle. In 2005, digital humanities scholars scanned Priscus's manuscripts under blue light that smelled faintly of warmed plastic, revealing erased lines describing Attila's laughter ringing against wood rafters. The restoration proved scribes had scraped away humanizing details centuries earlier. Reflectively, laughter reshapes the scourge into a man with mirth. However, journal paywalls kept the findings behind economic barriers, a modern suppression via access. The servers hum, keyboards tap, pixels bloom like quiet constellations. By 2008, sensory historians recreated Hun textiles, spinning wool that felt oily, dyeing it with madder whose aroma resembled damp tea. They wore replica cloaks in wind tunnels to understand how fabric snapped and whispered. The reflective results showed fashion as a language of authority. Funding cuts ended the project abruptly, silence born of austerity. The loom creaks, threads tighten, hands remember even when budgets forget. Night gathers, lamps dim, craft lingers in fingertips. In 2012, underwater archaeologists probing the Tissar River used sonar that emitted gentle pings, water tasting metallic on their lips. They mapped timbers aligned in an arc matching the 118-centimetre measurement magnified into larger dimensions, suggesting ceremonial barges. Reflectively, perhaps Attila's burial myth arose from funeral boats rather than diverted rivers. Still, floods that year buried equipment in silt, an accidental hush. The current swirls, bubbles rise, sonar pulses echo like distant drums. A 2014 exhibit in Budapest's Hungarian National Museum displayed Attila-inspired artifacts under diffuse lighting, the room smelling faintly of cedar and bronze polish. Curators juxtaposed the chariot axle casting with medieval manuscripts, inviting visitors to feel the tension between measure and myth. Reflectively, the curation suggested harmony between tactile truth and narrative allure. Yet some attendees sought only battle reenactment footage, skimming past subtlety. A silence through inattentiveness. Footsteps soften on carpet. Audio guides murmur. Glass cases gleam softly. In 2016, drone surveys over the Alfold captured burial mounds at sunrise. The air crisp, rotors slicing the stillness. Thermal imaging detected subsoil anomalies shaped like crescents, resonating with the elliptical motif from the first excavation. Reflectively, technology becomes a new lamplight. However, privacy regulations restricted data release, a silence rooted in legal caution. The drone lands with a faint whir, grass rustles, the sky blushes with early light. The 2017 excavation near Szeged revisited the chariot ellipse, this time under LED worklights emitting a cool hum, the soil moist. Conservators lifted bronze bosses sticky with ancient resin, their gloves picking up earthy aromas. They compared notes with 1850s diaries, revealing continuity of measurement. Reflectively, the oval becomes a compass pointing through centuries. Still, local folklore insisted the trench was a dragon's footprint, reverent silence guarding tradition. Cicadas buzzed, trucks idled softly, the pit shone like a muted mirror. The sand remembers tonight, instruments hum softly, the hollow waits for a whisper carried by starlit frost. In 2018, interdisciplinary conferences in Szeged gathered climatologists, linguists and metallurgists in halls smelling of coffee and polished wood. Papers presented isotopic maps, philological nuances and metallographic analyses of sabres with striated grips. Reflectively, the synergy suggested that Attila's power derived from orchestrating diverse skills. However, tensions flared when specialists refused to cross-reference, creating intellectual silences born of pride. The projector clicks, notebooks turn, the air vibrates with restrained breath. The 2019 discovery of a Hun child's grave near Marko introduced delicate glass beads shimmering under morning mist. The soil carried a sweet vegetal smell, and textile remnants clung like soft cobwebs. Analysis showed Mediterranean glass traded northward, proving economic reach. Reflectively, the child's burial speaks of care and the value placed on continuity. Yet conservation protocols postponed public display, reverence choosing quiet preservation. How does tenderness rewrite the legend of ravagers? Dew gathers, skylarks call, the mound rests warm. In 2020, Pandemic restrictions forced researchers to analyze artifacts remotely, the glow of monitors replacing the smell of soil. High-resolution scans of the 188-centimeter ellipse allowed virtual reconstructions of wheel geometry, confirming engineering skill. Reflectively, distance deepened contemplation, aligning legend with digital precision. Still, closed borders paused active digs, accidental silence blanketing the plains. Keyboards clacked, video calls crackled, the night outside felt unusually still. By 2021, VR recreations allowed museum visitors to glide through a simulated Hun camp, hearing soft flute notes and smelling, through aroma diffusers, hints of smoked meat. The virtual chariot axle gleamed, measured precisely, bridging myth with data. Reflectively, immersion fosters empathy. Yet technology glitches muted some experiences, an accidental quiet. The headset hums, invisible wind brushes virtual braids, history breathes in coded whispers. In 2022, a collaborative publication translated Priscus anew, capturing his cadence in lyrical Hungarian while preserving Greek precision. The studio where translators worked smelled of fresh paper and green tea. They debated whether his description of Attila's eyes implied weariness or vigilance. Reflectively, language becomes a chariot wheel rolling through time. Still, some footnotes referencing modern politics were excised by cautious editors, suppression through editorial prudence. Pens drift, pages flip, voices soften into dusk. The 2023 drought exposed riverbanks, revealing wooden stakes aligned with the chariot measurement, their surfaces rough, smelling of sun-baked algae. Dendrochronology dated them to Attila's decade, suggesting mooring posts. Reflectively, waterlines traced logistical expertise. Local authorities, fearing looting, covered the site with tarps, silence enforced to protect. The air tastes of dust. Dragonflies hover, tarps snap gently. The hush is protective, like a hand shielding candle flame. Now, in the present whisper, we revisit Seged's field, lanterns casting warm circles on the 118-centimeter imprint. The soil feels cool against fingertips, the night carrying the scent of rain and distant acacia. Every measurement, every ledger, every song threads into a tapestry, where Attila stands not as an unknowable scourge, but as a leader whose power flowed through logistics, rituals, and the delicate management of awe. The legend persists, yet within its glow we sense the grit of wood grain and hear the creak of wheels. Still we wonder whether the missing tomb is an accident of river currents, an intentional secret born of reverence, or simply a story that finds strength in remaining unresolved. The earth draws a quiet breath, stars listen, and the mystery stays open, inviting us to lean closer without shattering the hush. Scholars in the quiet reading room of the Biblioteca Apostolica Vaticana breathe in the dry comfort of vellum as they unfold Hydatius's chronicle, the inked lines dark as evening water. His terse notice of Attila's death, stained faintly by a dropped beeswax candle centuries ago, mentions the mourning of peoples he never met. A faint scratch where a medieval hand once underlined. Terror orbits his memory, catches the lamplight, guiding pale fingers across the page. Outside, Rome's night air smells of orange blossoms, but within, the parchment speaks of a thunderous court suddenly still, of warriors who wrapped their spears in blackened cloth and rode through dew-damp grass while women sang low laments. The hush of the scriptorium folds over these words, inviting the reader to imagine the stillness that followed the warlord's last breath, a silence filled not with swords, but with the slow rustle of mourning robes. Archaeologists tracing the Tissa's floodplain scrape patient layers of silt away from a ring of post holes, the soil smelling of riverweed and carried pollen, unexpected spring sweetness among the damp. Their laser-scanned grid reveals a circular mortuary enclosure consistent with Hunnic elite funerary rites, though no central grave remains. Goose down, preserved in pockets where moisture once pooled, shivers when warmed by a palm, suggesting feather-lined biers burned in place. Nearby, a scatter of bronze rivets and a flattened iron hoop, warped by heat into an imperfect oval, 89 centimeters across, echoes lost ceremonial wagons. The excavators whisper the names recorded by Jordanes, Elak, Dengizik, Ernak brothers, left to partition an empire now measured in charcoal and ash. The river keeps its secrets, murmuring against the bank, while the new data adds a soft footnote to ancient grief. Centuries later, in a Constantinopolitan workshop heavy with frankincense and drying papyrus, scribes of Marcellinus comes record the aftershocks of the Hun Empire's breakup. Their styluses tick across wax tablets as the city outside basks in salt-laden breezes. They catalogued the Roman campaigns that harried Attila's sons, noting battle casualties in columns balanced like deliberate breaths. A scrap of linen, used as a blotter, carries the scent of cedar oil from an icon burner in the corner, mingling with fresh ink. The account speaks of treaties renegotiated, of diplomats with rosemary sprigs tucked into belts to ward off sickness at meetings where gold payments resumed in smaller, precise weights. Each entry reads like the measured beat of a heart returning to calm after panic, yet the script retains a tremor that reveals Rome knew the reprieve might be temporary. At a museum in Sexferhevar, conservators cradle a silver-handled knife recovered from a 5th century grave, its blade etched with geometric motifs that gleam under fiber-optic lights. The metal smells faintly of the wax applied during conservation. But beneath it lies the tang of earth that cradled the weapon for 15 centuries. Micrographs show wear patterns matching bread slicing more than war, hinting that Hun households sustained themselves with daily rhythms alongside campaigns. A scrap of woven reed mat glued to the handle's residue evokes quiet meals, perhaps attendants serving Attila simple fare, while diplomats fretted over tribute. The case label recounts Sidonius Apollinaris's letters describing the hunched riders and their hard-baked bread, tying literary observation to the artifact's texture. Visitors lean close, the glass cool against their foreheads, as they picture the warlord breaking a loaf in a tent lit by tallow lamps, the scent of smoke clinging to his coat. Further east, in a research lab in Kazan, scientists analyze strontium isotopes in horse teeth excavated from the Volga steppe. The lab air smells sharply of ethanol and cold metal shelves, and a gentle hum from the mass spectrometer fills the room like distant bees. The samples reveal migrations north to the forest edge during harsh drought years around 440 CE, aligning with Chinese chronicles of climatic hardship. Granular data shows deliberate herd management. Mares and foals grazed on calcium-rich meadows, while sturdy stallions roamed on saltbush flats. These choices speak of strategists attentive to pasture cycles, binding Attila's campaigns to the smell of crushed sage and the whistle of winter grass in stressed seasons. The scientists note it in calm prose, but the cores glow with color-coded maps that trace hoofbeats across continents. A linen-bound codex in Munich holds the Gesta Hungarorum, its illuminations brushed with pigments that still smell faintly of egg tempera when warmed by gallery lights. The chronicler claims that the Magyars descended from Hun ancestors, weaving Attila into medieval Hungarian identity. In miniature, the warlord sits beneath a canopy of cobalt and vermilion, a falcon perched on his wrist and a silver goblet at his side. The parchment squeaks softly when turned, releasing a breath of ancient animal hide. While the story bends history into myth, marginal notes from a 15th century reader question the lineage, the ink faded but still legible under raking light. The manuscript whispers of a nation craving pedigree, of scribes in midnight scriptoria listening to rain on lead roofs as they penned genealogies that smelled of lamp oil and old wool. In an Icelandic turf house museum, visitors read the 13th century Atlamale, while the air smells of smoked lamb and peat. The poem recasts Attila as Atli, a brooding host who lures heroes into a twilight feast. Oral tradition swaddles the saga in echoing grief, The translation notes creak under the weight of consonants thick as sea mist. Scholars compare the verse to Hungarian chronicles, seeing how northern bards trimmed Hun brutality into familial treachery, setting the tale among flickering whale oil lamps. Outside, Atlantic winds hiss against sod walls, underscoring how far the legend sailed. The gentle narrative voice invites listeners to rest their heads on woolen pillows and trace the path of a name that drifted from the Danube to cold fjords. At the Vienna Court Library, the Chronicon Pictum's gilded folios depict Attila meeting the Romans, their robes painted in layers that catch gallery light. The pigments exude a faint scent of varnished oak from the display frame. A tiny detail, a musician plucking a rebec behind the warlord, suggests a soundtrack lost to written accounts, perhaps a melody in a minor mode that lulled emissaries into conversation. The caption recounts how the chronicle, composed in 1358, balanced pride with caution, reminding viewers of betrayal and resilience. Students sketch the scene in graphite, their erasers leaving a soft smokiness in the air. The art murmurs of how memory paints the past with earnest colour, while archival balances hum quietly beneath. 17th century Jesuit reports stored in Krakow carry the smell of leather satchels and dried lavender tucked between pages to deter insects. One missionary describes visiting Sekeli villages where winter fires crackled softly beneath cauldrons of cabbage soup. Elders spoke of Attila's Road, an earthen ridge leading to pasture, and the missionary's quill pauses mid-sentence to note the way children ran their fingers along weathered stones. He recognizes the mixture of fear and affection in their voices, documenting it with the patience of a listener who knows the evening bell will soon call him to compline. The manuscript records a hymn whispered before sleep, asking the scourge to watch over flocks rather than punish towns. The prayer blurs lines between dread and guardianship, the parchment warm from decades of handling. During the reign of Louis XIV, French genealogists in Parisian salons perfumed with rosewater argued that certain noble families descended from Attila through Merovingian queens. The parchment family trees ripple with powdered wig dust, and each inkstroke forms curls like violin bows. As they sipped chocolate thick as velvet, they debated the plausibility, referencing Sidonius, Gregory of Tours, and Lombard tales. The genealogists' voices softened toward midnight, matching the hush of lute strings, and they agreed to frame Attila as a distant ancestor who could lend glory, still safely remote. Their manuscripts, now browned and brittle, smell faintly of sweet-baked almond paste from long-faded patisserie treats, revealing that heroic ancestry was once consumed with dessert. Spanish dramatist Francisco de Rojas Zorrilla staged Attila, Rey de los Hunos, in 1667 before a Madrid audience smelling of orange peel and waxed boots. Stage directions in surviving scripts describe torches, smoking, drums muffled by leather to create a heartbeat on stage. The actor portraying Attila wore fox fur that shed under the heat, surrounding the stage with a wild scent that mingled with incense. The drama softened the conqueror into a conflicted soul, torn between love and duty. A prop inventory lists brass goblets, timber benches, and felt tents hung with embroidered eagles, evoking a dreamlike step under palace chandeliers. The script whispers to today's reader through the brittle paper, the words still warm with the applause that wrapped the first performance. In 18th century London, antiquarian John Horsley examined Roman inscriptions weathered by Northumbrian rain, tracing grooves with fingers that smelled of peat smoke from his hearth. He noted references to barbarian incursions, believed to recall Dacia's collapse under Attila, though centuries separated fact from inference. His sketches, made on rag paper speckled with flecks of linen, capture the texture of sandstone slabs. Horsley's footnotes compare the inscriptions to Priscus's testimony, weaving a tapestry where the chill of Hadrian's wall tangles with sun-baked Pannonian plains. The final page carries a faint bruise where a press flower once lay, perhaps a reminder that even the wake of conquest leaves space for quiet reflection. 19th century composer Franz Liszt. The air around his Weimar studio, thick with candle wax and coffee, drafted an unfinished symphonic poem titled Attila's Dream. Sketches show strings murmuring in minor thirds, while French horns hold long, velvety notes like wind over grass. Liszt scribbled in pencil, a graphite sheen smudging under the pink pads of his fingers. He jotted references to Priscus's descriptions of wooden cups and to the rumble of hoofbeats, intending to translate them into orchestral textures. The piece remained a fragment, yet listening to the recorded reconstruction today, echoes of hammered dulcimer and muted trumpets shimmer like moonlight on the Tissa. The music, gently surging, feels like a lullaby built from distant thunder. In Budapest's Hungarian National Archives, archivists open the Gesta Honorum et Hungarorum, Simon of Caesar's 13th century chronicle, releasing a scent of dust, ink, and the faint ghost of wormwood inserted as repellent. Simon writes that Attila's tent flaps were stitched with motifs borrowed from Parthian banners, linking east and west in threads and knots. Marginal doodles show knights with braided hair. A later hand added playful ink dots like a starry sky around the king's head. Scholars trace the genealogies that connect medieval Hungarian clans to Attila's imagined sons, understanding that the story served to knit communities during uncertain reigns. The hush of the archive is thick, broken only by the soft slide of cotton-gloved fingers turning pages. Ethnographers in the 1890s recorded Sekli lullabies that mention Attila's horses drinking from moonlit wells. Wax cylinder phonographs captured voices humming in kitchens fragrant with plum jam and wood smoke. One recording preserves the rustle of skirts and creak of a cradle, the melody winding around the words Ne aluje, hunyogo, silage, urging a sleepy child to dream of the scourge guarding the door against wolves. Transcriptions in pencil faintly smear after decades, but the rhythm remains. Listening through modern headphones, the hiss of the cylinder becomes a gentle rain behind a song that reimagines a conqueror as a sentinel, a whispered promise to little ears. Early 20th century anthropologist Aurel Stein hiked along the Silk Road, his satchel smelling of camphor to repel insects, tracing references to the Xiongnu in Chinese annals. He paused at Dunhuang's Mogao caves, where paintings of armored riders with narrow eyes and high cheekbones gallop through swirling clouds of mineral pigment. The scholar's diary notes the cool touch of clay walls and the faint scent of bat guano mixed with incense. He speculated that the Xiongnu's legacy filtered westward, contributing to Hunnic military traditions. His pencil sketches show composite bows like those excavated in the Carpathian Basin, bridging desert night winds with Hungarian dawn mists. The desert's hush wraps the notes, aligning east-west with gentle insistence. During the First World War, Hungarian nurses stationed near the Carpathians wrote letters home mentioning soldiers who whispered Attila's name when artillery shells fell, believing the ancient rider would shield them. The hospital tents smelled of iodine, wet wool, and snow tracked in on boots. One nurse, Ilona, described holding a feverish hand while reciting lines from Janos Arany's poem, Rige, a Sadazazava's role, where Attila appears as ancestral father. She pressed lavender sprigs into the page, the scent preserved between folds of paper. Her words reveal how myth became a blanket, tucked around the wounded to keep nightmares at bay. Bombardments paused, and in the stillness, the past breathed alongside the present. In Prague's interwar cafes, surrealist painters daubed canvases that blurred Attila's profile with locomotives and smokestacks. The air smelled of coffee grinds and turpentine. One canvas, now in a private collection, shows the warlord's silhouette dissolving into riveted steel, suggesting modern industry as a new horde. Thin washes of grey drip like rain on coal piles, as shards of red recall torchlight. Critics gathered to watch the artist tilt the canvas, letting pigment flow under gravity, a modern echo of diverted rivers revealing restless histories. The gentle conversation pulled around metaphors, Attila as industrial revolution, as social upheaval. The painting rests in quiet now, varnish mellowing. Still the comparison hums softly like machinery in evening fog. In Soviet-era Hungary, schoolchildren listened to radio dramas dramatizing the Battle of the Utis River, the static-filled broadcasts smelling of hot valves and dust-heated Bakelite. Actors spoke with careful enunciation, their voices softened by reverb to evoke wide plains. Foley artists shook leather straps, clacked wooden blocks to mimic hoofbeats, and let a kettle whistle softly to suggest wind rising across grass. The script emphasized collective strength, portraying Attila's council as a proto-socialist assembly debating harvest distribution. Between scenes, narrators described archaeologists cataloguing grain silos and iron weigh scales, grounding ideology in artifact. The broadcast faded with a lullaby motif on flute and cymbalom, merging propaganda with bedtime storytelling. Meanwhile, in a Bucharest editorial office smelling of newsprint and lead type, magazines in the 1960s featured essays about the Huns' role in Romanian history. Scholars debated whether Attila's incursions had seeded the legend of Istrian warriors, linking to local folklore of luminous horsemen galloping along the Danube. Illustrations by graphic artists layered translucent washes of indigo and silver to depict river mists, light-catching droplets as if on stage. The articles, printed on coarse paper, left fingertips smudged. Their tone sought balance, acknowledging violence while admiring logistic acumen, presenting Attila as both invader and reluctant catalyst for local resilience. In Mongolia's National Museum, a 1978 exhibition juxtaposed Hunnic artifacts excavated near Ulaanbaatar with photographs of Carpathian finds. The gallery smelled of sandalwood and the faint tang of bronze. Curators traced parallels between Chinese Han Dynasty accounts of Xiongnu agriculture and Priscus's notes on the Huns' gardens along the Danube. A map marked with red silk threads linked Orkhon Valley to Pannonia, the threads taut and smooth under visitors' fingers. The display offered delicate horsehair brushes for guests to imitate calligraphic scripts, encouraging them to feel the sweeping strokes that once recorded steppe diplomacy. The hall's quiet thickened with contemplation, guests moving in stockinged feet across polished floors. When the Berlin Wall fell, archaeologist Erika Heller returned to a site near the Elbe, where she had once excavated under East German supervision. The meadow smelled of damp pine needles and thawing soil. She discovered storage crates of artifacts left catalogued but unpublished, iron stirrups, bone gaming pieces, and a tin amulet box with traces of beeswax. The box, when warmed in her hands, released a faint honey scent, making her imagine a rider carrying a charm carved with protective runes in a language now lost. Heller's field notebook, bound in cracked brown leather, captured the sun's warmth on her shoulders as she remeasured pits carved into sandy loam. The data, combined with reopened archives, allowed a new narrative where Attila's followers lingered on German plains, bartering, mending harnesses, telling tales beside cooking fires. Contemporary linguists in Debrecen compare Hun loanwords preserved in Hungarian, Chuvash, and Yakut languages. Their conference room smells of printer toner, strong tea, and freshly sharpened pencils. Slides project phonetic diagrams, each curve representing a syllable shaped over centuries. They trace words for felt, for horse milk, for iron rivet, hearing echoes of Priscus's Greek transliterations. A visiting scholar demonstrates how the word satra, meaning tent, morphs across dialects, her voice lilting. The assembled audience listens, notebooks open, forming constellations of cognates. Outside, rain taps windows, a steady rhythm urging patience. Language becomes a soft harness binding cultures, coaxing understanding through whispered etymology. In a laboratory at the University of Cambridge, proteomic analysis of Hun cauldrons extracts residue of mare's milk, millet, and wild garlic. The lab smells of distilled water and plastic pipette tips. Scientists grind samples into powder finer than flour, then watch as chromatograms bloom like meadow grasses, each peak a flavor note. The results show communal feasts, mixing steppe staples with Roman imports like wine, an aromatic mingling of sour, sweet, and tannic. A researcher closes her eyes and imagines steam rising from a night cookfire, smoke threading through the camp while Attila's council holds quiet debate. The data prints on glossy paper, the ink still damp when fingers touch it, confirming that even the scourge shared meals fragrant with hospitality. Modern reenactors in Slovakia set up Hun camps for summer festivals, their tents smelling of tanned leather, pine smoke, and freshly oiled bows. They grind millet between stone querns, the rhythm soft as lullaby drums, and simmer soup thick with nettles. Under moonlight, they perform rituals reconstructed from archaeological hints. Small bronze mirrors reflect flames while women sprinkle kumis onto the ground, inviting ancestral spirits. Visitors slip their hands along horsehair reins, surprised by the silky coarseness. A storyteller unfolds Priscus's visit with gentle cadence, letting the audience rest on felt rugs while a cradleboard sways from the main tent pole. The reenactment becomes a breathing classroom, bridging centuries with the scent of sage bundled in offering. Meanwhile, digital archivists in Toronto create a layered map linking Attila's campaigns to Roman postal routes, overlaying data with soft gradients of ochre and teal. The lab is cool, smelling of ozone from servers and the subtle sweetness of recycled paper. Each click reveals a new corridor, timber roads smelling of resin, river barges creaking under loads of tribute grain, mountain passes echoing with yak bells. The map pulses gently, animation showing supply trains moving like slow constellations. Users can toggle sensory descriptors, causing pop-up notes to mention the tartness of fermented mare's milk or the grit of wind-borne dust at Aquilea's walls. The digital interface glows in the dark, inviting late-night explorers to glide through history like a quiet river. In 2015, cardiologist Laszlo Mackay donated his grandfather's journal to the Debrecen City Archives. The leather cover smells of pipe smoke and tallow. Inside, the elder Mackay recounts wandering the plains in 1910, sleeping beside barrows locals swore held Hun kings. He describes the taste of spring water drawn from wells lined with timber blackened by age, and the sight of dragonflies hovering over boggy flats. He records old men recalling a family tale, Attila commanding each clan to carve symbols into wood, hung on posts to mark grazing rights. The journal's pages crackle softly, delivering a blend of folklore and field observation that feels like a lullaby hummed by time itself. Japanese historian Nakamura Yuki sits in Kyoto's National Diet Library, the tatami mats smelling faintly of straw as she compares the Kojiki's tales of conquerors to Hunnic stories. She notices subtle coincidences, a king who laughs softly in council, a prince who rides a piebald horse into sunrise. Her research notes, written with a fountain pen that glides across cream paper, capture the whisper of silk sleeves in Nara, period palaces, and the rustle of felt in Hun camps. She suggests that shared values of mobility and ritualized hospitality link these distant narratives. As she bows over her work, the low murmur of the library blends with temple bells far away, reminding us that history's lullabies cross oceans. In a Paris perfumery lab, olfactory historian Carole Vasseur attempts to reconstruct the scent of Attila's court. The air is rich with resin, honey, and crushed herbs. She blends birch tar for the smell of saddles, oaked wine for Roman tribute, juniper smoke to evoke cleansing rituals, and a hint of animal musk from ethically sourced sources. The resulting accord is smoky yet warm, surprising testers with a sweetness that lingers like burnt sugar. Each bottle bears a label reading Pannonian Twilight, the liquid amber gleaming under soft lights. Customers inhale and imagine a night sky wide as eternity, a fire's glow on bronze fittings, the gentle murmur of strategists planning beneath starlight. Students in the city of Szeged spend a twilight field trip along the banks of the Tisza, where reeds rustle and the river smells of algae and silt. Their guide, a historian wrapped in a wool scarf, reads aloud from a new translation of Priscus while they sit on blankets. She encourages them to close their eyes and feel the damp air, to imagine the prickle of felt cuffs against skin, the weight of beadwork on a chieftain's cloak. They pass around a replica of a Hun belt buckle, the metal cool and heavy. Fireflies drift like falling sparks, and the students whisper questions about myth, evidence, and how to hold both gently. The river answers with steady breathing. DNA laboratories in Stockholm sequence the remains of a 5th century Hun woman found near the Kurus River, the room chilled and smelling of ethanol, nitrile gloves and static-free plastic. They extract ancient DNA from petrous bone, the powder resembling chalk. Results reveal markers for lactose tolerance, surprising given the assumption of fermented dairy reliance, and traces of malaria resistance, suggesting exposure to marshlands. The team prints the data, the charts sharp on glossy pages where red and blue peaks form quiet mountains. They imagine her riding through morning fog, the taste of metal on her tongue from a bronze cup, the hum of bees around wildflowers. The data becomes a whispered biography, each base pair a syllable in a gentle chant. Italian restoration experts in Ferrara carefully clean a 15th century fresco of Attila meeting Pope Leo, the scaffolding smelling of fresh pine and lime plaster. Strokes of ultramarine re-emerge from beneath soot, revealing details often overlooked. The Pope's attendants hold sprigs of laurel. The warlord's horse wears a harness studded with hematite discs that catch light like stars. The restorers work with soft goat hair brushes, their hands steady, their breath slow. Removing grime becomes an act of unveiling dialogue, showing that the confrontation was painted as delicate negotiation rather than raw intimidation. Viewers later stand in the cooled chapel, the fresco shimmer bathed in diffused sunlight, and the story breathes again. American poet Camille Reyes writes a book-length poem titled Pannonian Lullaby, composing in a Brooklyn studio that smells of basil, rain-damp concrete, and printer ink. Her verses thread Attila through postpartum insomnia, city sirens, and the soft cooing of pigeons. She imagines the warlord's mother humming under a felt awning, the melody turning to wind that now whispers between apartment buildings. Draft pages, pinned to a corkboard, flutter when the window opens. In lines of free verse, she renders the chariot axle as an anchor in restless nights, and Attila's councils as support groups discussing resource, sharing under starlit yurts. The poem's gentle cadence invites modern readers to hold the scourge as a figure of restless care, not only rupture. Slovene spelunkers exploring karst caverns near Postojna discover charcoal drawings on limestone walls, stick figures on horseback, rows of dots, and a circle bisected by a line. Carbon dating hints at late antique origins, though scholars are cautious. The cave smells of damp stone, cool and mineral-laced. A faint breeze carries the scent of wet leaves. Archaeologists suggest the markings could be signals used by Hun scouts or local communities recording tribute deliveries. They document the drawings with low-light photography, the shutter clicking softly. The cave's echo transforms whispers into slow thunder, making each observation feel sacred. The marks remain ambiguous, a quiet voice from underground offering yet another layer. High in the Carpathians, botanists study meadow composition, the air sharp with pine sap and whistling wind. They identify plant species favoured by heavy grazing in the 5th century, feathergrass, wild rye and fragrant clover. Soil samples smell of clay and crushed roots. The botanists collaborate with historians to model how Attila's herders rotated flocks, mapping month-by-month migration paths. Their report includes a sensory appendix describing breezes strong enough to rattle bronze bells, the taste of mineral-rich springs, the pale glow of dawn over endless grass. Pastures become amphitheatres where logistics compose symphonies of survival. In 2024, a team at the University of Szeged hosts a midnight symposium in the open field where the chariot imprint rests. Portable heaters infuse the tent with a metallic warmth, and tables display 3D prints of artifacts, their surfaces smelling faintly of resin. Scholars read papers accompanied by soundscapes, recorded hoofbeats softened by reverb, the cheer of cicadas, the low mutter of distant thunder. One presentation reveals new radiocarbon dates for burn layers at nearby campsites, aligning precisely with the years Priscus visited. Another introduces multispectral imaging of Roman ledgers, showing faint notations of Attila's man arrived. Attendees sip chamomile tea, their breath steaming in moonlight, as they consider how each discipline adds a petal to a blooming portrait. Hungarian handweavers in Kecskemét reconstruct Hunnic textiles using warp-weighted looms. Their workshop smells of lanolin, flax and dyed wool. Threads dyed with madder, walnut hulls and weld hang like soft rainbows. As they weave, they tap their feet in time with spindle whirs, creating a rhythm reminiscent of horses trotting. Finished fabrics, thick yet supple, display diamond patterns echoing those on excavated belt plaques. They drape a cloak over a mannequin, the cloth falling heavy and warm. Visitors run hands along the weave, feeling the texture that once brushed Attila's shoulders. The weavers speak softly about continuity, their voices blending with the loom's creak into a soothing hum. Meanwhile, theologians in Rome revisit the idea of Attila as flagellum Dei, scourge of God, discussing how the label shaped Christian thought. The seminar room in the Pontifical Gregorian University smells of old books and polished marble. A slide shows a marginal note in a Carolingian homily, where a scribe added golden pigment to the phrase, elevating it to a divine metaphor. Another presenter reads a letter from a bishop who interpreted Attila's arrival as divine warning to reform, the parchment still smelling of the lavender sachet stored with it. The conversation flows gently, acknowledging fear while embracing nuance. Voices rise and fall like Gregorian chant, concluding with a shared silence that honors both suffering and resilience. In a community center in Marco, elders host storytelling nights for children. The hall smells of paprika stew, freshly baked bread, and wax crayons. Grandparents sit on cushions, telling tales of Attila's horses singing beneath the moon, of young pages counting tribute coins while chewing licorice root to stay awake. A volunteer strums a kobza, its nylon strings replaced by gut to capture old timbres. Children draw what they hear, shimmering tents, copper bells, wheat bending under wind. The drawings adorn the walls, each crayon line a new lens on memory. Parents watch, arms around each other, as the story settles like a soft blanket over the evening. Archaeometallurgists in Krakow melt down tiny surplus fragments from Hun arrowheads to analyze alloy composition. The foundry smells of hot iron, graphite crucibles, and charred wood. Sparks float like fireflies as the metal liquefies, glowing orange. The results show deliberate mixtures. Iron tempered with traces of nickel and manganese, indicating knowledge of ore sources from beyond the Carpathians. The scientists note how such metallurgy required seasoned craftspeople, their hands calloused, their ears tuned to the hissing of quenching baths. The report, printed on rag paper, rustles as pages turn, stating in gentle academic language that the Hun war machine depended as much on artisanal intimacy as on ferocity. Australian historian Marika Sipos curates an online archive of Attila-themed postage stamps. The collection features designs from Mongolia, Hungary, Romania, and even Cuba, each smelling faintly of gum arabic when moistened. High-resolution scans show variations. Attila clad in scarlet, in emerald, on horseback, standing before a map. Sipos writes commentary describing the tactile pleasure of lifting a stamp with tweezers, the soft whisper as it leaves an album page. She connects each issue to political contexts: the 1956 Hungarian uprising, the 1969 Mongolian cultural renaissance. Her posts feel like letters from a friend, encouraging readers to linger over color gradients and the gentle sheen of printed legend. At the Smithsonian, a temporary exhibit pairs Attila's story with Native American perspectives on horse cultures. A Lakota elder describes how the first horses smelled of sage and sweat as they thundered over new grass. Beside displays of Hun artifacts, there are flesh bags painted in earthy hues. Visitors breathe in cedar from the gallery's smudge bowl, linking steppe traditions with plains rituals. Interpretive panels note convergences, mobile societies, respect for animal partners, negotiations mediated under open skies. The exhibit's quiet tone invites contemplation, aligning global narratives with considerate reverence. In the Hungarian town of Oprestaza, nightfall reveals laser projections across a reconstructed earthwork circle. The air smells of dew-wet grass and nearby campfires. The show overlays Priscus's words, medieval chronicles, and modern findings in shimmering light, while speakers emit low drones reminiscent of wind. As the narration speaks of the missing tomb, the circle glows amber, then fades to blue, leaving stars overhead as the final illumination. Attendees hold blankets around their shoulders, their faces silvered by moonlight. The projection concludes with a hush, encouraging everyone to listen to the night crickets, distant dogs, a soft breeze moving through poplars, suggesting that the story continues in sound. Serbian potters in Novi Sad craft replicas of Hun cauldrons, their studio smelling of wet clay and kiln heat. They mold vessels with flared lips, pressing comb patterns into the surface. When the kiln door opens, steam drifts out scented of clay and ash. The pots, once cooled, are seasoned by simmering water infused with thyme and bay leaf, imitating ancient practices to seal pores. The artisans record the process in notebooks with sketches and measurements, noting how the handles warm the hand when lifted by cloth. They pour herbal tea into the cauldrons, letting visitors sip and imagine communal meals under starry skies. Hungarian astronomer Mies Fodor observes the Perseid meteor shower from the Hortobagi, the plain smelling of sagebrush and warm dust. She notes in her journal how medieval chroniclers compared Attila's armies to falling stars, bright and terrifying yet brief. Through her telescope, meteors streak silver-green, silent flares in the dark. She whispers to her students about the comets recorded in Chinese annals during Attila's campaigns, considering whether celestial omens influence decisions. The group lies on blankets, feeling the cool earth and hearing night insects. Meteors fade, leaving faint trails like the memory of hoofbeats across the sky. In Rome's Palazzo Venezia, a quiet corner houses a bronze statue of Attila commissioned by Mussolini but veiled after the war. Conservators unveil it for study, the bronze smelling of wax polish. The warlord stands stern, his cloak sweeping like a wave. Historians discuss how regimes manipulate symbols, the conversation held in hushed tones to respect echoing halls. A historian runs a finger near the cloak's edge, not touching, just feeling the chill radiating from metal. The statue returns to storage, wrapped carefully, but notes remain that describe the weight, the colour, the balance of the figure, reminders of how history is staged, hidden and reconsidered. Archaeologists in Romania excavate a 5th century smithy near San Nicolau Mare, the pit smelling of charred oak and damp soil. They uncover anvils with hammer marks, slag heaps, and a forge bed lined with clay tiles, each bearing impressions from sandals. A charred chestnut shell rests in slag, its sweetness long evaporated but noted in the inventory. Metallographic analysis reveals quenching in oil rather than water, a technique requiring earthenware jugs of animal fat, evidence of planning beyond brute force. The field team eats lunch on folding stools, chewing bread scented with fennel while flipping through Priscus's account of Attila's modest eating habits. The site hums with the memory of labour, of sparks flying under a low ceiling. Modern Hungarian novelist Szed Sofia Tarnai publishes a series of letters imagined between Attila and the Roman general Aetius. The book, bound in linen smelling of fresh ink, invites readers to taste honeyed wine and roasted onions in each imagined feast they discuss. Tarnai's prose flows like night river water. She interweaves archaeological findings, lead seals, grain contracts, horse tethering posts with conversations about mortality and governance. Reviews praise the novel's hush, the way it encourages readers to linger over each sentence as if listening to a friend by candlelight. The narrative stretches the question of enemy and ally into a delicate web of mutual regard. In the 2030s, researchers at the European Space Agency analysed satellite radar data to detect ancient earthworks under farmland. The mission control room smells of coffee and ozone. Hyperspectral imaging reveals circular patterns beneath wheat fields, matching the diameters of known Hun camps. Data renders in soft greens and purples, the visualizations almost meditative. Analysts imagine the camps bustling with artisans, fragrant with smoke and damp leather. They model how wagons arranged in concentric circles would appear from space, the geometry echoing lunar craters. Each discovery is logged with precise coordinates, yet the notes read like poetry, oval shadow under barley, whispering of remembered wheels. In the Pannonian Basin, a community science project engages local farmers in soil sampling. Buckets of earth smell of humus, iron, and sun. Participants document unusual layers, charcoal flecks, compacted clay, phosphate concentrations likely from animal pens. They share observations over plum palinka, toasting to ancestors unknown. A teenage participant notes how the soil under her family's vineyard feels cooler, perhaps because an ancient ditch runs there, collecting morning mist. The data feeds into open access maps, building a tactile portrait of Hun land use grounded in the scents and textures of everyday labour. A Turkish oud player records an album titled Steppe Reverie, blending Central Asian modes with Hungarian folk motifs. The studio smells of polished wood, coffee, and warm electronics. Tracks feature shimmering trills that evoke yurt door curtains swaying, percussion matched to the beat of trotting horses, and whispers in Hungarian recounting Attila's diplomacy. Listeners stream the album late at night, eyes closed, letting the music brush past like soft leather against cheek. Reviews speak of warmth, of being cradled by melody, as if the warlord himself gently guards the listener's sleep. In 2035, a joint French-Hungarian team publishes 4D reconstructions of Attila's capital near Tiszapuszpoki. Using LiDAR and historical inference, the model shows the city through seasons, scents coded into descriptive notes, spring's damp loam, summer's crushed chamomile, autumn's smoke from leaf fires, winter's sharp frost stinging the nose. VR users hear geese honking over reed beds, children giggling amid felt walls, council voices murmuring. The simulation allows viewers to kneel beside the river, scoop virtual water that sparkles while their haptic gloves vibrate gently. Educational programs encourage resting in the city's quiet corners, listening to wind chimes made of bone. In St. Petersburg's Institute of Oriental Manuscripts, scholars open a Tang dynasty scroll referencing envoys from the west. The silk smells faintly of camphor used for preservation. The brushstrokes, dark as raven feathers, describe emissaries with braided hair and fur-lined cloaks offering ivory and falcons. The text likely refers to Hunnic or post-Hunnic ambassadors negotiating along the Silk Road. Scholars read aloud, their voices echoing in a hall lined with lacquered cabinets. They imagine the envoy's journey, the crunch of frozen ground under hooves, the spice-laden air of Chang'an markets, the diplomatic exchanges under lantern light. Hungarian beekeeper Zoltán Bata dedicates a hive to Attila, infusing the honey with herbs used in steppe cuisine, sage, thyme, and meadowsweet. The apiary smells of wax and blooming linden. Bata sets up interpretive panels, explaining how beeswax sealed Hun bowstrings, how honey flavored travel rations. Visitors sample the amber nectar from wooden spoons, tasting notes of wildflower and faint smoke. A portion of proceeds funds archaeological digs. As bees buzz, their collective hum resembles distant war drums softened by distance, a sound that lulls the listeners into contemplation. A future space mission named Pannon's Star sails past the moon, its crew carrying a memory capsule with Attila artifacts, a 3D print of the chariot oval, scans of Jordanus's manuscripts, recorded lullabies. The spacecraft smells of metal, filtered air, and freeze-dried meals. Astronaut Anna Kovacs reads Priscus aloud to her sleeping crewmates as the ship enters lunar orbit, her voice floating weightless. She imagines Attila under the same silver light, gazing at the moon while fires crackle. The capsule, sealed with a beeswax stamp, will rest in a lunar library, a gentle whisper of Earth's layered past echoing in silent regolith. Back on the Hungarian plain, dawn breaks over Szeged's field once more. Dew beads on the protective tarp covering the chariot trace, each droplet smelling faintly of wet grass and distant river. Researchers pack away instruments, their gloves smelling of latex and peat. They leave a small offering, a sprig of rosemary and a few millet grains. Beside the imprint, a nod to hospitality and memory. The sun warms the soil, releasing a scent of minerals and thyme. Birds lift into sky, their wings whispering. The field settles, holding its oval secret, while the world around it continues to dream of Attila the Hun, the scourge of God whose near destruction of Europe now unfolds as a gentle story of logistics, diplomacy, and the deft balance of awe that keeps history breathing softly. In 2021, Lisa Harney weighed the flattened 22 slug to 36.8 grains. BCI Vault Glass, Trembling Desiccant, and Indigo Box 812214 hushed the rock salt myth. Fluorescent hum and rattling maples cradled the pellet's unyielding metal. If this whisper of Ohio history soothes you, please subscribe for more hushed midnights. Inside Bob's Carryout and Lounge on February 13, 1981, Gary Schwab polished thick mugs beneath a low amber Schlitz sign. His fingers traced decades of lacquer on the bar, while the jukebox sighed out the Statler Brothers over the soft hiss of the fryer. Mary Jane Ruther folded bar towels beside him, their cotton still damp from bleach, the cloth smelling faintly of lemons and old copper pipes. Robert Bob. Ruther stooped to refill the popcorn machine, salt crystals pattering like sleet into the metal scoop. Outside, a late winter wind combed the slush piles along Ohio Route 587, yet the linoleum floor kept a stored summer warmth from the basement furnace. She slid the ledger shut, feeling the raised grain of its cover like a favorite hymn book. Bob's brother had phoned earlier about a stray beagle, and Mary Jane's laugh had clung to the cigarette smoke drifting under the tin ceiling panels. Gary tested the lock on the back storage door, feeling its sticking hinge as the cash drawer chimed a closing note. Gary's breath fogged the back doorway when he peeked into the alley, checking that drifts had not buried the fire exit. A lone customer, Larry Boehm, nursed a cola and traced the condensation ring into a compass pointing home. The neon Budweiser horse flickered, casting red glows over stacked beer crates. For a final moment, the lounge breathed like a settled hearth, while the snow-suited night pressed its quiet muzzle against the glass. Bob's Carryout stood on the footprint of an 1876 general store that first traded lamp oil for rye flour when the B&O rail spur arrived. Carpenter Jacob Huth laid the original beechwood planks, and his granddaughter later recalled how wagon wheels grooved them to a satin sheen. In 1899, an assessor measured the storefront at 28 feet across and noted the scent of molasses barrels thickening in summer heat, a detail still penciled in the Seneca County ledger. Old receipts smelled of axle grease, evidence that farmers paid in both cash and mechanical favors. Trains screeched outside, flinging coal dust that darkened the clapboard until a 1912 repaint sealed the grain under red lead. When Prohibition sanded the town's nights to silence, the store's basement hid earthen crocks of brandy, their corks sweating nutmeg aromas through the floorboards. The community whispered about the building's luck, claiming a traveling preacher had blessed the lintels, yet receipts show the Rothers simply paid timely insurance premiums. By 1960, cinder block replaced timber, the walls holding residual tobacco sweetness even after fresh plaster dried. When a 1959 remodel replaced the foundation stones, workers found pickle barrels buried as insulation, their staves still perfumed with brine. Shelves once stacked with quilting thread shifted towards six-packs, but the counter retained its carved notch where Huth tallied half notch, where Huth tallied harvest weights. Every renovation was a dialogue between memory and commerce, as if the brick skin knew each new owner would inherit both folklore and invoices. By 1944, the storefront to be served as an evening way station for scrap drives, with postmistress Alma Feldman tallying coffee tins and radiator fins beneath blackout shades that muted the kerosene glow. Letters from overseas crackled in her coat pocket, and she read them aloud to farmers while rain stippled the tin roof, the smell of paraffin mingling with damp wool. War Ration Book 4, stamped violet, rested on the counter beside crocks of chicory, promising sugar allotments to mothers who brought in bundles of rubber hose. Civil defence sirens moaned once a month, yet the lot stayed hushed, save for the rhythmic tapping of fountain pens recording pounds of copper, lard coupons, and the occasional jar of rosehip jam slipped into the pile for luck. Teen boys on bicycles coasted by with handlebars wrapped in blackout tape, listening for troop train whistles and the lower hum of night flying trainers circling southward. When the harvest moon lifted over the grain elevator, Alma would lock the ledger away, trace her finger across the old beach plank scar, and murmur that the building felt steadier now that sacrifice had seeped into its joints. Dawn brought the smell of cinnamon oatmeal from a nearby boarding house, and exhausted drivers slicked the lot a salute before steering toward the next convoy rendezvous, leaving the ground warm with tire heat and shared resolve. In the 1960s, when Interstate 75 siphoned traffic away, Bob Rother hung a new plywood sign that smelled of sap and enamel. Teenagers in varsity jackets leaned against the storefront, swapping quarters for Great Fago as the jukebox inside clicked between Connie Francis and Hank Thompson. Mary Jane recorded inventory in looping cursive, noting how cases of Stroh's gathered dust while chili spices sold faster whenever lake-effect snow wrapped the windows. Hunters returning from Seneca caverns stomped mud off their boots on the metal grate, the clang echoing into the stockroom where garlic bologna chilled. Teenagers scribbled initials into the picnic tables out back, the splinters catching in mittened thumbs. Bob added a second deadbolt in 1974 after hearing about Toledo robberies, testing its snick with calloused thumbs each closing time. Farmers tasted the fryer oil to judge freshness, claiming the peanuts stayed crisp longer because Mary Jane lined their bins with butcher paper dusted in salt. Bob kept a notebook of favourite regulars, annotating which pies they preferred, a kindness later treasured by families. Local historian Brent Lonsway later described the building as smelling of sweet diesel, because truckers left idling rigs outside while sipping late-night coffee. This coziness built faith that no harm would cross the threshold so long as regulars filled stools and hymns still rose from nearby St. Boniface. February 1981 dragged a brittle cold across Seneca County, with thermometer needles jittering at 9 degrees as dusk fell on the 13th. The National Weather Service log from Toledo recorded wind gusts scraping 21 miles per hour, bringing the scent of granular road salt into Bob's carryout each time the door opened. Salt trucks clattered along Route 587, their amber beacons strobing against the tavern windows like distant lighthouses. Farmhands paused for steaming beef sandwiches while their gloves dried on the radiator, the hiss sounding like subdued applause. Sheriff's Deputy Thomas Weaver cruised past at 10:48 p.m., noting in his patrol log that the neon signs glowed steady and the lot held 2 cars dusted in powdered snow. Mary Jane had swapped jukebox selections to softer ballads so late visitors would linger less, yet the machine's mechanical clack still punctured the hush. Gary methodically rinsed pint glasses in water warmed by a sputtering heater that filled the bar with a metallic tang. Inside, the faint scent of orange cleaner lingered from closing chores, blending with the yeast curl of fresh bread. Larry Boehm told friends he'd stop for a sandwich before heading to tiffin, the words scribbled on a napkin left at his mother's kitchen table. A church bulletin pinned near the register listed Lenten fish fries. Still, no one expected penance to step through their own doorway. Outside, the town square's nativity scene, stored but not yet hauled away, leaned against the municipal garage like a reminder of quieter seasons. Robert Rother was 63, the smell of cherry pipe tobacco clinging to his wool blazer even after decades of tending bar. Born in 1917, he had apprenticed in Detroit auto plants before returning to New Regal to manage his father's grocery aisles. His ledgers showed tidy sums saved for the nieces he doted on, and his calligraphy spelled each supplier's name with respectful precision. Mary Jane, 56, once stitched vestments for Saint 4. Boniface, leaving gold thread shimmering in the choir loft whenever she unfurled new cloth. She preferred her coffee scalding with just enough sugar to taste like ash caramel. Her sewing machine, a 1950s Singer, rested in the stockroom office, its oil scent mingling with spice jars. Gary Schwab was 24, a Vietnam-era veteran never deployed, whose hands still bore faint calluses from rebuilding carriages in his parents' garage. He tuned the jukebox to Charlie Rich when the workday waned, claiming the crooner's voice matched the bar's amber lights. Gary kept a photograph of his black cat in his billfold, edges creased from repeated unfolding. Larry Boehm, 20, worked day shifts at a tiffin tool and dye shop and carried a harmonica scented with machine oil. He planned to trade overtime pay for a used Pontiac. Each person carried a keen sense of routine, the sort of predictability that lulled friends into believing the bar's locked doors spelled safety. Their mingled habits perfumed the lounge with roasted coffee, fresh starch, dial cleaner, and youth. All day on February 13, deliveries arrived in a quiet rhythm that later served as investigators' clockwork. At 9:15 a.m., the Schmidt baking driver signed the invoice with blue ink and left 4 trays of buns, noting frost feathering the stockroom window. Around noon, Mary Jane phoned the wholesale liquor rep in Findlay, her voice recorded on a microcassette archived in the company's files, requesting 2 cases of black velvet for Monday. Bob balanced bank deposits after lunch, the paper currency smelling of iron and fabric softener from pockets, then drove to Tiffin National Bank where cameras captured his heavy tweed coat at 1:70 am. Gary arrived at 3, whistling through chapped lips, and he fixed a cardboard shim under the cooler that rattled like loose cymbals. A Girl Scout troop stopped by selling cookies around 5, their wool hats shedding snowflakes that melted into sugary beads. Larry spent the evening at his friend Steve's garage, wiping his hands on gasoline-scented rags before aiming toward New Regal after 10:03 p.m. At 8:30 p.m., Bob phoned a wholesaler about a stubborn soda tap, the call logged with a faint smudge where his thumb held the receiver. Snowflakes sifted under the door by 11, sprinkling the rubber mats with icy grit. Mary Jane dialed her sister at 11:17 p.m., telling her the chili was gone and she'd close soon, a call documented by Ohio Bell Toll records. Somewhere after midnight, the cash register tape tallied its final sale and jammed, the ribbon twisting like a halted heartbeat. At 1:05 a.m. on February 14, trucker Gerald Plott pulled into the gravel lot expecting fresh coffee, yet the front door stood unlatched. He smelled cold grease and silence, an absence louder than music, and saw lights still burning over the bar's mirrored wall. Plott called out, his voice echoing off the tin ceiling with no answer, then felt a draft slipping from the stockroom. The cash drawer lay open yet held folded singles, their edges unruffled, and the radio behind the bar whispered static. Following the draft, he found all 4 people bound in the storage area, wrists layered with brown electrical cord that bit into skin. 2 bodies slumped against crates of bottled pop, the labels glittering under fluorescent glare, while the other 2 lay on the concrete terrazzo floor near a toppled mop bucket. Plott staggered back onto the packed snow and dialed the sheriff from the payphone, the receiver smelling faintly of disinfectant and copper from his coins. Deputy Weaver arrived within minutes, trading glances with Plott before stepping inside, boots squeaking on linoleum. Weaver's heartbeat thudded in his ears, echoing the slow drip from a nearby defrosting freezer. He noted the faint smell of cordite clinging to the air despite the gaping door. Weaver's report noted the air tasted metallic, as if the heat events exhaled pennies. He radioed for detectives requesting the State Bureau of Criminal Identification and the coroner. Snowy air waited outside without judgment, carrying the scent of diesel through the open doorway. Sheriff's investigators sealed the scene by 2002 AM, stretching yellow tape whose vinyl smell mingled with melting snow near the threshold. BCI agent John Lenhart arrived from Lima pursuing headlights that turned the dark two-lane into a ribbon of white shards. Inside, he catalogued footprints in talcum-like dust on the stockroom floor, measuring heel widths at 3.5 inches and comparing them to the victim's shoes. Neighbour Charlotte Durnell stepped onto her porch, hearing the sirens slice the night while wood smoke perfumed her scarf. She later described the cruiser lights painting the snowbank cobalt, a hue that haunted her winters afterward. The coroner's thermometer recorded ambient temperature at 55 degrees due to the humming furnace, slowing cooling rates that would complicate the timeline. Officers collected a butter knife lying near the sink, its handle tacky with chili residue but no blood, while the coffee pot still radiated gentle heat. Wayne County Forensics vacuumed the carpet, capturing glittering slivers later determined to be shotgun wadding fragments. Detectives noticed no forced entry on either door. The main lock's strike plate bore fresh scratches, as if hurriedly opened from inside. Inventory sheets showed little missing beyond a few bottles of Canadian whiskey and perhaps 150 in rolled change, suggesting robbery was a pretext. Reporters from the Tiffin Advertiser-Tribune stood outside breathing steam and scribbling under sodium lamps. Lenhart whispered to Sheriff Al Grimm that the execution-style arrangement resembled organised crime cleanups, yet the victim's pockets still held cash meant for groceries. Dr. Robert Baker conducted autopsies on February 14 at the Seneca County Morgue, the tiled room smelling of antiseptic phenol and wet linen. Scalpels gleamed under articulated lamps, their stainless steel warmed by the doctor's steady grip. He noted that Bob and Mary Jane each suffered a close-range shotgun blast to the chest, embedded pellets flattening against ribs like cold dewdrops. Gary and Larry bore gunshot wounds from a .22 caliber firearm, the entry holes clean and stippled with powder, suggesting the shooter stood within 3 feet. No defensive cuts marked their hands, only redness where cords abraded skin, implying they submitted under threat perhaps to shield one another. Toxicology screens later confirmed. None had alcohol levels above social sipping, undermining speculation of a barroom fight. The coroner numbered each pellet, placing them into labelled craft envelopes that retained a sweet paper smell, even after sealed with red evidence tape. Stainless basins caught rinse water, the splashes echoing like soft bells against the tiled walls. Time of death estimates coalesced around 1030 AM, aligning with neighbours hearing a muffled thud they assumed was a dumpster lid. Mary Jane's rosary remained entwined in her fingers, beads warmed by body heat, a detail the coroner documented because family requested its return. Dr. Baker's report, stored on onion skin carbon paper, carried faint violet copies that BCI archivists still handle with cotton gloves to prevent smudging. Evidence technicians compiled itemised lists, including the lengths of electrical cords cutting precise segments of 32 and 34 inches. Each piece felt rigid with winter cold, and investigators bagged them with gloved care, noting faint traces of green paint consistent with household extension cords. Shotgun wadding bore the brand mark Federal, suggesting 12-gauge shells likely purchased within the local hardware circuit. Receipts from Bob's own shelves showed he stocked only 410 rounds, contradicting the My 410 rounds, contradicting the myth he kept a larger gauge for protection. Latent print powder clung to the glass cooler doors, like grey frost, yet revealed only smears, perhaps from gloved hands. The I-22 shell casings recovered near the mop bucket weighed 37.1 grains apiece when cleaned, matching the lab measurement that years later would reopen debate. Technicians also collected a faint shoe print lifted in gel, the residue smelling of winter salt and machine oil. Investigators also collected cigarette butts from the alley. Ash can, their filters tasting of peppermint when tested for trace additives, a brand favoured by an out-of-town salesman seen earlier that week. Ledger books taken as evidence bore oily fingerprints from decades of handling, but none matched parolees questioned in the following days. The security light outside flickered due to a loose ballast, casting stuttering shadows over the officers as they carried boxes to their cruisers. The Tiffin Advertiser-Tribune headlined the event as the Valentine's Day Massacre, in homage to Chicago law. Yet the article's body conveyed meticulous facts. Reporters described the crisp smell of pine cleaner lingering inside the tavern, and the snow-packed parking lot still showing tire ridges from patrons earlier that evening. During a news conference at the courthouse, Sheriff Grimm's voice rasped through microphones, its gravel softened by the marble rotunda's echo. He confirmed the autopsy findings, dismissed rumors of occult markings, and explained that the cash register tape was jammed rather than intentionally destroyed. Television crews from Toledo filmed the tavern's facade under midday sun, the camera lenses catching the red-white Schlitz sign creaking in a crosswind. A photographer developed prints in the courthouse darkroom, the chemical aroma of developer and fixer curling into the hallway. Local radio host Marla Quinn asked callers to remain calm, even as she described how the community tasted fear like iron in their drinking water. News coverage balanced shock with tenderness, sharing Mary Jane's recipe cards and Gary's volunteer work with the Lions Club pancake breakfast. Still, whispers about perceived mafia ties circulated, because years earlier a Toledo bookie had briefly rented a room above the original store. Investigators quietly cross-referenced mafia indices yet found no connective tissue, just the same recurring ache of senseless brutality. On February 16, a town hall convened inside St. Boniface's basement, an arched room smelling of waxed pews and simmering parish soup. Father Joseph Putz opened with a quiet prayer that settled like dust on winter coats, his cadence steady despite his reddened eyes. Sheriff Grimm followed, explaining investigative steps while steam from crockpots blurred the air around the podium. Citizens asked about patrol schedules, whether curfews might help, and how to support the victims' families without intruding. Retired teacher Nora Kessler described Larry's habit of sanding his harmonica case smooth during bingo nights, granting the room a tactile memory. Some residents wanted to form an informal watch, yet others feared provoking whoever committed the killings, a tension that tasted of stale coffee and patience. Children coloured sympathy cards at a corner table, crayons clicking softly while parents hushed them with gentle pats. Insurance agents advised business owners to review coverage, their pamphlets rustling like dried leaves. The meeting resolved into a rotation of meal deliveries for grieving relatives, and the basement gradually emptied, chairs scraping softly over linoleum squares. Outside, car doors thumped closed while snowflakes fluttered past the streetlight with moth-like insistence. Silence held the steeple, as if the bell might toll for answers, then released the gathering back into the cold night. Tips streamed into the sheriff's office throughout February, the lobby perfumed by wet wool coats and photocopier toner. One caller claimed to have seen a tan Buick idling near the tavern around midnight, its exhaust plumes glowing under the sodium lamp. Detectives jotted the license digits on paper that later smudged in their files. In the evidence room, cassette tapes clicked as interviews rewound, the magnetic tape releasing a faint plastic tang. Another insisted the murders mirrored a 1978 Michigan spree, yet the ballistic signatures offered no match. Agents interviewed parolees in Marion and Mansfield, sliding crime scene photos across metal tables that smelled of disinfectant and stale cigarettes. They also questioned travelling salesmen whose route logs placed them within 30 miles, listening for inconsistencies while sipping burnt percolator coffee. Gary's friends recalled a man with a raspy laugh playing pool earlier that week, but their memories dissolved into the clatter of cue balls and jukebox chords. Investigators canvassed hardware stores for recent purchases of federal 12-gauge shells. Clerks remembered frostbitten fingers fumbling for change, nothing more. Local hunters volunteered to lead officers through wooded gullies where a weapon might be discarded, crunching through crusted snow while crows heckled from maples. Yet no firearm surfaced, and the cold seeped deeper into the case files stacked like layered shingles. The investigation's rhythm felt methodical, proving diligence could persist even when leads evaporated. Fear settled over New Regal, not as hysteria, but as a series of decisions to speak lightly, to let uncertain memories fade. Bartenders in nearby towns stopped gossiping about high-stakes card games, because rumour alone felt like bait for unseen violence. Farm supply clerks whispered that talking too much might scare customers away, and economic silence layered atop fear. Families kept porch lights burning until dawn, their bulbs filling night air with a faint ozone scent. Reporters returned to Toledo, and the town's quiet turned into a blanket of respect, yet also a shield for secrets people worried might implicate friends. A truck mechanic told investigators he had repaired a stranger's Chevy the week before, but later recanted, perhaps wary of retaliation or of being wrong. Church bulletins printed the victims' names each Sunday through Lent, candle wax dripping onto the pages like slow tears. Farmers remarked that coyotes howled more boldly after the killings, their voices carrying across frozen fields, and some neighbours refused to mention the bar at all. This collective hush was not imposed by authorities. It arose from a desire to keep grief from spiralling into vigilantism. The result, however, was a dampening of potential leads, a suppression born from protective love. People inhaled the scent of wood smoke and made promises to wait, to heal, to remember quietly. In early 1982, BCI analysts revisited the evidence, unsealing envelopes that released whispers of paper fibre into the lab's filtered air. The reopened envelopes emitted a stale breath of fryer smoke trapped for decades, startling the analysts with its persistence. They compared the 22 ballistics to national databases via teletype, the machine's clattering rhythm echoing through the sterile room. No match surfaced, yet the process left carbon copies folded into case files like thin, crinkled snow. Investigators also re-examined the electrical cords, tracing their manufacturer to an Ohio company that sold through hardware chains across the Midwest, offering little specificity. The cord's copper strands glinted under magnification, each hair-like filament reflecting the lab lights. Agents re-interviewed acquaintances of a Toledo drifter rumoured to carry both weapons, but this lead dissolved when employment records showed him in Kentucky that week. A psychic from Cleveland mailed a letter perfumed with lavender oil, claiming the murderer wore a ring engraved with a hawk. Detectives filed it politely without comment. Meanwhile, the bar's new owners repainted the cinder block walls, sealing in the lingering smell of fryer grease while leaving the stockroom locked, out of reverence and unease. Suppression took bureaucratic form when budget cuts limited overtime, forcing investigators to stack notes for later review. By 1983, Seneca County commissioners documented the investigation costs at $72,400, a figure scribbled on ledger paper scented faintly of carbon ink. Deputies logged overtime hours by hand, their pens scratching like insects across ledger columns. Grants funded additional forensic photography, so technicians reshot the crime scene evidence using Kodachrome slides that rendered bloodstains in deep russet. The slides clicked into carousel projectors during weekly briefings, casting the bar's narrow hallway onto walls while detectives sipped vending machine cocoa. Prosecutors considered convening a grand jury, but lacked witnesses willing to testify beyond rumour, a hesitation born of both fear and exhaustion. Meanwhile, Mary Jane's sister curated a scrapbook of sympathy cards, their edges brushed with pressed violets that smelled of earth even after drying. Family members visited the bar's shuttered doorway on anniversaries, leaving chrysanthemums that rustled in the wind like tissue paper. Some locals suggested the town should raze the building, yet others argued for preservation, believing history, even the painful kind, deserved a physical anchor. The debate reflected a balancing act between wanting closure and refusing to erase the stage on which the tragedy occurred. Businesses around the square experienced a quiet downturn, the absence of evening laughter noticeable as a hollow in the soundscape. The case persisted in files and in heartbeats, still awaiting a decisive thread. In 1984, Seneca County welcomed a new sheriff, Charles D. Ely, who inherited binders thick with transcripts and Polaroids that crackled when flipped. He ordered an audit of evidence storage, ensuring each bag retained its chain of custody signatures and remained unsullied by time. Ely's deputies practiced room entry drills in the armory, boots thudding over concrete, the air thick with gun oil and determination. State labs had begun experimenting with trace metal detection swabs, so technicians tested the victims' hands for firearm residue, though results remained inconclusive due to the shotgun's overwhelming spray. Ely met with the Rother and Boehm families in a courthouse conference room smelling of lemon polish, promising persistence without false hope. Insurance companies settled claims for the destroyed business, yet a clause about criminal acts required painstaking documentation of losses, prolonging paperwork like a second mourning. Meanwhile, a travelling carnival set up near Fostoria, and townspeople noted how its calliope music felt jarring against their tempered evenings. Investigators circled back to the Tan Buick sighting, canvassing auto shops for similar vehicles needing repair after the cold night. Mechanics recalled frozen carburetors and cracked hoses, but no suspicious replacements. Rain beaded on the courthouse windows, whispering patient syllables against the glass, while deputies listened and let the files breathe. Long before electricity hummed through the bar, the land hosted Wyandotte hunters who carved trails still echoed in 19th century survey notes. An 1821 land patent recorded the soil as rich loam streaked with clay, ideal for corn that would later fund the town's modest prosperity. Wind carried the scent of wild mint along Honey Creek, a fragrance early settlers recorded with grateful surprise. Early settler diaries mention night fires along Honey Creek, sparks leaping like spirits yet simply signaling late harvest vigils. When the Ohio Canal project bypassed the area, New Regal compensated by polishing its hospitality, offering clean beds and steaming stews to travelers jolted by plank roads. The general store that preceded Bob's carried scented soap from Cincinnati, its lavender fragrance lingering in the ledger margins now stored at the Seneca County Museum. These archival traces reveal Discovery's first chapter. People recognized the land's capacity to host warmth against winter's bite. Suppression entered when ticket agents later promoted larger towns, shrinking New Regal's presence on train schedules and encouraging locals to keep to themselves. Rediscovery bloomed in the 1960s when vintage postcards celebrated the village's German Catholic festivals, their glossy ink proclaiming a pride that reawakened after decades of quiet. Architectural surveys from 1948 described the bar's predecessor as a two-story masonry veneer with moderate craftsmanship, yet the inspector's notes dwelled on the scent of cinnamon rolls drifting from the attached bakery. That year, veterans returned from war and brought jukeboxes to small towns, allowing fresh vinyl crackles to mingle with the hiss of percolated coffee. Mary Jane, then newly married, stitched blackout curtains into cheerful drapes, letting morning sun dapple the bar with patterns reminiscent of lace. Discovery manifested when she found an old prayer card wedged behind the wainscoting, its edges gilded and its surface smelling faintly of frankincense. She framed it near the register, believing it would watch over their evenings. Suppression emerged in 1955 when a storm shattered the transom window, and she covered the damage with plain plywood until insurance cleared repairs, muting light and muffling laughter. Children pressed their noses to the new plate glass, watching snowflakes liquefy into rivulets while warmth fogged the interior. Rediscovery followed when Bob installed plate glass a year later, the pane shining like still water and pairing the street's reflections with the bar's amber glow. That cycle, discover, conceal, reveal, became the building's heartbeat, preparing the stage for the night when darkness turned predatory. In 1990, Sheriff's Detective Larry Mack reopened the case with fresh eyes, his desk lit by a banker's lamp emitting a comforting green sheen. He reorganized witness statements chronologically and stored them in acid-free boxes that smelled faintly of starch, protecting the paper from yellowing. He also retyped transcripts on modern paper, the clatter of keys soothing his thoughts as midnight edged closer. Mack interviewed trucker Gerald Plott again, this time in a quieter office where the hum of the vending machine formed a steady undertone. Plott remembered feeling grit on the hallway floor, perhaps from salt clinging to the killer's boots, a detail Mac dutifully logged. The detective also reached out to the newly formed Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, VICAP, entering the case data into computers that chirped with dot matrix printers. He received profiles suggesting the killer might have blended familiarity with opportunism, someone comfortable moving in small-town spaces. Mac's notes mention the scent of cigar smoke wafting from the sheriff's private office, where strategies were debated late into the night. Family members visited to offer additional photographs, their glossy surfaces squeaking as Mac slid them into protective sleeves. The renewed effort represented rediscovery, propelling the case back into regional news segments and stirring dormant memories. Yet budget deadlines curtailed travel to follow leads out of state, evidence of practical suppression reasserting itself. 2 years later, in 1992, forensic scientists revisited the ammunition evidence, employing comparative microscopy that produced images resembling luminous lunar landscapes. The lab smelled of coolant and graphite as technicians aligned the Auditor 22 casings under dual eyepieces, tracing microscopic striations that could link to a specific firearm. They photographed each casing with scales, ensuring measurements down to 0.01 millimeters were preserved in the record. Meanwhile, detectives drove to Detroit to interview former associates of a suspect rumored to have fled there, the city's diesel tang seeping into their wool coats. On the drive back, detectives ate diner pie slick with strawberry glaze, the sweetness grounding them after fruitless interviews. Their motel notes reveal the walls vibrated with jazz from a nearby lounge, a sensory detail that underscored their distance from rural quiet. The interviews faltered, alibis checked out, and the suspect's fingerprints failed to match latent lifts from the crime scene. Back home, the tavern underwent renovations under new ownership, with workers sanding the bar top until raw maple released a sweet, sawdust aroma. They discovered an old buffalo nickel wedged in a floorboard, a small recovery bridging past prosperity with present grief. Yet they walled off the stockroom from public view, a physical manifestation of reverent suppression born from respect for those lost. In 1994, an anonymous letter arrived at the sheriff's office, the envelope smudged with what appeared to be fireplace soot. Inside, block-printed sentences accused a long-haul driver of confessing during a drunken stopover in Indiana, promising more details if authorities read the clue between rail timetables. Detectives pursued the lead, examining station logs and interviewing rail employees whose hands smelled of grease and steel filings. The alleged confession evaporated under scrutiny. No witness corroborated the story, and the supposed driver had died 2 years prior. Still, the letter's texture rough paper, slightly perfumed with stale smoke, lingers in the file as a reminder of community desperation. A volunteer choir sang softly near the memorial booth, their harmonies weaving through the crisp air like scarf tassels. Investigators used the opportunity to revisit neighboring counties, asking if similar crimes occurred, and found none. During that year's Heritage Festival, a memorial booth displayed the victims' photos beside candles flickering with beeswax scent, reminding visitors that the case remained open. Volunteers collected oral histories, capturing stories about the bar's camaraderie, the taste of its chili, the way Mary Jane hummed hymns while slicing lemons. The festival's brass band played softly, notes floating over cornstalks and carnival rides. Lanterns swayed above the square, murmuring with the wind and promising that light could persist. In 1999, Ohio's legislature expanded DNA collection laws, prompting BCI to re-inventory cold cases for biological traces once deemed unusable. Analysts reopened the new Regal boxes inside a temperature-controlled lab that smelled faintly of ethanol and photocopier ozone. Swabs taken from the shotgun wadding produced limited cellular material, yet improved extraction methods coaxed faint profiles, though not enough for definitive matches. Scientists archived leftover extracts in microtubes labeled with tiny barcodes, the freezer's frost biting their fingertips through latex. Technicians described the sensation of lifting evidence tape softened by age, its adhesive tugging like dried sap from envelopes. Detectives cross-checked the partial profiles against the combined DNA index system, newly available to county agencies, but the system returned no hits. Still, the effort marked discovery of future possibilities, as the case now held genetic breadcrumbs. The Sheriff's Office launched community outreach, inviting residents to submit tips via prepaid postcards printed on textured cardstock smelling of printer's ink. Some responses recounted dreams of the victims requesting patience. Others described suspicious strangers remembered only by the squeak of leather jackets. The accumulation of hopes and facts filled file cabinets whose drawers clanged like church bells whenever opened. Each incremental advance suggested the case would not simply fade into folklore, but remain anchored in evolving science. By 2001, technological optimism surged, and investigators collaborated with psychologists to construct behavioral profiles grounded in routine rather than sensationalism. Meetings took place in conference rooms bathed in fluorescent light, the air tinged with brewed tea and new binders. The profile suggested the killer likely wore winter gloves, explaining the absence of clear fingerprints yet leaving minute fiber traces that unfortunately had degraded. Detectives revisited the electrical cords, tracking retail batches through manufacturing lot numbers. They learned one spool sold in Fostoria days before the crime, though cash sales left no customer names. Retail clerks remembered the cord's rubbery scent, but not the buyer's face. They also consulted meteorological records to understand how the cold might have altered scent trails, even though crime dogs were never deployed. At community forums, residents discussed how grief had altered their sense of night sounds, owls no longer soothing but startling. Survivors' relatives described the way grief tasted like oversteeped coffee, and how they folded that bitterness into perseverance. The case remained both personal and public, blending the sterile glow of evidence labs with the hearth warmth of shared memories. Investigators knew each retelling risked myth-making, so they grounded discussions in documented timestamps, signed statements, and the measured lengths of cord. In 2002, the Ohio Attorney General's office assigned veteran investigator Philip Recker to review the case, bringing fresh handwriting analysis expertise. Recker laid suspect signatures side by side under magnification, the ink lines revealing tremors, hesitations, and loops scented faintly of the archive's musty boxes. He interviewed former employees of the tavern, asking about backdoor habits, the squeak of hinges, the tick of the kitchen clock, details that might spotlight who felt comfortable moving unseen. One witness recalled hearing a muffled pop that night while holding a cup of cocoa near the window. Her description of the cocoa's nutmeg fragrance anchored the memory. He noted a faint squeak when the laser measured the doorframe, indicating a warp that could have nudged it ajar during the attack. Recker also traced the Canadian whiskey distribution chain, verifying that only 2 local establishments stocked the missing brand, yet both accounted for inventory. He concluded the theft served merely to stage a robbery narrative. The bar's new proprietors allowed investigators to map the building with laser rangefinders, their red beams flickering over walls still imbued with faint scents of aged beer. The resulting diagrams resembled a blueprint of absence, capturing angles and distances that would feed future reconstructions. In 2006, genealogist Dr. Elaine Huber volunteered to assist, intrigued by the convergence of family law and unresolved violence. She cross-referenced census records with bar patron lists, seeking patterns in surnames that frequently appeared during winter months. Her office smelled of archival paste and pencil shavings as she traced family trees branching through Seneca, Hancock, and Wyandotte counties. Huber noted that several patrons shared distant kinship, weaving a community tapestry tight with obligations. Huber traced baptismal records scented faintly of incense, their vellum pages ruffling whenever courthouse vents kicked on. She theorized the killer might have exploited this closeness, entering through trust rather than force. Her research unearthed an 1887 diary entry describing a night watch tradition where villagers took turns guarding storehouses during harvest. The practice had faded, leaving nights unguarded beyond faith in locks. Huber presented her findings at a historical society meeting lit by tapers and warmed by cinnamon cider. While the genealogy didn't name a suspect, It reaffirmed that the bar stood at the nexus of generational bonds. Investigators adopted her insights, considering not only outsiders but insiders who could navigate kin expectations. In 2008, a memorial mural was painted on a neighbouring wall, the artists mixing pigments outdoors despite crisp March winds that reddened their cheeks. They depicted 4 lanterns floating above a silhouette of the tavern, each flame brushed with gold leaf that glimmered under street lamps. Children pressed gloved hands against the wall, leaving fog halos that dissipated slowly like whispers. The mural's protective sealant smelled of citrus solvent, and viewers reported feeling warmth radiating from the brick despite the cold. During its dedication, chimes fashioned from empty bottles tinkled, the glass catching echoes of the names read aloud. Investigators set up a booth nearby displaying 3D renderings of the crime scene generated on newly acquired software, inviting citizens to walk through digitally. The renderings recreated the hum of the refrigerator, the glint of the neon clock, even the faint drip from a mop wringer. People who had avoided the topic for decades found themselves speaking in hushed voices, sharing recollections about who habitually sat where. Some visitors tasted tears, salty and unexpected, as they touched the painted lanterns. Evening shadows stretched while the mural cured, promising to guard memory with colour. Briars rustled, breath slowed, and the mural's glow lingered in the cooling twilight, holding space for whispered vows. In 2011, Attorney General Mike DeWine announced a statewide cold case initiative, and the new Regal murders occupied a prominent file on the intake table. Investigators transported the evidence to the remodeled BCI lab in London, where the air smelled of fresh paint and ionized filters. They digitized every photograph, allowing analysts to zoom into textures once visible only with magnifying lenses. A new technique called touch DNA promised to lift skin cells from the electrical cords, so technicians in powder blue gowns gently swabbed the fibers while a centrifuge whirred like subdued thunder. Technicians loved even the hum of the centrifuge, ensuring their notes captured the environment as completely as the samples. The resulting profiles remained partial, yet they hinted at 2 contributors beyond the victims, rekindling hope. Detectives revisited interviewees, now older, asking them to walk through their memories while inhaling the comforting aroma of brewed chamomile tea provided for the sessions. Some recalled the crunch of snow under unfamiliar boots. Others focused on the peculiar silence that followed the gunshots. The state also offered reward enhancements, printing posters that glowed orange under streetlights. The renewed spotlight nudged the case from the shadows again, bridging past and present through digital clarity. In 2013, forensic artist Samantha Molnar reconstructed the crime scene in charcoal sketches, layering the shading to emulate the stockroom's fluorescent glare. Her studio smelled of graphite and linseed oil, and she played vinyl recordings of rustling leaves to maintain a meditative pace. Each sketch captured the sheen of the concrete, the frayed edges of electrical cords, the sheen of tears on a patron's imagined face. The drawings were displayed at the county fair, tucked beside historical quilts, allowing viewers to confront the tragedy in a contemplative setting. Visitors noted that the charcoal dust left their fingertips dark, a physical reminder of touching history. Nearby, a display case held the original register keys, their metal cool to the touch, bridging tactile memory with visual storytelling. Molnar included annotations about light sources and shadows, demonstrating how the killer could navigate without stumbling, suggesting familiarity with the layout. The exhibit invited reflection without spectacle, letting visitors feel the chill that had once permeated the stockroom while acknowledging the lingering warmth of community solidarity. In 2016, advanced ballistic software became available, enabling analysts to create 3-dimensional models of pellet trajectories. The lab resembled a minimalist gallery, walls painted dove grey, with computers humming softly like distant cicadas. Analysts input measurements from 1981 angles, wound paths, pellet dispersal, reconstructing the moment each shot rang. They charted the furnace cycles, recognizing how its roar could have blanketed subtle noises during the critical minutes. The simulations revealed the shooter likely stood near the mop sink when firing the .22, aligning with footprints previously overlooked because they overlapped in dusty smears. Detectives revisited the scene with laser pointers, their red beams slicing through faint scents of sanitizer from the renovated kitchen. They realized the killer must have stepped onto a rubber mat that would have squeaked softly, perhaps covered by the roar of the furnace. Revisiting physical space offered fresh appreciation for how skilled the assailant was at minimizing noise. The study reinforced that bravery alone wouldn't solve the case. Only relentless attention to physical fact could pierce the myth's hushed fabric. In 2018, the success of genealogical DNA in other cold cases inspired Seneca County to seek familial searching approval. The process required legal briefs drafted in conference rooms scented with toner and brewed espresso. Judges granted permission, and genetic genealogist Colleen Fitzpatrick joined the team, receiving the partial profiles extracted from the electrical cords. She compared them against public genealogy databases, mapping potential relatives across branches that smelled metaphorically of Cedar Hope. Fitzpatrick mapped ancestral migrations with pins on a corkboard, the pattern resembling constellations glowing under the office lamp. Matches were distant, third and fourth cousins scattered through Indiana, Michigan, and Ontario. Fitzpatrick held community meetings explaining how the technique worked, using slides that projected gentle tones of green and blue. Attendees heard about centimorgans, recombination, and statistical likelihoods while sipping apple cider. The genealogical tree narrowed to a family line with Ohio roots and a history of traveling sales. Investigators sought interviews, approaching relatives with compassion, offering lavender-scented tissues as conversations reopened old family rifts. Though no arrest followed, rediscovery felt tangible. Science had provided a path previously uncharted, reminding everyone that time can fold back on itself, revealing hidden branches. In 2009, the Sheriff's Office hosted a remembrance walk that traced the quarter-mile from St. Boniface to the former tavern site. Participants carried lanterns lit with battery candles, their glow reflecting off freshly fallen snow that dampened footsteps into muffled thuds. The procession smelled of wool scarves, beeswax polish from the church doors, and faint diesel from the escorting patrol car. Along the route, storytellers paused to share archival snippets. A clerk's memo about stock deliveries, a customer's postcard describing the bar's chili as peppery comfort on a slate sky. Local bakers donated loaves of warm bread afterward, the crust crackling as participants broke pieces to share quietly. At the site, musicians played a slow fiddle air that hung in the cold like silver thread. Investigators set up a table with new tip forms, the paper thick and soft, encouraging people to write while memories stirred. One attendee recalled seeing a man wipe his boots on the rear mat days before the incident, a detail newly noted. The gathering ended with a shared silence, faces uplifted toward the night sky speckled with faint stars. Frost clasped the lantern glass as the crowd dispersed, promising to hold the light longer than the night could extinguish. In 2020, pandemic shutdowns altered investigative rhythms, yet detectives worked remotely, poring over scanned documents while home offices smelled of brewed coffee and printer ink. Some investigators found comfort in the faint scent of sourdough starters fermenting in their kitchens as they studied files late into the night. Virtual meetings connected them with forensic experts, the digital interface replacing the shared hum of conference rooms with the faint buzz of headphones. Analysts revisited call logs, overlaying them on cell tower maps to visualize timelines with renewed clarity. They discovered a gap between 12,000 and 130A, a window where no outgoing calls occurred despite the bar typically checking in with taxi services. This absence suggested the killer may have disconnected the phone momentarily, a subtle act aligning with meticulous planning. Family members joined video conferences, their faces lit by screen glow, recounting how grief intertwined with the isolating quiet of quarantine. The case, though paused in physical movement, remained active in minds, its evidence now stored in secure cloud servers humming silently beyond human senses. Suppression, in the form of public lockdowns, ironically allowed investigators to rediscover overlooked digital patterns. By 2021, Lisa Harney's measurement of the 22 slug, captured in the opening of this narrative, catalyzed a re-evaluation of ballistic interpretations. She double-checked the grain weight against fresh calibration standards scented with machine oil and ozone. The heavier-than-expected deformation implied the bullet struck shelving before lodging in Mary Jane's shoulder, altering assumptions about shooter positioning. Investigators returned to the now-closed bar, permitted access by the current owners who had transformed it into storage. Dust motes shimmered as flashlights swept across old shelving, revealing faint gouges at height consistent with the revised trajectory. Harney inhaled the smell of aged cardboard and concluded the killer likely aimed hastily, contradicting theories of cold precision. Yet the choice to bind victims first still reflected chilling control. Harney pinned a photocopy of the revised trajectory beside the original, the two diagrams whispering of progress when aligned. The team compiled their findings into a report printed on thick ivory paper, its texture reminiscent of archival documents from 1880. They shared results with families, whose tears mingled with lavender sachets. Mary Jane's sister carried as comfort. The measurement, a small number etched into evidence logs, rebalanced narrative against myth. It reminded everyone that data quiet, persistent, could erode even the most dramatic legends whispered over decades. In 2022, advancements in footwear impression analysis emerged, allowing technicians to revisit the partial prints preserved in plaster casts since 1981. The lab smelled of damp gypsum as the casts were moistened and scanned with structured light. Software generated high-resolution models showing a herringbone tread pattern likely from a work boot popular in Midwestern hardware stores during the late 1970s. The cedar chest lid creaked like an old hymn book, releasing a puff of dust that glittered in flashlight beams. Investigators matched the pattern to purchase records from a Fostoria farm supply, narrowing the list of potential buyers by cross-referencing loyalty stamp books smelling of glue and dust. One name overlapped with the family line identified through genealogical DNA, intensifying scrutiny. Detectives scheduled interviews, bringing along coffee in thermoses and stacks of old photographs. The suspect's relatives described a man who favoured peppermint cigarettes, echoing the ashcan evidence from 1981. Though he had passed away, his belongings kept in a cedar chest offered possible trace evidence. The chest emitted a blend of cedar, leather and nostalgia as it opened, revealing a worn coat with fibre patterns similar to those recovered from the scene. Samples were collected, packaged, and logged with fresh signatures, ensuring the chain of custody remained unbroken even after 4 decades. In 2023, the cedar chest fibres underwent analysis with Raman spectroscopy, a technique that translated light into spectral fingerprints. The lab lights dimmed as lasers traced the fibres, their glow reflecting off stainless steel countertops. Results showed a unique blend of cotton and acrylic, consistent with a limited-run jacket sold through a Toledo catalogue in 1980. Investigators contacted surviving catalogue employees, who described the jacket's texture as slick like rain, slicker yet lined with fleece. One recalled the smell of the warehouse where the jackets were stored, motor oil mingled with cardboard and peppermint from seasonal candy. The catalogue's order forms, preserved on microfilm, yielded mailing addresses, including one leading to a farmhouse outside Fostoria now owned by distant cousins. Excavation of the farmhouse's shed revealed rusted nails, an old shotgun cleaning kit, and a partial box of federal 12-gauge shells. Detectives felt a chill when the shells clinked in evidence trays, the metallic ring echoing across decades. The shells' lot numbers matched those sold in the region weeks before the murders. Each discovery layered fact upon fact, the vibrations of truth humming through machines older than some investigators now on the case. In 2024, Seneca County announced that evidence would be presented to a grand jury once additional DNA analysis concluded, a cautious yet hopeful disclosure. Prosecutor Derek Devine spoke in the courthouse atrium, the air carrying aromas of polished marble and spring rain tracked in on jurors' shoes. A light rain tapped the atrium skylight during the announcement, the rhythm steadying anxious hearts. He emphasized that patience remained essential, that the measured approach honored both victims and the integrity of the process. Families sat nearby, fingers entwined, listening to the gentle echo of their own breathing beneath the atrium's dome. Investigators continued rechecking files, letting the soft scratch of pen on paper anchor them to deliberate method. Community members left chrysanthemums on the tavern's doorstep again, petals damp with dew. News outlets covered the announcement with subdued tones, narrating years of persistence rather than sensationalism. Evening settled over New Regal as porch lights flickered on in quiet solidarity. Cicadas murmured, rain perfumed the sidewalks, and the courthouse clock exhaled solemn chimes into the mist-washed night. The legend of the night siege once painted the killer as a vengeful drifter wielding rock salt, sparing lives while delivering a warning. That myth smelled of campfire smoke and adrenaline, passed between teenagers on summer nights when cornfields rustled. Facts, however, settled like archival dust, steady and inescapable. Each measured cord length, every pellet weight, each notarized statement replaced embellished whispers with tactile truth. The Wade slug became a kind of prayer bead, invoked whenever conversations risked drifting toward theatrics. The community learned to let the myth coexist only as a reminder of how fear seeks dramatic costume. Reflection became an act of gentle excavation, uncovering the ordinary humanity of those lost, the humming friars, the soft laughter over card games. In quiet conversations at the Historical Society, volunteers compared the myth to the documented evidence, tracing how stories mutate when official silence, born of respect and investigation, leaves room for imagination. They reframed the legend, seeing not supernatural siege but a targeted crime anchored in human choices. The air in those meetings held the scent of archival paper and cinnamon cookies, comfort layering over hard edges. Myth no longer dominated. Measurement did, steady as the courthouse clock. Archaeologists from Heidelberg University conducted a small dig in 2024 behind the tavern site, hoping to uncover remnants from the 19th century general store. The soil smelled of damp clay and decomposed leaves as they troweled carefully, listening to cicadas drone. They unearthed shards of cobalt stoneware, iron nails, and a clay marble, items that once cluttered the pockets of children who lingered after errands. Among the finds lay a corroded door hinge, perhaps from the earliest incarnation of the building. The hinge's weight echoed the metaphorical hinges upon which the town's history swung, moments when discovery opened possibilities, when suppression closed doors, when rediscovery nudged them ajar again. Archaeologists recorded each find with total stations, their laser chirps harmonizing with distant church bells. Community volunteers rinsed artifacts in buckets, the water turning silty brown, smelling faintly of mineral springs. Children visiting the dig wrinkled their noses at the earthy scent, yet they leaned in, eyes reflecting curiosity and empathy. These physical remnants reminded residents that the land had been a site of trade, laughter, and ordinary life long before tragedy darkened it. The excavation, though not tied directly to the murders, offered tactile reassurance that history includes resilience alongside sorrow. Larry Boehm's niece, Emma, now a librarian, began hosting oral history nights at the public library in Tiffin. She arranged chairs in a semicircle beneath pendant lights, the air carrying the papery scent of aged hardcovers. Attendees were invited to bring objects connected to the bar, a cocktail stirrer, a faded receipt, a matchbook smelling faintly of sulphur. Emma read from Larry's letters describing his harmonica practice, the parchment silky from years of handling. Participants shared memories of Mary Jane's gentle jokes, Bob's precise change-making, Gary's eagerness to volunteer for charity raffles. Emma emphasized the importance of documenting the mundane details, the sound of the doorbell announcing customers, the taste of the bar's dill pickles, so future generations would know the victims beyond their final night. Recording equipment captured the softness of voices, the occasional sniffle, the rustle of sweaters. Emma stored the recordings on archival drives, labeling each with lavender stickers her aunt once used for recipe cards. The project functioned as rediscovery, granting the community agency to define the narrative. Emma avoided speculation about suspects, focusing on preserving personhood with respect. The library's quiet hum, punctuated by the occasional beep of a scanning barcode, underscored the gentle persistence of memory. Architectural historian David Myers conducted a structural study, mapping how sound travelled through the tavern's cinderblock walls. He used acoustic modelling software to simulate the shotgun blasts, the 922 pops, and even normal conversation, translating them into waveforms that rippled across digital diagrams. He even simulated the soft clink of ice in glasses, demonstrating how ordinary bar noise could mask approaching footsteps. The models revealed that the stockroom absorbed sound more than expected, meaning nearby residents might genuinely have missed the violence despite being awake. Myers presented his findings in a lecture hall smelling of dry erase markers and coffee. He explained how the ceiling tiles, installed in 1978, contained fiberglass insulation that muffled high frequencies. This data countered rumours that the town ignored obvious cries for help, easing a burden carried by some neighbours for decades. He paired the science with empathy, describing how architecture can inadvertently shield both comfort and crime. The presentation concluded with a live demonstration, a soft chime rung near the stage, barely audible at the back row, proving the building's design played a role in the night's perceived silence. Listeners left with a nuanced understanding that physical space shapes memory. Acoustic Insight inspired musician Jonah Renner to compose a soundscape honouring the night siege victims, layering field recordings from New Regal streets. He captured the purr of distant tractors, the creak of shop doors, the murmur of Honey Creek at dusk, mixing them with gentle harmonium drones. Renner layered a distant church bell into the mix, its tone soft as fog and resonant as polished brass. The composition included the faint clink of glassware and the low thump of a jukebox bass line, evoking the bar's ambience without reenacting violence. Renner premiered the piece in the town square under strings of Edison bulbs that perfumed the air with warm filament heat. Attendees wrapped themselves in blankets, sipping cocoa that tasted of nutmeg and hope. The soundscape invited listeners to breathe deeply, to absorb the ordinary textures of a night before tragedy struck. As the final tones faded, only the whisper of wind through maple leaves remained, carrying the weight of absence with grace. Maple leaves whispered, breath slowed, and the night held every echo with tender patience around the listening crowd. Legal scholars from Ohio Northern University dissected the case during a seminar on cold case prosecutions. They analyzed statutes of limitations, none applicable to murder, and discussed evidentiary hurdles when witnesses age. The classroom smelled of chalk dust and new casebooks, the air buzzing with eager questions. Professor Alana Burke highlighted how prosecutorial discretion balances evidence sufficiency against the risk of acquittal, noting that silence sometimes stems from caution rather than neglect. Students debated ethical considerations. Should authorities reveal every lead publicly, or could that compromise future testimony? They examined the night siege files' redactions, understanding that withholding certain details preserved the ability to confirm confessions later. The seminar emphasized that the justice system's measured pace, though frustrating, prevented miscarriages of justice. The students later visited the courthouse, inhaling the blend of old books and polished banisters as theory met marble reality. Attendees left with notebooks smudged in graphite, their pages filled with citations and reflections on duty. The legal discourse added another layer of discovery, showing how law itself evolves to shepherd old cases toward resolution. Journalist Renee Harper produced a long-form podcast in 2025, recording episodes in a studio scented with warm electronics and foam panels. She interviewed investigators, family members, historians, and scientists, weaving their voices into a narrative that favored empathy over sensationalism. She edited late into the night, the studio monitors casting turquoise light, while crickets chirped outside the open window. Harper described the tavern's interior using ambient sounds: the hum of a cooler, the soft clang of a swinging door, the snow-muffled quiet outside. She interspersed archival clips of radio reports, crackly yet poignant, reminding listeners how the case unfolded in real time. Throughout, she returned to the image of the weighed slug, the precise 36.8 grains that punctured legend. Her closing episodes pondered why communities cling to myths, how silence can be both shield and shroud. Listeners sent messages describing how the podcast lulled them to sleep while also educating them, fulfilling the ASMR cadence the channel cherished. Harper concluded by encouraging continued attention rather than demanding action, aligning with the community's gentle resolve. The evidence itself resides in climate-controlled cabinets where silica gel packs smell faintly of clay each time boxes are unsealed. Custodian Maria Ortiz performs quarterly checks, running gloved fingers along seals, ensuring no adhesive fails. She records humidity levels, listening to the steady hum of the system maintaining 45% relative humidity. Ideal for paper, less inviting for mold. She likened the cabinet's hum to a lullaby, one that lulled evidence into guarded sleep rather than forgetfulness. Ortiz speaks softly to the boxes, a habit born from reverence, telling them that people still care, that justice remains in pursuit. The cords, shells, photographs and clothing rest in darkness, yet their silent testimony persists. She sometimes imagines the stockroom, picturing warm light falling on shelves, the air tasting of beer and fryer oil, reminding herself why preservation matters. Her logbooks contain neat handwriting, each entry a promise that time will not erode the path to truth. The night siege of 1981 remains an unfinished chord, resonating through courthouse halls, family kitchens, and the quiet corners of archives. Measurement has pared away myth, yet an unanswered question still glows like the bar's neon clock captured in police photographs. Neighbours sometimes pause during evening walks, pressing gloved palms against the brick as if listening for the building's heartbeat. The killer's name hovers just beyond certainty, perhaps already whispered by those who fear reopening old wounds, perhaps waiting within DNA that has yet to bloom into a match. In the evenings, when snow falls thick over Seneca County, the former tavern's bricks hold the day's warmth, exhaling faint scents of dust, cedar, and memories too human to forget. Lantern murals, soundscapes, oral histories, and forensic ledgers all form a vigil that neither shouts nor sleeps. The community continues to listen to the hum of refrigerators, to the rustle of records, to the silence that respects grief while inviting truth. Somewhere between the 36.8 grain slug and the peppermint-tinted cigarette filter lies the final fragment needed to complete the story. Until it surfaces, the town breathes with patience, letting the mystery stay open enough to honor both absence and possibility. At 1420-2458 MHz, Brian Cox traced the hydrogen line at Jodrell Bank on 12 June 1963, letting its patient pulse steady the dusk. The dented shellac spool marked possible structured drift, in blue pencil breathed a faint, comforting static. If this quiet chronicle soothes you, please subscribe. If this starlit history soothes you, please subscribe. If this starlit history soothes you, please subscribe. Brian eased the reel onto the playback arbor as the lamp's brass chain clicked softly, his fingertips tracing the scored metal where earlier astronomers had tightened bolts with cold patience, and the acetate smelled faintly of peppered ozone released after decades of sleep. He folded his winter coat over the chair, the fabric brushing against a stack of logbooks whose leather spines had darkened with graphite dust, and he listened for the gentle thud of the motor achieving 8 inches per second. On the desk lay a velvet pouch containing the micrometer he still uses on the Large Hadron Collider, its knurled grip glinting like a pocket lighthouse as he measured tape thickness to ensure fidelity, because the story of extraterrestrial searching depends on intact grooves and trust in instrumentation. Outside the stone walls, Cheshire fog muffled the motorway hum, isolating the observatory so that his breathing became part of the room's rhythm. aligning modern curiosity with the quiet rituals of technicians who once calibrated cathode ray oscilloscopes by lamplight. Handling archives is his chosen craft tonight, giving the cosmologist tactile leverage over myths that refuse to stay theoretical, and stirring the ancient question of whether the patterns caught on this tape prove we are not alone. In the winter of '69, Galileo Galilei angled his handmade telescope toward the moon from a Venetian balcony that smelled of sea salt and olive smoke, measuring its ridges with a wooden ruler engraved in breccia, and drawing crater shadows with charcoal that stained his thumbs. The lenses he ground with horse-powered polishing wheels widened faint reflections into tangible mountains, contradicting the medieval legend that Luna's face was flawless marble inhabited by translucent angels, and instead revealing a landscape as scarred as the Apennines. He recorded Terminator angles of 35 degrees, converting them into peak heights of nearly 4,000 meters, a discovery that lent weight to the notion of another rugged world where life, as speculated by Bruno, might take root. The soft creak of the balcony railing followed his every adjustment, proving how even domestic materials can escort cosmic revelations. That same night he scribbled notes about Jupiter's wandering stars, their rhythmic dance echoing the cadences once attributed to divine messengers. What mattered was the discipline of measuring light against myth, because each arc minute he calculated fortified a new kind of power, the authority of observation over hearsay. Yet it also invited the lingering wonder of whether distant ridges carried their own watchful eyes. A year later in Prague, Johannes Kepler wrote his dreamlike Somnium beside a frost-fobbed window, the glass clinking softly as he rubbed warmth into the pane to see red rooftops, while an iron brazier perfumed the study with cloves he saved for sleepless calculations. He pored over lunar tables derived from Galileo, converting orbital ratios into imagined winds that might carry lunar sailors across basalt seas, grounding his fiction in meticulously computed ephemerides that supported Tycho Brahe's raw data. The manuscript, inked with oak galls, married numerical precision to the Icelandic tales his mother told about spirits riding comets, and in that union he forged a bridge between folklore and proto-science that later generations of alien seekers would cross in their own measured way. Each scratch of quill on parchment resembled distant radio static, hinting at a lineage of evidence awaiting instruments we now consider routine. He safeguarded the pages in a cedar chest, understanding that imaginative rigor could embolden future observers to keep listening for echoes near 1420 MHz. The coals dimmed. Paper cooled. The universe pressed close, unspoken, like a held breath awaiting translation. Yet Kepler's bridge trembled when the Württemberg inquisitors arrested his mother in 1605, hauling her through torchlit corridors that smelled of damp straw, because whispered accusations insisted her comet tales were witchcraft rather than speculative astronomy. The same calculations that guided imperial calendars could not shield family knowledge from suspicion. And Kepler spent months producing methodical legal defenses, stacking eyewitness testimony in parchment piles as neatly as planetary tables. Candle wax dripped over his margins while he argued that celestial pluralism was a matter of geometry, not heresy, but fear of contagion. Silenced many supporters who might have spoken on his behalf. That suppression froze the conversation about inhabited worlds across German courts, proving how fragile evidence becomes when awe unsettles authority. Brian Cox later called the episode a cautionary alignment, because the hydrogen frequency's promise depends on scholars who feel safe enough to report anomalies without risking ions. The clank of manacles echoed longer than the pace of Kepler's pen, reminding listeners that curiosity sometimes waits in enforced quiet until kinder minds rediscover it anew. By 1698, Christian Huygens unrolled his linen maps of Saturn at The Hague, their pigments smelling of linseed and crushed lapis, and resumed the conversation that persecution had chilled, writing Cosmotheris beneath the patient glow of whale oil lamps. His telescopes, calibrated with pendulum-regulated clocks he had perfected, revealed Titan's faint light, persuading him that seas and clouds elsewhere must exist, even if the shapes remained blurred. He described alien artisans forging instruments under pale suns, a vision he justified through proportional reasoning and the principle of plenitude, thereby restoring the idea that life's mathematics could repeat across the cosmos. The scratching of quill against the thick Dutch paper mirrored the kind of data logging a radio astronomer performs when noting signal-to-noise ratios near 1420 MHz, translating faint impressions into durable claims. Readers tucked the book beside navigation manuals, letting its orderly speculations seep into maritime academies that prized charts over miracles, and gradually the silence imposed by courts loosened. What mattered to Huygens was the value of disciplined imagination. It gave society permission to imagine correspondence in the sky, and kept artisans refining optics so later generations could listen harder. When William and Caroline Herschel swept the night of 13 March 1781 from their workshop in Bath, the cold smelled of cut pine from the polished telescope tube, and the metallic rasp of a file accompanied each adjustment to the 40-foot reflector that spotted Uranus. The musicians turned. Astronomers measured the planet's disk at 3.6 arcseconds through a new eyepiece they had ground with abrasive rouge, and the discovery earned royal stipends that bought more mirrors and time. By mapping nebulae with methodical sweeps, they fostered the idea that the universe was not a closed dome, but a garden of suns with potential habitats, and their quiet labour provided artisans with employment under the king's patronage, proving how precision craft could transform whimsical sky stories into national pride. Caroline's small hands, reddened from cold copper, recorded each sweep in neat columns, a domestic rhythm that resonates with the repetitive calibration of radio dishes centuries later. The Herschel's findings moved the myth of wandering spirits into the realm of catalogued realities, supporting the notion that if such surprises exist nearby, mindful listeners might hear strangers further away. Still, the appetite for marvels invited misdirection in 1835, when the New York Sun's presses clattered through humid nights, the air thick with steam and ink as reporters published the Great Moon Hoax, describing bat-winged selenites basking in sapphire forests, allegedly observed by Herschel's telescope. Typesetters set 632,000 impressions over 6 days, the lead type warming under their fingers, and the phony engravings fluttered in gaslit parlours, persuading readers that authoritative-sounding jargon could mimic legitimate measurement. The episode mattered because it revealed how public desire for alien contact could be monetized, shaping journalism's power and forcing scientists to clarify methods in greater detail. Although the story drew on existing respect for lunar cartography, the eventual debunking re-centered credibility on people who could demonstrate exact instruments and logs, reaffirming that the hydrogen line of trust depends on transparent craftsmanship. Brian Cox often cites this hoax when he lectures under planetarium domes, his voice softened by the low roar of projectors, reminding audiences that evidence must withstand hand-stained presses as well as stand hand-stained presses as well as starshine. In 1877, Giovanni Schiaparelli settled into Milan's Brera Observatory as the summer heat trembled over tiles. The observatory's brass fittings warmed to the touch, and he traced Mars through an 8.6-inch refractor, while the opposition painted the planet bright as embers. He sketched networks he called canali, measuring each linear feature with angular precision, some stretching hundreds of kilometers in his careful notes, and the term simply meant channels. Yet translation carried the word across the Atlantic as evidence of engineered canals. The graphite smell of his pencils mingled with candle wax while he recorded coordinates, giving engineers and dreamers alike a scaffold to ponder Martian hydrology as a purposeful craft that could sustain civilizations. When he published the maps, the ripples reached irrigation planners and colonial strategists, showing how extraterrestrial speculation could influence earthly infrastructure budgets. The observatory fell quiet after midnight, and his assistants held their breath to steady the scope. Silence held a brief refrain. The dome creaked. Shadows cooled. The dust beyond the glass felt attentive, waiting for whatever signal might descend. Percival Lowell took Schiaparelli's charts to heart, erecting a private observatory in Flagstaff by 1894, where high-altitude air tasted of pine resin and the newly planed wooden floors echoed beneath his boots. He invested family capital into 24-inch refractors imported from Boston, aligning them with bubble levels while telegraph wires crackled in the distance, determined to prove that Martian canal builders existed. His staff kept meticulous thermometric logs, noting nighttime drops to near freezing, and they rationed lamp oil so the dome stayed dark for sensitive plates that recorded faint albedo variations. The endeavor mattered because it demonstrated how personal wealth could harness engineering, glassmaking, and even hospitality work for a scientific narrative that promised cosmic neighbors, effectively converting myth into payroll for dozens of specialists. Yet the thin, shimmering air often introduced optical illusions, leading to sketches that later observers could not replicate, suggesting that human desire can engrave lines on the retina as forcefully as actual topography. Meanwhile, in 1901, Nikola Tesla sat within the red glow of his Colorado Springs laboratory, the ozone tang of high voltage clinging to every copper coil as he tuned receivers to 1420 kHz and beyond, reporting rhythmic pulses he believed might be extraterrestrial. He recorded the series of beeps in leather-bound notebooks, comparing them to atmospheric data, and he speculated that Mars might be signaling, which prompted him to suggest building a gigantic transmitter atop Pikes Peak. Although the pulses were likely terrestrial, his announcement stirred engineers and philanthropists, illustrating how claims of alien contact could accelerate investment in wireless communication, a technology whose cables, transformers, and operators reshaped economies. The laboratory floor vibrated under the Tesla coil's thunder, and the inventor, eyes bright behind wire spectacles, felt the thrill of bridging myth with measurable electricity. His enthusiasm seeded later research despite skepticism, teaching future seekers that even mistaken interpretations can leave behind valuable circuits and meticulous logging practices. Yet by 1909, Eugene Antoniadi stood at the eyepiece of the 33-inch Meudon refractor outside Paris, the autumn wind carrying scents of wet leaves through the open slit, and he resolved Mars with unprecedented clarity, finding that the supposed canals dissolved into blotched terrains. He sketched the planet with sable brushes dipped in diluted ink, translating red deserts into grey gradients that left no room for geometric waterways, and his published plates dampened the canal narrative that had animated Lowell's observatory. Observatory staff, aware of the uproar, maintained a respectful hush as the results circulated, proving that disciplined skepticism could halt an enthralling story when evidence demanded caution. This formal demystification temporarily quieted funding for Mars-obsessed projects, yet it also freed resources for spectroscopy and atmospheric studies, redirecting the search toward chemical clues rather than cartographic fantasies. Rain tapped softly on the slate roof that evening, a natural percussion underscoring how discovery sometimes yields to thoughtful silence for the sake of truth. 14 years later, in August 1924, the United States Navy orchestrated a National Radio Silence Day during a favorable Mars opposition, lacing the airwaves with deliberate quiet so that officers at the Naval Research Laboratory in Washington could tune vacuum tube receivers toward 1420 MHz and adjacent bands. The control room smelled of hot dust and varnish as Chief Scientist Albert Hoyt Taylor monitored the dials beneath bluish lamps, while a rainstorm hissed against the windows, and telegraphists across the continent paused routine traffic for 5-minute intervals. Nothing definitive emerged, yet the exercise mobilized 1,500 operators, demonstrating how a collective hush could serve both national security and scientific listening, granting radio technicians a sense of participating in a planetary vigil. Local newspapers praised the discipline, suggesting that citizens' willingness to restrain chatter proved readiness to welcome interplanetary contact responsibly. In that orchestrated quiet, alien inquiry became a civic ritual, binding communities through shared obedience to silence. Still, when Orson Welles broadcast War of the Worlds in 1938, The CBS studio exhaled the warm scent of glowing tubes, and Foley artists splashed water in basins to mimic Martian cylinders hissing open, blurring fiction with reportage. The panic, though later exaggerated, revealed how fragile public trust remained, compelling astronomers and educators to clarify their messaging with calmer cadences and transparent sources. Brian Cox, decades later, would replay archival acetates of the drama, noting the precise modulation that convinced listeners they were hearing authenticated bulletins, a lesson about the responsibility carried by voices that interpret the cosmos. Radio station secretaries received flooded phone lines, their fingertips smudged with carbon paper as they noted callers' fears, and authorities recognized the necessity of pairing alien narratives with measured explanations to prevent societal disruption. The broadcast's echo became a case study in communication ethics, underscoring that the power to describe extraterrestrials carries the parallel duty to soothe. The hallway dimmed. Scripts rustled. The transmitter thrummed, awaiting calmer tales that would settle trembling listeners. During the closing months of World War II, radar technicians at Fort Monmouth repurposed their SCR-271 antennae, the cold steel smelling of machine oil, and in January 1946 they launched Project Diana to bounce 111.5 MHz pulses off the moon, listening through headphones that pressed aching grooves into their temples. The returning echo, delayed by 2.5 seconds, confirmed that radio waves could reach beyond Earth, a revelation that gave Allied communications officers confidence to pursue deep space radar and, eventually, extraterrestrial messaging schemes. Snowflakes lashed the Jersey shoreline while soldering iron smoked in the operations hut, and the disciplined timing tables they produced became templates for future SETI synchronization. The experiment mattered because it shifted alien contact from speculation to engineering. By proving the moon could reflect human signals, the team laid foundation for proactive transmissions, even as wartime secrecy temporarily hid the results from broader audiences. The generators droned steadily, suggesting that persistence and patience could make the sky audible. In the summer of 1950, physicist Enrico Fermi walked across the Los Alamos cafeteria, the air scented with chilies and machine lubricant, and famously asked colleagues, "Where is everybody?" after debating UFO reports and galactic colonization timescales. His napkin doodles calculated that even modest star-faring civilizations could traverse the Milky Way in tens of millions of years, a blink compared to cosmic age, and this paradox reframed alien talk into a problem of probabilities rather than anecdotes. The question rippled through classified corridors, aligning military scientists and academic theorists in a shared puzzle that elevated the value of statistical reasoning. Brian Cox later revisited the cafeteria, listening to the hum of refrigeration fans while filming, and he traced Fermi's insight to the modern need for patience when scanning hydrogen frequencies. Absence of evidence can be data. The cafeteria's fluorescent lights flickered softly, illuminating the uneaten dessert Fermi left behind, a quiet emblem of curiosity interrupting routine. 9 years later, Giuseppe Cocconi and Philip Morrison published their seminal Nature paper from Cornell, the campus smelling of fallen leaves and the chalk dust that clung to their tweed sleeves, proposing that 1420 MHz, our hydrogen line, was the universal hailing frequency for any civilization wanting to announce itself. They reasoned that hydrogen's spectral signature was so fundamental that physics alone would advertise the channel, and they calculated beam widths, radiated power, and receiver sensitivity required to detect interstellar messages. Their article mattered because it offered SETI a rigorous blueprint, convincing funding boards and amateur clubs alike that listening could be systematic rather than speculative. The mimeographed reprints they mailed carried the faint scent of toner, and colleagues unfolded them beside coffees that steamed in the autumn chill, feeling the thrill of a precise roadmap that linked theoretical astrophysics with practical antenna design. In that moment, the search gained legitimacy, tying academic prestige to the humble act of patient listening. Frank Drake set up Project Ozma at Green Bank in spring 1960. The West Virginia hills damp with dew and jasmine, while the 26-meter dish rotated with a deep groan, targeting Tau Ceti and Epsilon Eridani. He tuned the receiver to a 2.3 kHz bandwidth around 142425 MHz, calibrating against a noise diode whose warm resistor smelled faintly of singed varnish, and recorded results on reel-to-reel tapes that hissed softly. The operation required technicians to oil motors, electricians to monitor power fluctuations, and students to swat mosquitoes while logging signal strength, transforming the alien hunt into collaborative labor that trained a generation of radio astronomers. Although nothing definitive surfaced, Drake's meticulous notation of false alarms set standards for RFI mitigation, provoking reflective questions about how we interpret anomalies without leaping to myth. The gentle clicking of relays became the lullaby of science, proving that discipline and patience are themselves forms of cosmic conversation. In 1967, graduate student Jocelyn Bell, fingers numbed by the cold Armagh wind, walked the 4.5-acre Mullard Radio Astronomy Observatory, checking the 120 miles of coaxial cable that smelled of tar and wet grass, and she noticed a curious lark-like beat in the pen chart recorder. The pulse is repeated every 1.337 seconds, neatly incising ink on the paper drum beneath fluorescent workshop lights, and she labelled the phenomenon LGM1. Little green men, half in jest, half in acknowledgement that disciplined observation must consider every possibility before elimination. Her supervisor Anthony Hewish insisted on exhaustive tests, and together they ruled out radar, satellites and terrestrial interference, ultimately identifying the source as a rapidly spinning neutron star. The discovery mattered because it demonstrated that anomalies, when respected rather than dismissed, can reveal brand new astrophysical objects, equipping listeners with humility about what alien signatures might mimic. The shed smelled of solder and damp wool as Bell carefully folded the chart, knowing that skepticism paired with wonder can redraw the heavens. The sky slowed. Pens rested. The deep ticking lingered, cushioning thought for another night of listening. On 16 November 1974, the Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico pivoted its 305-meter dish beneath a humid twilight buzzing with coqui frogs, and engineers transmitted a 1679-bit message toward the globular cluster, M13 at 2380 MHz, encoding a pictogram of hydrogen, carbon, and human silhouettes. The control room smelled of warm aluminum and tropical rain as operator Donald Campbell monitored klystron power levels, ensuring the 1,000 kilowatt beam held steady, while Frank Drake stood nearby with folded arms, absorbing the significance of humanity's first deliberate interstellar postcard. The gesture galvanized mathematicians, artists, and linguists, each debating how to compress identity into binary pulses, and it showcased the value of interdisciplinary craft. Carpenters maintained the suspended platform, botanists studied rainforest microclimates protecting the facility, and radio engineers honed modulators for clarity. Though the cluster lies 25,000 light-years away, the mere act of transmission transformed global culture, inspiring textbooks and even children's games, and reminding us that the search for aliens is as much about articulating ourselves as it is about hearing others. 3 years later, on 15 August 1977, volunteer Jerry Eman circled "Wow" in red felt tip on a printout from Ohio State's Big Ear radio telescope, notes smelling of toner and grilled corn drifting from the nearby state fair, because a 72-second burst at 1425.556 MHz rose 22 times above background. The alphanumeric sequence, 6EQUJ5, captured a hydrogen line strength event that matched precisely the frequency Brian Cox would one day handle on that Jodrell bank tape, and the data proved how a single column of numbers could ignite decades of inquiry. The observatory stood quiet except for cricket song and fan hum, and Eamon resisted the urge to declare discovery, instead cataloguing antenna coordinates for future cross-checks. The WOW signal's strength lay in its mystery, prompting resources for improved receivers, computing algorithms and global collaboration, thereby expanding the workforce dedicated to monitoring the cosmic commons. To this day, the faint scent of mimeograph ink on that sheet reminds archivists that vigilance can be electrifying even when confirmation never arrives. In 1988 Manchester, teenage Brian Cox balanced rehearsal with the pop band Dare and late-night physics revisions, the studio fogged with cigarette haze and the warm plastic smell of synthesizer keys under neon lights, while he played chords inspired by cosmic chord progressions he had read about in Carl Sagan books. Between sets, he unfolded astronomical journals describing the Voyager Golden Record and fresh interpretations of the WWII signal, letting the glossy pages cool the sweat on his wrists, and he imagined that music could be a bridge for alien communication. The dual life mattered because it seeded his later talent for translating complex cosmic evidence into gentle narratives, integrating artistic empathy with mathematical rigor. The band's amplifiers hummed at 60 Hz, subliminally echoing the frequencies he would later discuss on television, and his notebooks combined song lyrics with equations about exoplanetary atmospheres. This period of synthesis gave the future professor an embodied understanding that communicating science requires rhythm, patience, and tactile detail. In 1990, NASA reoriented Voyager 1 to capture the pale blue dot, and engineers at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory watched the monitors glow turquoise in a control room perfumed with brewed coffee and heated circuitry. The image, 0.12 pixels wide, drifted through data links that crackled softly, and Carl Sagan's team interpreted the delicate beam of sunlight streaking across Earth's minuscule silhouette as a humbling reminder of home. The photograph influenced international policy discussions, environmental activism, and even Brian Cox's later BBC scripts, all emphasizing that if aliens exist, their perspective on our spec would demand stewardship as a prerequisite for conversation. Technicians wearing headsets kept fingers poised above keyboard toggles, ensuring the Deep Space Network maintained alignment, a ritual of attention proving that distant signals depend on terrestrial artisanship. The pale dots solidified the emotional core of alien thinking. Before we greet others, we must attune to our own fragile glow. In 1995, Michel Mayor and Didier Queloz measured the star 51 Pegasi from the Haute-Provence Observatory, the night air aromatic with lavender and machine grease, and they tracked a velocity wobble of 59 meters per second using an Echelle spectrograph chilled to stabilize its components. The absorption lines shifted with clockwork regularity every 423 days, revealing the first confirmed exoplanet orbiting a sun-like star, a gas giant hugging its parent in a searing close embrace. Their meticulous temperature control, data logging, and statistical analysis proved that other worlds could be detected without direct imaging, empowering dedicated instrument builders and forging new careers in precision photonics. The discovery reframed alien discussion from speculation to demographics, strengthening arguments for habitability studies and eventually fueling missions like Kepler. Mayer's pencil etched light curves in a leather notebook, while Queloz's wool sweater carried the scent of midnight dew, grounding revolutionary insight in everyday textures. The shutters sighed, monitors dimmed, lavender drifted, draping the room in patient expectation for whatever sky secret came next. In August 1996, NASA scientists gathered at Johnson Space Center, where the sterile corridors smelled of disinfectant and chilled metal, unveiling electron microscope images of the Martian meteorite, ALH8401, that displayed carbonate globules and worm-like microstructures, a fraction of a micron long. President Clinton's televised remarks carried the excitement into living rooms, while laboratory technicians calibrated mass spectrometers to analyze isotopic ratios of carbon and oxygen, searching for biosignatures that might betray ancient Martian microbes. Although subsequent studies suggested inorganic processes could sculpt similar shapes, the announcement galvanized astrobiology funding, justifying cleanroom expansions, Antarctic meteorite expeditions, and microbial extremophile research. The polished slab of the meteorite felt cold and granular in gloved hands, linking Antarctica's ice fields with Martian deserts and the possibility that alien traces might already be nestled inside Earth's rocks. The debate underscored how ambiguous evidence can still nurture disciplines, providing employment and intellectual momentum even when conclusions remain tentative. When the Cassini spacecraft in 2005 skimmed past Enceladus, onboard instruments tasted salt-rich plumes spraying from fractures dubbed tiger stripes, while mission control in Pasadena hummed with printer chatter and the scent of coffee beans roasted nearby. The cosmic dust analyzer detected sodium salts and microscopic ice grains, and the ion and neutral mass spectrometer registered organic molecules, suggesting a subsurface ocean interacting with a rocky core. These measurements empowered planetary geologists, chemists, and cryovolcanism experts, creating new research fellowships and directing attention to moons as prime candidates in the alien search. Engineers meticulously monitored reaction wheels and hydrazine levels to ensure future flybys, revealing how every actuator and gasket contributes to the grand narrative of seeking life beyond Earth. The faint blue glow of console screens washed over faces as the plume data scrolled, and a murmur of awe settled like frost, emphasizing that even cold geysers can warm imaginations. In March 2009, the Kepler spacecraft launched atop a Delta II rocket, its fairings smelling of hydraulic fluid and insulation, and once settled into solar orbit, the photometer stared at Cygnus, measuring stellar brightness changes with 30-minute cadence. The silicon detectors operated at 85 degrees C, their dark current carefully subtracted, and the mission soon produced thousands of transit curves showing planets of every composition, establishing that worlds are abundant and statistically inevitable. Data analysts huddled in windowless rooms illuminated by dual monitors, sipping herbal tea while cross-correlating faint dips only 84 parts per million deep, and their collective labor converted the intangible dream of extraterrestrial neighbors into a catalogue of coordinates. Kepler's stability depended on reaction wheels lubricated with sputtered molybdenum disulfide, a reminder that the search's success rests upon materials, science as much as cosmic curiosity. Each confirmed planet broadened imagination's horizon, urging society to prepare linguistically, philosophically, and ethically for eventual contact. In 2015, under the vaulted ceiling of London's Royal Society, the air perfumed with polished wood and old paper, Stephen Hawking and Yuri Milner announced breakthrough. Listen with Brian Cox seated nearby, his hands resting on the cool armrests as cameras clicked like faint rain. The initiative committed $100 million to upgrade radio telescopes at Green Bank and Parkes, installing digital backends capable of processing billions of channels across the 1 to 15 GHz range, with special attention to the 1420 MHz beacon. Software developers compiled code in labs that smelled of solder flux, while data archivists arranged petabytes of storage cooled by hissing ventilation, employing hundreds of analysts who combed for narrowband carriers. The announcement reinvigorated global cooperation, offering students paid positions to learn signal processing, and it tethered the motif of disciplined listening to tangible resources. Cox later described how the room's quiet after Hawking's speech felt like velvet, a collective silence charged with hopeful responsibility. In October 2017, astronomers at Haleakala's Pan-STARRS facility smelled volcanic earth cooling at dusk as they discovered the interstellar object, 1I Oumuamua, streaking away on a hyperbolic trajectory, its brightness curve suggesting a tumbling, cigar-shaped shard only a few hundred meters long. Spectrographs showed no cometary coma, and its acceleration puzzled researchers, prompting debates ranging from hydrogen ice sublimation to light sail speculation. The observation mobilized observatories worldwide, proving that the alien question now includes artifacts and debris, and it encouraged policymakers to fund rapid response telescopes capable of tracing such visitors. Brian Cox discussed the findings on air from a BBC studio lit by gentle LEDs, explaining with soft cadence how extraordinary yet natural physics could be, and how our readiness to interpret anomalies defines the narrative's credibility. The summit winds hushed as telescopes tracked the faint traveler. Shadows stretched. Instruments cooled. A whispered awe hovered between each calculation offered, holding scientists in gentle, questioning stillness. In 2020, the Canadian Hydrogen Intensity Mapping Experiment, CHIME, in British Columbia captured the first fast radio burst repeating on a precise 1635-day cycle, the cryogenic receivers exhaling vaporous plumes into the frigid dawn air tinged with pine sap. Technicians in insulated gloves adjusted digital beamformers, listening to the low whir of cooling pumps while the data pipeline flagged the periodicity, and the discovery suggested that magnetars or binary interactions might mimic or mask engineered signals. The result mattered because it forced SETI analysts to refine filters, distinguishing natural astrophysical rhythms from potential intentional beacons, and it spurred collaborations with gravitational wave observatories to watch for correlated events. Brian Cox recorded a segment describing the finding on a remote microphone wrapped in felt to reduce crackle, his voice threading excitement with calm, reinforcing that each mysterious pattern teaches us how to interpret the hydrogen channel with greater nuance. By 2022, the James Webb Space Telescope deployed from L2, its sunshield unfurling with the faint crinkle of Captain remembered in ground tests, and its instruments sniffed the infrared spectra of exoplanets like WASP 96b, discerning water signatures within atmospheric mists. In mission control at Goddard, engineers monitored cryostat temperatures bathed in soft amber status lights, and they shared chocolate bars to steady nerves as the mid-infrared instrument settled at 6.7 Kelvin. The resulting absorption lines offered tools to probe for methane disequilibrium, a key biosignature, and they validated decades of mirror polishing labor by technicians whose fingerprints never touched the pristine gold. The reverent hush that followed first light was silence born of awe rather than fear, yet it motivated astronomers to keep calibrating, to improve pipeline subtraction, and to dream of detecting even faint chlorophyll red edges someday. Through Webb's vision, the alien question gained textures of vapor and light, not merely numbers. Tonight, as Brian Cox steps across the red soil of Western Australia where the square-kilometre array's first dishes await activation, the desert air tastes of iron dust and eucalyptus, and the Milky Way arches like a silvered river pouring silence into his cupped hands. He listens to technicians discussing fibre-optic timing lasers that pulse green through corrugated conduits, and he feels the vibration of cooling fans through the soles of his boots, reminders that each bolt and waveform is a pledge to the hydrogen whisper first traced on that Jodrell bank reel. Memories of Galileo's charcoal, Kepler's cedar chest, Huygens' whale lamps, Lowell's pine-scented dome, Bell's inked charts, and Voyager's pale pixel settling on a cobalt screen all converge in his breathing, suggesting that every generation's discovery, suppression, and rediscovery flows into this desert hush. The dishes gleam under starlight, their mesh cold as river stones, and distant dingoes call with a soft yip that feels like punctuation to an unfinished sentence. He wonders, not aloud, but in the steady rhythm of his pulse, whether the next faint carrier, once sifted from cosmic noise, will sound like a chord already written in his youthful synthesizer, or like a completely new timbre waiting to be named. The night does not answer. It only holds the